Chapter 1. Mount Lang Lang. Night. Lin Zhan lay upon his bed, dragging his weary body. How does one describe starting off as a mountain bandit? Merely the lowest of the low, a lackey stationed at the front gate day in and day out. Even the passing dogs felt entitled to relieve themselves upon him. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Zhan was filled with an overwhelming sense of reflection. Why, when simply enjoying a game, must he endure such a convoluted fate of transmigration? Still relegated to the status of a mere gatekeeper, one could only wonder if it was because he had been a security guard in his past life. Lin Zhan scratched his head, a thought crossing his mind. Simulator. At the instant of his contemplation, a segment of text materialized. 99.99. Loading. This was his golden finger. Or perhaps, more accurately, a cheat. In his previous life, to enjoy gaming more thoroughly, he had fashioned a simulator that allowed him to practice martial arts, level up, inherit skills, and bloodlines, among other things. To his astonishment, it had traversed with him. After waiting 3 days, it finally reached 99. Hopefully, this will enhance my life, Lin Zhan mused with anticipation. His identity in this life was rather click-an orphan street urchin who grew up fighting for a few copper coins at the age of 13. Facing 3 opponents alone, he fought valiantly, even in defeat, earning respect. It was then that a small bandit leader from the nearby Mount Lang Lang took notice of him and brought him into the mountains, thus becoming a proud bandit. That small leader even taught him a basic martial art, but alas, Lin Zhan lacked exceptional talent after 2.5 years. He had yet to even grasp the fundamentals of martial arts. Ding! The simulator has been activated. A familiar voice echoed. Lin Zhan felt a wave of annoyance. It was his own recorded voice, albeit altered with a rather unpleasant tone. Kumos. Lin Zhan focused his attention and initiated the process. This device could only be used once a day, and he must make the most of it. On the first day, you rolled up your sleeves and took up the once-neglected opening mountain fist, determined to diligently train in martial arts and rise above the ordinary. You began your earnest efforts. You exerted yourself to the utmost. On the 5th day, the small leader, Li Minghai, who had once brought you to the mountains, regarded you with newfound respect upon witnessing your dedication. On the 10th day, you continued your practice. On the 30th day, still persevering. Your innate talent was already lacking, and coupled with the realization that martial arts training is not merely physical exercise, but requires ample medicinal herbs to replenish qi and blood. After a month, the results were minimal. In the 2nd month, you made no progress whatsoever. In the 3rd month, Li Minghai, recognizing your extraordinary perseverance, decided to nurture you properly. He personally guided you in the practice of opening mountain fist and provided you with substantial resources for replenishing your qi and physical strength. By the 5th month, you successfully broke through, stepping into the first layer of postnatal realm. As you understood, martial artists have 2 major realms, postnatal and innate. Postnatal concerns body training, while innate focuses on qi cultivation. The strongest bandit leader of Mount Lang Lang was a master at the 9th layer of postnatal realm. You diligently pursued your training, wasting no idle moments. The entire Mount Lang Lang was aware of your fervor for martial arts, and many began to regard you with newfound respect. In the 6th month, your progress was modest, yet you never wavered. In the 8th month, you continued your training. By the 9th month, with Li Minghai's support, you broke through, advancing to the 2nd layer of postnatal realm, significantly enhancing your strength. You had become somewhat of a minor elite within Mount Lang Lang. You had risen from a mere gatekeeper to an ordinary bandit, now capable of participating in raids. On the 10th month, one night, Li Minghai summoned you to his side. Kid, you should realize that your innate talent is lacking. Without my support, you would never have reached this point. For your future training, you will require more resources. You gazed respectfully at the now 50-something Li Minghai and bowed, saying, "Please, Uncle Li, enlighten me." Li Minghai smiled. "I do admire your character. Kid, I am 58 this year, and I have only reached the 6th layer of postnatal realm in my lifetime. If you wish, from now on, you may call me adoptive father, and I will ensure your training resources." Without hesitation, you replied, "I pay my respects to my adoptive father." Had you stated this sooner, you would have kneeled long ago. The following day, Li Minghai called upon his closest associates and explained your newfound relationship from henceforth. You would be his adopted son, bound to care for him in his old age. In the 11th month, you continued your training, occasionally partaking in raids, yet never engaging in combat, remaining merely a background figure. The 1st year came to a close, and your cultivation remained at the 2nd layer of postnatal realm. In March of the 2nd year, Mount Lang Lang remained unchanged, save for the deteriorating health of your adoptive father, Li Minghai, who fell gravely ill from a cold. You devoted day and night to his care, fulfilling all duties expected of a son. In April of the second year, Li Minghai recovered and regarded you with even greater favor, providing you with more resources for training. In the third year, you broke through, officially stepping into the third layer of postnatal realm. You were promoted to the position of deputy team leader, overseeing 3 to 5 subordinates, all at the first and second layers. When you accompanied your companions on raids, you frequently engaged in combat, gaining valuable experience and strength. By the 7th year, through your relentless efforts, you advanced to the 4th layer of postnatal realm, exhausting all of Li Minghai's resources. Continuing your training would require your own efforts. In the 8th year, you began to venture out frequently, leading your subordinates in raids, specifically targeting the weak, yielding satisfactory results. You bore no psychological burden regarding this. Your sole desire was to enhance your strength. In the 9th year, you brought notable profits to Mount Lang Lang, earning a promotion to team leader, now commanding 20 subordinates, and receiving support for your training from Mount Lang Lang. Among them, the third leader, Yilan, held you in particularly high regard, respecting your integrity and considering you a good brother. After all, Li Minghai had become of no further use to you, yet you never abandoned him. In the 12th year, with Yilan's support, you broke through to the 5th layer of postnatal realm and were promoted to a small leader, commanding 200 subordinates, thus entering the mid-tier of Mount Lang Lang. At the age of 28, in your 13th year, youth still ablaze, Li Minghai succumbed to illness, regardless of your attentive care. You interred Li Minghai at the foot of Mount Lang Lang, and that night, you wept uncontrollably. Li Minghai had devoted everything to aid your cultivation. You would never forget this adoptive father. In the 15th year, at dawn, Mount Lang Lang was suddenly besieged by a group of officials. You received orders to defend and led your subordinates to resist the soldiers. The government officials were well-equipped and formidable. A middle-aged man in the distance drew his bow, aiming at you. Whoosh! A black feathered arrow pierced your throat. With deadly accuracy, you perished. The simulation has concluded. You have attained the 5th layer of postnatal realm. Do you wish to inherit? Lin Zhan did not hesitate. Inherit. After all, it was the only option available. There was no alternative. In the next moment, all memories of opening mountain fists surged forth, and in an instant he grasped all techniques, memories, and training methods related to it. Not only that, but he also acquired a wealth of combat experience utilizing opening mountain fist. At this moment, he was indeed at the 5th layer of postnatal realm. The sudden elevation of his martial arts prowess greatly enhanced Lin Zhan's strength. Moreover, his once frail physique had transformed considerably, now appearing much more robust. Yet, the changes were not overtly noticeable. Even donned in clothing, the transformation remained subtle. This sensation is truly marvelous, Lin Zhan thought, his heart swelling with excitement. This newfound strength instilled within him a profound sense of confidence. Having been in this world for 3 days, he finally felt a semblance of security. After yawning, Lin Zhan fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, the biological clock of his body roused him at the appointed hour. He activated the simulator. Midnight had passed, and the cool-down period had refreshed. Without hesitation, Lin Zhan chose to simulate. On the first day, you revealed your 5th layer of postnatal realm, shocking the small leader, Li Minghai, who immediately reported it. The chief, Zhao Yunfeng, summoned you. He was a burly man with a thick beard, exuding a robust masculine aura, albeit with a slight odor. Interesting to have achieved the 5th layer of postnatal realm in just 2.5 years. Truly a genius. Zhao Yunfeng clapped you on the shoulder. This bone structure of yours seems rather peculiar. Indeed, it was strange. He felt your bone structure was unremarkable. Yet your 5th layer strength could not be feigned, still rooted in the authentic opening mountain fist. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Yunfeng dismissed the thought. Since you are a genius, then I shall cultivate you to the fullest. I intend to see just how far you can grow. On the second day, you were taken on as Zhao Yunfeng's disciple, receiving the entire resource supply of Mount Lang Lang. You made perfect use of these medicinal herbs and meat, relentlessly enhancing yourself as you continued to train in opening mountain fist. Training in the postnatal realm involves this. Mastering a martial art to its pinnacle without diverting your focus to others along the way. Doing so would scatter your efforts. According to the descriptions in opening mountain fist, simultaneously practicing 2 or more martial arts could lead to instability, significantly impacting breakthroughs into the innate realm. Your tenacity in martial arts left Zhao Yunfeng deeply impressed. You possess the same fierce spirit I had in my youth. In the second year, your progress was minimal, which caused Zhao Yunfeng to harbor doubts about your innate talent. By the third year, with Zhao Yunfeng's support, You managed to break through, stepping into the 6th level of the acquired stage. Yet Zhao Yunfeng furrowed his brow in concern. What on earth is wrong with you? Are you trying to deceive me? Such a pace of cultivation was akin to that of an ordinary person, a complete waste of these resources. This won't do having come this far. I refuse to suffer a loss. There must be another reason. Zhao Yunfeng gritted his teeth, determined to continue nurturing you. For after all, achieving the 6th level of the acquired stage at 18 was still commendable. In the 4th year, the 5th year, the 6th year, and by the 7th year, your progress dwindled further, bringing Zhao Yunfeng to the brink of despair. What have I raised? After weighing the pros and cons, he abandoned you, reclaiming 90% of the resources allotted to you, relegating you to a minor leader. You felt a twinge of regret, realizing you hadn't managed to reap a greater share of benefits. You began to engage in banditry, leading a life akin to that of mountain thief, yet you found no aversion to this new existence, often declaring that one should love their trade. You got along harmoniously with your subordinates, who all recognized your leadership, thanks in part to Zhao Yunfeng's influence. In the 8th year, leveraging your contributions to the Langlang Mountain, you exchanged for additional cultivation resources. You never squandered time and leisure. Instead, you diligently pursued your training, enduring relentless hardship, prompting others to view you as somewhat of a madman. By the 9th year, the 3rd chief, Yilan, found you intriguing and provided you with ample resources for cultivation, for which you were immensely grateful. In the 10th year, you broke through to the 7th level of the acquired stage, your strength significantly enhanced. Throughout the entire decade, you spared not a moment in complacency. However, after reaching the 7th level of the acquired stage, your cultivation speed began to decelerate, and barring any unforeseen events, you foresaw no advancements within the next 15 years. With a sigh, you continued your training, gritting your teeth in perseverance. In the 13th year, Li Minghai succumbed to illness, having no close relatives, and was interred by the other brothers at the foot of Langlang Mountain. You burned copious amounts of paper at his grave. In the 14th year, your progress was minuscule, and thoughts of the impending government action a year hence left you feeling uncertain. By the end of the 14th year, you left a note for the 3rd chief, Yilan, and then made a hasty escape. You had meticulously planned for this day, and no one noticed your departure. You left Langlang Mountain, choosing a direction based on the memories etched in your mind. With your strength at the 7th level of the acquired stage, the vast world was yours to traverse. In the 15th year, you arrived at Ziyun City, 100 miles away. After a period of exploration, you joined the newly established Wild Wolf Gang within the city. Your abilities were commendable, and you quickly rose to the position of a mid-level leader, commanding over 200 followers. In the 16th year, you utilized the resources provided by the Wild Wolf Gang to continue your training. Your diligent demeanor inspired many of your subordinates, one of whom, named Li Qingze, caught your attention. Big brother, I too shall strive for progress, earn merits, and make money so I can buy milk powder for my family's lien. Every time you trained, he was right beside you, his effort already half of yours. You admired such self-discipline. Gazing at him, you smiled slightly. Just remember, don't buy Sanlu. Okay. Li Qingze had never heard of this brand, but committed your words to memory. In the 18th year, your cultivation progressed only marginally, yet frequent battles significantly enhanced your combat experience, deepening your understanding of the mountain-splitting fist. By the 20th year, a sudden gang war erupted within the city. You received orders to lead your subordinates in a nighttime ambush on the opposing Poison Snake Gang's gambling den. You struck fiercely, quickly instilling fear in a number of foes, causing the rival gang to flee in panic. Just as you were on the verge of success, a burly man emerged, launching a relentless assault against you. He was at the 8th level of the acquired stage, and you were no match for him, leading to a series of setbacks. Bang! The burly man roared, delivering a powerful punch that sent Li Qingze flying. Li Qingze crashed against the wall, spewing a mouthful of blood, gravely injured and on the brink of death. The burly man rushed to his side, viciously grasping his throat. Anyone daring to strike at my Poison Snake Gang shall perish. Li Qingze struggled futilely against the grip. You could not bear to witness this scene, and, despite your better judgment, you leapt into action after 3 years of camaraderie. You could not abandon this brother. In the instant you charged forward, a small figure appeared abruptly. It was a young boy, sporting a topknot, barely reaching your waist, but his eyes held a chilling intensity that belied his stature. He glanced at you. Then in a flash, he was atop the burly man's head, delivering a devastating blow. Blood splattered across the gambling den. "Dad, are you all right?" The young boy's voice was laced with concern. He had arrived too late. Li Qingze clutched the boy's hand tightly, but ultimately had to let go. "Dad, The boy's expression shifted dramatically, and his aura grew even colder. He covered Li Cheng's eyes with his hand and slowly rose to his feet. The gang. They all deserve to die. Whether it be the Wild Wolf Gang or the Poison Snake Gang, they shall all perish. The boy gritted his teeth, retrieving a dagger from his sleeve, and then charged at the nearby members of the Poison Snake Gang. His speed was astonishing, rendering you unable to discern his movements. By the time you registered what was happening, you found yourself sprawled on the ground, a gash across your neck. Simultaneously, every member of the gambling den lay dead. The simulation concluded, and you received a notification. Having attained the 7th level of the acquired stage, would you like to inherit this power? Staring at the simulator's prompt, Lin Zhan felt as if his head would explode. What was happening? Li Cheng's child was incredibly formidable. He was barely 5 years old, yet so powerful to kill at the 7th and 8th levels of the acquired stage. That child must be at least at the congenital level. Lin Zhan could hardly fathom it. Moreover, he was Li Cheng's elder brother, his good friend. What on earth was that child thinking? Inherit. The power of the 7th level of the acquired stage surged within you. Lin Zhan grasped it instantaneously. Unlike before, this time he possessed a wealth of combat experience with the mountain-splitting fist, encompassing numerous lethal encounters. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhan forced himself to adapt to it all. Stretching his limbs, he stepped outside the small wooden hut. At the 7th level of the acquired stage, he was considered a notable figure within Langlang Mountain, given that the head of the gang was only at the 9th level of the acquired stage. One more level up, and he could claim the 4th seat of authority within the stronghold. This was a statement made by Zhao Yinfeng himself. Within Langlang Mountain, there were only a little over 1,000 bandits, most of whom were inept, with only the head of the gang at the 9th level. There were merely 2 others at the 8th level. After breaking through, Lin Zhan's physique transformed significantly. He was now a muscular man, embodying the very essence of strength. Observing the 2 ancient gentlemen nearby, one of them is the holy son of the kingdom of Shi, and my future brother-in-law, named Shi Yu. He appears to be around 20 years of age, with eyes like bright stars and a demeanor as graceful as a soaring dragon. Looking as though he has stepped out from the set of a historical drama. Today, he is clad in a white brocade robe, with a crimson long sword at his waist, shimmering with a luxurious brilliance. The other gentleman is the proprietor of the Changxin Tavern, named Yi. He hails from the distant feudal state of Yu, and as one of the 4 esteemed sons of his family, he manages 3 branches located in the kingdom of Shi. Much like the legendary archer who shot down 6 ferocious beasts and brought down the 9 demon sons 8 centuries ago, he is also a master marksman. The pavilion where I currently find myself is indeed the Changxin Tavern, the most prestigious establishment in the kingdom of Shi. It is located approximately 80 miles east of the capital, Luqing, standing solitary by the shores of a tranquil sea. Is this truly a journey through time? A smile involuntarily graces Yang Ge Yao's lips, nearly erupting into laughter. Who says that traversing time must be fraught with misery? My experience feels more akin to a delightful vacation. I have neither perished nor been jilted, nor have I suffered the destruction of my cultivation, rendered a mere shell incapable of growth. Instead, upon my arrival, it feels as though I have been invited to an exclusive gathering at a high-end venue. The life of a wealthy heir is indeed extraordinary. Even the topics of conversation seem elevated, not to mention the exquisite brocade garments, custom-made by the renowned tailor Mr. Ji Yun from Yangzhou. The spirit wine I am sipping is a limited edition, aged for 820 years. The chilled lilies served alongside are merely a few petals amidst a mountain of ice. In this era, the ancestors of refrigerators have yet to be born. One wonders how such ice could be procured on this sweltering summer day. Oh dear, where's my phone? Should I post a Weibo update? Perhaps share a moment on my social media? Just as Yang Ge Yao is lost in thought, the holy maiden Mo, she is startled by Yi's words. Mandala flower? A crucial ingredient for brewing Meng Po soup. How does he know this? She quickly retracts her delicate hands that were handling the mandala flower, her almond-shaped eyes widening as she gazes at the eerie white flower. Reflecting upon the intoxicating fragrance she had just inhaled, it truly feels like a moment suspended in time. Earlier, she perceived the enchanting white petals as delicate and innocent, brimming with endless thoughts. Yet now, they seem to exude a myriad of poisons and charms. Seeing her reaction, he promptly reassures her. However, there is no need for excessive concern. This flower merely alleviates sorrow and mends heartache. At that moment, Yang Ge Yao hears Ziki pose a question. I have heard a hermit say that all suffering in this world originates from reincarnation. What is your perspective on this? She finds herself puzzled. What connection could there be between reincarnation and suffering? Nevertheless, he appears to have anticipated Zeke's inquiry with confidence, and he replies slowly, "Look, over there swims a koi." As he speaks, his gaze drifts to the shimmering sea, deftly picking up a lily with his chopsticks. With a flick of his wrist, the lily petals transform into a sharp blade, slicing through the koi's abdomen in an instant. The koi writhes in agony, a faint crimson hue blooming behind it. Is it suffering because it resides in the tranquil sea? He questions. Wow, is his aim truly that precise? This rivals the skills of old Master Yang. Yang Ge Yao muses inwardly. Yet, upon hearing Shiryu's response, he feels a pang of inadequacy. I understand now. The source of its suffering lies in the lily you shot, like a blade. The agony of reincarnation is not the fault of reincarnation itself. Surprisingly, he seems dissatisfied with Shiryu's answer. His gaze shifts to a distant fish spirit. Yes, but also no. Look again. Another lily darts towards the fish spirit like lightning. The fish spirit, momentarily startled, swallows the lily eagerly and resumes its joyful swimming. Oh, the source of its suffering is not your blade-like lily, but rather its own weakness. Shiryu exclaims, his eyes sparkling with enlightenment. Yet, he seems to ponder further, furrowing his brow as he questions, but does only the strong deserve happiness? At this moment, Zeke suddenly waves his hand, tossing a golden maple leaf towards the fish spirit, laughing. It simply lacks the strength to claim its joy. Ha ha ha. Witnessing this, Yang Ge Yao's heart jolts in surprise. Wow. Discussing philosophy is one thing, but why throw gold? He intends to voice a protest, but it is too late. Zeke has already flung the golden leaf. Moments later, Yang Ge Yao's eyes widen in astonishment. The golden leaf, akin to a boomerang, arcs through the air and returns to Zeke's hand. Mo Shi, peering over, bursts into laughter, pointing at the jubilant fish spirit. Ha ha ha. Is it not still quite happy? Zeke's expression momentarily froze as he turned his head, inwardly cursing, damn it, didn't he at work? Did I miss? Since a single golden leaf could not resolve the issue, he decided to unleash a flurry. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he cast a dazzling stack of golden leaves into the air, cascading like a rain of pear blossoms, brilliant yet lethal. The carp spirit found itself utterly defenseless against this sudden golden tempest. In an instant, its body was riddled with numerous wounds, akin to a paper window pierced by a fine rain. Yang Ge Yao, witnessing the spectacle, could not help but murmur to himself, is this how the saying spending gold like dirt originated? However, as long as he could throw them and have them return, it mattered little. In response to Zeke's dramatic display, Gongzi commended, it appears that young Master Zeke has begun to grasp the threshold of the cycle of reincarnation. Yet, before Gongzi could finish his sentence, a chilling and thunderous voice interrupted, who dares to slay my grandson? The sudden outburst sent a shiver through the hearts of the young men present. Following the sound, they were astonished to discover that the voice emanated from a carp spirit, whose cultivation had reached the second tier, third level, equivalent to the third level of the mortal fairy realm among human cultivators. It was evident that it had attained the ability to speak. Zeke rose helplessly, a hint of disdain lacing his tone as he replied, so what if it is me? Is it not a natural law, an undeniable truth, that the human race has hunted fish since time immemorial? The carp spirit, upon hearing this, scrutinized the four individuals before him once more. Among them, 3 possessed merely the cultivation of the 9th level of chi refinement, while the other exuded no trace of spiritual energy, likely just an ordinary human. Having assessed their strength, the carp spirit felt a wave of relief wash over him. Haha, at last, I have the chance to savor the essence of a human cultivator once more. His voice now carried an urgency tinged with contempt. Indeed, the world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Whether your kind possesses the right to hunt my aquatic kin depends entirely on your strength and whether you can bear such ambition. With that, the carp spirit suddenly unleashed a barrage of bubbles infused with overwhelming primordial energy, shooting towards Zeke like arrows released from a bow. Is this the terrifying might of the mortal realm? Yang Ge Yao's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the terrifying force surging within those bubbles. His own meager spiritual energy, at the 7th level of chi refinement, felt utterly insignificant against such absolute power, akin to a mere grain of sand amidst the vast ocean. Even Zeke, boasting the 9th level of chi refinement, was dwarfed by this boundless strength. It seemed that a single strike could obliterate him entirely. This is it, the end. Have I just crossed over only to meet my demise? At that moment, an unprecedented sense of despair and helplessness surged within Yang Ge Yao, accompanied by a profound fear of death. Even Mo Shi, Shiryu, and Gongzi stood up in alarm, each drawing their weapons to lend Zeke their support. However, in the face of the oncoming torrent of energy bubbles, Zeke did not reach for his thunderblade, but instead smiled faintly, producing a gray-blue brick from his hand. He then suddenly moved, his hands flying in swift succession as he unleashed a flurry of bricks. These bricks cascaded forth like a chain of dominoes, striking fiercely as though fired from a Gatling gun, hurtling towards the bubbles. Although the initial few bricks were instantly obliterated upon contact, seemingly creating not even a ripple, Zeke's relentless barrage was overwhelming in its sheer quantity. In the blink of an eye, the series of bubbles launched by the carp spirit was completely annihilated by Zeke's assault, dissolving into a mist that gently descended into the microcosmic sea. The carp spirit was utterly unprepared for the ease with which this seemingly feeble human lord had countered its full-force attack. Consequently, it hastily conjured a barrier of primordial energy to shield itself and urgently released several bubbles as a defense. Yet, this proved utterly futile. Dozens of bricks broke through the bubbles, colliding with the carp spirit's forehead with a series of resounding thuds. Scales flew from its body, fish blood splattered. Stars danced before its eyes, and a cacophony erupted in its mind. At this moment, Zeke paused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he held a brick in his hand, weighing it thoughtfully, exuding an air of effortless mastery. The carp spirit, recalling the relentless barrage of bricks from moments prior, was gripped by waves of uncontainable fear. Yet, being a seasoned creature of the martial world, it disregarded its own pitiful state and feigned calmness as it solemnly declared, "Human, you possess the qualifications to be my opponent." "Oh, is that so?" The young man revealed a seemingly harmless smile, and with a grand gesture of his hand, the brick in his grasp flew forth like an arrow released from its bow, accompanied by a sharp whistle, striking fiercely at the carp spirit. Astonishingly, this brick possessed an infinite supply feature. As soon as one was thrown, another materialized in his hand, resembling a walking supplier of illegal constructions. It turned out that his storage ring contained a multitude of such weapons. Dazed by the blows, the carp spirit quickly activated its defiant skill, exclaiming, "We are all civilized cultivators here. Using a brick is rather unchivalrous, don't you think?" This isn't brawl. Upon hearing this, Ziqiao feigned a sudden realization, saying, "Oh, no bricks allowed, is it? Just as well, my unyielding eyes-closed grasp is specifically designed for fishing." With that, he stowed away the brick and brandished a fishing rod, effortlessly casting it forth. The terrifying composite hook shot forth with precision, piercing through the white gauzy curtain and snagging the carp spirit by its chin. Caught off guard, the carp spirit found itself hooked, yet it remained unfazed, letting out a series of mocking chuckles. "Ha, ha, ha. Is this all you've got? Do you think you can capture me?" As a seasoned old demon fish with countless years of life experience, it was an expert at escaping, having evaded hooks innumerable times before. It swiftly flicked its tail, adopting a graceful maneuver, swimming at high speed in an attempt to cleverly free itself from the hook. However, to its astonishment, the hook suddenly emitted a surge of electricity. Zzzt. A bolt of thunderous energy surged through the hook, jolting the carp spirit and transforming its once smooth movements into spasmodic, erratic twitches. This tremor proved disastrous. As the hook lodged itself deeply into its neck, Zeke passionately introduced, "Isn't it exhilarating? I merely exerted 1/10,000th of my strength. Would you care for an even greater thrill?" At that moment, the carp spirit let out a cold chuckle, swiftly channeling her demonic energy into the fishing hook, discreetly launching a surprise attack towards Zeke along the fishing line. The child noticed an unexpected surge of demonic energy emanating from the fishing rod, filling him with uncontainable joy. Hastily, he invoked the ancestral technique of transformation and return, gradually absorbing this enigmatic power while subtly siphoning the essence of the carp spirit through the rod. The carp spirit was taken aback, utterly bewildered. It was one thing to be ambushed, but how was its own power dissipating along the fishing line? Something was amiss. Today, it could not afford to continue the battle. With a sudden resolve, it exclaimed, "Ah, I just remembered. My wife is about to give birth to little fish today." With that, disregarding the hook's restraint, it swiftly twisted its form and vanished beneath the bloodied waters in an instant. ZK turned and brandished a gleaming silver chopstick, regretfully calling out, "Don't run away, my friend. Stay and play with us a little longer. Or perhaps, shall we give the Thunderblade a try? Here, each of us possesses countless delightful treasures. Are you leaving already?" Such an anticlimactic departure, utterly devoid of excitement. Unbeknownst to him, the carp spirit, while fleeing, silently scoffed within, "Play? Do you take me for a foolish old fish? To risk my life for the amusement of you, brilliant youths of the human race? I, an old fish, cannot defeat even one of you, let alone contend with your entire group. Haha, young Master ZK, your brick-like artifact is truly formidable. At this moment, young Master E laughed heartily, genuinely amazed. Mo Shi, hearing this, curled his lips into a smile and remarked, "What artifact? It is merely a stone, formed from the remnants after extracting the essence of food, compressed and condensed into a block. It lacks any semblance of the power of laws, simply a plain, unremarkable stone." Yang Ge Yao also mused inwardly, "Goodness, this brick has indeed remained a revered artifact for thousands of years, showing no signs of decline." ZK laughed heartily, draining a jug of divine liquor in one go, and boldly proclaimed, "See, I certainly haven't indulged without purpose. Everything has been put to good use. And I even managed to chase away a brazen carp spirit." Young Master E, intrigued, inquired, "The essence of food can be absorbed so thoroughly? Does that imply one can cultivate through consumption?" Shiryu chuckled, replying, "This fellow scarcely meditates. He truly relies on food to enhance his cultivation." Young Master E sighed enviously. How enviable. Cultivating merely through eating, and theoretically, one need not worry about gaining weight. He called out, "Bring forth 10 jugs of divine liquor, 10 platters of hairy crabs, 10 platters of steamed perch, and 10 platters of spiritual fruits for young Master ZK." Emoshi also laughed, adding, "In our former academy, countless girls cast admiring glances at him, not merely for his slight handsomeness, but because he can eat without gaining weight." Listening to their banter, Yang Ge Yao felt an overwhelming joy. How exhilarating it was. The son of the wealthiest man, lavishly spending, indulging daily, cultivating through consumption, possessing such extraordinary martial prowess, and accompanied by a stunning princess. It was the dream of every food lover, a life akin to that of a deity. At this thought, Yang Ge Yao found himself humming a cheerful tune. "The king summoned me to patrol the mountains. I envy neither the mandarin ducks nor the immortals." Chapter 3. A man's duty. As they chatted and laughed, they wielded their spiritual powers, swiftly restoring the slightly disheveled waterside pavilion to its former glory. Before long, the conversation naturally returned to the topic of reincarnation. Young Master E patiently explained, "Reincarnation transcends both joy and sorrow. There exists no intrinsic connection between the two. Joy and sorrow are merely personal experiences, the disparity between one's current reality and the ideal state of the heart. When the yang is dominant, joy prevails. When the yin is strong, sorrow arises. Excessive yin leads to suffering." Shiryu nodded in agreement, lost in contemplation. Emoshi gazed out at the vast micro-sea, expressing profound sentiments. Why must we pursue joy? In truth, a life filled only with joy can be rather dull. This sentiment resonated deeply with Shiryu and ZK. Life must be vibrant. Continuing in such a manner would indeed be uninteresting. Even young Master E could not help but lament, "Indeed, without the short, the long cannot exist. Without the small, the large cannot exist. Without suffering, joy holds no meaning. Is it not simply left to tedium?" Just then, a sudden distortion of space unleashed a low-frequency sound, interrupting their idle chatter. A heavy pressure descended, making it difficult for the young men to breathe. Following the sound, they beheld a group of figures soaring through the low sky, recklessly exuding their terrifying celestial aura, menacingly heading toward the capital of the Shur Kingdom, Lu City. Heavens, where did such a multitude of true celestial beings come from? 9 in total, Shiryu exclaimed in astonishment. It is important to note that in this era, following the disappearance of the sages and the recent reconstruction of the heavenly court, with merely a handful of the Luo Jingxian and Tai E Jingxian in seclusion, true celestial beings represented the pinnacle of power within the Xiahou dynasty. The Xiahou dynasty itself publicly acknowledged only 11 true celestial beings. Even among the core 12 nations, apart from the Shang nation, each possessed merely 1 or 2 true celestial beings. In the 96 vassal states, true celestial beings were as rare as stars at dawn. As for the over 1,000 subsidiary nations, true celestial beings, they were nearly non-existent. Even Shur Kingdom, the strongest among the 96 vassal states, had only 6 true celestial beings. How could 9 fearsome true celestial beings appear all at once? Young Master E did not gaze skyward, but instead focused on the spirit liquor in his hand, murmuring, "Cultivating fate without refining one's nature leads to a heavy aura." ZK furrowed his brow, gazing into the direction from which the so-called strongman approached, exclaiming, "Look, the smoke signals." The crowd turned their eyes to the source of the sound, witnessing two plumes of smoke rising ominously. This signified that two border cities had simultaneously acknowledged the approach of formidable foes and were igniting signals of alarm. An enemy assault. Shiryu reluctantly concluded. Our Shur kingdom has always been amicable, avoiding conflicts and plundering, engaging in fair trade. Who would dare to invade us? In light of this sudden attack, Emoshi inquired. Perplexed. Yet, no one could furnish Emoshi with a satisfactory answer. Return to El City. Shiryu commanded sharply, rising to his feet. He then cupped his hands in farewell to young Master Yi, stating, Young Master Yi, conversing with you has been akin to participating in a grand feast of wisdom. Enriching for us all. Once we have dealt with the impending threat, I shall certainly return to continue our unfinished discourse. For Shiryu and ZK, safeguarding the Shur kingdom, the Shur tribe, and the Shur clan members was their inherent duty as noble science. Even though the three of them were merely at the 9th level of chi refinement and utterly incapable of contending with a multitude of true immortal realm powerhouses, they felt compelled to step forward. Yang Ge Yao could not help but grumble inwardly. What inherent duty? I have just traversed here, yet to savor the privileges of a noble young master, and now I am expected to engage in battle? Is this some form of jest? However, young master Yi had already begun bidding farewell to the saint's son Shiryu, rising to return the gesture with, the arrival is ominous. Take care, brother Yu. ZK, Shiryu, and Emoshi hastily departed from the Zen Heart Tavern, galloping towards the nearest official road. In the distance, a multitude of chariots approached, overwhelming the horizon. The earth trembled, dust billowed, voices clamored, and the sounds of horses echoed. It appeared that behind a formidable group of true immortal realm warriors, a powerful army followed closely behind. Judging by the banners, it was none other than the elite left wing of the Zhuge Legion, the vanguard of the Xiahou clan stationed at the southern borders, commonly referred to as the Keizhou army. Today, the Keizhou army advanced with approximately 800 chariots, with around 20% of the soldiers possessing the cultivation of the mortal-immortal realm, showcasing formidable combat prowess. Additionally, around 200 elite chariots bearing the insignia of the Yurong clan's capital army joined their ranks. In total, there were 1,000 chariots. This number far surpassed the collective military strength of ordinary vassal states. A nation of 1,000 chariots is a term reserved for the few illustrious major lordships that shine like morning stars. Moreover, this enemy force was led personally by General Wu Chao, a formidable warrior of the true immortal realm, first level, from the Zhuge Legion, an alliance of the Xiahou and Yurong clans. It was estimated to comprise 1,000 chariots. ZK and Shiryu could not help but gasp in astonishment. The overwhelming pressure was akin to a mountain pressing down. It seemed that no tribe in this world could rival it. However, Emoshi's perspective diverged from that of ZK and Shiryu. She gazed at the civilians near the official road, tears brimming in her eyes. What a bunch of inhuman beasts! She exclaimed, filled with indignation. The lives of ordinary people are lives too. This army treats the common folk as mere weeds by the roadside. Before them, the civilians suffered horrifically. Some were trampled by war chariots, reduced to mere pulp. Others were cleaved in two by the sharp blades extending from the wheels. Still others were mercilessly dismembered by enemy soldiers, their limbs falling to the ground even before the blood could settle, all mingling with the swirling dust. They could only cry out in despair, their cries eventually stripped away, leaving them voiceless. Shiryu's expression hardened as he called to ZK and Emoshi, Hurry, follow me, let's flank them. This was a tactic they had long mastered, launching a surprise attack on the infantry trailing behind the chariots, which could swiftly diminish the enemy's fighting force. Though they were but 3, they could still achieve significant results while simultaneously undermining the enemy's morale. They spurred their horses onward, retreating to a small slope. I shall show you the consequences of your arrogance. Emoshi seethed with hatred, suddenly turning around, nocking an arrow. With a piercing whistle, the arrow found its mark, striking the mouth of a horse pulling a cart. The horse reared, letting out a mournful neigh and roar before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a thick cloud of dust that engulfed several soldiers who were thrown off balance by the fallen beast. What are you doing? Why the rush? Shiryu shouted anxiously. The 3 of them, isolated, were ill-suited to draw the enemy's attention in front of the vast army. It was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, a futile endeavor. As expected, a rain of arrows soon descended upon them. Fortunately, ZK and the others were prepared, drawing their swords and wielding their blades to deflect the incoming projectiles. Another volley of arrows rained down, but the trio, mounted on their exceptional steeds, had already vanished behind the small hillock quietly maneuvering towards the rear of the chariot formation. Where are the infantry? Shiryu was the first to notice the anomaly. They are not following the conventional strategy. Zeke sensed an unusual atmosphere. Typically, an army consists of assault vehicles at the front, followed by infantry, working in unison. However, this invading enemy force comprised solely of war chariots, devoid of foot soldiers. Their assault capabilities and speed were evidently enhanced, yet the preceding rain of arrows would be diminished, and their ability to withstand impacts also weakened, along with their effectiveness in securing territory after victories. Was their sole aim to augment the intensity and speed of their assault while enhancing maneuverability for flanking attacks and reinforcements? Were they disregarding defense and occupation? Yet, is war not fundamentally about the struggle for land? If occupation is not the goal, then what purpose does the conflict serve? Is it merely for the sake of pillaging? Unheard of. Emoshi furrowed her delicate brows and exclaimed anxiously, "We cannot attack these chariots. The dust raised is too thick. Although my eyes can pierce the night, they cannot penetrate this cloud of dust. Relying solely on my single bow and blind shots will yield no effect." While the absence of infantry following the chariots diminished their defensive capabilities, it necessitated attacks with long weapons such as spears and halberds, or long-range lethal weaponry like barges of arrows or rolling logs. Shiryu had initially planned to flank from the side, not only to scout the enemy's situation but also to exploit their advantage of riding exceptional steeds to slay some enemy foot soldiers, thereby eliminating a portion of the enemy's fighting force and striking a blow to their morale. Now, however, the opportunity had vanished. They would have to follow quietly, observing the situation and waiting for a chance to act. Thus, the three of them stealthily trailed this army from a distance. Soon, they arrived at the wilderness outside the western gate of El City. Upon entering the open land, the enemy began to busy themselves with formation, creating a cacophony. The trio swiftly concealed themselves within a nearby verdant grove, cleverly hidden, prepared to choose the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack from the flank. At that moment, a voice imbued with mysterious power echoed from afar. Though not loud, it carried an energy that resonated across the surroundings, sending a chill down Zeke's spine. It was the voice of Zhao Yang, the trusted minister of the Xiahou dynasty. "May the omnipotent sun god bless every innocent member of the Shi clan. They shall remain unharmed. All that is needed is to offer Mo-Shi to the esteemed Emperor Xiajia, ensuring the safety of our kin." What? Despicable. Yang Ge Yao and Zeke cursed in unison. This roundabout declaration, upon first hearing, appeared quite melodious. Yet its true intent was to offer his fiancée, Mo-Shi, to Xiajia, the fallen monarch of the Xia dynasty. Even more infuriating was the fact that he used the safety of innocent citizens of the Shi nation as a bargaining chip for coercion. Typically calm and composed, Zeke felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping in his mind, a tumultuous roar echoing within him, igniting an unnamed fury that made him forget the circumstances at hand. To protect a woman is a man's sacred duty. Damn it, if one cannot even safeguard his own woman, can he still call himself a man? In Zeke's heart, a tempest brewed. He unsheathed the thunderclap blade and, with a swift jab to the horse's belly, prepared to charge forth and confront the scoundrels attempting to abduct his beloved. Yang Ge Yao, desperate to restrain Zeke, found himself powerless, as though he were a mere specter. What manner of transmigration is this? Why do I feel so constrained? How am I to navigate this predicament? In a fit of exasperation, Yang Ge Yao echoed the cries of protagonists in web novels, mentally shouting, "System! System! Where the hell are you? If you don't show up soon, I shall meet my doom." Yet, silence enveloped him, save for the raucous clamor of the enemy forces beyond the thicket. Was there truly no system to assist him? Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Emoshi seized Zeke's arm, urging him, "Zeke, do not act rashly. We are but three, hidden here, and our strength is feeble. If the enemy discovers us, it would spell our end." "Hush!" Shiryu furrowed his brow, signaling for silence, and whispered, "In battle, one must strike with both righteousness and cunning. We must await the opportune moment to secure victory against the odds." At that moment, a familiar yet commanding voice resonated through the air, infused with profound energy. "Today, the forces of the Xiahou clan press upon us. We need only deliver the holy maiden to the palace for her consecration, and we can avert the peril threatening our nation of Yuzhur, safeguarding our ancestral temple and the lives of our 800,000 citizens. What weighs heavier, the lives of our people or our pride? I implore the monarch to deliberate carefully." This voice belonged to the Grand Priest of Yuzhur, Elder Shirgu. Emoshi's eyes widened in fury, her silver teeth clenched, and through gritted lips, she spat 10 words. This scoundrel is nothing but a coward. Witnessing this, Yang Ge Yao felt a tumult of emotions, his head pounding, a chill creeping up from his core. He understood well that fortresses are often breached from within. The Grand Priest, second only to the monarch in Yushu, was contemplating surrender. This undoubtedly exacerbated their already dire situation. Having just lost his beloved girlfriend in his former life, he now faced the imminent threat of losing his fiancée in this era of the Xia dynasty. How was he to protect his cherished one amidst such chaos? The harshness of reality was suffocating, a source of despair. In this unfavorable climate, with a pronounced disparity in power, even if they were to exhaust all their strength and fight valiantly, it was uncertain they could carve a path to survival, let alone ensure Emoshi's safety. Moreover, the cold words of history loomed over him like a curse. In the past, Xiajia attacked Yushu. Yushu was defeated, and the maiden Emoshi was offered in a plea for peace. Most despised was the label given to Emoshi in history, the greatest femme fatale through the ages. Yet, according to Zeke's recollections, this beauty, though a tad willful before him, was wise, kind-hearted, strong, and independent, intent solely on becoming a righteous heroine. How could she possibly be deemed a harbinger of disaster? If there were to be any blame, it lay with Xiao Liang and his wretched offspring, Zhao Duo. Last year, at the academy, they failed to seize Mo Shi, and now they dared to come on behalf of Xiajia to claim her? The twisted logic of this father-son duo was beyond the comprehension of both Zeke and Yang Ge Yao. The true culprits were never the beautiful maidens, but rather the greedy beasts who sought to possess them. Alas, if he could not alter the course of history, it seemed he would soon be compelled to inscribe it with his own blood. And then, like a crimson wave, he would swiftly be submerged within the endless river of time. Chapter 4. The Battle of Luqing. Zhao Liang's rhetoric to grasp the full scope of the Battle of Luqing. One must adopt a divine perspective. Time rewinds to a mere incense stick burn ago. At the foot of Mount Ming, the capital city of Yushu, Luqing, stood proud. Atop the city walls, the chieftain of the Shi clan, along with the monarch Shi Luo, confronted 9 invading foes amidst the clouds. Flanked by 4 formidable beings of the true immortal realm, Shi Luo exuded the aura of a peak second-level true immortal, embodying the essence of fire, his stature regal, visage resolute, and presence imposing. Among the invaders, the leader was named Zhao Liang, a trusted minister of the Xiahou clan. A man of immense power and a third-level true immortal, infamous throughout history as the greatest traitor. He hailed from the Guifang nation, with hair of gold and eyes of green, often referring to himself as the Grateful Lion, for in the tongue of Guifang, Zhao Liang translates to Grateful Lion. Lord Zhao, you come today with great fervor. Might I inquire as to your intentions? Shi Luo broke the silence with a tone that was neither subservient nor confrontational. Zhao Liang refrained from divulging his true motives directly, instead adopting a congenial fade, stating, Lord Shi, my friend, the emperor has been awaiting your tribute. Why has it not yet been delivered? Shi Luo's brow furrowed with worry as he explained, this year has seen a severe drought compounded by locust plagues, rendering much of the Shi clan's land fallow. I have already informed Lord Guanlongtang of the situation, and we intend to repay the tribute over 3 years following a bountiful harvest. I implore your understanding, Lord Zhao. Oh, no. Zhao Liang's countenance darkened as he retorted, it is well known that Yushu possesses Elder Fei Hua, who is adept in irrigation magic. While others may suffer from drought, it is impossible for Yushu. Had Zhao Liang discerned their scheme? Shi Luo pondered anxiously. In truth, Yushu had indeed conspired with their ally, the Shangfang nation, to pause their tribute under the pretext of the drought, hoping to gauge the reactions of the Xiahou clan and other nations. Shi Luo, inwardly frantic, maintained an exterior of calm and restraint, arguing logically, irrigation requires water, and last year, the Long River and the Border River ran dry. I urge you to see reason. My lord. Seizing upon Shi Luo's defensive position regarding the tribute, Zhao Liang swiftly pivoted the conversation, pressing on with his true agenda. You are evading the issue. Beyond the tribute, you have been dishonest regarding last year's selection of a consort, deliberately concealing the truth. Shi Luo, alarmed, protested, how could I dare to conceal anything? I ask you, my lord, to see through this. A simple rhetorical maneuver bore fruit, and Zhao Liang smirked. I am already aware that the most beautiful woman in Yushu is none other than Mo Shi. Pray tell, why was she not chosen for the palace? Oh, you refer to my daughter, Mo Shi. Surely, you are aware of her headstrong nature. She shuns traditional female pursuits and is already betrothed. Even your son received a slap from her last year. It would be unwise to send her, lest we disturb the emperor's harem. Zhao Liang raised both hands, his voice laced with indignation as he mocked and threatened. Ah, what a splendid display of sophistry. You dare to disrespect the emperor. Do you not understand that serving the emperor is the utmost honor for Emoshi, and indeed for the Shi clan? I warn you, you must deliver Emoshi today, or I shall annihilate your ignorant tribe with the ease of squashing an ant. Shi Luo, his rage boiling, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Liang, struggling to force out the words, You are resorting to forceful seizure. Sensing Shi Luo's growing agitation, Zhao Liang deftly shifted his tone, employing his well-honed persuasive skills, speaking with an emotionally charged voice. But, dear Shi, my friend, you could attain unparalleled glory, becoming the grand preceptor of the realm, a position coveted by many. Of course, this assumes that Emoshi becomes the empress. My daughter is already betrothed. Such a thing is utterly impossible. Shi Luo, after all, is Shi Boho. He swiftly regained his composure and rhythm, resolutely declining the proposition. Zhao Liang immediately retracted his coaxing demeanor, adopting a stern expression and coldly laying down his ultimatum. If you do not willingly hand over Emoshi, you will face the consequences. I shall take with me the taxes owed, 10,000 pickles of rice, 10,000 pounds of shell currency, and 1,000 pounds of sea salt. Additionally, the dowry must be provided, 1,000 bolts of silk and 1,000 able-bodied men. Shi Luo, however, remained silent, directing a gaze as frosty as flame straight at Zhao Liang. The negotiations had clearly reached an impasse. This matter was not meant to be settled amicably unless Shi Luo were to prove himself a coward. If Shi Luo truly were a coward, how could the state of Shi possibly stand as the foremost power among the 96 feudal states? Zhao Liang felt a chill run through him under Shi Luo's penetrating stare, and he quickly inhaled deeply, his aura surging ominously as he coldly threatened, Will you surrender Emoshi and deliver the taxes voluntarily? Or shall I slaughter you like ants and come to claim them myself? At that moment, the ground of El City trembled slightly, a cloud of dust rising under the distant sky, heralding an overwhelming presence. Zhao Liang had finally received his bargaining chip, his confidence bolstered by the arrival of an army emerging from the far horizon. This was no ordinary foe. Nearly 20% of the soldiers bore the aura of the transcendent realm. It was a coalition of the Kaizwa army and the Yuren clan's capital forces, led by General Wu Chao of the Xiaohou clan's Zhuke Brigade, a formidable figure of the first rank in the true immortal realm. Clearly, the enemy had come prepared, intent on leveraging their overwhelming advantage to seize Mo Shi, the betrothed of ZK, the daughter of Shi Luo, and the saintess of the state of Shi without bloodshed. Zhao Liang was not a grateful lion. He had always been a cunning strategist, unwilling to engage in ventures lacking certainty, perhaps feeling the pressure from General Wu Chao's presence. An elder of the true immortal realm beside Shi Luo quietly transmitted a message. Your Grace, it seems the demands of Lord Shi Liang are not excessive. We can tighten our belts and comply, even if it means enduring a few years of hardship. The key is Mo Shi. If you agree to send the saintess to the palace, you can avert the great calamity facing the Shi clan today. This elder, spirited yet lean, bore several prominent wrinkles on his face and leaned on a dark blue divine staff. He was Shi Gu, the chief elder and chief priest of the Shi clan. Shi Luo said nothing, but his expression hardened as he coldly glared at Shi Gu. Seeing this, Shi Gu quickly donned a sycophantic smile and trembled as he whispered, Perhaps we could even negotiate a bride price. Shi Luo finally responded coolly, How does the elder know that today is not an opportunity for the Shi clan, but rather a great calamity? If Elder Zixio had not brought the Flame Army to rescue Brother Zhua, today would truly be a monumental opportunity. Elder Shi Gu expressed his concerns. Without Elder Zixio and the Flame Army, we cannot withstand the enemy. Yet at that moment, Zhao Liang could no longer contain his impatience. Shi Luo, I shall grant you 1 incense stick's worth of time to contemplate. He then amplified his voice with mystic energy, proclaiming loudly, May the sun god bless every innocent member of the Shi clan. They shall be spared from disaster. Simply present Mo Shi to the esteemed emperor of humanity, and you can ensure the safety of your kin. His voice echoed for dozens of miles, releasing a mighty pressure that instilled fear in those below the transcendent realm, causing commoners and slaves alike to tremble. Zhao Liang's intentions were truly vile. He sought to undermine the fighting spirit of the Shi clan's army and people while shifting all blame onto Mo Shi and Shi Luo, portraying them as the true culprits behind impending suffering, thus diverting attention from the greedy tyrant Xia Jie and his sycophant Zhao Liang. Seeing the face of Chief Elder Shi Gu pale, as if he had swallowed a weight, Shi Gu anxiously knelt on one knee, his voice similarly imbued with mystic energy as he clasped his hands to Shi Luo, imploring, "Today, with the Xiahou army at our doorstep, we need only send the saintess to the palace for her consecration to avert the peril facing our state, preserving our ancestral temples and safeguarding the lives of our 800,000 clansmen. Which is of greater importance? I urge you to reflect deeply." Another elder of the Shi clan followed suit, kneeling and using his mystic voice to counsel, "Leader, we must not strike at a stone with an egg. I implore you to reconsider your actions." This speaker was Shi Xie, the core elder responsible for the clan's criminal justice, a figure of the first rank in the true immortal realm. In the nearby grove, Emoshi silently seethed, cursing, "What a cowardly creature." Shi Luo shot a cold glare at these two brothers, appalled that they would attempt to manipulate public sentiment to coerce him at such a critical moment. After this battle, they would surely be dealt with appropriately for their betrayal. At this juncture, Zhao Liang nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips as he stroked his inch-long curls, inwardly expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Shepherd God. Thank you, God of Gods. Thank you for invigorating spirits." These two have complemented each other splendidly. As Shi Gu and Shi Xie fervently promoted the idea of surrender, a valiant middle-aged general of the true immortal realm, Shi Qi, cast a disdainful glance at Shi Gu and Shi Xie, coldly mocking, "I believe the issue is not that the enemy is too formidable, but rather that you two have chosen the wrong names." "You." Shi Gu and Shi Xie simultaneously pointed at Shi Qi, eager to retort. However, faced with the general's piercing gaze, they dared not voice their thoughts. This was hardly the court. It was akin to the battlefield, where General Shi Qi wielded the power of life and death. Moreover, he was a true brother of the nation's ruler, sharing the same mother and father. Given Shi Luo's usual approach, any conflict at this moment would surely be detrimental to him. Ignoring the two, General Shi Qi slightly turned, surveying the assembly of Shi clan warriors, and, empowered by mystic energy, proclaimed loudly, "The tyrant Xiahou is depraved and ignorant, misrepresenting the heavens and imposing commands upon the people. They extort and oppress, plunging the populace into despair. The Shi clan is to the Xiahou as weeds among crops, as offerings upon an altar, as livestock upon a pasture. The Xiahou has never regarded us as human. Now they seek to plunder our wealth and abduct our saintess. This is intolerable. I, Shi Qi, would rather die standing than live kneeling." He then clenched his fists, raising his right hand high, shouting, "Down with the tyrant. Defend the state of Shi." The Tiansu army, just emerging from the city to form ranks, was the first to respond to General Shi Qi's rallying cry, their voices rising in unison, shaking the heavens. "Down with the tyrant. Defend the state of Shi. Down with the tyrant. Defend the state of Shi. Down with the tyrant. Defend the state of Shi." The general's sentiments resonated with them, igniting a fervor in ZK, who felt the urge to join the chorus. However, he refrained, for the three of them were currently concealed in a grove behind the Keizuo army. Hearing the rousing battle cry, Yang Ge Yao felt his spirits lift slightly. With General Shi Qi present, perhaps there was still hope to protect his betrothed from a past life. "What nonsense!" Zhao Liang scoffed coldly. "Why won't these rabble kneel and surrender?" He truly did not anticipate that the treacherous rhetoric he had pondered for so long would be effortlessly dispelled by this fellow in just a few brief words. Thus, he had no choice but to take action. "Let it not be said that I lack compassion. It is you who seek your own demise." Originally, he esteemed peace and opposed violence, harboring no desire to instigate war. His plan was to conquer without battle, to compel submission without bloodshed. Alas, there was no other way. The people of Shi were far too belligerent, insistent on provoking war. Observing his own side, which enjoyed overwhelming superiority, Zhao Liang wore a proud expression, brimming with confidence. In the celestial realm, his faction was led by 7 true immortals, including himself, a formidable being of the 3rd realm. The other 2 were actually peak cultivators of the 9th realm of the mortal immortals. They could not employ earth escape techniques and had been brought along by the strength of others, merely to enhance his display of power. Haha, this is the essence of warfare. It is a realm of deception. Thus, one must appear incapable when one is capable, and draw close only to create distance. On the opposing side, the Shi faction was led by a peak cultivator of the 2nd realm, with only 5 true immortals in total. On the ground, Zhao Liang commanded 1,000 chariots led by a true immortal of the 1st realm, with 20% of the soldiers having attained the cultivation of the mortal immortals. In contrast, the Shi faction had only 500 chariots, led by a 9th realm mortal immortal, with most soldiers merely at the Qi refining stage. Zhao Liang confidently raised his right hand, preparing to issue the command to attack. However, unexpectedly, the earth quaked, and a haze of dust rose rapidly as the sounds of human shouts and hoarse whinnies surged from all directions. What is happening? Zhao Liang gently withdrew his hand, which was poised to give the order, and focused intently on the astonishing scene before him. The copper-armored army, the Taiyuan army, the Ebony army, and the Mengshi army had all arrived late to assist the king. The Lian clan's Divine Wind army awaited the orders of Lord Shi. In the blink of an eye, 5 armies had converged. Over 2,000 chariots and approximately 50,000 troops surrounded Zhao Liang's mere 1,000 chariots and 3,000 soldiers in the wilderness west of El City. By the heavens, could this be a trap? Zhao Liang could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. After painstakingly devising a swift, lightning-fast blitzkrieg strategy that forsook infantry to catch the Shi nation off guard, how could the reinforcement armies arrive so rapidly before the battle even commenced? This blitzkrieg had inexplicably transformed into a mushroom war. Who could he hold accountable for this? Thus, the situation had taken a dramatic turn. Yang Ge Yao finally calmed his anxious heart. At this moment, a surge of confidence arose within Shi Luo, aside from the strength already displayed. He had 2 hidden trump cards. One was his concealed power, bolstered by a top-tier postnatal artifact bestowed by his master. The second was that the Blazing Flame army had not entirely vacated the Shi nation, but had concealed a force within a small city. Shi Luo had long suspected that there were traitors within the tribe, hence he always held back a hand. This was both a precaution and a carefully laid plan, to lure out the hidden enemy and capture them in a trap. If he could annihilate this Xiahou clan army today and eliminate the true immortals who would dare to rival the Shi clan, save for their staunch ally, the Shangfang nation, the world might as well adopt the surname Shi, the Shi Hou clan kingdom. With this thought, Shi Luo could not help but laugh heartily and issued the command to attack. General Shi Qi, heed my order. I command you to lead all troops and annihilate the invading enemy. A half-resplendent, mystical Qilin soldier talisman appeared in Shi Luo's hand. Shi Qi half-knelt to receive the talisman, which instantly fused with the other half he held. Elder Shi Gu, heed my command. I will confront Zhao Liang, and you shall lead the elders to engage the remaining true immortals of the enemy. Zhao Liang, since you are devoid of virtue and righteousness, I have no choice but to fight to the death today. As he spoke, Shi Luo's aura surged violently, instantly erupting with the might of a peak true immortal of the third realm. Simultaneously, a bronze cauldron manifested above his right shoulder, an exceptional postnatal artifact known as the Grand Agricultural God Cauldron. It could suppress and refine all beings beneath the Daluo Golden Immortal, including various celestial demons and monsters. It also served as a tool for breaking formations and a defensive artifact. As the situation drastically reversed, Xianyuan Heng and other true immortals of the Xiahou clan felt a wave of retreat wash over them. Was it not agreed that they would simply come to bolster morale, to play the role of bystanders? Had the script been switched? How had this turned into a matter of life and death? Consequently, Xianyuan Heng and others began to communicate with Zhao Liang telepathically. Lord Zhao, perhaps we should discuss this further? Lord Zhao, if we can resolve this at the negotiation table, let us refrain from resorting to force, for we are all brothers of the human race. Dialogue and negotiation are also means to resolve issues, so please consider this carefully. Zhao Liang looked at these inept allies, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. Good heavens, your change of heart is swifter than turning a page. Had they not all shouted let's do it before arriving? Why were they now quaking at the sight of the enemy? Yet, he himself had also experienced moments of wanting to retreat. Not only had Shi Luo summoned so many troops, but the old fellow had also concealed his power. The situation had indeed become somewhat precarious. With a sovereign emerging from the Bronze Realm, who could maintain a calm demeanor? Would Zhao Liang, faced with this reversal of fortune, show weakness, change his stance, or even grovel? Yang Ge Yao mused. If that were the case, a fierce clash would merely transform into a facade of false peace for Zhao Liang, akin to certain nations that feign negotiations to buy time, preparing for war, only to strike back unexpectedly. Chapter 5. The Battle of El City. The great conflict begins, however. Zhao Liang was not the ordinary petty man or common sycophant that Yang Ge Yao imagined. He cast a fierce glare at his subordinates, his gaze sharp as a blade, instantly instilling terror in Xianyuan Heng and the others, who collectively shrank back like turtles, no longer daring to utter a sound. Then, to bolster his side's morale, Zhao Liang forcefully unleashed the classic villainous three-part laugh. Ha! With such meager strength, you dare to act against the tide. To strike a stone with an egg, this is simply courting death. As he spoke, a battle spear materialized in his hand, accompanied by the sound of tearing space as he slashed toward Shiluo. Simultaneously, he shouted, Xinyuan Hong, stop playing dead. Come here, and let us take down this old rascal together. Naturally, Zhao Liang did not dare to overreach, adhering to any notions of chivalry. He was prepared to crush the Shi nation, aiming for a risk-free capture of the elusive Mo Shi, rather than a life-or-death struggle. Clang! A sound of clashing metal echoed as a purplish-golden spear arched over the head of Shiluo, thwarting the forceful strike from Zhao Liang. Three formidable beings from the realm of true immortals engaged in a fierce battle amidst the clouds. Fiery dragons danced, and tempestuous winds howled, sending ripples of profound energy across a radius of 100 feet. The clouds turned crimson, scorched, and shattered by the onslaught. Thus, the stage for a grand conflict was set. The Grand Elder, taken aback by Shiluo's profound concealment, reflected on the countless thoughts racing through his mind, realizing he had been oblivious despite their close companionship. Yet, he couldn't help but admire the remarkable strategy that had swiftly tipped the scales of victory. However, there was no time for contemplation as Shirgu bellowed, charging towards General Ganshin of the Summer After clan. In his grasp, an azure staff radiated divine light, revealing itself as a top-tier artifact of the postnatal realm. Ganshin, wary of the threat, promptly summoned Elder Yin Zheng and Elder Simi to join the fray. Meanwhile, the remaining three true immortal elders from the Summer After clan, Elder Si Yang, Elder Si Quan, and Elder Si Miao, initiated their assaults against Elders Shi Xie, Shi Qi, and Fei Hua. The two remaining elders of the Summer After clan, stripped of their protective forces, could no longer linger in the clouds. Yet, accustomed to such circumstances, they raised their hands, their sleeves catching the wind, gliding gracefully towards the ground. The five true immortal warriors of the Shirgu clan were filled with fervor and formidable strength. Lord Shiluo faced two adversaries, empowered by the divine cauldron, gaining the upper hand, leaving Zhao Liang and his companion in disarray. Elder Shirgu, also confronting two foes with his sacred staff, engaged in a fierce exchange, evenly matched. Elder Shi Xie, wielding a mid-grade artifact, forced Elder Si Yang into a purely defensive stance, unable to retaliate. Meanwhile, Elder Fei Hua unleashed a swirling lotus, shredding the myriad seedlings cast by Elder Si Miao into fragments. This rotating lotus summoned a tempest, directing the remnants towards a descending elder of the Summer After clan, transforming the shards into piercing blades that riddled him with wounds, sending him plummeting to the earth like a severed kite amidst a rain of blood. General Shi Qi, with eyes aflame with determination, multitasked effortlessly. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, a string of spirit swords surged forth, streaking across the sky like shooting stars. One sword, swift as lightning, aimed directly for an unsuspecting elder's back. By the time the elder sensed the lethal strike, the sword had already pierced through him, blood gushing forth, extinguishing his life in an instant. The remaining 6 swords coiled around Elder Si Quan like silver dragons, launching a relentless 5-pronged assault, leaving him with no room to maneuver. Elder Si Quan, his face taut with concentration, struggled to defend himself, retreating under the relentless onslaught, powerless to counterattack. Elder Shi Qi's mental acuity remained unshaken, allowing him to maintain focus on the battlefield below. From his elevated vantage point, he surveyed the entire arena, exuding a calm and resolute demeanor. His spear became a beacon of communication, issuing various commands to the ground troops, who sprang into action, each fulfilling their roles to prepare for a decisive strike against the enemy. Sound the drums. With a commanding voice, Shi Qi's order resonated like thunder across the battlefield. Archers, prepare, fire. At his command, the archers swiftly readied their bows, releasing a torrent of arrows that descended upon the battlefield like a torrential downpour, overwhelming the soldiers of the Kaizwa army, impaling their shields as if they were mere hedgehogs. In an instant, dozens of soldiers from the Kaizwa army were struck down beneath their chariots. Several steeds, lacking protective armor, fell with a thunderous crash as arrows struck their legs or throats. Deploy the copper-armored chariots. Advance. With yet another command from General Shi Qi, the copper-armored chariots surged forward like a dark blue tide, their warriors clad in bronze armor, brandishing long spears, fearlessly braving the rain of arrows as they charged ahead. With a resounding crash, they collided with the Kaizwa army's formation, toppling soldiers and scattering chariots asunder. In a single charge, they nearly breached the forefront of the Kaizwa army's formation. General Wu Chao, witnessing this, realized the copper-armored cavalry was protected by bronze armor on their chests, knees, and legs, even blindfolded during their charge. The joints of their chariots were reinforced with bronze plates, explaining their reckless ferocity that could dismantle their own chariots. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. General Wu Chao swiftly commanded his front lines to rein in the startled steeds and disperse the entangled chariots. Fortunately, General Wu Chao, a seasoned warrior, promptly reorganized his formation, withstanding the copper-armored cavalry's initial onslaught. He made a decisive choice, swiftly concentrating his central and rear forces to launch rapid counterattacks on both flanks, effectively safeguarding the front lines. Thus, the Alliance of the Summer After clan restructured into three formidable formations, left, center, and right, resembling two leopards guarding a dragon, each exuding an unparalleled aura of strength. The flanking formations moved with the agility of cheetahs, persistently harrying the Shirgu forces while tightly guarding the central army's sides against ambushes. The center, initially the front lines, surged forth like a dragon breaking the surface of water, erupting with immense vigor. After withstanding the copper-armored cavalry's initial charge, they seized the opportunity to strike at the Tiansu army's relatively weaker formation with relentless ferocity. Meanwhile, concealed within a thicket, Shiryu keenly discerned the opportune moment for their trio to strike at the rear of the Summer After army's flank, disrupting their formation. Success would cause a chain reaction, leading to the collapse of the entire army structure, thereby maximizing their chances for victory. Resolutely, Shiryu signaled to ZK and Mo Shi, indicating a coordinated strike on the Summer After left flank. His gesture was swift and powerful, embodying an inexhaustible force, as if a mere wave of his hand could cleave the enemy asunder. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, both ZK and Mo Shi instantly grasped the situation. Mo Shi, in particular, her eyes ablaze with fury, immediately spurred her steed towards a nearby earthen mound, drawing her bow and joining the fray. At this moment, ZK, having regained his composure, refrained from immediate action. Instead, he adhered to the tactical maneuvers they had rehearsed, temporarily taking position beside Mo Shi on the mound. His priority was to protect her and capitalize on the opportunity to slay several foes drawn in by Mo Shi's presence before coordinating an assault alongside Shiryu. Given the nature of archers, who excel in ranged combat while maintaining a tactical retreat, engaging in close quarters would likely lead to their demise. Moreover, the lethal efficiency of archers and their significant role in shielding their allies from onrushing enemies made it highly probable that the opposing forces would dispatch small contingents to target Mo Shi. At this juncture, Shiryu brandished his golden Qishao sword, charging forth like a bolt of lightning towards the enemy's rear. Several arrows, swiftly launched, crumbled into mere twigs against the razor-sharp blade of the Qishao. Upon contact with the sword's edge, they shattered cleanly, their severed ends polished to a mirror finish, showcasing the unparalleled sharpness of the weapon. In the blink of an eye, Shiryu approached the rear of a war chariot. With a steely gaze, he swung his sword with ferocity, and in a swift motion, a head soared into the air, blood spraying forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding air crimson. Before the fallen soldier's body could even touch the ground, Shiryu had already galloped past, pressing on towards his next target. The glimmer of his sword flashed as he moved with unmatched agility, cutting through the enemy ranks like a frigid glare, swiftly reaping lives. Not only did the soldiers of the refining Qi realm fall like mere insects, but even the sergeants of the mortal-immortal realm were effortlessly dispatched, as if they were mere vegetables beneath the unmatched brilliance of his Qishao sword. Suddenly, a centurion took note of Shiryu, bellowing commands to the nearby chariots, instructing them to encircle and eliminate him. However, this centurion soon lost his ability to command as Mo Shi's arrow, swift as lightning, pierced his throat. Under Mo Shi's precise cover, the enemy could not muster even a single effective counterattack. After all, Shiryu bore no armor. Should a blow land upon him, he would not emerge unscathed. This brother-in-law was indeed valiant, treating the battlefield as if it were a training ground. The breathtaking beauty, his newly acquired fiancée, was equally formidable, showcasing exceptional archery skills. Yang Ge Yao couldn't help but admire silently, pondering the future disputes. If she were to become enraged, he might very well become a porcupine. Yet, the leader of the Summer Ho clan's Vermilion Bird Legion, General Wu Chao, could hardly focus on countering Shiryu and the other's onslaught. 3 arrows had already lodged themselves in his throat and chest. These arrows had come silently, catching him unawares as he was preoccupied with directing his troops. It was only when the arrow fletching danced before his eyes that he realized he had been struck. The sound of the bowstring, both dull and resoundingly loud, reached his ears only after he had been hit. Yang Ge Yao's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming inwardly, "Wow! Who shot those arrows? So fast!" faster than express delivery. This must be East Wind Express. These arrows were not fired by Mo Shi. They bore far greater power than her shots. This was a supersonic volley of 3 arrows. Regrettably, the enemy appeared to have some sort of cheat, as they failed to secure a decapitation. Wu Chao? That name sounds as if it belongs to a turtle, doesn't it? The iron armor was pierced, yet the 2 arrows aimed at his chest merely grazed the surface. The arrow that penetrated his throat, while causing a brief eruption of blood, was swiftly mitigated by his cultivation as a true immortal, allowing him to control the injury and recover in a matter of months. He turned his gaze towards the direction of the bowstring's sound, spotting nothing upon a small grassy slope. Damn it, a sneak attack. No honor in battle. General Wu Chao roared in fury, his voice hoarse and deflated as he yanked out the 3 arrows and hurled them back towards the hillock. Hearing his own voice turn raspy only fueled his anger further, and he unleashed a powerful strike. Despite the distance, his force sent the grass upon the slope flying in all directions. Yet, the archer had long since vanished without a trace. Quick! Protect the general. By the time the soldiers from the nearby chariots reacted, it was already too late. Keep a close watch on those archers. Eliminate them upon discovery. Wu Chao commanded with his hoarse voice. Meanwhile, Mo Shi, the archer, stood atop a hillock, her celestial silver bow drawn, her gaze icy as she aimed at the wretched foes. With a swift release, yet another charioteer's throat was pierced by her arrow. Although she had not plunged into the enemy ranks, her efficiency in slaying foes rivaled that of Shi Yu, having already claimed the lives of over 20 enemies, including several who attempted to ambush Shi Yu. As Wu Chao's orders were issued, a chariot sped away from the battlefield. The driver, as if possessed by the spirit of the legendary downhill racer, pressed the pedal to the metal, urging the horses to accelerate. The soldiers on the left shouted fiercely, brandishing their halberds, while the archers on the right knocked their arrows, preparing to target Mo Shi. Finally, it's my turn to shine. Mo, watch out. With a thunderous shout, ZK tightened his legs, urging the steed, Zhu Ying, to charge towards the war chariot like a fleeting shadow. With a sweep of the thunderblade, he shattered an arrow aimed at Mo Shi into 2 fragments. Indeed, it was cleaved into 2. The thunderblade wielded by ZK, while not particularly sharp, was formidable in its presence. Ahem, the blade may have been a tad dull, yet the momentum could not falter. Following this, with a decisive stroke, ZK slashed at the head of the warhorse on his right, rending it asunder and sending it tumbling into the dust. The horse's body, propelled by inertia, took another step forward before crashing down beneath the wheels, resulting in a thunderous impact that overturned the chariot. Just as he prepared to claim the 3 heads from this chariot, 2 more war chariots emerged from the battlefield, hurtling directly towards Mo Shi. The subordinate could only cast out a handful of golden leaves before turning the horse's head to charge towards the second chariot. Yang Ge Yao had initially believed that those golden leaves would circle around and return, just as they had done during the noon at the Cicada's Heart Tavern. However, to his astonishment, the golden leaves pierced through the leather armor of 2 enemy soldiers and remained lodged within their bodies, never to return. This truly is a case of spending gold as if it were mere dust. Once it enters the enemy's possession, it vanishes into the abyss, lying dormant. Yet, ZK remained utterly indifferent to the mere golden leaves. With a single stroke, he felled the steed of the second war chariot, and in swift succession, a barrage of bricks struck down upon the 3 enemy soldiers aboard, leaving them with shattered skulls. However, at this moment, the third war chariot was alarmingly close to Mo Shi. Mo, Zeke shouted hoarsely, feeling utterly powerless as chaos erupted within his consciousness. He had prepared himself to protect Ma Shi, yet the odds were insurmountable against such overwhelming odds. To his astonishment, the enemy had dispatched 3 war chariots, relentlessly charging towards Ma Shi. He watched in horror as the third chariot bore down upon her, and even swifter than the chariots were 3 iron-tipped arrows, arranged in a triangular formation. One arrow aimed directly at Ma Shi's throat, while the other 2 obstructed any means of evasion. At that moment, Zeke found himself unable to turn around and provide aid. Instinctively, he hurled a brick, but it was deftly deflected by the enemy's armored soldier, who evaded the attack. Would he be granted a second chance? Alas, there was still a pile of bricks he had yet to throw. He had numerous hidden cards yet to play. Unfortunately, regret is a luxury this world does not afford. With his first attempt thwarted, in that fleeting instant, Zeke found himself unable to strike again. He felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, as turmoil raged within his mind. What to do? For an ordinary archer, evading such a simultaneous assault of 3 arrows arranged in a triangular formation would be nearly impossible. However, Ma Shi was no ordinary archer. To balance both offense and defense, she had meticulously trained in a superior mortal-level sword-fighting technique known as the U-woman swordplay. With a determined flourish, she wielded her pristine silver sword, and astonishingly, the 3 iron-tipped arrows executed a mid-air rotation of 3.5 turns before being sent flying away, neutralizing the imminent peril before her. ZK hastily clamped his legs together, and the steed, Jiying, darted like lightning behind the third war chariot, executing a swift strike akin to the legendary Huashan, cleaving the armored soldiers aboard into 2 halves. However, before ZK could fully exhale in relief, he was abruptly confronted with an unforeseen spectacle. The charioteer, akin to a leaping cheetah, lunged forward with a fierce leap, directly targeting Emoshi. Clutched tightly in his hand was an ancient bronze sword, gleaming coldly, aimed precisely at Emoshi's heart, thrusting forward with alarming speed. This sudden assault caught ZK off guard, and he watched in horror as the blade appeared poised to pierce Emoshi's chest. At that moment, Emoshi was gracefully sheathing her exquisite silver sword, completely unprepared to draw it again or to execute any defensive maneuver. Even more disconcerting was the fact that she bore no armor today. The trio had ventured out of the city in casual attire. In that fleeting instant, when peril loomed large, Emoshi deftly reined in her horse and miraculously evaded the fatal blow. Simultaneously, her ruby lips parted. A swirling golden lotus erupted from her mouth. This golden lotus, imbued with a fierce aura, instantaneously severed the charioteer's neck and shoulder, reducing them to mere fragments. With a heavy thud, the soldier's lifeless body crashed to the ground, motionless. As his life ebbed away, with a swift motion, ZK pointed his right hand, unleashing a silvery white beam of chilling light that arced like lightning from his index finger. It pierced directly through the left chest of the remaining archer aboard the war chariot, leaving behind a charred small hole. In an instant, the archer's life force extinguished. Yet his body continued to convulse, clearly a result of the residual power of the thunder raging within him, rather than the agonizing struggle of death. Immediately thereafter, a deafening shockwave followed, hurling the archer's lifeless form from the chariot to the ground beneath the hooves of the horses. The remnants of his soul were also largely incinerated by this thunderous force, emitting wisps of blue smoke before being shattered by the shockwave and dissipating into the swirling dust. Divine retribution. Yang Ge Yao quickly grasped the concept. The reason why his fists crackled with electric energy during battles was indeed an ancestral gift. No, it should be termed inheritance. No, not inheritance. It should be referred to as a soul transmission. In any case, it wasn't a perk for membership. ZK exhaled deeply, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had plunged into a millennia-old ice cavern, the chill penetrating to his very core, while terror and panic surged forth like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming him. With his eyes closed, Ziku attempted to calm the turmoil within his heart. Yet, the figure of Emoshi incessantly surfaced in his mind, her eyes as beautiful and reflective as autumn waters. And her striking figure clad in a red robe, adorned with a crimson cap, pierced his heart like a sharp blade. He could scarcely bear to contemplate how he would cope if anything were to befall Emoshi. Observing his distressed demeanor, Emoshi seamlessly transitioned from her cold assassin persona to that of a gentle girlfriend, her gaze sparkling as she remarked, "Look at you. Is it truly necessary to be so flustered? It's not as if you are meeting my mother." ZK scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he remarked, "I truly had no idea that you had mastered your mother's extraordinary skill of speaking flowers. Otherwise, I would have." Upon hearing this, Emoshi's lips curled into a proud smile. She gently parted her crimson lips and playfully retorted, "What do you mean by speaking flowers? This is called the golden lotus emerging from the earth." With that, Emoshi laughed heartily, her charm causing her to sway like a blooming golden lotus, a sight so enchanting it captivated all who beheld it. Such a smile was irresistible to anyone's heart. A warmth enveloped Zeke's heart, yet a tinge of embarrassment lingered. He was indeed not adept in the art of conversation, particularly in moments that called for flirtation, which only rendered him more tongue-tied. However, to be frank, Zeke regarded such trivial exchanges as mere superficialities, and he had no desire to cultivate that ability. Although he was aware that he ought to articulate something further, he found himself taking a deep breath, turning, and charging towards a nearby war chariot. "Never mind. I shall engage in battle to calm my nerves. Let me resolve this awkwardness through combat." Yang Ge Yao, unable to contain himself, covered his face. "Alas, my history of struggling to interact with women stretches back over 600 years. When it came to battle, while it drained others of finances and stamina, for Zeke, it was immensely beneficial, The more he fought, the more he gained. On one hand, constant movement allowed for the accumulation of his internal thunderous power. On the other hand, he inherited from his father the bloodline talent of the Pishio, which was at the 6th tier of the earth level. According to his father, with diligent practice, he too would one day possess the ability to indiscriminately devour and refine various attributes of life force, spirit, elemental energy, and even material substances for his own use. The most exhilarating part was the continuous accumulation of gold. Initially, he could only condense gold and sand, but later he could form gold leaves and even gold bricks. Yet, at present, Zeke could only devour and refine life force and spirit, managing to condense only into bricks. Furthermore, he had never publicly consumed life force or spirit. He had only practiced in secret at home with the few demon tigers his father had captured. This ability could easily be misconstrued, leading others to believe he had fallen into darkness. Moreover, he inherited from his mother the bloodline talent of the flying sickle, also at the 6th tier of the earth level. Currently, he had trained to the point of being able to expel tangible flying sickles. These sickles, akin to 3 connected scythes, could spin together. Once in motion, they could shred ordinary plants and flesh, generating fierce winds capable of moving intangible substances such as gases and liquids, and even lightweight tangible objects. However, he seldom employed this ability in daily life. Only during the summer did he lightly stir it to create a breeze for Moshi, which served as a delightful means of cooling off, a skill for charming girls. In truth, these 2 formidable bloodline talents were a perfect match for cultivation. The Pishio's talent was immensely powerful. Although it claimed the ability to devour and refine all things, its speed was somewhat lacking. Conversely, the immense suction of the flying sickle could accelerate the gathering of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, thereby significantly hastening the absorption of spiritual energy. Additionally, the flying sickle could pulverize the flesh of demon beasts, allowing it to be ingested without the need for chewing, greatly expediting the process of devouring and refining. At this moment, Zeke had activated his defensive cultivation technique, the prisoner's Xuanwu skill, and charged in the opposite direction of Shiryu. He unleashed his full combat prowess, wielding the thunder battle blade, or launching bricks, mercilessly reaping the lives of enemy soldiers around him. He employed only the sharp, metallic spiritual energy of the mountain-splitting slash to conserve the scarcely cultivated thunder power and to avoid incinerating the life force of his foes, thus preserving his training resources. Simultaneously, Zeke could no longer afford to keep his ability to absorb life force a secret. If he did not fight with all his might, how could he protect Momo? How could he defend the kingdom of Shur? He might not even realize how he met his end. The child of the abyss unleashed a spinning scythe, propelling it into a rapid whirl. The soldiers who had fallen beneath the thunderblade were drawn into an overwhelming vortex. Their life essence and dissipated inner energy converged into surges of crimson waves, swiftly rushing toward the child of the abyss, who silently consumed them, instantly refining their essence. How remarkable! This was my first experience of devouring the lifeblood of the human race. I shall consume every last one of you, leaving not a bone behind. In the avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Who dared to encroach upon my beloved? You are complicit in this tyranny. What? Zhao Liang sent you? Curse him. If Zhao Liang commanded you to feast upon filth, would you not heed that as well? Zeke resembled a cold and merciless harvester. His brick-like weapon, when struck upon the heads of the enemy soldiers at the chi refining stage, would instantly splatter their brains like blooming peach blossoms. The heavy thunderblade he wielded, though unadorned and devoid of sharpness, was such that with every swing, even the most formidable of foes would inevitably collapse under its might. The sounds of thuds, pops, and squelches echoed incessantly, marking the grim symphony of skulls shattering and flesh cleaving. One enemy after another was sent tumbling from their war chariots, crushed beneath the relentless hooves and wheels, their cries of despair rising and falling like a haunting refrain. Occasionally, a miscalculated strike would land upon an enemy's armor. Yet even that tremendous force could penetrate their defenses, shattering their ribcage. Even when ambushed by mere foot soldiers, the formidable defenses granted by his Xuanwu technique rendered such attacks as mere tickles, merely tearing his garments without inflicting any harm upon his form. In a short span, Zeke became drenched in the blood of his adversaries, his presence on the battlefield akin to a flesh-and-blood war machine, rampaging fiercely, stirring up a tempest of chaos and carnage. How could one encounter such an invincible, blood-soaked god of slaughter? The sight of Zeke sent shivers of terror through the hearts of his enemies, causing them to flee in disarray. It dawned upon Yang Ge Yao that perhaps he was indeed a formidable force on the battlefield, realizing that compared to Shiryu, Zeke was the true harbinger of death. As waves of essence and inner energy surged within him, Zeke continuously channeled the mountain cleaving and cloud slicing technique. His cultivation level soaring with the ferocity of a split bamboo. Mid-stage of the 9th level of Qi refining. Late stage of the 9th level of Qi refining. Pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refining. Even the barriers to his advancement showed signs of yielding. This was an exhilarating experience. In the span of mere tea time, the magnitude of his cultivation enhancement rivaled that of months of rigorous training. It became clear that the consumed essence and vitality required little refining to be harnessed for his own use. Particularly, the metallic essence assimilated almost instantaneously into his dantian, proving far more potent than mundane food or spiritual stones. Had he known this sooner, how could Shi Wu and his brothers have been the first to ascend to the realm of the immortal? This realization illuminated his mind. Cultivation is exceedingly arduous. He preferred to level up through combat. At that moment, Yang Ge Yao also unraveled another mystery within himself. The reason he had not needed sustenance for an extended period and his seemingly bottomless capacity for alcohol were indeed gifts inherited from the bloodline of the Pai Xiao. The battle escalated into a feverish intensity. The resounding war drums, the blaring horns, the soldiers' battle cries, the clash of weapons, the neighing of war horses, the splintering of chariots, the sound of flesh being cleaved, and the anguished wails of warriors intertwined, creating a cacophony that shook the heavens. Blood drenched the open fields, and dust mingled with the sanguine essence, soaring into the skies and staining the firmament crimson. In no time, the rear ranks of the Xiahou army's left flank were thrown into disarray, the chaos rippling through to their central ranks, swiftly altering the dynamics of the battlefield. At this juncture, the Xiahou Legion had lost its striking capability, engulfed in turmoil, fragmented into 5 sections, each forming circular formations and fighting desperately. If this continued for just a bit longer, annihilation would be inevitable. One must understand that war chariots must never halt. If they do, they become stationary targets, ripe for slaughter. However, the idealism of their situation clashed starkly with the harsh reality. The soldiers of the Shi tribe soon discovered that swiftly dispatching the Xiahou forces was proving to be a formidable challenge. The soldiers of the Xiahou were remarkably potent in individual combat, many of them possessing the capabilities of the immortal realm. Press on. Rise up. Let us not falter at this critical juncture. Yang Ge Yao's heart raced with urgency, yet no one could hear his fervent cries. Instead, a dark legion of war chariots suddenly surged onto the battlefield, as if descending from the heavens. It was none other than the Xiahou Royal Guard, the Black Scale Army, renowned as the premier force of the Xiahou. Chapter 7. The Battle of El City, a top-tier showdown. The Xiahou clan's main forces comprised 5 regiments, including 4 brigades and 1 army. The Vermilion Bird Brigade, the Black Tortoise Brigade, the Flying Dragon Brigade, the Scale Horn Brigade, and the Black Scale Army. In this era, unlike the 21st century, a brigade is larger than an army. Typically, 1 brigade commands 3 armies, 1 army governs 10 divisions, 1 division oversees 10 squads, and a squad usually consists of 5 war chariots and 100 soldiers. The Black Scale Army, hailed as the world's foremost military, consisted of 12 divisions, consistently undefeated in battle, effortlessly overpowering a brigade with their battle prowess. This time, the Black Scale Army deployed 200 war chariots from 4 divisions, all drawn by chestnut red steeds, whose speed and strength surpassed that of ordinary war horses. Their soldiers, clad in unified black scale armor, emanated an intimidating presence that instilled dread. Leading them was a general named Tue Duo, one of the vice-commanders of the Black Scale Army, who practiced rock-based martial arts and had reached the threshold of semi-true immortal, appearing as a fearsome god of slaughter as he bellowed and charged into the fray. The battlefield dynamics shifted instantaneously, both sides descending into chaos. The Black Scale Army moved like a spatula in a boiling pot, wreaking havoc as screams echoed through the air, resulting in countless casualties on both sides. The copper-armored army advanced eastward, aiming to sever the neck of the Black Scale Army before breaking through the battlefield and circling northward for another assault. The Divine Wind Army pressed westward, targeting the rear of the Black Scale Army before breaking through the battlefield and maneuvering southward for another offensive. The various forces of the Shi Nation formed their formations. General Shi Qi, with an air of calmness, wielded his battle spear to command the ground forces while deftly manipulating 7 ethereal swords to form the 7 Stars sword array, launching a fierce assault akin to a sandstorm upon Elder Si Quan. In response, Elder Si Quan summoned a pack of ravenous wolves, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of the sword formation. Faced with the sudden and formidable assault from the Xiahou clan's reinforcements, Shi's tactics of encirclement were in disarray. It became imperative to break through the Black Lin Army's formation and swiftly establish the Fuxi 8 trigrams array to ensnare the Xiahou forces, eliminating the frontline soldiers to diminish their morale before launching another wave of attack to divide and conquer. However, the allied Xinfeng army had not practiced the formation previously, necessitating their retreat from the battlefield. Yet, a withdrawal amidst fierce combat was unfeasible and could only be accomplished through an offensive maneuver. Thus, General Shi commanded the Xinfeng army, engaged in battle on the eastern front, to strike westward, disrupting the Black Lin army's formation as they traversed the battlefield, thereby ensuring the Xinfeng army's secure withdrawal while creating chaos among the enemy ranks. The Xinfeng army, being a mixed unit with a substantial number of infantry, faced difficulties in rapidly adjusting their attack direction after breaching the battlefield, unlike the Xiahou forces, which were solely a chariot contingent. Therefore, once the Xinfeng army exited the battlefield, it would be prudent to maneuver towards another direction to swiftly initiate a new round of vigorous assault. Though forming a formation amidst the fray posed significant challenges, the troops of Shi's nation had undergone repeated coordinated drills. Thus, while the ground battle appeared chaotic, it was, in fact, governed by strategy. With the Fuxi 8 trigrams array gradually taking shape, under General Shi Qi's command, Shi Luo remained untroubled by the current battlefield conditions. Capturing the leader would dictate the overall situation, and as long as Zhao Liang was subdued, the tide of battle would turn in their favor. Moreover, he had a backup plan, with Shi's nation's trump card, the Blaze Army, having quietly stationed 3 elite divisions, comprising 160 chariots and nearly 4,000 soldiers, hidden within the granaries of the border city, ready to strike at any moment. This force could be summoned via the Tiger Tally, and General Shi was well acquainted with the army's status. After the main contingent of the Blaze Army departed, the concealed 3 divisions were placed directly under General Shi's command. Thus, Shi Luo could focus entirely on dealing with Zhao Liang. Meanwhile, the duel between Shi Luo and Zhao Liang, along with Xianyuan Heng, escalated fiercely. Shi Luo twirled his spear, conjuring flickers of crimson light aimed at Zhao Liang's left eye. Zhao Liang, countering with a spear, failed to deflect all the spear light as it neared his brow. He instinctively ducked just in time. At that moment, the great Minister of Agriculture's divine cauldron soared into the air, poised to descend upon Zhao Liang, who was on the brink of exhaustion. With a resonant hum, Zhao Liang found himself enveloped within the cauldron. Just then, Xianyuan Heng's copper staff, glimmering like a golden melon, threatened to strike Shi Luo's head. Yet, Shi Luo, as if he had eyes at the back of his head, deftly sidestepped the attack, retaliating with a thrust that ensnared the silk thread connecting Xianyuan Heng's scale beam to the pan. Following this, Shi Luo exerted his strength, sending Xianyuan Heng's robust form hurtling through the air like a projectile, crashing into the woods with a resounding boom. Transform, Shi Luo shouted, slamming his palm upon the great Minister of Agriculture's cauldron, initiating the process to refine Zhao Liang trapped within. At that moment, the cauldron had shrunk to a height of 4 feet, standing firmly beside Shi Luo. However, as Shi Luo's mystical energy surged into the cauldron, he felt no resistance. As if striking empty air, his power dissipated like a drop in the ocean. Alarmed, Shi Luo pondered whether someone had secretly refined the cauldron, stripping him of control. This was inconceivable. Just moments prior, he had wielded the cauldron with ease, firmly ensnaring Zhao Liang. To uncover the truth, Shi Luo cautiously infused his consciousness into the cauldron, discovering that the 9 Heavens Divine Fire Array, responsible for the incineration, had been sabotaged. Evidence of 3 ancient chisel marks remained where the array had been inscribed, clearly indicating interference. How could the 9 Heavens Divine Fire Array within the great Minister of Agriculture's cauldron have been compromised? Shi Luo seethed internally, yet had no time to delve into the reasons. He had to expend his own mystical energy to refine Zhao Liang within the cauldron. A surge of blue-violet flames erupted from Shi Luo's palm, fiercely directed at the ensnared Zhao Liang. Despite being suppressed by the cauldron's unseen forces, Zhao Liang remained undeterred. Suddenly, a gilded meteor hammer appeared in his grasp as he unleashed frenzied shouts and curses, wildly swinging it towards the cauldron. With a thunderous crack, the great Minister of Agriculture's cauldron shattered, scattering shards like arrows in every direction, evoking shock. Shi Luo, pale-faced, felt the sharp fragments pierce his chest, blood gushing forth to stain his battle armor. With a resounding thud, Zhao Liang's gilded meteor hammer struck Shi Luo's head with the force of thunder. shattering his skull and splattering blood and brain matter across the surrounding wilderness and woods. His soul extinguished. This sudden upheaval struck like a bolt from the blue, rendering the previously chaotic battlefield frozen in shock, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Even the battle-hardened General Tue Duo paused, having dispatched several unresisting Sure soldiers. His hand arrested in the act of slaughter. The battlefield was hushed, as though an invisible giant hand had pressed the pause button, plunging everything into a profound silence. A stillness akin to a dark abyss, sending shivers through the souls of all present. A solitary crow, seemingly mourning the brutal scene below, glided slowly across the battlefield, its cawing echoing piercingly in the eerie quiet. ZK and his spectral steed stood transfixed as if ensnared by a spell, their expressions vacant and bewildered. Yang Ge Yao, similarly struck by a bolt from the blue, collapsed within the depths of ZK's consciousness. The venerable father-in-law, once revered for his extraordinary wisdom, now lay before them, tragically slain in the throes of battle. This harrowing scene felt surreal, akin to a fleeting dream, yet the visceral reality of it laid bare before them, rendering acceptance impossible. Master! At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the heavens, resembling the most sorrowful of elegies, shattering the silence of the battlefield and severing the hearts of all present, as if their souls bled in unison. This anguished call emanated from a young general named Zilong, the leader of the Sure Kingdom's royal guard and the personal attendant to King Sure Luo, possessing mastery at the pinnacle of the mortal-immortal realm's ninth layer. I shall slay you. General Zilong let out a thunderous roar, his voice resonating like that of an enraged lion. In his hand, the silver spear danced with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea, a piercing beam of light slicing through the void, laden with boundless hatred and indignation, aimed directly at Zhao Yang. However, distance loomed like an insurmountable chasm. By the time the spear's brilliance reached Zhao Yang, its might had waned significantly. With a mere flick of his sleeve, Zhao Yang dismissed the lethal strike as one might brush away a speck of dust, rendering it null and void. Yet, General Zilong refused to yield easily. His eyes wide with fury, he drew forth a silver sword, unleashing 3 even more formidable arcs of light that surged towards Zhao Yang from various angles, flashing with a cold gleam that seemed to illuminate the darkened battlefield. Presumptuous! Zhao Yang scoffed, sweeping his sleeve once more, as gusts of wind roared like wild beasts. With a series of thunderous cracks, the sword beams shattered like fragile bubbles, scattering into myriad fragments that dissolved into the air. General Zilong bellowed, his eyes aflame, relentlessly wielding his silver sword in a frenzied assault. Each arc of his blade sliced through the air like a torrential downpour, a ceaseless torrent of sword light descending upon Zhao Yang. Each gleam carried the weight of his profound sorrow and indignation. Zhao Yang, however, did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He grasped his battle spear, the sound of metal clashing resonating as he shattered the incoming waves of sword light. It was evident to all that General Zilong's attacks, in the face of Zhao Yang, were akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly inconsequential. The distance between them was vast, spanning hundreds of feet, rendering the sword light both predictable and diminished in potency, as if the very essence had been drained from it. Zilong's cultivation level in the realm of mortals prevented him from soaring through the clouds. He could only leap repeatedly to shorten the distance of his assaults. But such jumps, barely over a yard, proved to be trivial in the grand scheme of things. Faced with Zilong's relentless barrage, Zhao Yang merely waved his spear effortlessly, dispersing the onslaught of sword light as if it were nothing. The disparity in their realms was insurmountable, a full 4 levels apart, including a significant gap, rendering Zhao Yang incapable of taking his adversary seriously. To him, General Zilong appeared as a mere struggling insect. The soldiers surrounding them stood as if carved from wood or clay, offering no assistance. Their thoughts were as tangled as a ball of yarn. Some remained engulfed in grief, lost travelers in a dark abyss. Others, wisdom etched upon their faces, recognized the inevitable defeat, but chose not to intervene against those who still sought to retaliate. Some were utterly powerless, akin to prisoners shackled by fate. Others gazed upon Zilong's valiant struggle with reverence, like stargazers admiring the celestial bodies. Yet their hearts were too timid to act. Some believed Zhao Yang could easily dispatch the oblivious youth, as certain as the sun would rise, thus refraining from interjection. And a few adopted a spectator's mentality, indifferent onlookers eager to witness the spectacle of a cornered beast fighting for survival. In that moment, the battlefield fell into a profound silence. Apart from Zilong's cries and labored breaths, and the sound of shattered sword light, no other noise permeated the air. It was as if the world had been reduced to an endless cycle of sorrow and despair. To Zhao Yang's astonishment, after hundreds of exchanges, victory still eluded him. He resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to General Zilong. With a fierce grip on his spear, Zhao Yang swung with all his might, releasing a wave of arcane energy that cleaved through the heavens, slicing through the very fabric of space. It was a melody of wind and metal intertwined, imbued with an insatiable sharpness, hurtling toward General Zilong with unparalleled speed. This attack, formless yet palpable, was felt by all. Wherever it passed, the very air seemed to tear. Light and shadow warping as shattered sword light erupted in every direction. However, due to the considerable distance and Zilong's formidable prowess, by the time this wind-infused arcane wave reached him, its energy had dissipated significantly, with Zilong easily shattering it with a mere gesture, as if it were nothing more than a fragile bubble. Is this an unkillable cockroach? Zhao Yang seethed with rage, having believed this decisive strike would cripple his foe, only to see it effortlessly neutralized by General Zilong. It felt as though all his efforts had been for naught, igniting a profound fury within him. Meanwhile, amidst the swirling smoke and tumult of battle, Zicheng leaped and landed deftly upon the steed of Mo Shi, positioning himself securely behind her. He gripped her mouth firmly with his left hand, while his right arm encircled her waist, fearing that a moment of impulsiveness would lead her to recklessly charge into danger, jeopardizing her life. Mo Shi's eyes blazed with unbridled fury, crystalline tears cascading like pearls disconnected from their string, each drop searing Zicheng's heart. Her slender frame trembled violently, her fingers digging into his arm, yet she could not break free from his ironclad grasp. Mo, please remain calm. The voice of Zeke resonated with a deep and resolute tone, softly urging Mo Shi to find her composure. Mo, please calm yourself. He repeated this insistently, though his words did little to soothe the turmoil within her heart. Yet, Mo Shi appeared oblivious to his attempts. She writhed in frenzy, her disheveled hair clinging to her tear-streaked cheeks, and the fire of rage in her eyes seemed capable of incinerating the world around her. Her frantic demeanor resembled that of a cornered cub, driven to desperation. Struggling to suppress the tumult of sorrow and hatred within, Zeke inhaled deeply and bellowed softly. Listen to me. Your father is no longer with us. If you rush out now, you will be walking into a trap. Do you wish to be captured by that demon, Xiajie, and become his plaything? If we seek revenge, we must first become powerful enough. Otherwise, we are merely ornamental koi in the vast sea, waiting to be slaughtered. However, Mo Shi remained unable to regain her composure, exerting every ounce of strength to break free from his grasp. Your father has tragically fallen. If the people of the Xiaohou clan discover you, no one will be able to protect you. Not even I can shield you. As he spoke, the weight of despair thickened his voice. You promised to be by my side for eternity. The voice of Zeke suddenly softened, imbued with a heart-wrenching tremor. Do those vows hold no meaning? This utterance served as a key, finally unlocking the tightly sealed heart of Ma Shi. Gradually, Ma Shi's struggles began to subside. In that moment, her inner strength completely relaxed. She turned her left foot, and her entire being leaned sideways upon the saddle. With her arms wrapped around Zeke's neck, her delicate fingers clutched his garment tightly, burying her tear-streaked, sorrowful face into the crook of his neck. Zeke, Ma Shi whispered, her voice laden with helplessness and dependence. My father, my dear father, he will never return. A pang of sorrow gripped Zeke's heart. He tightened his embrace, gently caressing Mo Shi's trembling back, feeling the tremors of her sobs, wishing he could merge her into his very essence. Simultaneously, Zeke deftly guided Mo Shi's Yujunkan horse, leading them into a nearby grove, allowing them a fleeting respite from the chaos and peril of the battlefield. In the distance, the echoes of General Zilong's battle cries faintly reached their ears. While in this secluded grove, only Mo Shi's heart-wrenching cries and Zeke's silent tears remained. My father is gone. Zeke, I no longer have a dad, she lamented, her voice a broken whisper. I will forever stand by your side. In this life and the next, never depart. He softly promised her in her ear, his voice resolute as a rock. Together, we shall seek vengeance for your father. Mo, be strong. We will ensure that Zhao Yang and Xiajie pay for their blood debts. Look, hope has not been extinguished. General Zilong is still fighting. Chapter 9. The Battle of El City. Is there still a fight to be had? The gazes of Zeke and Ma Shi converged unexpectedly upon the sky. Bah! Zhao Yang abruptly spat, his voice resonating with an authoritative intensity as he bellowed. Bitter winds and mournful rains. An exceptionally ferocious technique erupted like a tempest. as the air around them surged towards General Zilong with wild abandon, transforming into a frigid gale that pierced to the bone. This icy wind was interspersed with countless crystalline droplets and razor-sharp quartz sand. The chilling gust coalesced into a lethal blade of wind, while the raindrops morphed into glimmering ice daggers. The quartz sand, with its distinct edges, carried an inexhaustible sharpness, resembling an immense net of death that swiftly engulfed General Zilong without mercy. Alas, General Zilong, with a voice hoarse from exertion, cried out desperately, wielding his silver sword with wild fervor. He had exhausted his strength for an offensive and could only muster every ounce of energy to withstand the relentless tide of assaults that surged forth like an unending wave. Meanwhile, Zhao Liang's gaze turned icy, silently gathering every shred of his power, fervently unleashing the might of the cold winds to intensify his onslaught against General Zilong. Simultaneously, he surveyed the surroundings with a chilling stare that sliced through the air like a blade. His formidable aura instilled fear in all living beings within 100 miles, as if even the very atmosphere had stiffened in response. After enduring thousands of attacks, the harrowing sounds of blades piercing flesh began to resound sporadically, echoing a dismal fate. General Zilong's strength gradually waned, new wounds appearing on his body, blood flowing profusely. After withstanding countless attacks, he had become a veritable figure of blood. The speed at which his silver sword parried incoming strikes noticeably diminished, and his cries of defiance grew increasingly faint, as if the flame of his life were on the verge of extinguishment. Zhao Liang's lips curled into a chilling smirk, and he disdainfully remarked, "Are you not yet dead?" In a flash, he hurled his golden meteor hammer, its descent akin to a thunderous bolt, aimed mercilessly at General Zilong. "Stop!" Elder Shirgu suddenly snapped back to reality, his voice booming as a massive hand of profound energy shot forth like a dragon's claw. Yet, it was too late. The meteor hammer surged forward with astonishing speed, racing like a black lightning bolt, far surpassing the Elder's desperate attempt at salvation. The distance between the profound hand and the meteor hammer, which had initially been several zhang, quickly expanded to over 10 zhang. All one could do was watch helplessly as the hammer drew ever closer to General Zilong. However, Zilong's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating intently on the still damp bloodstains upon the meteor hammer. Those stains were remnants from the slaying of the formidable Shi Wang and Shi Luo. General Zilong felt a sharp pang of anguish in his heart. He could not help but emit an utterly heartrending scream. Sovereign. His powerful hands, akin to iron pincers, grasped the rope of the meteor hammer. Instinctively, his body darted aside, miraculously evading the lethal strike of the hammer, and he seized the rope with unwavering determination. Whoosh! Boom! General Zilong's body was propelled outward by the formidable inertia of the meteor hammer, crashing against the nearby city wall like a shooting star, creating a vast and deep crater. Subsequently, akin to a kite severed from its lifeline, he tumbled into the dust, blood saturating the ground within a radius of several paces. Is this truly the end of his struggle? A violent spasm coursed through Zeke's heart, as tears swirled in his eyes, wrenching his soul for the valiant, unwavering, and resolute General Zilong. Memories flooded his mind, the stern visage of General Zilong earnestly instructing in martial practice, the joyful scenes of playful antics shared with him. The image of General Zilong standing tall like a pine in a snowy night, resolutely at the gates of the sovereign's palace. Each scene played out like a film before his eyes. Then, large, uncontrollable tears cascaded down Zeke's face, as his body convulsed with labored breaths. He lifted his tear-streaked visage, glaring at the fragmented sky swaying between the branches. His bloodshot eyes erupted with boundless rage. It seemed as if he were questioning the heavens, as if he longed to burn a hole through the heartless firmament. Yet, he forcibly suppressed the primal roar that rumbled in his throat, swallowing it down. He understood all too well that now was not the time for impulsive actions. Zeke concentrated all his divine thoughts, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous fury raging within his mind. His fingertips trembled uncontrollably, yet he exerted every ounce of tenderness he possessed, gently caressing Emoshi's back, his touch as delicate as if he were stroking fragile petals. Emo. His voice caught in his throat, as if cleaved by an invisible blade, fragmented and barely human. He longed to use the warmest tones in existence to comfort Emoshi, yet the murderous intent surging within him threatened to shatter his sanity. The anger and sorrow within his consciousness surged like monstrous waves, relentlessly battering against his divine essence, nearly overwhelming him entirely. No. Zeke bit his tongue fiercely, blood spreading in his mouth, the pain jolting him awake. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping through his fingers. With his bloodied consciousness, he erected a dam to seal away all madness and despair, leaving only a final thread of reason. He must become Mo's pillar of support. Thus, when he spoke again, his hoarse voice suddenly erupted with ironclad resolve. Do not fear, Mo. I shall stand by you. Together we shall exact our revenge. We will flay that dog Zhao Yang alive, reduce him to ashes. We will dismember Xiajia, using his head as a lamp to honor the grave of our sovereign. We shall endure this arduous journey, but we will walk together for all eternity. At that moment, high above in the clouds, Zhao Yang roared like a raging lion, his fierce gaze glimmering ominously, reminiscent of burning embers. Is there still a desire to fight? He surveyed the land of the Sure Kingdom, every city seeming to tremble under the weight of his wrath. His voice thundered, as though it could rend the very heavens asunder, akin to a drunken reveler or a frenzied demon. The elders Shi Gu, Shi Xie, and Shi Qi exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a mix of helplessness and despair. The fall of their leader had tipped the scales of power starkly in favor of the enemy. Even though General Shi Qi was aware of the remaining reserve of the Blaze Army, the arrival of the Black Scale Army meant that no one could rival Zhao Yang any longer, and the Sure Kingdom could no longer withstand the onslaught. We surrender. Elder Shi Gu's heavy voice, augmented with mystical power, resonated across dozens of miles surrounding El City, declaring the end of this conflict. Zhao Liang's eyes gleamed with triumph. Had they known this would be the outcome, why resist? In truth, Zhao Yang himself had no desire to continue the battle. He had sustained considerable injuries. At the moment he shattered the Grand Minister's divine vessel, the tremendous sound waves confined within its small space inflicted severe damage to his soul. If he were a low-tier mortal cultivator, his soul would likely have shattered, and even though Zhao Liang was a third-level true immortal, his spirit had still been grievously wounded. Even now, he felt somewhat dazed, a ringing echoing in his ears. To revert to a situation where he could conquer without further conflict was Zhao Liang's greatest hope at that moment. Sound the retreat. Sound the retreat. Divine Wind Army, withdraw. Mengshi Army, secure the battlefield. Shi Qi and Shi Gu hastily entrusted the task of cleaning the battlefield to Elder Shi Xie. They rushed alongside Elder Fei Hua to the section of the city wall where General Zilong had fallen, calling out solemnly, General Zilong. General Zilong. Is there any hope for his salvation? Be gentle. Take care. The great battle came to an end in a dramatic fashion. Shi Yu, covered in blood and with a countenance as grim as iron, swallowed hard, as if trying to swallow back the unvoiced roars of anguish. He found Zeke and Mo Shi at the edge of the battlefield's thicket, yet remained silent, gazing at the distant evening clouds. The fading sun seemed to be steeped in a bloody glow, flickering in his eyes. Following his gaze, Mo Shi wept silently, the crimson hue reminiscent of the blood her father spilled in his final moments. ZK clenched his fists and took a deep breath, shattering the silence with a voice that was both somber and resolute. We must first survive. Only then can we seek vengeance. How do we survive? Shi Yu still did not turn around, his tone sharp as a blade. We shall seek out Shi Huang, ZK replied. His Mingshan Ranch is our best escape route. Young Master Shi Huang is the son of Shi Mu, a core elder who oversees the pastoral affairs of the Shi clan. Since childhood, he shared a deep bond with ZK, Shi Yu, and Mo Shi, and the general's son, Shi Wu, leading them to be affectionately dubbed the four young masters of divine movement. However, as time passed, Shi Huang remained frequently at the ranch with his father, while Shi Wu was dispatched by General Shi Qi to the borders for training, resulting in the infrequent appearances of the four young masters alongside Princess Mo Shi in recent years. Shi Yu furrowed his brow. The ranch is crowded and filled with prying eyes. It may not be safe. As long as we remain within the confines of Shi Huang's residence, who could possibly discover us? ZK retorted, do you possess a superior alternative? No, came the reply. Then hasten your departure. ZK urgently pulled Mo Shi up, exclaiming, the search for Mo Shi may soon commence. We must disguise ourselves and leave before the blockade is enforced. Consequently, the trio gathered their energy, their appearances swiftly transformed, and they stealthily retreated deep into the small woods. Unbeknownst to them, at this very moment, Zhao Yang had seized control of the state affairs of the Kingdom of Shi, issuing orders to seal the borders and mobilize the entire nation in pursuit of Mo Shi. Sighing deeply, Yang Ge Yao clenched his fists, a resolute fire igniting in his eyes. Could he merely stand by and watch? He had to take action. Chapter 10. I wish to bring an AK-47 at Yanzi Cliff. In the Immortal's Cave, Yang Ge Yao slowly opened his eyes, the scenery before him gradually coming into focus. The kindly elder of Yangzhai offered him a bowl of fruit wine, gently saying, here, taste this fruit wine. I personally harvested the wild pear last autumn to brew it, and its essence is rich. Moreover, during the cellar storage, I buried 3 talismans, making it quite nourishing for the soul and beneficial for enhancing mental acuity. However, Yang Ge Yao placed the wine bowl on the stone table, urgency in his voice. Weren't you the minister of the armed forces? Could you procure a gun for me? The elder was startled. What do you need a gun for? Yang Ge Yao replied excitedly. I wish to take an AK-47 and traverse back in time to rewrite that part of history. Of course, if I could acquire an 81 rifle, or even a heavy machine gun, accompanied by grenades, that would be even better. The elder chuckled heartily, stroking his beard and shaking his head. Traversing time? Have you mistaken a brief history of time for a cookbook? Time travel? That is a misunderstanding of the laws of time. As for traversing space, that is called teleportation. One must at least comprehend the 9th level of spatial laws and possess a cultivation level of at least Tai Golden Immortal to achieve teleportation across a certain distance. Oh, by the way, you have practiced the Xianzong step, which brings you close to the ability to teleport even in the realm of mortals and immortals. However, their teleportation is akin to driving a car, while yours is akin to operating an old mobility scooter. He laughed heartily. Yang Ge Yao pushed up his non-existent glasses, anxiously retorting, why can't time travel be possible? Didn't T. Einstein say that if one exceeds the speed of light, time travel could be achieved, allowing one to return to a certain point in the past? The elder cleared his ears and replied. That old man also stated that the speed of light is the universal speed limit. How do you intend to surpass this limit and achieve superluminal speed? Do you consider the laws of the heavens to be trifling, that you can speed whenever you wish? Yang Ge Yao was momentarily at a loss for words, silenced by the elder's retort. He had excelled in physics during his college entrance examination, thus he understood that this was irrefutable, and he could only lower his head in despair. The elder continued earnestly, I must remind you again, what you perceive are your memories, which now reflect a true history. Perhaps due to your strong obsession, you may alter your memory and even possibly change the records in history books. Yet, true history remains unchanged, it exists as is, neither increasing nor decreasing, regardless of how you adorn it. The elder gazed deeply at Yang Ge Yao and slowly said, thus, that is the established history, which no one can alter, unless a primordial sage employs the art of re-establishing the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. However, history has become history, and what is re-established is a new story. It is akin to the computer games you young people enjoy. Starting anew is already a different game, and we, as characters from the old game, have vanished. If we were to begin again, you wouldn't even retain the Yang Ge Yao identity, but instead, become a novice in the new village. Yang Ge Yao remained silent for a long time, and after a strenuous internal struggle, he ultimately relinquished the impractical idea of traversing back to change history. Distracted, he lifted the wine bowl and took a gentle sip. Feeling the liquid flow lightly on his tongue, the subtle sourness intermingling with a complex flavor, reflecting the bittersweetness of life. Perhaps this is the essence of life? Noticing his demeanor, the elder inquired with concern, what have you recalled that has stirred such emotion within you? Taking a deep breath, Yang Ge Yao's gaze seemed to traverse the barriers of time and space as he spoke sorrowfully. I journeyed back to the Xia dynasty, experiencing a great battle in the kingdom of Shi. The army of the Xiahou clan was pressing in, aiming to capture the saintess Shi. While I was named ZK, the prospective son-in-law of the kingdom of Shi, participating in the battle. Regrettably, we were defeated. The ruler of Shi Luo, tragically perished in battle, and the valiant General Zilong's fate remains unknown. The elder sighed softly. So, the first memory you recalled was this segment. Indeed, the Battle of El Chung changed your life as ZK, and it altered your reincarnations. Yang Ge Yao looked up in confusion and asked, you know of the Battle of El Chung? Were you present at that time? Could you tell me, who exactly are you? And why did you concoct the antidote for Meng Po's soup? The elder rose, nodding gently, his voice imbued with an air of nostalgia and reminiscence. We first met on the day of the Battle of El Chung. I am the owner of the Chongqing wine house. During that battle, I launched a surprise attack on the leader of the Black Scale Army, Wu Chao. Regrettably, at that time, my cultivation was still shallow, having only reached the 5th level of the mortal-immortal realm, and the disparity in strength between Wu Chao and me was too great, ultimately preventing me from slaying him. Upon hearing this, Yang Ge Yao's mind quickly conjured images from that fierce battle, particularly the moment when Wu Chao was struck in the throat by that terrifying arrow. The instant the arrow pierced Wu Chao, he heard the simultaneous release of 3 arrows, accompanied by a tremendous sound. This indicated that the speed of those 3 arrows far surpassed sound. They must have been traveling at least 3 times the speed of sound. This revealed Yi's superb archery skills and formidable strength. However, even if young Master Yi possessed exceptional archery, ZK bore the bloodline of the Pishio and the flying scythe. Having cultivated powerful techniques such as the divine punishment and the prisoner's Xuanwu skills, what use was that? Yang Ge Yao looked helplessly at Yang Ge Yao and said, "Since we cannot change history, and Emoshi is destined to be taken by Xiajia, what use is it for me to remember these things? It only adds to my troubles." The elder smiled slightly. "Do you think the history you hear is the true history? Much of it is merely fanfiction." "Well, are you saying that Emoshi was not taken by Xiajia?" Zeke was utterly astonished. The old man said, "Why not go and see for yourself?" Even so, Yang Ge Yao felt as if he had been enlightened, awakening to a profound realization. Indeed, it is often said that history is like a young girl, easily adorned by anyone's whims. Truly, how could Emoshi possibly embody the calamity that befalls nations? The genuine narrative of history must be far removed from mere hearsay, especially regarding the distant Xia dynasty, the remnants of which are scarce and fragmented, akin to scattered stars adorning an infinite night sky. The sporadic discoveries of pottery shards and the inscriptions on tortoise shells and bones, mere whispers, could hardly encompass the vastness of the historical river. Moreover, much of that writing resembles the esoteric verses of Emperor Jiajing, a tongue meant for communion with the divine, and is not easily decipherable. With this thought, Zeke eagerly returned to the crystal ball, exclaiming, "Old man, I wish to see right away. Have Emoshi and the others safely reached Mengshan pasture? Is General Zilong still alive? Have we finally escaped the clutches of Xia Jia and Zhao Yang? Did we avenge our lord? What transpired thereafter?" At this juncture, Yang Ge Yao suddenly recalled an important query that the old man had yet to address, turning back with curiosity to ask, "Oh, also, why did you concoct the antidote for Meng Po's soup?" The old man chuckled, "Hasten back. Some matters will unfold in due time when you are meant to know." As he spoke, he began to intone his incantation, akin to an arcane spell. Though reluctant, Yang Ge Yao understood that the old man would not easily divulge such secrets. Thus, he resolutely cleared his mind and focused intently on the shimmering crystal ball. Chapter 11. To Live and Die Again. Guided by the old man's incantations, which resembled mysterious spells, Yang Ge Yao's consciousness gradually blurred, drifting once more into the depths of infinite memories. It felt as though he were suspended in a long, winding, and seemingly endless river of lament. Before him, a scene gradually crystallized. It was Mengshan pasture. The ochre-hued houses, picturesque and poetically arranged, were scattered among the verdant hills, carpeted with lush grass. One seemingly ordinary courtyard, however, was heavily guarded. It belonged to the son of Shi Huang. Inside the courtyard side room, a clay pot suspended over a fire exuded delicate aromas of tea. 3 young men sat around the fire pit, the atmosphere heavy yet filled with an unspoken understanding. Shi Yu occupied the seat of honor, clad in a white hemp robe, a white mourning scarf tied around his head, his brow etched with an indescribable sorrow. Emoshi sat to his right, also adorned in white hemp garments, wearing a pointed mourning cap with its tail cascading behind. Her eyes were bloodshot, eyelids slightly swollen, glistening with tears, evoking a sense of poignant vulnerability. Ziku sat on the left side, and although he wore the same mourning attire as Shiyu, his expression exuded determination and composure. He understood that the sorrow of the moment could not alter the reality. Only steadfast belief could avenge Mashi's grievances. In recent days, Mashi often recalled poignant fragments of the past, leading her to tears and soft sobs. Shiyu never offered her solace. That burden fell entirely on Ziku's shoulders. In truth, Ziku also reminisced about bygone days. In his memory, his future father-in-law had always embodied a dignified leader, yet he had shown great concern for Ziku's growth, often displaying a bias in his favor. Nonetheless, this father-in-law consistently maintained an image of righteousness, free from personal favoritism. At that moment, Shi Huang entered the room and took a seat at the lower end of the table. Clad in coarse linen, with a hemp rope cinched at his waist, he gravely recounted the intelligence he had just gathered regarding the external situation. "According to my inquiries today, the Xiahou has acquired a substantial bounty of 10,000 pickles of rice, 10,000 pounds of shell currency, 10,000 pounds of sea salt, 1,000 bolts of silk, and 1,000 able-bodied men, all under the careful escort of the Chuezhua army, en route to Sheduzhanshuan. Meanwhile, the Yiling tribe has also reaped considerable rewards, securing 1,000 pickles of rice, 1,000 pounds of shell currency, 1,000 pounds of sea salt, 100 bolts of silk, and 100 able-bodied men. currently being escorted by the Jingji army of Yulin back to their territory. Upon hearing this news, the mood among the three grew increasingly somber. Such a fortune was being surrendered so easily. Just considering the rice. Even with the vast expanse of over 5,000 acres of rice paddies owned by Shirgua, it would take at least 2 years of diligent labor to yield that weighty sum of over 10,000 pickles, even in the most favorable conditions. Yet, despite this, the armies of Xia Hoshi had not fully withdrawn. Shi Huang then revealed another piece of disheartening news. The Highland army remained stationed 3 miles outside the west gate of Luqing, waiting to locate the Saint Maiden and escort her to Jinshuan. Shi Yu's countenance turned as cold as ice as he silently absorbed Shi Huang's account, remaining utterly speechless. Shi Huang could sense an indescribable air of authority and pressure emanating from Shi Yu, causing him to involuntarily shudder slightly, his voice trembling with apprehension as he cautiously continued. Moreover, Shirgu, in his declaration of surrender, shamelessly proclaimed that Shirgua has always been a vassal state of Xia Hoshi, was in the past, is in the present, and will be in the future. Although Shi Huang's voice was faint and quavering, each word he uttered struck the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer. This is utterly disgraceful. Unable to contain his inner fury any longer, Shi Yu interrupted Shi Huang with indignation, his eyes ablaze with rage, akin to a ferocious lion. As he rose to his feet and roared, Shirgua has never been a vassal state of Xia Hoshi. We are a sovereign nation that listens to the call of our own accord. Shi Huang, upon hearing this, was equally incensed, nodding vigorously as he solemnly declared, indeed, Shirgua has never been a vassal of Xia Hoshi. Not in the past, not now, and certainly not in the future. Fortunately, Shi Yu's composure seemed to elevate suddenly. He resumed his seat, his face still a shade of iron, but he did not erupt again. This allowed Shi Huang to muster the courage to detail the dire circumstances currently facing Shirgua. The funeral of Lord Shiluo finally took place after much contention, conducted with the respect befitting a count. However, the entire nation was permitted only a single day of mourning, with the burial ceremony scheduled for the following day. Furthermore, the general they were all deeply concerned about, General Zilong, had not only survived, but had also sustained only minor injuries, all external and no internal harm. Additionally, Elder Shirgu had temporarily assumed the role of monarch, yet he did not reside in the palace, conducting affairs from his own estate, leaving the palace to Shi Yu, Ma Shi, and the ladies, as well as Shi Vo and Yu Wangfei. His reluctance to take up residence in the palace stemmed from his status as a temporary ruler of Shirgua. He would relinquish the throne to Shi Yu after the saint's son established a household. However, regarding Shirgu's abdication, Shi Huang expressed his concerns earnestly. He suspected that this was merely a delaying tactic on Shirgu's part to lure out the prince and the Saint Maiden while calming the emotions of the main lineage. After negotiations between Shirgu and Zhao Liang, they announced that the Saint Maiden Ma Shi would be conferred the title of principal consort to Xia Jie, with Shirgu personally escorting her to Shidu Jinshuan. In light of the precarious situation regarding the whereabouts of the saint's son and Saint Maiden, Shirgu issued an unprecedented reward of 100 fat sheep for anyone who could find either of them. Additionally, Shi Huang was greatly troubled to learn that Shirgu had agreed that, starting this year, the talented youth of Shirgua would participate in the selection for the Jinshuan Lin. This was supposedly framed as an opportunity for gifted youths to hone their skills within the ranks of the Xia Hoshi's elite Highland army. It was said that this was a condition insisted upon by Zhao Liang during negotiations. This was evidently a scheme to indoctrinate the elite youth of Shirgua from a young age, a sinister ploy to gradually extinguish the nation. Though participation in the Jinshuan Lin selection was a significant event for Shirgua, at that moment, it did not seem urgent to Shi Yu, Ziku, and Ma Shi, and thus, the three remained silent. Then, pausing thoughtfully, Shi Huang continued with a worried expression, the current situation is dire. All borders have reinforced their defenses, personally guarded by soldiers of the Tiansu army. Exiting the borders has become exceedingly difficult. All women are forbidden to leave, and men are only allowed to exit if absolutely necessary. Even then, they must strip bare for thorough inspections. Moreover, patrol teams of 5 have been deployed throughout the tribes, and crucial locations such as ancestral temples and altars are heavily guarded by the Tiansu army, let alone Ziku's estate and General Shichi's residence. They had already drawn the attention of some clandestine figures. As soon as Shi Huang's words fell, Ziku turned to Shi Yu and posed a soul-searching question. Your Highness, what do you intend to do? Will you choose to remain in hiding, quietly contacting the elders of your lineage, waiting for the right moment to act? Or will you temporarily leave the tribe, gathering enough strength to return and reclaim your rightful place? Shi Yu furrowed his brow, uncertainty clouding his expression. The usually decisive warrior found himself at a loss. In the past few days, his heart had been awash with anger, grief, and excitement. Yet he had not taken the time to contemplate the future seriously. Upon witnessing the situation, ZK spoke solemnly, stating that Imoshi must depart and assume a new identity. Furthermore, the two of us must accompany Imoshi, necessitating our joint departure. Remaining within the tribe would subject us to various constraints and hinder our ability to gather strength. Over the past few days, ZK has conducted an in-depth analysis of the current circumstances. The king of Shur has 13 brothers and 5 sisters, all born of 4 consorts. Perhaps it is due to the formidable bloodline of their father or the virtuous nature of the primary consort, but each of these 13 brothers possesses remarkable talents. Whether in cultivation, metallurgy, animal husbandry, brine production, pottery, or other essential skills, each one can be regarded as a dragon among men. Among them, Shirluo and the eldest elder Shirgu stand out as the two with the most exceptional cultivation aptitude. The brothers have secretly divided into 2 factions, each following either Shirluo or Shirgu. In the past, a fierce contention for the throne nearly led to fratricidal conflict. Fortunately, the old ruler sensed the brewing discord in time, decisively declaring Shirluo as the holy son and arranging for Shirgu to inherit his uncle's position as the high priest, thus averting disaster. However, over the years, there have been undercurrents of tension, with constant skirmishes and minor confrontations. The clandestine struggle between the 2 factions has never ceased. Recently, Elder Shirgu and Elder Shirxia, disregarding the will of King Shur, have brazenly suggested abandoning Imoshi in favor of yielding to the Xiaohou clan, raising suspicions regarding their ulterior motives. Moreover, with King Shur seemingly poised for victory yet mysteriously meeting his demise, the enigma surrounding his death is hard to dismiss as mere coincidence. If there is indeed a conspiracy at play, while it is difficult to ascertain the true mastermind, the one who stands to gain the most must undoubtedly be the eldest elder. The greatest beneficiary is the most suspicious. Upon reflection, I cannot identify any other potential suspects. Thus, even if the eldest elder is not the direct instigator, it is likely that the formidable force behind the high priest is orchestrating events from the shadows. Consequently, both Shur Yu and I face significant risks in the future existence of the Shur kingdom. After all, if one does not eradicate the root of the problem, it will inevitably resurface. The powerful faction led by the eldest elder is unlikely to harbor benevolence and leave any potential threats unaddressed. Even the immensely powerful ruler Shirgu has fallen victim. How much more vulnerable are we, mere youths devoid of power, influence, and capability? Of course, Shur Yu, as the current holy son, faces far greater peril. As for my family, they are not of royal blood, merely outsiders, and will not become primary targets. They will merely be viewed as wings, potential allies to be courted or, if unable to be won over, to be severed. Just as ZK was once again deep in thought, Shur Yu muttered, perhaps, if we reveal ourselves, we could secretly protect Mo as a viable strategy. Upon hearing this, Shur Huang's concern surged, and disregarding Shur Yu's feelings, he urgently cautioned, how can you entertain such an unrealistic hope? Once the turmoil settles, your fate may be beyond your imagination. Do you truly believe that Shirgu, that cunning old fox, will let you off so easily? Silence enveloped the room. After a short while, it was ZK who broke the stillness, saying, if the Holy Sun considers leaving the Shur kingdom, then Jin Sun Lin Xianmei present a favorable opportunity. Brother Shur Huang and I can strive for competition slots, and at that time, you and Mo can disguise yourselves as our personal servants. As we pass through the Yurin tribe, we can create some chaos, perhaps feigning an encounter with bandits, allowing you to escape amidst the confusion. Subsequently, you can settle in a secure location while I make a brief detour to Xiadu after I extricate myself. I will reunite with you. Indeed, I need to contemplate this further. Shur Yu paced the room, pondering whether there might be a more secure and foolproof plan. Just then, he felt something within his chest pocket vibrating slightly, as if a force sought to break free. Curious, he looked down and discovered it was the crucial life-preserving jade bottle. Cautiously, Shur Yu reached inside his garment, retrieved the jade bottle, and gently uncorked it. In an instant, a faint, translucent figure emerged before the 4 youths. Heavens! The figure unmistakably bore the likeness of King Shirluo. You are you both unharmed? Shirluo's voice resonated with a deep concern. Kair, Huanger, you two are uninjured? He turned to inquire of ZK and Shur Huang with equal concern. Emoshi, astonished to see the familiar yet long-missed visage of her father reappear before her, exclaimed, "Father, you are alive. How wonderful." She rushed towards Shirluo, but the figure, like a fleeting dream, eluded her grasp, causing her to stumble and nearly fall. Fortunately, ZK reacted swiftly, catching her in the nick of time. In that moment, Emoshi momentarily forgot that the jade bottles they wore contained merely a fragile strand of her father's soul. "Father, we are unharmed," Shiryu responded with heartfelt joy, kneeling to show respect. "Thank you, uncle, for your concern. We are all well," Shi Huang echoed in agreement. "What is the current situation outside? Are you aware?" Shirluo inquired, his voice filled with urgency. Zeke, feeling a sense of urgency, meticulously conveyed the external circumstances and his own plans, revealing his wit and decisiveness through his words. After listening patiently, Shirluo pondered for a moment before slowly instructing, "My fragment of soul, once separated from the jade vial, can only endure for a maximum of 2 hours. Therefore, you must listen attentively and refrain from interrupting me." He then sighed softly, expressing self-reproach. "This time, my father was careless. The grand agricultural deity's cauldron has been tampered with, rendering the 9 heavens divine fire array within it inoperable. Alas, the human heart is indeed difficult to fathom." He then cast a complex glance at the younger generation before solemnly declaring, "However, you must not think of vengeance or seek the truth at this moment. This is of utmost importance. No vengeance, no investigation. The old ones cannot be trusted. You both must escape from Shirgua. Furthermore, the family of Kair is also in great peril, and they should consider fleeing as well. Although the risk for Huang'er's family is comparatively lower, they must also prepare for contingencies." Having conveyed these thoughts, Shirluo turned to Shiyu and commanded, "Once you have extricated yourself, take my fragment of soul to the Golden Cloud Cave on Yuling Mountain, where you will find my master, the Jade Cauldron True Man. He can revive me. You may also consider becoming a disciple at Golden Cloud Cave, and when you achieve the Golden Immortal Realm, that shall be our time for vengeance." Upon concluding, Shirluo looked towards Zeke and Mashi, saying, "Kair, Moxer, for 100 miles northwest of Yuling Mountain lies a small border town named Wuqing, adjacent to the ghostly Fang Kingdom. You may find refuge there and support each other with Shiyu." He continued, "Kair, you must find a way to inform Elder Zishio as soon as possible. If they are willing, they might consider delaying their return and lead the Blazing Flame Army directly to Wuqing. Additionally, General Shichi and Elder Shihuang, if they face oppression in the tribe, might also consider gathering at Wuqing." After a brief pause, he added, "The covert plan proposed by Kair is indeed quite feasible. However, I believe with a few minor adjustments, it could be made even more secure. For instance, you siblings should separate your paths. Mashi could quietly seek out General Xianfeng of the Copper-Armored Army and request his discreet escort to Madame Luo Shui by the banks of Luomo Lake. Such measures would enhance secrecy and increase our chances of success. Well then, I must return to the Jade Vial. Exercise caution and act prudently. Shiyu Mashi. Should you encounter danger, open the porcelain vial. It will still be of use. Kair, you are the most resourceful and courageous. Although you have yet to formally unite in vows, I hope you can protect Mashi." With that, Shirluo's form grew increasingly translucent, transforming into a wisp of white mist that drifted into the porcelain vial held by Shiyu. Mashi clearly witnessed her father's final earnest gaze directed at Zeke, and as she lowered her eyes, a few crystalline tears silently rolled down her cheeks. Once Shirluo's fragment of soul returned to the vial, Zeke rose and respectfully addressed Shi Huang. "Brother Huang, we shall act according to the Sovereign's counsel, but I am unable to make contact. The arrangements mentioned by my uncle rely entirely on you." "I shall not decline," he affirmed. "Very well, I shall first stealthily advance southward. Create some commotion to draw the attention of the old ones and that old dog Zhao Yang, and then return to Luqing. If possible, I will also investigate the matter of the cauldron's sabotage while participating in the preliminary selection of the Zhenxian Lin." Finally, Zeke retrieved all the spiritual stones, spiritual fruits, and elixirs from his storage ring, along with the last remaining golden leaf and most of the shell coins, handing them over to Shiyu and Mashi. "Moreover, keep these shell coins, spiritual stones, fruits, and elixirs. From this moment on, you must become self-reliant. Practitioners must carry ample resources with them. Ordinary practitioners often wear a storage bag at their waist, its space distorted within, appearing small from the outside, but capable of holding a considerable amount, often the size of a room. Those who seek longevity or aspire to alchemy or artifact crafting typically conceal their storage bags within their ample sleeves. More spacious than a storage bag is a robust storage ring, often as large as a small palace. However, such storage spaces have limitations. They cannot hold living beings from the six paths and usually lack restrictions on others' access or inspection. Shiyu seemed reluctant to accept, and Mashi did not make any move to take it either. In the past, Mashi would have unhesitatingly snatched it away, often displaying a smug expression. Zeke understood that in recent days, the once proud siblings, Shiryu and his sister, had seen their pride diminished, replaced instead by a certain reserve. When have we ever been overly polite? What is the matter with His Highness today? The current upheaval should serve to unite us more closely, rather than create distance. Trust me, with my capabilities, whether it be stirring up a commotion in the south or triumphing in the selection of Xinjiang Lin, it is all within my grasp. However, Zeke never anticipated that this journey to the south would be fraught with so many unexpected challenges. Chapter 12. A long journey to Shui City the next day. As dawn broke, Zeke set out alone, quietly embarking on his journey. He was acutely aware that at the outset, he must remain low-key to avoid revealing Shi's south hiding place. Upon reaching the south, he intended to adopt an opposite approach, deliberately showcasing bravado and causing a stir to achieve the effect of misdirection. Thus, he meticulously plotted a secret route, winding and twisting, deeply concealed within the pine forests of Ming Mountain, akin to a dragon gliding through the air, skillfully evading the eyes and ears of the world, ultimately leading him to the other end of the tribe, Shui City. There, he would make a discreet appearance to further obfuscate his intentions. To this end, Zeke had undertaken a careful transformation of his appearance, abandoning his horse to travel on foot, striving for discretion. Moving swiftly through the pine forest on the mountainside, Zeke's steps were light, and his spirits had lifted considerably, bolstered by an unprecedented sense of purpose and motivation driving him forward. As he progressed, a sudden gust of wind howled, startling a wild hare into flight, while pine needles and dust swirled chaotically in the tempest. A fearsome demon tiger emerged. Confronted by this sudden beast, Zeke gripped his thunderblade tightly, his gaze unwavering, exuding no fear. The demon tiger, too, fixed its gaze upon Zeke, seemingly astonished by his composure, as prey typically fled in such moments. Yet this bipedal creature did not conform to the expected flight response. Their eyes locked in an intense standoff for 3 breaths. The atmosphere grew so taut that even a passing squirrel clutched its pine cone tightly. Suddenly, the demon tiger let out a low growl and lunged at Zeke. However, Zeke did not retreat. Instead, he summoned the power of his blade. Raising the thunderblade, a sharp, metallic force surged through the weapon, and with a sudden descent, he advanced rather than withdrew, deftly slipping beneath the tiger's belly while delivering a precise strike. In a singular confrontation, he sliced open the demon tiger's abdomen, its entrails and blood gushing forth, causing its massive form to collapse, lifeless upon the ground. Zeke contentedly peeled off the tiger's skin, removing its kidneys, viscera, and orifices, before sheathing his battle blade and settling into a meditative posture. He then summoned his flying sickles, reducing the demonic tiger to mere fragments, along with its essence and soul, all consumed in a singular motion, leaving not a trace behind, a true embodiment of efficiency. His technique, the mountain-cleaving cloud-chopping method, had reached the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage, rendering the gathered spiritual energy insufficient to facilitate a breakthrough to the immortal realm. Contemplating the myriad of challenges that lay ahead, Zeke resolved to first focus on the long-neglected defensive body refinement art, the prison Yuxuanwu technique. This particular practice eschews the notion of breakthroughs, relying solely on quantitative change without qualitative transformation, making it ideally suited for his present circumstances. At this juncture, his mastery of the prison Yuxuanwu technique had merely reached the late stage of its introductory phase, with its defensive capabilities comparable to that of chi refinement practitioners at levels 7 to 9. As for offensive power, this technique boasted little in the way of proactive attack, only capable of reflecting approximately 60 to 70% of incoming assaults. However, moments later, Zeke rose with a satisfied expression, feeling as though he had ignited a rocket, experiencing a substantial surge in his cultivation. Indeed, this sensation surpassed even that of consuming 2 spirit stones. Zeke could hardly contain his delight. For what appeared to others as desolate mountains and wild ravines seemed to him a sanctuary exquisitely tailored for his cultivation. It was far superior to the confines of his home, where he toiled in solitude. Moreover, amidst these ancient, secluded woods, he could freely absorb the blood of demons directly, minimizing waste and without the fear of being seen or misunderstood as having succumbed to the path of darkness or being mistaken for a transformed beast. As Zeke pressed onward, he carved his path with relentless vigor, resembling a formidable beast of harvest, claiming the lives of numerous demon creatures along the way. His gains were substantial. As for the captive Yushuan martial arts, it did not disappoint. He successfully cultivated it to the initial stages of minor completion. According to the ancient texts, his current defensive prowess was roughly equivalent to the first to third levels of the mortal-immortal realm within the cultivation system. Time flew by like an arrow. In just 2 days, Zeke had traversed nearly half of the Yushur kingdom, descending from the northern reaches of the Mengshan pasture to the southern expanse of the tribe. Emerging from the forest, a serene little town quietly revealed itself, resembling a tender painting unfurling before him. He thought to explore for a quaint tavern, perhaps to indulge in a couple of drinks, for he felt somewhat fatigued in body and spirit. Fortuitously, although the town was modest, it was replete with all essentials. Upon entering, the first establishment he encountered was a tavern, exuding an enticing aroma of fine spirits. The town's layout was straightforward and inviting, with a winding street running through its heart, offering a panoramic view of its charming character. With her eyes gently closed, she released a wisp of spiritual awareness that swept through the surroundings, revealing to her the essence of the town. There were but 2 taverns within the town, one situated at the beginning and the other at the end. Thus, she decided to embrace fate. Encountering this establishment meant it was meant to be. As Zeke stepped into the tavern, the atmosphere within exuded an unusual tranquility, devoid of the usual clamor and din. Only 2 patrons sat quietly in a corner, savoring the fine wines in their hands. A young attendant, who had been lazily leaning against an antique table, instantly revitalized upon Zeke's entrance, embodying the spirit of diligent service. With a swift motion, he rose to his feet, his face adorned with a warm, signature smile that revealed 7 gleaming teeth, and called out in a hearty voice, "Esteemed guest, please make yourself at home." Zeke chose an elegant table by the window and sat down leisurely, his gaze sweeping over the scenery outside. He casually inquired of the young waiter, why is business in this establishment so desolate? Hearing this, the waiter displayed a hint of helplessness on his face and sighed softly. "You must be a falconer from the distant Yushur tribe, my lord. Alas, our Shurshur tribe has truly encountered a calamity from the heavens, facing unprecedented adversity." With a slight furrow of her brow, ZK felt a surge of worry and concern within her. Could it possibly be related to her? Displaying a countenance marred by anxiety, she inquired, "A great calamity? What sort of misfortune has befallen us?" The young innkeeper let out a deep sigh and spoke slowly, "Alas. The Xiahou clan has dispatched a formidable army, advancing with fierce intent to seize our beloved Saintess Imoshi of the Kingdom of Shur. The sovereign led our troops in valiant resistance, vowing to fight to the death. Tragically, he perished on the battlefield. Furthermore, the Xiahou clan has demanded that we repay the previously deferred tribute, and under the guise of a betrothal gift, they extort vast sums of money and able-bodied men from our kingdom. As it stands, our entire town has been left desolate, stripped bare, with every household devoid of even a grain of sustenance. Who then has the means to drink and find solace in revelry?" Upon concluding his lament, the innkeeper cast a furtive glance at the manager, who appeared to be lost in a meditative slumber. Lowering his voice, tinged with resignation and trepidation, he murmured, "If this situation persists, I fear even our master will not endure for long. I ponder, perhaps one day I too shall descend to the status of a beggar, returning to a life of relentless supplication." Upon hearing these words, Zeke was taken aback, expressing his astonishment. "I have heard that the Xiahou clan merely demands your rice. Even without rice, you could still subsist on millet and sorghum, could you not?" The innkeeper replied with a bitter smile, "Dear guest, you are overly naive. The Xiahou clan does not possess the concept of compassion in their lexicon. Their motto is, 'If I do not extract the last drop of oil, I consider myself defeated." A chill involuntarily surged through Zeke's heart as he lamented, "The Xiahou clan truly regards us tribes as mere trifles, utterly indifferent to our survival." At that moment, a nearby drinker, filled with indignation, interjected with a voice heavy with outrage, "Trifles? In the eyes of the Xiahou, we are but refuse used as fertilizer for crops. Lifeless refuse. Take the Dogan family next door, for instance. Last night, they were already deliberating on selling their obedient, diligent little daughter. Alas, That child is truly heart-wrenching. Another drinker sighed heavily, speaking with resignation. If I were the sovereign, I would undoubtedly choose to surrender outright. In doing so, I would not only spare my own life, but also save us all from suffering. The first drinker, upon hearing this, could not help but sneer, deriding, Jingbian. I believe you should be called Jingdi. How can your vision be so woefully limited? The Xiahou have stated that the tributes we offer are merely a dowry. Whether we fight or not, we must pay. Engaging in battle might even present an opportunity. If we refrain from fighting, we would truly lose a daughter and deplete our resources. The drinker known as Jingbian retorted defiantly. Hainiu, you may continue to boast. I see no difference between you and that Sikh. You swagger about, championing justice, yet when your own woman is taken, you dare not utter a word. You will only cower in a secluded place, staring in despair. Alas, how did this become about me? Yet, Zeke understood well that a moment's indulgence could unravel grand plans. Having just departed from the Mengshan forest, it was unwise to reveal his identity, lest Zhao Liang and Shirgu trace him back to the Mengshan pasture. His enthusiasm for drinking vanished in an instant. Zeke silently tucked away the brick he had just retrieved. He then discreetly bent his middle finger, subtly releasing a stream of true energy that caused a small pouch, which had been hanging at his waist near the well, to fall silently to the ground. Immediately afterward, Zeke rose to his feet, feigning surprise as he exclaimed loudly, "Oh dear, what is that terrible odor? How utterly unpleasant! What a stench!" The young attendant, bewildered, looked around and replied, "The air in our establishment is filled with the rich aroma of fine wine. Where could this foul smell possibly be coming from?" ZK, feigning seriousness, sniffed the air before pointing at a patron named Jing Bian and solemnly declared, "Ah, it is he who reeks. His breath is so foul it is unbearable. Look, even flies are circling above his head." With that, ZK pinched his nose in disgust and hastily exited the tavern. Initially, Jing Bian wore a perplexed expression, contemplating. How could I possibly smell? Perhaps it is the scent I picked up while supervising the fertilization in the fields yesterday? Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had not personally handled any manure, and a whole night had passed. How could there still be an odor? After a few moments of contemplation, an epiphany struck Jing Bian, igniting a surge of rage that rushed to his head. He abruptly leapt to his feet and dashed out of the establishment, shouting furiously at the receding figure of ZK, "Baka, you there, halt! Who are you calling foul?" Zeke continued to cover his nose, responding loudly without turning back. "I'm talking about you. Your mouth stinks worse than a dung pit." Their voices were as loud as quarrelsome women at the village entrance, causing all passers-by on the street to turn in unison. Even several porters, burdened with their loads, set down their burdens and squatted by the roadside, eager not to miss this free spectacle. Jingbian, consumed with rage, shouted furiously, "Baka, stay where you are. You, the young bird trainer, dare to speak such nonsense." However, Zeke seemed oblivious, still covering his nose and hastening away. Seeing this, Jingbian's fury ignited, and he was determined to catch up and clarify matters with Zeke. At that moment, the waiter rushed out, grabbing Jingbian's sleeve and sternly saying, "Jingbian, you haven't settled your bill yet. Do you intend to dine and dash?" Jingbian whirled around, eyes wide with anger, and retorted loudly, "When have you ever seen me skip out on a bill? Don't slander me." The waiter stood his ground, arguing, "Times have changed. Every household in town is struggling to make ends meet. If you think you can leave without paying, isn't that just shirking your responsibilities?" Jingbian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger and, fueled by his grievances towards Zeke, unleashed a torrent of curses upon the waiter, nearly crossing the line into violence. This altercation drew the attention of more onlookers, who crowded around, buzzing with excitement and eager to witness this unexpected drama. After Jingbian vented his frustrations, the waiter calmly spread his hands and said, "Since you insist you want to default on your bill, then please settle it in front of all these witnesses." Jingbian scoffed and reached for his waist, only to discover his money pouch was mysteriously absent. His face flushed crimson, panic setting in as he exclaimed, "My money pouch. Where could it have gone?" The waiter smirked and called out to the gathered crowd, "Friends, come witness this. I suspected Jingbian would try to skip out on his bill. Now he is pretending his money pouch has vanished to avoid paying." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in outrage, chastising Jingbian. "If you have no money, don't drink." What a fool. Who would have thought that Jingbian, who usually pretended to be respectable, would stoop to drinking without funds? The crowd jeered. He has always been a freeloader. Old habits die hard. In a moment of sudden realization, Jingbian pointed in the direction Zeke had departed, shouting, "It's him. The bird trainer from the Yushir tribe. He stole my money pouch. Everyone, let us go after him." Yet Zeke had long since vanished without a trace, and no one heeded Jingbian's call. The waiter tightened his grip on Jingbian's collar, a smirk playing on his lips. "Thinking of escaping? In your dreams." Soon, Jingbian was drowned in a tide of scorn and insults, pelted with rotten vegetables and foul eggs. "Don't pull my clothes. You can't afford to pay me back. Just hit my face instead." Having been denied the pleasure of fine wine, Jingbian felt an overwhelming sense of regret. It had been a long time since he had walked such a distance. Initially, the journey through freshly harvested wheat fields, with the distinct scent of burning straw in the air, felt refreshing and intriguing. However, after 2 hours, the monotonous scenery lost its charm in Zeke's eyes, leaving him utterly bored, tedious. Despite this, Zeke had no choice but to push onward toward Shueching. At that moment, he caught sight of a small village in the distance, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Even if he couldn't indulge in fine wine, merely seeking a bowl of water to quench his thirst would be a fine consolation. Nearby, in the fields by the road leading into the village, 2 children, around 6 or 7 years old, were picking up wheat ears. Curious, ZK leaned in and inquired, "How is it? Did you have a good haul?" The slightly older girl watched him nervously, concealing a small pouch behind her back. The younger boy, however, joyfully exclaimed, "I found 23 grains of wheat. You know, my mother has already searched this field twice." "Brother, have you forgotten? Mother warned us not to speak to strangers." The little girl quickly grabbed her brother's hand and hurried back toward the village. Zeke observed the 2 children darting into the village, vanishing from sight, and chuckled softly while shaking his head before proceeding into the hamlet. The village was remarkably tranquil, as every inhabitant seemed to congregate in the central clearing. Their gazes were filled with indignation, all fixated on a rotund young gentleman reclining languidly in a deck chair beneath the grand locust tree. 2 attendants were fanning him, while a dozen others stood around the clearing like fierce guardians, exuding an air of intimidation. To an unknowing observer, one might mistakenly assume a martial assembly was underway. However, the prowess of these attendants appeared rather unremarkable. The most formidable among them was a fanning attendant, possessing a cultivation level of the first stage of the mortal-immortal realm, while the rest merely exhibited the cultivation of the chi refinement realm. What on earth was happening? Just as Zeke pondered this, one of the attendants cast a lazy glance in his direction and remarked, "Returned from hunting? Why are you alone? Did the others venture into the wild? Hunting? In this attire, how could I possibly resemble a hunter?" The young master, Zeke, found the situation somewhat perplexing. At that moment, the guard finally took notice of Zeke's attire. "Ah, it turns out he is a young gentleman. One wonders from which obscure corner of the world he has emerged." The guard quickly bowed respectfully and said, "I pay my respects to you, young master. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" "Nothing of great importance. Merely seeking a bowl of water to quench my thirst." "What are you all engaged in?" Zeke inquired curiously. At that moment, the young man reclining beneath the large locust tree also rose to his feet and, with a distant gesture, bowed in return, saying, "I am Shirgue from Xingqing. This village is under my family's jurisdiction, and the residents are all tenants of my family's land. Might I ask your esteemed name, young master?" Zeke gazed at the fury igniting in the eyes of the tenant farmers, as if it were on the verge of erupting. He pondered, the opportunity to champion the oppressed and rescue the farmers has arrived once more. Thus, he responded, "On such a blazing day, why do you prevent everyone from working? Standing idly here instead? Are we convening to collectively reminisce about our hardships?" The young master, with an air of smugness, explained, "I am here to collect rent. Perhaps you have yet to experience the pleasure of this task personally, but in due time, you will come to understand." But the summer grain has already been harvested. At that moment, a small boy suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. A sharp crack resonated as a whip struck flesh nearby. It turned out to be a guard, who, without hesitation, lashed the boy's grandfather across the back. The old man reacted with remarkable swiftness, before the boy could finish his protest. He had already covered the boy's mouth with his right hand and bent down to shield him. "How dare you strike my grandfather?" The small boy, surprisingly strong, quickly wrenched free from his grandfather's grasp. Yet, the old man was even stronger, promptly regaining control of the child while repeatedly smiling and saying, "The child does not understand. Please, noble sir, show mercy. Do not take it to heart. Please, noble sir, show mercy. Do not take it to heart." Witnessing this scene, an uncontrollable fury surged within Zeke's chest. Without hesitation, he charged forward and delivered a resounding slap to the cheek of the guard who had struck the boy. "What are you doing?" The young master sprang in front of Zeke, his voice cold and demanding. One must respect their master even when striking a dog. "Pray tell, who are you? Where do you come from? What business do you have here?" Zeke chuckled and said, "I am but a humble traveler, passing through this place in search of a bowl of water. However, I chanced upon your lackey oppressing the common folk, and thus I delivered a slap to teach him a lesson on your behalf. Take it, no thanks needed, ha ha ha." Upon uttering these words, ZK anticipated that the landlord's son would be incensed, perhaps blowing his beard and glaring in fury. Yet, this was not the case. It was not because the landlord's son lacked a beard to blow, but rather because he was not the mindless fool one would expect from a wealthy family. He was acutely aware that their group lacked the confidence to confront someone of ZK's formidable prowess, a practitioner of the 9th level of chi refinement. Furthermore, he observed this self-proclaimed ZK, whose very presence exuded an air of nobility. He walked with a certain grace, unmistakably hailing from an illustrious lineage, perhaps even one with significant wealth. Should they fail in their attempt and allow this young noble to escape, the consequences would be dire, far beyond what their modest family could endure. They would undoubtedly be crushed to mere dust. What was most critical was the calculating thought in his mind. If this ZK truly was the renowned 4th young master of El City, then it would be akin to a pie falling from the sky. If they could cleverly capture him alive, the bounty would be, oh, just thinking about it makes one salivate. Yet, he could not quite recall the exact amount of the bounty at that moment. Why? Because he had never anticipated such fortune would grace him. Therefore, when he left the city that morning, he had not paid close attention to the posted notices, dismissing them entirely. Consequently, Ge decided to bide his time, to understand the situation before taking any action. He feigned sudden enlightenment, smiling as if blooming like a succulent flower, and politely clasped his hands, saying, "Ah, so it is young Master ZK? I have long admired you. I never expected to encounter you here today. Such is fate. Please, come in, come in. Today, I must share a drink with you." With that, Ge, as if reuniting with an old friend, enthusiastically grasped ZK's hand and led him toward the shade of the large locust tree. Wow, there would be wine to drink. In his heart, ZK felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had just struck his attendant and had even deliberately provoked him. Yet the other party bore no grudge, responding to malice with kindness, and remained so enthusiastic. Taking his seat at the stone table beneath the great locust tree, young Master Ge clasped his hands together and spoke with a clear voice. "I beseech your forgiveness, esteemed sir. I hold an immense admiration and reverence in my heart, akin to prostration, for none other than the son of Elder Zishio, our future imperial son-in-law of the kingdom of Shur, Brother Quebec. In this vast world, how many renowned individuals are there? Brother ZK, can it truly be that you are the esteemed Brother ZK of Elder Zishio's lineage?" Zeke was utterly bewildered. Inwardly pondering the unfolding situation, he casually seized a jug of spirit from the table and, as if it were mere water, took a gentle sip, finally moistening his throat. He then clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "My father is indeed Elder Zishio. Might I inquire your esteemed name, dear brother? I must apologize, for it seems my ears were befuddled, and I failed to catch your introduction." Upon hearing this, Ge experienced a surge of delight, a mingling of pain and joy. He was astonished that Zeke had downed an entire jug of spirit in one go, pained by the loss of such fine liquor, yet elated to stand before none other than El Chang Zeke. Even more astonishing was the fact that Zeke had completely overlooked his true name. This was splendid news. The risk of failing to capture Zeke seemed significantly diminished. However, outwardly, he maintained a calm demeanor, responding courteously, "Not at all, not at all. I am sure Lei of Xinqing. As my fate is aligned with the stone on the mountain element, my parents whimsically named me with 3 characters for stone." Zeke was momentarily taken aback, pondering the peculiar mention of Shangshishi while all he could recall was the fire below the mountain. How could this enigmatic figure emerge alongside the illustrious General Meng Po, sharing the same name? Such a coincidence could rival the thrill of winning a lottery for new stocks. Just as Zeke was engulfed in his thoughts, a jubilant chorus echoed from afar, shattering the tranquility of the small village. It was a group of hunters returning triumphantly, their voices resonating with songs of joy as they called out for the village chief, their parents, wives, children, and brothers even before entering the village. After enduring hunger for so many days, they were finally poised to feast. Their eagerness to share this joy with the villagers was palpable. However, their delight was abruptly curtailed, as they found themselves encircled by a dozen guards, who compelled them to relinquish their hard-won game. This was intolerable. Without sustenance, they faced the grim prospect of starvation. The villagers, fueled by desperation, grasped their assorted weapons, ready to resist. ZK was taken aback. He had initially intended to assist the villagers in punishing Shirley. Yet he had just been referring to Shirley as a brother. ZK stood up, intending to persuade Shirley to leave some food for the villagers. However, Shirley grasped ZK's arm and ascended the stone table, amplifying his voice with inner strength, addressing the villagers with clarity. Please allow me a moment to speak. Just now, many of you witnessed that this individual is none other than young Master ZK. Was it his intention to intimidate the villagers by flaunting his own authority? Zeke hesitated briefly but eventually nodded gently, tacitly acknowledging what Shirley had stated. Indeed, the villagers came to a halt, their chatter subsiding slightly, as they were still willing to listen to what young Master Shir had to say. Last year, during the severe drought, did I not promise that everyone could defer part of their rent? The murmurs within the crowd diminished further. No one responded. Yet they recognized the truth in Shir Gui's words. My family has been exceedingly benevolent. Yet this year, why must we suddenly repay last year's rent? When summer grain has already been increased by 30%, and we are about to prepay for the autumn harvest. The clamor within the crowd erupted once more, questioning why the rent had abruptly risen. Shir Gui leaped down from the stone table and commanded his guards loudly, prepare the bows and arrows. He then approached the old village chief, pointing at Zeke, and with a voice imbued with internal power and indignation, he declared, it is all because of him. Zeke. He has provoked the emperor of humanity, Xiajia, for the sake of the woman he fancies. This has led the emperor to execute the ruler of our Shir kingdom and imposed heavier taxes upon us. It has caused everyone to suffer from a lack of food. The villagers' anger, incited by Shir Gui's words, surged to a fever pitch in an instant. ZK stood atop the stone table, gazing at the throngs of enraged individuals surrounding him, utterly at a loss, rendered speechless. What could be done? Release the arrows. With a commanding shout from Shir Gui, countless arrows were unleashed towards Z Quebec. Slay him. Eliminate this scoundrel. The villagers brandished their weapons, charging forth towards Z Quebec. The little girl he had encountered at the village entrance clutched her younger brother tightly, seeking refuge behind a segment of the earthen wall. Brother, we must be cautious from now on. Never converse with strangers. See, we have encountered wickedness today. How could these villagers harbor such hatred for their own? Such animosity, so profound and irreconcilable. Tears streamed down Zeke's face, unable to be restrained. He silently invoked the Qiu Yu Xuanwu technique, deflecting the haphazard barrage of weapons that assailed him. Yet, he was reluctant to inflict harm upon the pitiable, ignorant villagers. Nevertheless, that insidious and vile character, Shirley, needed to be taught a lesson. Without hesitation, Zeke hurled a brick toward Shirley. Though the guards managed to intercept him twice, the force of the brick was formidable, crashing through their defenses and leaving Shirley's head bloodied and bruised. In a swift motion, Zeke leapt, grasping a branch of the towering locust tree above him, and with a powerful push, he soared through the air like a monkey, darting towards the village entrance, navigating through the thickets with agility. In mere moments, he vanished into the depths of the small forest beyond the village, leaving behind the echoes of voices urging, catch him, don't let him escape. Uncertain of how long he had been fleeing, the clamor of pursuit finally ceased around him. Zeke settled down beside a clear, tranquil pond. How could one blame those simple villagers? It was clearly Shirley, that treacherous scoundrel, who had been stirring trouble from the shadows. Just as the villagers should not direct their animosity towards him, their ire ought to be aimed at Xiajia and Zhao Liang instead. In the depths of her heart, Zeke silently reassured herself, yet her thoughts were abruptly yanked back to reality by a cacophony of noise. Lifting her gaze, she discovered a group of villagers, fiercely pursuing a boy of about 12 or 13 years of age. The lad, desperately fleeing, cried out with the raspy voice characteristic of adolescence, his pleas resonating with anguish. I did not steal your belongings. You are mistaken. I truly did not take anything from you. Meanwhile, the villagers, armed with various farming tools, shouted in unison as they relentlessly pursued him, don't let him escape. That little rascal must not get away. Perhaps this boy was indeed innocent of the accusations against him. In the depths of his thoughts, ZK suddenly moved with agility, positioning himself in front of the group of villagers, and in a resonant voice inquired, Why do you, a gathering of adults, pursue this child so relentlessly? The young boy, witnessing someone step forward to shield him from the ferocious villagers, felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. He collapsed onto a large stone by the pond, gasping for breath. The leading villager, upon seeing an obstruction in their path, glared furiously, standing defiantly at the forefront of the crowd, and exclaimed, "Esteemed sir, this little rascal has pilfered from our village. Kindly clear the way so that we may retrieve him." Zeke slowly turned his head, casting a glance at the youth, and inquired, "Did you truly steal their belongings?" The youth promptly replied, "No, they owe me wages." Zeke, puzzled, redirected his gaze towards the group of villagers. The leader of the villagers, with a scowl, retorted, "Young master, do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. We, out of pity for him, allowed him to assist in harvesting wheat, and in return, he resorted to deceit and trickery." The youth swiftly interjected, speaking with urgency, "I fulfilled the promise I made to you. It is you who have gone back on your word, withholding my wages. I merely decided to reclaim what is rightfully mine." Utter nonsense. The leader of the villagers erupted in fury, brandishing a hoe and charging towards the youth. Upon witnessing the scene, ZK gently waved his hand, releasing a soft stream of spiritual energy that drifted like clouds, halting the villager in his tracks. "Uncle, do not act impulsively. What exactly has he taken from you? How much remuneration did you initially promise him?" The leading villager, recognizing ZK's formidable presence, suppressed his simmering anger and responded, "It is not merely a matter of taking. It is theft. He has stolen dozens of our fabric coins. We originally agreed to pay him 10 fabric coins for a month's labor in harvesting rapeseed and wheat. Yet, he has been idling away his time, exerting no effort. After deliberation, we decided, considering his plight, to offer him half of the promised wages." The young man immediately retorted, "Who claims I have been idling on purpose? It is you who fail to provide me with sufficient food. How can I muster the strength to work?" The leading villager replied with a scoff, "With the increased rent, we can barely feed ourselves. Subsisting on 2 meals a day, one of sorghum and the other of wild vegetable gruel. Do you expect to eat 3 meals daily, each consisting of rice?" Upon hearing this, ZK was taken aback. How could such trivial matters be entangled with himself? Nevertheless, he decided to swallow his pride and resolve the conflict amicably. With a graceful gesture, he produced 2 shell coins and smiled. "It appears this is merely a misunderstanding. There was a lack of clarity in your initial discussions, particularly regarding the specifics of the labor involved. Allow me to offer these 2 shell coins as compensation on behalf of this young man. Would that be agreeable?" The villagers were momentarily stunned by the generosity of this young noble. They exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a consensus in an instant. The leading villager spoke, "It is not merely a matter of money. Our primary concern is to ensure that this lad does not stray down the wrong path. And we intended to impart a lesson. Since you wish to assist him, we have no further objections. After all, the chase he just endured should suffice in teaching him a lesson. We shall let him go this time." With that, the leading villager stepped forward to respectfully accept the 2 shell coins, signaling the other villagers to disperse with a sense of relief. Zeke then turned around and addressed the young man, saying, "Alas, I assist you because I too have recently been pursued. However, it is indeed wrong to take someone else's wealth without their permission." The young man immediately rose to his feet, bowing respectfully, and tearfully replied, "May I inquire your esteemed name, noble benefactor? Should fortune favor me in the future, I shall undoubtedly repay your great kindness and generosity." The young man said with a smile, "I seek no recompense. I merely hope that you will conduct yourself with propriety in the future." The youth replied, "Kind benefactor, it is not my intention to reclaim the wages I rightfully earned. It is merely that my family is beset by difficulties. Ever since my mother tragically perished during childbirth, my father has raised me with great sorrow and hardship. Unexpectedly, 2 years ago, my father fell ill with a strange ailment, coughing up blood and unable to work. He requires medication daily, and soon, our meager savings were depleted, and we had to sell our land. Thus, I had no choice but to leave the village and seek odd jobs elsewhere to earn a little money for my father's treatment." As he spoke, the young man could not help but burst into tears. The young man, filled with confusion, inquired, "If your father is gravely ill and you have been working outside for a month, who is tending to him?" The lad wept even more sorrowfully and replied, "My lord, you are unaware of my plight. I have a pitiable sister who, despite her frail condition, is at home caring for our father. She has never known a full meal since childhood. Alas, the poignant lamentations of the youth stirred Zeke's heart into a deeper melancholy. Eventually, he bestowed upon the boy 2 shell coins, urging him to hasten home to care for his gravely ill father. With a heavy heart, he resumed his solitary journey towards Shui City. After 2 hours of travel, he circumvented a lush grove, and suddenly, a breathtaking vista unfolded before him. Behold, a magnificent city, Shui City, a resplendent gem of the Shi Kingdom, renowned for its metalworking, pottery, and craftsmanship. A wondrous place that gathered countless skilled artisans. It had been 5 long years since he had last set foot in Shui City. Gazing upon the familiar sights, a tide of emotions and memories surged within Zeke. It was here, 5 years ago, when he was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, that he was compelled to engage in a life-and-death battle with that individual of the 5th level. Alas, Zeke let out a deep sigh, recalling the name of that young man. Shuriken Chapter 13. Interrupting your heroic journey, stepping into a narrow alley, deep and winding, seldom trodden by others. Zeke subtly shifted his form, silently shedding his disguise. He then strolled forth with a leisurely gait, emerging from the far end of the alley, where he discovered a reasonably pleasant inn and entered with purpose. Esteemed guest, are you here for a meal or to stay the night? The innkeeper greeted him with a professionally crafted smile, eagerly attending to him. I wish to stay the night. Zeke replied succinctly, all right. Esteemed guest, please take a moment to register here. As the attendant spoke, he guided Zeke to the counter. The proprietor, adorned with a professional smile, warmly introduced. Our establishment offers accommodations classified into 3 categories: heaven, earth, and humanity. Zeke, with no regard for decorum, slammed the table and boldly interjected. I demand to stay in room Tianzi number 1. It must be in the prime location. The innkeeper, displaying a look of regret, forced a smile and replied, I sincerely apologize, esteemed guest. Both rooms Tianzi number 1 and number 2 are currently occupied by distinguished patrons. Would room Tianzi number 3 be acceptable? From a premier choice to a third-rate option? How could that be permissible? Very well. After a brief moment of contemplation, the young attendant responded. May I inquire your esteemed surname and given name, and from whence do you hail? The innkeeper continued to ask. Suddenly, ZK transformed into a theatrical figure, standing tall and deliberately proclaiming, Everyone, lend me your ears. I am the one, the legendary figure of the martial world. His voice resonated so powerfully that it startled a sparrow perched on the window, causing it to flutter away in fright. However, as ZK surveyed his surroundings, a twinge of disappointment washed over him. No one cast him a glance of interest. Hey, could you please cooperate a bit? A reaction would be nice. With a self-deprecating smile, he continued, just kidding. My surname is Z, and my name is K. I hail from L City. Unbeknownst to him, the young attendant's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he covertly glanced at the innkeeper. The innkeeper, too, momentarily displayed a flicker of unusual light in his gaze, but quickly masked it with a calm demeanor, casting a disapproving glance at the young attendant. Soon after, his expression reverted to one of serene composure, as if nothing had transpired, and he inquired, 1 shell coin per night. Shall you prepay for a few nights, young sir? In no time, ZK successfully settled into room 3 of the Tian building. The young attendant, filled with curiosity, lowered his voice to ask the innkeeper, that is quite a handsome reward. The innkeeper softly admonished him, in our line of business, we must adhere to the principle that harmony brings wealth, and wealth must be earned justly. We shall collect every rightful coin. However, we must not entertain greed for ill-gotten gains. Upon hearing the innkeeper's words, the young attendant felt an overwhelming admiration swell within him. Nodding earnestly and replying, Your integrity is truly commendable, esteemed innkeeper. Observing the attendant's earnest demeanor, the innkeeper added, Moreover, have you not noticed the formidable aura that emanates from him? Do you truly think you could contend with him? This remark left the young attendant utterly astonished. That is quite a leap to take. Meanwhile, at that moment, ZK sat alone in his room, deeply engrossed in thought. How might he better attract the attention of the crowd? Zeke furrowed his brow slightly. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed within his mind. Ding. That sound was akin to a bolt of lightning piercing through the dark night sky, instantly illuminating the spark within his heart. Zeke immediately conceived an idea. He descended the stairs with measured steps and headed straight to a window-side elegant seat in the hall, where the view was expansive and ideal for being the center of attention. He settled himself firmly and, channeling his inner strength, bellowed. Waiter, bring me 20 jars of the limited edition spirit from the year 820 of Xianyuan. His voice resonated powerfully, reverberating through the hall like a thunderclap. This command startled the guests, drawing their attention towards him in unison. Some whispered to themselves, "What? What is the limited edition spirit from the year 820? Yet, they hesitated to inquire further. Others were puzzled. Where does this young man come from? Can he possibly finish 20 jars of spirit? Is there truly a drunkard in this world? A few scoffed, musing, whose extravagant folly is this? Seeking to flaunt wealth? Then let him revel in it. In an instant, murmurs filled the air, but Zeke remained composed, for he had anticipated none of this. Now, bring me the menu. Zeke's voice remained robust, tinged with an air of defiance. Upon hearing this, the waiter promptly nodded and replied, "Of course, esteemed guest, please wait a moment." He swiftly retrieved an exquisitely crafted menu and, with a tray, brought 5 jars of spirit and a wine cup, carefully placing them before Zeke while smiling apologetically. "Esteemed guest, please take a look. I shall fetch the remaining 15 jars of spirit for you right away." Moments later, the waiter meticulously arranged the remaining jars on the table. Only then did Zeke leisurely peruse the menu, his gaze sweeping across it before declaring, "Let us begin with a roasted suckling pig." Upon hearing this, the waiter's face revealed a hint of discomfort as he gently advised, "Esteemed guest, this roasted suckling pig is meant to be shared among 4 or 5 strong men. You may find it overwhelming to consume alone." With a slight arch of her brow, ZK replied with a hint of impatience, "Whether I can finish it or not is of no concern to you." The young attendant, upon witnessing her demeanor, hastily offered a conciliatory smile and said, "Indeed, indeed. Esteemed guest, you are absolutely right." The attendant then added, "Might I suggest a roasted whole deer?" Upon hearing this, the server's expression grew even more troubled, and with utmost caution, he advised, "Esteemed guest, the cost for such a roasted deer is 1 gold coin. Perhaps, may I propose a roasted deer leg instead?" Upon hearing these words, ZK's eyes widened, and his tone abruptly escalated. "What? Are you afraid I cannot afford the payment?" With that, he reached into his storage ring, intending to produce a gold leaf and slam it forcefully onto the table. However, in that fleeting moment, he suddenly recalled that his gold leaves, spirit stones, and the majority of his shell coins had already been given to Mo Shi and Shiryu. His movement faltered slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Blushing, he retrieved 2 strings of shell coins from his sleeve and gently placed them on the table. Although his tone remained assertive, it was tinged with a diminished confidence. "Take these shell coins for now." The waiter, upon seeing the 2 strings of shell coins, thought to himself, "Wow, what generosity. Had I known you were truly this affluent, I would have recommended the more expensive options without hesitation. Yet, why do you still appear flustered? Oh no, in the words of you noble young gentlemen, is this what you call indignation?" The waiter quickly collected the shell coins, bowing and smiling apologetically. "Please hold on a moment. Esteemed guest, I shall prepare everything for you right away. No need to rush." With a serene smile, ZK spoke with an air of calm assurance. He lightly tapped the menu with his fingers and continued, "I would like a large pot of lamb soup, a large pot of donkey meat soup, a rack of roasted venison tenderloin, a pair of roasted bear paws, and a small basket of ramsons." As soon as his words fell, the waiter and the surrounding patrons stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Some murmured softly, "Is this young gentleman here to dine, or to host a banquet?" Others whispered among themselves, "Such an abundance of dishes could hardly be consumed by 10 people." Even more audaciously, one could not help but chuckle quietly. Could he be the young heir of a wealthy family, here to flaunt his riches? In an instant, the hall was filled with a chorus of hushed whispers, all eyes drawn to ZK, as if he had become the very center of attention. ZK, however, maintained an air of composure, as if all of this were well within his grasp. He merely rolled up the menu lightly and instructed the young waiter, "Go on, bring the dishes promptly." The waiter, however, displayed a look of concern and cautiously reminded him, "Young master, there simply isn't enough space on this table for so many dishes." Upon hearing this, ZK raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain in his tone as he remarked, "What difficulty is there in this? Simply arrange a circle of tables around me." The young attendant, upon hearing this, found himself in a greater predicament and quietly explained, "My lord, even if we were to set up 3 tables around you, it would still be insufficient to accommodate all these dishes." ZK let out a cold snort, his tone tinged with impatience. "Is your mind not functioning properly? If one circle cannot accommodate, then let it be two. Hurry and prepare the dishes. The young attendant, sensing ZK's resolute demeanor, dared not utter another word and quickly nodded, bowing in deference. Yes, yes, young master, please wait a moment. I shall make the arrangements at once. As the attendant turned to leave, a wave of bitterness surged within ZK, who clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it, when have I ever been short of money? This meal will nearly deplete my meager collection of shell coins. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Without sufficient funds, how could he stir up a tempest in the southern lands? Sighing, he brushed aside such thoughts, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. No matter the cost, he must first ensure that his name is remembered. Thus, he could not afford to lose his momentum here, even if it meant exhausting all his resources temporarily. Yet, fortune seemed to smile upon Quebec suddenly. A dashing young gentleman emerged from the elegant chamber, his fair complexion and extraordinary features captivating all who beheld him. Holding a long flute, his voice flowed like a crystal-clear spring as he serenely intoned, "Young master, a grain sown in spring, toiling through 100 days in summer. The autumn harvest yields but a few seeds, as time bestows upon the mulberry fields. Do not squander the gifts of heaven and earth, nor waste this hard-won sustenance." Upon hearing these words, both ZK and Yang Ge Yao could not help but feel a simultaneous jolt in their hearts, thinking, wow, this fellow, who could undoubtedly rely on his looks for sustenance, is unexpectedly cultured as well. However, there was indeed some merit in his statement. Yet, one could not deny the desire to attract the attention of the crowd. Surely this was a more civilized approach than resorting to brawls for the sake of spectacle? Thus, ZK mustered his courage, puffed out his chest, and feigned arrogance, declaring, "How I choose to indulge is of no concern to you." The young flute master arched an eyebrow, a calm smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I am merely offering sincere advice. Do not squander my goodwill. Otherwise, beware that I may shatter your precious role. Still wishing to disrupt my protagonist?" Yang Ge Yao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "You are merely here to serve up the feast. In the dream of returning to the Xia dynasty, possessing the bloodline of the Pishio is truly exhilarating." Before his words could fully dissipate, the young flute master suddenly fixed his gaze, an invisible pressure emanating from him, weighing down upon ZK like a mountain. Wow, how dare he insult himself as a pig? A surge of indignation ignited within Zeke's heart. How intolerable! Yet, it is indeed bearable. The swine could no longer endure such provocation, though he could not precisely gauge the opponent's level of cultivation. The faint fluctuation of profound energy and the palpable sense of oppression were sufficient for Zeke to comprehend that the gentleman with the flute before him was, in fact, a formidable being of the true immortal realm. Could it be that this was some affluent scion brought from Xinjiang by that Ke Zhao Yang to amuse himself in the kingdom of Yusher? Zeke pondered silently, realizing that his nation possessed merely 6 formidable true immortals, all of whom he was acquainted with, indicating that this individual was evidently not from his homeland. Contemplating his course of action, a melodious voice resonated within his mind, sparking a moment of inspiration. A direct confrontation? He surmised that he would likely be outmatched. Instead, why not engage in a battle of wits? Thus, a subtle smile graced Zeke's lips as he proclaimed, "Very well. Should I fail to finish the dishes I have ordered, I willingly accept that you may break my legs. However, if by some stroke of fortune I manage to consume every last morsel, what will you have to say?" The young man, holding a long flute, gently tapped his palm in contemplation and, after a moment's thought, replied nonchalantly, "If you indeed manage to finish, I shall bear the cost of this meal." Upon hearing this, Zeke raised an eyebrow in feigned dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "No way. Are my legs merely worth the paltry sum of a single meal?" The young man with the flute's eyes flickered momentarily, and he replied nonchalantly, "Then what do you propose?" With a playful smile curving at the corners of her mouth, Zeke proposed, "How about this? If I finish all these dishes, you shall cover the expenses of everyone in this establishment for today?" The young master with the long flute hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. A gentleman's word is his bond." Zeke responded with a resonant voice, proclaiming, "A team of 4 horses cannot catch up." Internally, he chuckled, for as a descendant of the Pishio bloodline, a mere feast was but a trivial matter. Yet, it was prudent to cast a bait first, lest he frighten them away in one fell swoop. He hoped they would not emulate the old koi in the micro-sea, who, at the slightest rustle, would flee in panic, rendering the encounter utterly dull. Patience was key. With a long line, one could reel in a grand catch. Upon hearing this, the young master with the long flute lifted the corners of his mouth, wearing a half-smile as he gazed at Zeke, saying, "Very well, it is settled. I am eager to see how you intend to devour all these dishes." As these words echoed, the inn erupted in a fervor, with patrons buzzing with excitement and speculation. Two merchants, in particular, were animatedly placing bets. A robust middle-aged man quickly reacted, shouting, "Waiter, quickly, add the Buddha jumps over the wall I neglected to order yesterday." What? How did I not think of that? Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly seemed enlightened, clamoring to add more dishes. The waiter was nearly overwhelmed, struggling to keep up with the orders. The innkeeper, delighted, found it difficult to tally the growing accounts. Yet, amidst the revelry, the long flute young master appeared less than pleased. His brow furrowed, hinting at concern, and he kindly cautioned the crowd, "Everyone, hold on a moment." The crowd paused, wondering if this dapper young man was reconsidering. To ensure that their additional orders would be covered, the first man to request more dishes stood up, clasped his hands in salute, and declared, "Esteemed sir, let me speak plainly. We are quite worried. What if you lose and cannot pay for our added dishes?" The long flute young master retorted sharply, "A mere handful of shell coins. What weight do they carry? I merely wish to remind you to think carefully before ordering. If that fellow loses, no one will cover your tab." Another diner rose, asserting, "Words alone are insufficient. Sir, might you, like the previous gentleman, stake some shell coins up front?" The crowd found this reasoning compelling, echoing their agreement and urging the long flute young master to place his wager. With a gentle smile, he gracefully shook his head. Suddenly, a flash of gold appeared in his hand, and with a resounding clap, a gold ingot was laid upon the innkeeper's counter. "Behold, does this satisfy you?" The innkeeper hastily inspected it, confirming its authenticity. He then turned to the astonished crowd and declared, "Indeed, it is genuine gold." The man who had first called for more dishes was the first to recover, exclaiming, "Sufficient, ample." Such generosity. The crowd then followed suit, echoing, "Enough, enough." How could one describe such a figure? Surely, he was not merely a wealthy and handsome young man. He was indeed a paragon of beauty and affluence. Upon witnessing this, the young master of the long flute became intrigued and said, "Innkeeper, I shall add 10 more plates of the ice-drunk lobster." Hearing this, the young master immediately turned around and declared, "Others may add, but you alone are forbidden from doing so." ZK feigned surprise and said, "Are you afraid of losing? In fact, if I add a few more dishes, wouldn't your chances of winning be greater?" The young man pondered silently. Indeed, judging by his demeanor, this fellow appears quite confident. What if I were to lose? The stakes are already considerable. I should secure some insurance for myself and leave an escape route. Thus, he gently twirled his flute and replied, "Unless you substitute the 10 plates of ice-drunken lobster with ice-drunken lobster mixed with asparagus, and additionally include a large pot of ginseng and chi goose liver braised turtle." A mere child. Asparagus against ginseng. Are you attempting to kill me? So you were truly afraid after all? With a playful smile, Zeke expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my friend. I have yet to taste these 2 dishes, but they certainly sound utterly delectable." The young man with the flute also smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "Rest assured, my master can save your life. As for me, I merely wish to interrupt your feast." Just then, a gallant young gentleman stepped forward among the diners, his voice resonating powerfully as he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, would anyone care to place a wager? I shall take on the role of the banker." For the young man with the flute, the odds are 10 to 1. And for this, feast gentleman, the odds are 2 to 1. What a ridiculous notion. Does he truly consider himself a pig? ZK shot an indignant glance at the valiant young gentleman. Truly a prodigy. He had astonishingly attained the 3rd level of the mortal-immortal realm. By heavens. As for young Master Chong Shao, one must endure. But for you, I cannot tolerate. Zeke silently produced his concealed weapon, striking the table forcefully as he coldly exclaimed, "Who are you to speak to me in such a manner? Immediately apologize, or I shall not hesitate to break your dog-ass leg. How dare you?" Before the words of Zeke had fully escaped his lips, a formidable gentleman beside him suddenly rose to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Zeke and bellowing, "Why do you not kneel and apologize to my young master at once? Otherwise, I shall break your pig's hand once more." As he spoke, the middle-aged man emanated an overwhelming aura, and a faint ripple of profound energy surged forth. Ziku's heart secretly exclaimed, "When did I possess such a dominion?" that formidable beings of the true immortal realm are ubiquitous? In this era, can even true immortal experts be acquired in bulk? In a moment of profound turmoil, ZK found himself grappling with immense anguish. If he were to stubbornly assert himself and ultimately lose his life, how could he possibly avenge the sovereign? How could he protect Emoshi? Yet, the adversaries had already encroached upon him. How could he possibly swallow such indignation? What could he do in the face of his inability to combat them? Time was of the essence. Just as despair loomed heavily, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated ZK's mind, and he swiftly conceived a plan, grasping a newfound resolve. Fortuitously, two formidable beings from the realm of true immortals had arrived. Just as ZK felt a wave of relief wash over him upon discovering his means of escape, the valiant young lord gently tugged at the sleeve of the middle-aged man beside him and whispered, "Yin Shu, it's of no consequence." Subsequently, he offered a respectful bow towards ZK and remarked, "Esteemed young sir, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused, and I humbly ask for your understanding. As I am unaware of your esteemed name, I find myself at a loss for how to address you. Should I call you a bumbling fool, a glutton, or perhaps a piggy?" Alas, after much contemplation, not a single appropriate title comes to mind. Ziku, filled with indignation, was about to announce his name and see how this fellow would respond. Unexpectedly, the young man with the long flute interjected, "Then let us call him Foodie. That title is quite fitting." Upon hearing this, the gallant young man suddenly realized, indeed, Foodie is far more pleasing to the ear than the other options. Zeke's fists clenched with an audible crack, poised to retort when the gallant young master continued his resonant explanation. "Should any among you wager a single shell coin on the defeat of the flute master, and should he indeed lose, I shall not only return your original coin, but also compensate you with 10 more. However, if the flute master prevails, that single coin shall be mine to keep. Similarly, should you wager 2 shell coins on the defeat of this gourmand young master, and should he lose, I shall repay you 3 coins in total. But if he triumphs, those 2 coins shall belong to me." The crowd was momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances before erupting into a cacophony of murmurs. Some found the wager novel and intriguing, eager to participate. Others, unable to suppress their impulses, yearned to test their luck and profit from the gamble. A few, however, remained skeptical, silently questioning the true intentions behind this bold proposition. A wealthy merchant in brocade robes was the first to voice his concern. "Young master, though your wager is indeed novel, how can we be assured of its fairness? Should you renege or abscond with our coins, what recourse would we have? Surely you do not expect us to suffer such a loss in silence." The gallant young master smiled faintly, his gaze brimming with confidence. "Rest assured, noble patrons. I, Brother Gue, swear upon my honor that this wager is fair and just. My family hails from Jinshuan, a lineage of considerable repute. We would never tarnish our centuries-old name for mere shell coins. Should I fail to honor my word, you need only seek redress in Jinshuan." His declaration, however, was met with derision, like a stone cast into still waters. "Jinshuan? My ancestors never ventured so far." A gruff voice scoffed from the crowd. "Indeed, who knows where he truly hails from? If he claims Jinshuan, then I hail from the divine peaks of Kunlun." Another jeered, eliciting raucous laughter. "My family resides in Yangcheng, where the great Yu established his capital, far grander than this so-called Jinshuan." A third mocked, "Not even a surname to swear by? Do you take us for fools?" Came a scornful retort. "Brother Gue? More like Brother Ghost. Only spirits know his true origins." A silver-tongued swindler. Another sneered, "Damn it, it's these Jinshuan scoundrels who've bled us dry this year." An enraged voice bellowed, drawing nods of agreement. "Scram! Shui City has no welcome for Jinshuan rats. Spare us your disgrace." Someone shouted, rising to shoo them away. "Out! Out! Out!" The crowd's fury swelled like tidal waves, threatening to drown the two interlopers. "Young master, do not restrain me." The immortal-ranked Yun Shu, humiliated by the mob's hostility, seethed with rage, his aura roiling as if poised to strike. Yet the self-proclaimed Brother Gue held him fast. Wearing an expression of chagrin, Brother Gue shook his head. "Compose yourself, Yin Shu. As Lord Zhao says, elegance befits a man." Thus, beneath the thunderous jeers, the two beat a hasty retreat. Even outside, Yin Shu flung his sleeve in fury. "Fear not, young master. Even outnumbered, this commander stands unshaken." Brother Gue, however, remained unperturbed, gently patting his companion's trembling shoulder. "Peace, Yin Shu. Such trifles are beneath us. Within the heart lies the cosmos. The world rests in one's embrace. Why let petty disturbances disturb the tranquil mind? Young master, I seem to have lost my shoe. Zeke sat beside, observing the scene before him. His heart stirred with profound emotion. He silently pondered. It appears that not everyone is devoid of understanding. These diners exhibit a commendable sense of patriotism. Shortly thereafter, the waiter brought forth 15 tables, encircling Zeke, arranging them into 3 complete circles. Subsequently, an array of exquisite dishes was served, filling the tables to the brim. Zeke, a man of few words, promptly seated himself, drew forth a short sword, and with a pair of chopsticks, began to indulge in a sumptuous feast. He took a sip of exquisite spirit and sliced off a piece of venison. His movements, though swift, bore an air of grace rather than rudeness. The surrounding diners paused in their own meals, captivated by the spectacle unfolding before them. Could this young gentleman truly consume such a copious amount? Whispers floated through the air, speculating on his remarkable appetite. Observing his composed demeanor, it seemed unlikely that he was merely putting on a show. The gentleman with the long flute appeared to be of noble birth. Should he falter in this challenge, the rest of us might find ourselves fortunate today. As moments ticked by, the dishes on the table dwindled at an astonishing rate. Initially, the gentleman with the long flute maintained an air of indifference. Yet as Zeke continued to feast, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. How could this be possible? He marveled inwardly, scrutinizing Zeke, yet finding no discernible indication of weakness. Finally, when the last dish was devoured, Zeke set down his chopsticks, wiped the corner of his mouth, and cheerfully proclaimed, "How was that? I have finished." The establishment fell into a stunned silence, which was swiftly followed by an eruption of applause and cheers. Truly, this young man is extraordinary. Ha! What a delightful day this has become. The gentleman with the long flute regarded Zeke with a complex expression. After a brief pause, he sighed softly and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "I am in awe. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Ziqiao smiled faintly and remarked, "Ziqiao." As the words escaped his lips, the atmosphere in the establishment erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Ziqiao. Could it be the infamous Ziqiao who had a bounty on his head? Surely, it must be him, the one whose fiancé he had caught the eye of Ziyaki. Whispers filled the air, laced with incredulity. It was said that his refusal to relinquish the sacred maiden Mashi had provoked Ziyaki, thus inviting calamity upon the nation of Shur. Another voice chimed in, tinged with a hint of lamentation. Yet, how could he dare to appear here with such audacity? Does he not fear being captured? This is what one might call audacious confidence. If only you, too, could be reborn into a wealthy family, would you then possess such arrogance? Conversations murmured quietly, glances frequently darting towards Ziqiao, filled with a blend of curiosity and trepidation. The patrons within the establishment exchanged hushed words, the ambience shifting to one of tension and peculiarity. Many were eager to test their fortunes, for this gluttonous young master was akin to a walking treasure chest. However, all dared only to entertain such thoughts in silence, refraining from action. The risk of reporting him could spell doom for their own families, an outcome they could scarcely endure given the wrath of a wealthy lineage. The young master with the long flute wore a solemn expression, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze, yet he chose not to elaborate. Instead, he simply stated, "I underestimated you." With that, he addressed the crowd. "Let us honor the wager. I shall cover all expenses for everyone present today." Oh, this young master with the long flute is rather straightforward. Moreover, having achieved his purpose for appearing in Shui City, he resolved to let Ziqiao be for now. The young woman smiled faintly and, with a graceful gesture, expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your generosity, young sir." The young man with the long flute waved his hand dismissively and replied, "However, I find myself somewhat curious about how you accomplished that." ZK smiled silently, casting a meaningful glance his way, and respectfully suggested, "If you are interested, young sir, perhaps we may converse further on another day." Immediately thereafter, he turned to the innkeeper and commanded, "Innkeeper, bring me 2 more jars of spirit wine and 2 plates of divine fruits, to be delivered to my room." With that, ZK ascended the stairs, leaving the long Shao gentleman standing there in a daze, lost in contemplation. The crowd around them buzzed with chatter. In my opinion, Master ZK should continue gambling, indulging in another plate of divine fruits, and winning yet another shell coin. Look at your ambition. He is a tycoon. Does he truly need to win shell coins in this manner? Alas, I should have ordered a steamed lobster as well. In room 3, ZK sat cross-legged by the window, savoring a sip of spirit wine, leaning gently against the window frame, his gaze drifting lazily outside. The night had descended. A slender crescent moon hung solitary in the sky, resembling a small boat gently swaying amidst the vast expanse of stars. A few distant stars glimmered, cold and remote. Suddenly, 2 notes from an ancient guqin sliced through the stillness of the night. Though but a mere 2 sounds, they pierced the heart like a drawn sword, captivating the soul. Upon hearing the words, ZK's ears instinctively perked up, fully attuned to capture the faintly resonating melody. Yet, the sound of the guqin abruptly ceased, leaving only a profound silence in its wake. Just as ZK pondered whether the captivating notes were merely struck by accident, an ethereal and distant sound of the Xiao floated down from the night sky, akin to a celestial serenade. The Xiao's melody, dreamlike and surreal, enveloped ZK, as if he were soaring amidst the clouds, light as a swallow, gradually ascending towards the resplendent stars and the vast sea of constellations. Suddenly, the Xiao sound halted, followed by 2 delicate notes from the guqin, accompanied by a crisp beat of a small drum. The Xiao's melody gracefully unfurled once more, resembling a dragon gliding through the starlit expanse. Subsequently, the guqin's voice emerged, intertwining with the Xiao's, creating a harmonious symphony akin to the roar of dragons and the calls of phoenixes. Zeke felt as though he were amidst a myriad of stars, moving gently in harmony with the music, traversing through the celestial expanse, his heart filled with an unparalleled serenity. The melancholic emotions that had accumulated recently dissipated like mist, bestowing upon his soul an unprecedented tranquility and solace. Yang Ge Yao, though not particularly versed in musical theory, was equally entranced by the melodies. Akin to observing the K-line chart of the stock market from the previous month, where one wave of exhilaration followed another, a mesmerizing spectacle. Even the branches outside the window were, unbeknownst to him, laden with birds, engrossed in their sweet symphony. However, as Zeke took a delicate sip of the ethereal wine, its subtle fragrance acted like an invisible thread, gently pulling him back into the tumultuous reality. He pondered deeply whether he and she could truly escape the clutches of Zhao Yang and Xiajia. Even if they managed to leave the kingdom of Shur unscathed, could they find a place of their own in a world where all land ultimately belonged to a sovereign? Perhaps they could seek refuge in a secluded paradise, far removed from the clamor and strife. Yet, she relished the vibrancy and splendor of life. She would surely be unable to bear the solitude and desolation. Moreover, how could they retreat into hiding without avenging the great wrongs inflicted by the monarch Shirluo? Yet, overcoming Zhao Liang was no simple feat. He was a formidable adversary, a being of the 3rd level of true immortal realm, wielding immense power and influence. Furthermore, the enemy was not solely Zhao Liang. There existed a shadowy figure behind the destruction of the divine cauldron. But who was this enigmatic puppet master? Who possessed the motive, the means, and the capability to wreak such havoc? And who reaped the greatest benefit from this chaos? At present, the Grand Elder Shirgu appeared to be the prime suspect, as he had the motive, certain resources, and the ability, having already gained immense advantages. Yet, could the truth indeed be such? Was the Grand Elder truly the mastermind behind the scenes? Regrettably, there was no concrete evidence to validate these suspicions. All remained mere conjecture. Alas, there was also Mo, who had lived in the palace for years, sheltered from the tempest of the world. This upheaval undoubtedly posed a severe trial for her. For the first time, ZK felt as though an immense burden weighed upon his shoulders, particularly when he recalled the earnest gaze of Lord Shirluo directed at him in his final moments. That gaze stirred within ZK a sudden pang of sorrow, as if something were tightly constricting his chest, or perhaps lodged in his throat, indescribably. Is this pain? It seems intertwined with a certain form of happiness. No, undoubtedly, it is pain. The source of this anguish is not the sharpness of the lilies, but rather his own inadequacy, his own weakness. Indeed, I am far too feeble. I must immerse myself in rigorous training without delay. I can no longer allow these thoughts to drift aimlessly. Though the spirit stones around me have been exhausted, I can still seize this opportunity to solidify my foundation. ZK sat upright on the Kong, unusually beginning to meditate. He urged the flying sickle to spin rapidly, and in an instant, the spiritual energy of the world seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, continuously converging towards him. At the same time, He activated his ancestral martial art, the Huaxian Gui Yuan de Fa, refining the subtle essence from the food within him into strands of true energy. He then closed his eyes and focused, allowing the true energy to flow leisurely within him, akin to a babbling brook, cycling through one circulation after another, ceaselessly. Each completed cycle deepened and solidified the foundation of his cultivation, as if layers of meticulously crafted stones were being stacked, becoming increasingly unassailable. The enchanting melody of the Qin and Shao ensemble, unbeknownst to him, had already quietly ceased. As ZK immersed himself in his practice, an unexpected visitor arrived at the inn where he was staying. Are you certain the person upstairs is indeed ZK? He claims to be the ZK from Lu City, but whether he is genuine or not, you will know upon meeting him. If he is truly ZK, there may be benefits for you. However, if it comes to a confrontation, let us take it outside and avoid damaging my inn. Rest assured, he is just a mere boy. A young attendant, astonished by the unfolding events, couldn't help but lower his voice to inquire, Master, did you not say this afternoon that we should run our business amicably, earning what we ought to, and not being greedy for what we should not? The master replied, Foolish boy, this is precisely what we should earn. A 2-for-1 deal, learn from it. Chapter 14. How to prove you are ZK. Bang. 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 A series of urgent and heavy knocks erupted, accompanied by a coarse shout. Room check. Room check. Open the door quickly. Damned luck. ZK spat inwardly. This originally tranquil night, imbued with a hint of melancholy, had lulled him into a false sense of beauty, but he was now compelled to deal with the intrusive officials. Oh, no, this cannot simply be dealt with. This is, in fact, an opportunity delivered right to his doorstep. A knowing smile curled at the corners of his mouth. In accordance with his usual demeanor, ZK only revealed his prowess to those who were self-important and disrespectful, treating ordinary folk with courtesy. After all, common people are still human, and their lives are far from easy. However, today, he intended to deliberately adopt an arrogant posture before this unexpected guest, as it was an excellent opportunity to attract the attention of Shirgu and Zhao Yang. Thus, ZK gently waved his hand, and a surge of internal energy quietly brushed past, causing the door latch to click open. Since reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement, he had mastered the ability to manipulate objects from a distance. Now, with his profound cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, unlocking this mere latch was effortless. Following this, a resounding crash echoed as the door was violently kicked open, slamming against the wall, sending dust swirling. However, the intruder was not the official ZK had anticipated, but rather a burly and filthy man clad in the uniform of the city guard. Judging by his imposing presence, his cultivation was merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement. As the filthy man entered, a lewd grin spread across his face as he barked, What is your name? What brings you to Shui City? How long do you intend to stay? Where will you go after leaving Shui City? Are there criminals hidden in this room? Do you harbor any beautiful women? Faced with this barrage of unreasonable inquiries, ZK remained unfazed, coldly replying, I am Z Quebec. You leave at once. What did you say? Seeking death. The filthy man, infuriated by ZK's words, immediately swung his fist towards him without a second thought, his thoughts racing. Zeke? Huh. I only came to inspect due to the hearsay of your residence here. A bounty of 100 strings of shell coins. With that, I could relinquish my duties and become a small landlord. Do not hold it against me, Commander. It is precisely because of your entanglement with Mo Shi that my monthly stipend has yet to be disbursed, and my household has been burdened with additional taxes. With provisions dwindling to a mere few, rice and wheat have long since vanished, leaving only a scant supply of old corn and half a shung of sorghum to barely sustain us. You truly are Zeke, and I shall feign ignorance for now. First, I will teach you a lesson. Moreover, there are orders from above. Against Zeke, one may resort to force if necessary. Should you dare impersonate Zeke, you are merely inviting trouble upon yourself. My stomach is growling, and yet I must carry out this official duty. How dare you toy with me? Just as this filthy brute was lost in his unseemly thoughts, he suddenly sensed something amiss. His formidable punch was effortlessly grasped by Zeke with a single hand. To his astonishment, the spiritual energy within him was surging forth from his fist. What on earth is happening? The filthy brute attempted to retract his fist, but felt as though an inexplicable force had ensnared it, rendering him unable to withdraw. In mere moments, he found himself utterly weakened, collapsing onto the ground. It turned out that much of his spiritual energy had been surreptitiously devoured by Zeke. You, kindly leave. The voice of Zeke was cold and composed, devoid of any trace of anger this time. The filthy brute trembled as he crawled out of the room, and upon stepping outside, he tumbled down the stairs with a resounding crash, leaving only a terrified exclamation behind. Ah? He had intended to utter a few menacing words, perhaps something along the lines of dare not to leave, or maybe even a frustrated go to hell. However, fear rendered him speechless, robbing him of the strength to voice his thoughts. This was the rightful retribution for his disrespectful behavior, ZK silently recited to himself, seeking to soothe the unease that stirred within his heart. Despite his imposing stature, which exuded an air of authority, he was, in truth, gentle in disposition when addressing conflicts among the populace. In similar circumstances, he would never resort to such a grand display of force. However, on this occasion, his actions were deliberate. Zeke continued to meditate on the calm, leaving the door ajar, fully aware that the filthy brute would inevitably return. A moment later, the meager essence of energy devoured by that loathsome man was completely refined by Zeke, merging into his dantian. Regrettably, the amount was pitiful, even less than what he had absorbed from the beasts in the forest a few days prior. Within a mere incense stick's time, the foul man indeed returned. And the familiar voice echoed from outside the window. General Shirkai, it's that fellow from room number 3, who calls himself Zeke, speaking arrogantly. He claims that we, the guards of Shui City, are nothing but despicable ants. I attempted to reason with him, only to be met with severe internal injuries from his attack. At this moment, outside the inn, dozens of soldiers had gathered, forming 3 orderly ranks, led by a formidable middle-aged officer, Shirkai, the captain of the Shui City garrison. Is it you, Zeke? You calamity. At last, you shall fall into my grasp. Shirkai mused inwardly, promptly issuing commands. Squad 4, Squad 7, surround the inn. He then directed, Squad 1, follow me. The burly man led the way, while Shirkai, accompanied by a dozen guards, ascended the stairs with resolute strides. Arriving at the door of room 3, unlike his famished subordinates, Shirkai was not reckless. Not only did he possess some remaining provisions at home, but his habitual caution allowed him to navigate situations with finesse. Had he acted otherwise, how could he still hold the position of captain after Elder Shiyan's betrayal? Thus, he refrained from immediate action, opting instead for a demeanor of courtesy, inquiring calmly, may I ask, are you indeed the one who calls himself Zeke? Assessing his opponent's aura, the officer discerned that the man had merely attained the 3rd, possibly 4th, level of cultivation, which eased Zeke's concerns. Indeed, I am Zeke, he replied with composure. Then, might I inquire what evidence you possess to substantiate your claim of being Zeke? Shirkai pressed further. Facing such a query, Zeke stifled a chuckle and deliberately responded in a slow, drawn-out manner, enunciating each word. I possess no evidence to prove I am Zeke. Since you lack any proof of your identity, I shall have to charge you with the crime of impersonating a prince. Shirkai's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with a cold ferocity. A prince? Huh. Does my kingdom even have a prince at present? Zeke continued to jest. Shirkai was taken aback. How could a mere youth maintain such composure before a seasoned expert like himself? It was no wonder that the reckless Shirkan had met his demise at Zeke's hands with such ease. Yet, in the face of absolute power, composure was but a futile endeavor. Shirkai envisioned himself claiming 100 rewards and avenging Elder Shiryan. Internally, he smirked thrice, maintaining an outward appearance of calm. Orders from above had been issued. Upon locating the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, they were to report promptly and courteously persuade them to return to the palace. However, Zeke was different. The higher-ups had not even provided a portrait of him, explicitly stating that if Zeke were to appear alone, they could proceed with official measures, and questions regarding the whereabouts of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter could be posed. If conditions were not met, at the very least, they were to maintain surveillance and report swiftly. Thus, Shirkai adopted a complex and peculiar mindset, speaking with a tone of amusement. Master Zeke is to be the future prince. By impersonating Master Zeke, you are, in essence, impersonating the prince. Since the future prince is yet to be, should not the charge of impersonation apply only in the future? Shirkai did not expect this youth, with his righteous demeanor, to wield such sharp wit. Momentarily at a loss for words, he was overtaken by fury and, with a resounding clash, unsheathed his battle blade. The young man remained composed, seated silently, and continued to inquire, may I ask your esteemed name, sir? Upon witnessing this, Shirkai suppressed his fury and replied, Humph. I shall not alter my name, nor my lineage. I am Shirkai. The young man then queried, pray tell, What evidence do you possess to prove you are General Shirkai? I have my identification badge, came the response. Then, I implore you to present your identification badge. Zeke had long observed that General Shirkai, for reasons unknown, did not bear the insignia of his rank at his waist, prompting his inquiry. Upon feeling the empty space where the insignia should have hung, Shirkai furrowed his brow in realization, his eyes widening in indignation as he exclaimed, "Who are you? What gives you the right to scrutinize my insignia? I am Zeke. What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim of being Zeke?" He laughed derisively. Zeke could no longer contain his laughter, finding a peculiar fondness for this middle-aged officer, whose verbal clumsiness surpassed even his own. "Since you lack an identification badge, your claim to be Shirkai remains unverified, and thus you cannot linger in my room any longer. Otherwise, I shall treat you as a robber and take appropriate action. Leave at once." "Oh dear, you insolent child, unaware of your own insignificance." At last, Shirkai, unable to suppress the fury that surged within him as ZK had anticipated, erupted in a fit of rage. As he bellowed in anger, he swung his blade towards ZK, perhaps intending to capture him alive, for he refrained from channeling his internal energy into the strike. ZK also noticed that Shirkai did not mobilize his elemental power, hence he did not draw his sword. Instead, with a swift motion of his right hand, he wielded a pair of chopsticks to block Shirkai's battle blade, producing a sharp sound. This ability to wield flora as a weapon could only be achieved in the mid-phase of chi refinement. General Shirkai could not help but exclaim in admiration. This young lad, at such a tender age, had cultivated to such a level of composure, truly outshining that little brat Shir can buy countless streets. Despite his inner admiration, Shirkai, without uttering a word, immediately unveiled his concealed cultivation, unleashing the formidable aura of his 8th stage in the realm of mortals and immortals. He raised his battle blade high and, with a mighty slash akin to splitting Mount Hua, aimed it downwards at ZK, shouting, "Watch me cleave this sharp-tongued impostor pretending to be a prince." Upon entering the realm of mortals and immortals, the true energy within a cultivator's body becomes exceedingly dense, coalescing into a liquid form of true essence. When this essence is infused into weapons, it amplifies the attacking power by over 1,000 times compared to mere true energy. Furthermore, true essence can condense externally into nearly tangible weapons such as swords and fists for offensive maneuvers. The disparity in strength between the realm of mortals and immortals and the chi refinement stage is akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Witnessing this sudden surge of power from Shirkai, who was intent on delivering a lethal blow, ZK, seated in meditation, found himself at a loss for an immediate and suitable response. This was overwhelming. The sheer intensity of his opponent's cultivation was so high that ZK could not discern his realm. Only realizing that he was vastly more formidable than the earlier assumption of Shirkai being at the 3rd stage of the realm of mortals and immortals, exponentially strong beyond comprehension, Zeke silently lamented, wondering how he could have mistaken this officer's cultivation level for that of the 9th stage of chi refinement. Zeke could only forcefully channel more vital energy into the chopsticks held in his hands, while skillfully maneuvering them at an angle to deflect incoming strikes. Hoping to mitigate a portion of the force behind the attacks, he exerted every effort to evade, simultaneously invoking the defensive technique of Qiu Xuanwu, enveloping himself in an aura reminiscent of iron armor, as a precaution against unforeseen dangers. Clang! The chopsticks in ZK's hand suddenly splintered into several pieces, and a sharp pain radiated from his right hand. Fortunately, in a moment of agile evasion, he narrowly avoided the formidable strike aimed at him. General Shirkai showed no mercy, not allowing ZK a moment's respite, as he swiftly delivered a second, sweeping blow. What could he do? Shirkai wielded an energy far beyond ordinary, a force infinitely more violent than that of the mortal realm. ZK dared not attempt to absorb it directly. He would be overwhelmed. It was akin to a small stream attempting to contain the torrent of a great river. If only he could somehow harness it. He could not only defeat General Shirkai, but also significantly enhance his own power, perhaps even transcend to the realm of mortals and immortals, overcoming countless levels in the process. This would undoubtedly create a tremendous upheaval, enabling him to better protect Mo Shi. How foolish. Yang Ge Yao couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. After all, he lacked a system to aid him. All he could do now was hope for an extraordinary figure to come to his rescue. If no one intervened, he feared he might be led to his own demise. Just then, a clear voice resonated within ZK's consciousness, startling Yang Ge Yao. It turned out that ZK had already conceived a plan. "Shirkai? Your abundant true essence is far too enticing. You have practically delivered yourself unto me. Just when this young master seeks to break through but lacks spirit stones. Clang. ZK also drew his Heaven's Thunder Battle Blade. Indeed, the Heaven's Thunder Battle Blade. Not that ridiculous Heaven's Thunder Scale Scraping Blade he had jested about with the Carp Demon. However, he did not confront the enemy head-on, instead employing the principle of using minimal force to redirect overwhelming power, for the disparity in strength was far too great. As he watched, this sweeping blade technique capable of felling 1,000 soldiers came slashing toward his left flank like a tempest. Zeke infused the dwindling remnants of his thunderous power, channeling 2 portions into the Heavenly Thunder Warblade, executing a technique akin to riding the current. With a sweeping motion, he struck downward, diagonally aiming at Shirkai's Warblade. Just as the 2 blades were on the verge of collision, Zeke employed a maneuver reminiscent of celestial rotation, redirecting Shirkai's primordial energy towards the window. Simultaneously, he pressed the thunderous energy button on his Warblade, then leaped over the sweeping strike with a somewhat awkward grace, narrowly evading the second assault. Shirkai had initially intended to unleash a continuous barrage of attacks, 3rd and 4th strikes, until he subdued Zeke. However, at that moment, Shirkai felt a subtle drain of strength coursing through his body, his hands tingling with numbness, his heart hammering as if struck, and a wave of dizziness enveloped his mind. He had been struck by Zeke's thunderous might. The dragon surged forth. As ZK executed a swift maneuver, he firmly established his stance and, with the edge of his blade, struck fiercely at Shirkai's wrist, which was barely grasping the battle knife. A sharp clang resonated as Shirkai's weapon was sent crashing to the ground. In a fluid motion, ZK swept his left hand, securing the weapon into his storage ring. He then stood proudly in the guest room, his sword held horizontally, his right foot pressing down on the arm of the middle-aged officer. With a casual flick, he unleashed a blade of wind that swiftly carved a small gash into Shirkai's wrist. Meanwhile, the middle-aged officer lay sprawled on the floor, convulsing and frothing at the mouth, as blood steadily oozed from the wound on his wrist. His consciousness momentarily fragmented, plunging him into a tumultuous sea of despair. A relentless thought of regret surged within Shirkai's mind. Should I have another go at this? I barely exerted 1/10 of my strength. Damn it. I simply wish to avoid demolishing this inn. This predicament is of your own making. Do not hold me accountable. As ZK consoled himself, he secretly urged the flying sickle to spin rapidly, releasing a jet of blood that gradually filled several emptied wine jars. Simultaneously, he employed the transformative technique of Hua Xian Gui Yuan, attempting to slowly siphon off the true essence from Shirkai's wrist. Indeed, the potency of Shirkai's true essence exceeded his wildest imagination. Even with utmost caution in his absorption, his meridians seemed on the verge of bursting under such overwhelming force, causing waves of discomfort. Reluctantly, ZK had to abandon his direct attempt to absorb the true essence and instead retrieved a gourd specifically designed for holding spiritual liquor, deftly channeling the extracted essence into it. What a pity. During this process, a substantial amount of true qi leaked from Shirkai, dissipating into the air like morning mist. Upon witnessing this, ZK immediately halted his blood extraction and, like a hunter pursuing the wind, manipulated the flying sickle to capture the escaping true qi, striving to waste not even a trace of it. After drawing off approximately 70 to 80% of the young officer, Shirkai's vitality, a satisfied expression adorned ZK's face as he swiftly and skillfully sealed the gourd filled with the essence. He then cast a cold, piercing glance at the group of trembling soldiers huddled outside the door and spoke in a deep, commanding tone. Should you not hurry to assist your lieutenant? Hearing this, the soldiers rushed forward, clumsily hoisting the barely conscious General Shirkai. Amidst the chaotic clattering of metal, they hurried downstairs, eager to flee from this unsettling place. There was no option but to escape. This young master ZK evidently possessed an eccentric disposition, indulging in such bizarre and macabre inclinations as bloodletting. More chilling was the fact that he appeared utterly enraptured by the sanguine atmosphere, a look of satisfaction gracing his face, akin to a depraved addict ensnared in the throes of a twisted obsession. ZK then sat cross-legged, swiftly refining Shirkai's vital energy and true essence, which flowed steadily into his own dantian. Zeke felt an overwhelming sensation as his dantian pulsed with an intense heat, unable to contain the abundant true energy any longer. He hastily initiated the mountain-splitting and cloud-cleaving technique, striving to compress the true energy within his dantian. If he could condense this energy, along with the primordial essence within. Into a liquid state, he would ascend to the realm of the mortal immortal. Yet, it seemed he was still a fraction short, regrettably devoid of any spirit stones nearby. Zeke had no choice but to urge the spinning scythe to rotate even faster, pushing himself to draw in the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. Finally, as a surge of true energy was forcefully directed into his dantian, the first strand of true essence materialized. Soon after, more true energy began to liquefy, triggering a chain reaction. The energy in his dantian diminished rapidly, drawing in the energy from his limbs and bones, converging into the Ren meridian and subsequently flooding into the dantian. As the true energy continuously transformed into true essence, Zeke felt an intense warmth within his dantian, perspiration soaking his garments. At that moment, if only he could refine the spiritual energy from a few spirit stones. Eventually, the process of liquefaction slowed, the breakthrough incomplete, halting at the threshold of half-step mortal-immortal realm. With the elevation of his realm, the absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth accelerated significantly. Zeke maintained his seated meditative posture, diligently channeling the mountain-splitting and cloud-cleaving technique, unwilling to relent in the slightest. At this juncture, the true energy within his limbs and bones felt alarmingly depleted. If not promptly solidified, the peril of a realm drop, as rumored, might imminently befall him. He must hasten his cultivation to stabilize his newfound realm. Furthermore, should a more formidable opponent arrive, he would undoubtedly fall into turmoil. ZK dared not devote all his energy to cultivation. He had to spare a fragment of his consciousness to monitor the external situation. This was due to the nearly 30 soldiers surrounding the inn below, who had not yet retreated. The familiar, boisterous voice of the burly man echoed once more, urging, "Quickly inform the city lord. Quickly inform the city lord." Fortunately, the raucous man ultimately did not summon any new allies. Instead, after the passage of a mere incense stick's duration, he unexpectedly knelt before ZK's door with a thud. Behind him stood not the city lord of Xueqing, but a youthful female general, her complexion pale and her demeanor strikingly composed. Clad in a flowing crimson silk robe, cinched at the waist with a dark-hued sash, and adorned at the collar with dark-colored phoenix patterns, she wore a dark gauze hat that rendered her ethereal, as if untouched by the mortal realm. ZK let out a quiet sigh of relief. The visitor turned out to be young Master Zhu Tao, the daughter of Elder Zhu Ding, who oversees the ceramics industry, and the deputy commander of the Xueqing army. She should pose no threat to her. The rivalry with that fellow Shurkin had originated for her sake, and although they had met a few times thereafter, their interactions had been rather limited. ZK could not help but scrutinize the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure of young Master Zhu Tao before her. Compared to her delicate appearance 5 years ago, she now exuded an air of cold elegance. Perhaps it was due to the faint scars that adorned her brows, giving her a perpetually furrowed expression. These two scars, known to ZK better than anyone, were the result of the malicious actions of that mischievous boy, Shurkin. Yet, fortunately, Shurkin had already faced divine retribution. The gentle whispers of Zeke's thoughts drifted aimlessly, until the sudden, coarse voice of a brutish man pierced the air. "I am a fool who fails to recognize the great Mount Tai. I am grateful for the mercy shown by young Master Zeke. Please, young master, impose your punishment. I beseech you to punish me." Zhu Tao gracefully clasped his hands, his face radiating sincerity. Upon hearing the slightly magnetic voice of Zhu Tao, ZK could not help but let out a faint sigh. Alas, with Sister Zhu Tao present, it seems that this tempest will not be stirred. Nevertheless, ZK courteously responded, "I have already dealt with their punishment. Let them be mindful of their law enforcement demeanor henceforth. This is General Shurkai's blade, and I shall return it to him as well. Do you understand?" Zhu Tao admonished the filthy brute with sternness. "Show your gratitude." The filthy brute quickly bowed his head in thanks. "I am immensely grateful. Thank you, young Master ZK, for your great kindness. You should leave at once. Gather your brothers and depart." With a graceful wave of his jade hand, Zhu Tao commanded, and the filthy brute hurriedly scurried away from the inn, stumbling and crawling in his haste. "Brother ZK, it has been a long time. What brings you to Shui City? Did you not think to inform me? Is it that you look down upon me?" Zhu Tao sighed softly before inquiring. "Please, take a seat, Sister Zhu Tao." Zeke remained seated on the bed, his right hand raised in a gesture of invitation, continuing with, "I have just experienced a breakthrough failure. My realm is unstable, and I must continue my cultivation. If there are any shortcomings in my hospitality, I ask for your forgiveness, dear sister. At this moment, however, Zeke's heart was tinged with anxiety, a stark contrast to the calm demeanor he presented. A chill surged from his dantian, and the minuscule amount of true essence that had already liquefied was subtly threatening to revert to its gaseous state. Should this process spiral out of control, resulting in a chain reaction, the rapid restoration of a vast amount of true energy could potentially lead to his own demise. Zhu Tao, unaware of Zeke's precarious situation, gazed at him with wide eyes. Shouldn't a breakthrough be conducted in a secluded chamber? How could one casually achieve such a feat in an inn? Was this an act of remarkable courage, a display of confidence, or merely a reckless whim? Furthermore, a failed breakthrough. Was it not the result of her subordinates interrupting Zeke's cultivation? Determined not to disturb Zeke's practice further, Zhu Tao quietly settled onto a cushion by the window. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Zeke, contemplating how she might make amends. After a moment of watchfulness, she found herself perplexed. It appeared that Zeke had previously practiced a lightning attribute technique, yet now he seemed to be shifting towards an ice attribute method. Moreover, why was Zeke not utilizing spirit stones or medicinal herbs to assist his cultivation? With caution, Zhu Tao inquired, "Why do you not absorb the energy from spirit stones, opting instead to slowly draw from the natural world?" "Spirit stones? I have exhausted my supply," Zeke replied, his voice strained. Goodness! At such a critical juncture, Zeke had completely depleted his spirit stones, resorting to the perilous method of absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. "I have a few spirit stones left." Zhu Tao hastily retrieved 6 spirit stones from her storage pouch and offered them to Zeke. What a timely gift! Yet, how could he accept such precious offerings from a lady? Zeke mused internally, struggling to articulate his thoughts. One should not receive rewards without effort. How could I accept your valuable spirit stones? Consider it a loan. You can return them to me another day. Then I am immensely grateful to you, Sister Zhu Tao. Zeke took the spirit stones and promptly swallowed 2 of them, immediately beginning to refine them. How could you just eat the spirit stones like that? Shouldn't you hold them in your hands, channel your inner energy, and draw out the spiritual essence before absorbing it? Haha, my constitution is unique. I can directly ingest, refine, and absorb spirit stones without any waste. Zhu Tao's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time she had ever witnessed someone cultivating in such a manner. As vast amounts of spiritual energy erupted within him, the true chi in Zeke's meridians rapidly swelled. The regression of true essence back into true chi was finally halted, and he could feel an intense surge of pressure within his dantian, accompanied by a soaring temperature. Once again, the process of liquefying true chi into true essence had begun. Zeke hastily consumed 2 more spirit stones, and as a torrent of vital energy continuously replenished him, the essence within his dantian gradually transformed into a liquid state, akin to a cask of exquisite wine, gently swirling and intoxicating in its allure. At last, a piercing aura of the mortal-immortal realm surged forth, heralding Zeke's successful breakthrough to the first level of the mortal-immortal realm. He swallowed another pair of spirit stones and initiated the mountain-splitting cloud-cleaving technique, until his cultivation firmly stabilized at the nascent stage of the first level of the mortal-immortal realm. With a gentle smile, Ziku opened her eyes, her face brimming with joy as she expressed her gratitude to young Master Zhu Tao. "Thank you, Sister Zhu Tao. I have finally achieved a breakthrough." Young Master Zhu Tao, intrigued, inquired, "What type of cultivation technique are you practicing? I recall that you were previously cultivating a lightning-based technique, yet now you have successfully advanced in a metal-based one. This is truly perplexing." With a light-hearted laugh, ZK calmly addressed young Master Zhu Tao, saying, "My primary focus lies in the cultivation of metal-based techniques, complemented by 2 synergistic body refinement methods, one harnessing the power of lightning and the other fortifying defenses. This recent breakthrough holds profound significance for me, marking a notable elevation in my strength." Having successfully transcended his previous limitations, Zhu Tao shifted his attention to his own endeavors, inquiring, "What specific intentions do you harbor for your visit to Shui City?" Chapter 15. The Divine Punishment Technique. My purpose in coming to Shui City is to procure various materials such as kaolin, quartz, talc, porcelain stone, limestone, and the type of magnet used for compasses. I intend to reforge a shell capable of storing thunderous energy. The previous shell I had, which was derived from the refinement of clay, has proven inadequate for my current needs. Zeke had long since formulated her words. However, substances such as kaolin, quartz, magnetite, and fescue are exceedingly precious, and it appears that Sherwood does not produce these materials, so Zeke did not harbor overly optimistic expectations. Yet, deep within her heart, there lingered a hint of hope. The Zhu family, renowned for their pottery, hailed from the south and specialized in ceramics. It was conceivable that they might possess some of these minerals, after all. Then you ought to seek me out, Zhu Tao said. Many of these materials are commonly utilized in our ceramic production. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tao felt a surge of joy. She had long desired to do something for Zeke, but was uncertain about her needs. After years of discreet inquiries, she had yet to uncover anything substantial. And today's revelation felt like an unexpected stroke of fortune. Zhu Tao, intrigued, continued to inquire. Yet your technique is rather peculiar. It necessitates the use of our pottery materials? I cannot explain why, Zeke replied, but the records of the technique state that one must first refine these clays and stones, allowing them to envelop the finger bones, thereby forming a protective shell to harbor the power of thunder and prevent self-harm from its force. Additionally, magnetite must be refined to establish a formation within this shell to restrain the thunderous energy. It is also advisable to refine gold or copper to substitute for the finger bones, enhancing the strength of the shell, facilitating smoother operation of the thunderous power, reducing energy loss during storage, and mitigating the risk of heat affecting finger functionality, which could harm other parts and deplete vitality. Thus, the protective shell for storing the thunderous energy would be substantially completed. ZK held no reservations, for he possessed an innate fondness and unaccountable trust towards young Master Zhu Tao. Their unfamiliarity was merely a consequence of limited interactions. Thus, ZK patiently continued to elucidate the general principles of cultivating the divine punishment technique. The process entailed gradually condensing the power of thunder and storing it within the nail of the index finger. This power would whirl ceaselessly within the nail, akin to a vortex in water. When the time for an attack arrived, a mere gesture of the index finger, coupled with the internal energy to activate the formations inscribed at the fingertip, would unleash the thunderous force. The swifter the release, the smaller the area of attack, yet the greater the destructive potency. Yang Ge Yao was momentarily taken aback. Wait, a smaller attack area results in greater power? Previously, he had encountered two novels where the opposite was true. Larger strikes were deemed more formidable. For instance, a fist the size of a clay pot was inferior to one the size of a small mountain. A small mountain paled in comparison to one the size of Taishan, and Taishan itself could not rival a planet. Yet, it indeed followed that the more focused the energy, the more potent the impact, which aligned with logic. As Yang Ge Yao pondered this revelation, ZK continued to expound. This layer of the nail also documents two distinct cultivation methods, each yielding different types of nails. One is relatively simple and primarily involves clay. I practiced this method initially. However, its drawback is the significantly lesser storage capacity of thunderous energy, allowing only 2 or 3 discharges at best. The second method, utilizing the aforementioned materials, is markedly more challenging but can store over 10-fold the thunderous energy, thereby augmenting the attack's intensity nearly 10-fold. Oh, this technique is indeed intriguing. Is it difficult to cultivate? Challenging, yet not insurmountable. As Zeke reminisced about his cultivation journey, he continued, the first challenge lies in adjusting the direction of the thunder particles within one's body. The sheer number of these particles is overwhelming, requiring one to sense and adjust each one individually. Thunder particles? What are they? They are grains imbued with the essence of thunder, their surfaces frequently exhibiting minute electrical phenomena. Hence the name thunder particles. Every living being possesses countless thunder particles within, though few are aware of their existence. Each particle functions like a compass, possessing both yin and yang orientations. Typically, these particles are jumbled together, creating an overall balance of yin and yang, rendering them undetectable to us. Through cultivation, one can arrange these particles so that the yang particles align below and the yin particles above, establishing an orderly configuration. By merging the uppermost layer of thunder particles into the tip of the index finger, one can continuously generate and store thunder energy within that space. The speed of this adjustment is maddening. I spent 5 years adjusting countless particles, achieving merely a 20% alignment. Once properly aligned, the process becomes effortless. As one moves, the thunder energy naturally manifests, and the more vigorous the activity, the greater the energy produced. Ah, how exhilarating it is to generate energy continuously, sparing one from the rigors of cultivation. However, this is not without its challenges. The second difficulty lies in the remarkably slow accumulation of thunder energy. Frustratingly, it takes about 2 years to fully charge the thunder energy in my right index finger. Recently, after a single burst of energy, I depleted 70% of it. This situation is rather awkward. Zhu Tao couldn't help but burst into laughter. After expending such effort, to have nearly exhausted his energy with just one strike was indeed comical. Unbeknownst to ZK, a sudden flush of crimson enveloped Zhu Tao's face, for she realized that she had momentarily lost her composure. Over the past decade, she had seldom smiled, yet in this instant, she found herself laughing heartily. Perhaps perfection is an elusive concept in this world. ZK continued to elucidate. As the most formidable category of techniques, if they were so easily mastered, why would there be a need to cultivate other paths? Why would there exist 50 great ways and 3,000 minor paths? If one could solely pursue the path of thunder, would that not suffice? Indeed, in this world, perfection is a rare phenomenon. Even among the 50 great ways, only 49 can manifest, leaving behind a singular flaw. Among the women, Zhu Tao displayed considerable insight. Following this, silence enveloped the atmosphere. ZK yearned to articulate further, but his clumsy tongue hindered his expression. Thus, he gently lifted his cup, intending to take a sip to alleviate the awkwardness, only to find it empty. There exists no vessel of wine that can be endlessly consumed. Thus, let us refill the cup, Zhu Tao urged with newfound courage, his voice barely a whisper. ZK gazed blankly at Zhu Tao, momentarily lost in thought. He then called out loudly to the attendant downstairs, "Bring me another pot of spirit wine. By the way, the Elder Council has issued a decree to seek the Holy Son and the Holy Maiden. And you, as you ought to know where they have concealed themselves. I had initially presumed that you would be together." Zeke gently shook his head and sighed. "I have traveled alone for nearly a month, without their company." After a brief pause, he continued, "To be honest, my mind is in disarray, and I have no desire to discuss anything related to Princess Mashi. Can you comprehend my feelings?" Young Master Zhu Tao nodded softly, echoing his sigh. "I understand." She then added, "You may find solace in strolling through Shui City. No one here would dare to trouble you." "Thank you, Sister Zhu Tao." Zeke expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, young Master Zhu Tao took her leave. Although she had traversed the martial world for a long time in the guise of a man, she had never shared a seat with a man, enjoying wine and conversation. Today, while she longed to save her spirit with Zeke and reminisce about the past and contemplate the future, it was evident that Zeke was reluctant to broach former matters, and she too was disinclined to touch upon sensitive subjects. Moreover, with Mashi and Zeke already bound by a marriage contract, the situation had become rather awkward. As a woman, it was indeed inappropriate for her to linger in solitude with Zeke for too long. Nevertheless, she had mustered the courage to express her thoughts. Although it was somewhat regrettable, she was uncertain whether Zeke had grasped the essence of her words. Yet, she understood that some matters, even when buried deep within one's heart and savored daily, possess a unique flavor. After seeing off Zhu Tao, Zeke stood quietly by the window, gazing into the night of Shui City, striving to calm his somewhat tumultuous thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, he noticed, from a distance, a pair of keen eyes fixated upon him from the building across the street. Despite the dense night and the absence of illumination, the owner of those eyes, with disheveled pale hair and slightly furrowed brows of confusion, could not be concealed. Zeke swiftly averted his gaze, casting it elsewhere as a ripple of curiosity stirred within him. Who is this enigmatic elder? Why does he observe me from the shadows? What are his intentions? Chapter 16. The divine ape's cloud-searching hand. Zeke had no recollection of this silver-haired man. Among the high-ranking individuals he was familiar with in Shurgua, such as elders, the city lord, and generals, there seemed to be no one resembling him. During the recent invasion, among the formidable forces of the Xiahou clan, the presence of this mysterious elder was also absent. Consequently, Zeke deduced that this elder was likely not a master of the true immortal realm, nor a high-ranking figure of the mortal-immortal realm, given that it was improbable for the other party to be a master of the true immortal realm. And considering Zeke's own advancement to the mortal-immortal realm, he felt no fear in confronting him. Why not lure him out? This would allow him to ascertain the truth. Taking a deep breath, Zeke relaxed his mind and continued to immerse himself in his cultivation, for a plan was already forming in his thoughts. At the break of dawn, after indulging in an extravagant breakfast that would leave others astounded, Zeke donned the imposing heavenly thunder warblade and strolled through the bustling streets of Shui City. He contemplated the necessity of renting a horse to execute the plan he had conceived the previous night. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice rang out, "Benefactor! Benefactor!" Zeke turned his head and saw, lo and behold, it was the very youth he had assisted the previous day, appearing like a specter that had somehow drifted into Xueqing as well. "How did you end up in Xueqing too?" Zeke inquired with puzzlement. "Why aren't you at home tending to your father?" The young man's face twisted into a bitter expression, as withered as frostbitten eggplant, and he heaved a mournful sigh. "I came to Xueqing to purchase medicine for my father," he lamented. "But alas, the price has soared, and I cannot afford it." The young man inquired, "What kind of medicine is this? How can it rise to such an exorbitant price? 2 shells cannot even procure a single dose." The youth replied, "I am uncertain of the nature of this medicine. Previously, one could acquire a dose for merely 1 shell. Today, that unscrupulous apothecary has audaciously raised the price to 4 shells. Kind sir, since you are so benevolent, would you be able to lend me an additional 3 shells? Surely, my arithmetic is sound. For -2, does that not equal 2? How could one possibly err in such a calculation?" The young man, perplexed, inquired, "Should you not only be lacking 2 shell coins?" To which the youth replied, "Did I not return home yesterday and leave 1 shell coin for my family, bringing only 1 shell coin to Shui City? Moreover, had he not pilfered several fabric coins? Was it truly necessary to reserve an entire shell coin for his household?" Zeke sighed, lamenting, "Alas, my funds are not conjured by the winds. I can no longer bestow upon you any more currency. However, let us proceed to that apothecary. I am intrigued to witness the proprietor who dares to inflate their prices so. Is this not akin to draining the lifeblood of others?" With that, Zeke gestured for the young man to lead the way. The young lad, brimming with gratitude, hurriedly expressed his thanks, guiding the way while adding, "In truth, my benefactor, it is likely that the apothecary has not raised their prices significantly. Perhaps the items I previously purchased were merely discounted goods." Zakato remarked, "Did you not just claim that the proprietor of that apothecary is utterly vile, a wretch of the highest order? How could such a nefarious individual possibly offer discounted goods? They must be counterfeit, surely." The young man responded, "Ah, benefactor, I had not considered that until you mentioned it. Indeed, I now realize that the reason the effects of the first 2 prescriptions were so subtle is because they were indeed fraudulent." ZK remarked, "It appears that the proprietor of this apothecary truly deserves 1,000 cuts. Is this not a blatant act of greed and malice?" With that, he hastened his pace. The youth trailing behind him, panting heavily, interjected, "In truth, esteemed benefactor, given your pressing matters, it is quite unnecessary for you to undertake this journey personally." Zeke let out a cold chuckle and declared, "I am here specifically to punish the wicked and eradicate evil, to uphold justice on behalf of heaven. Therefore, I am in no rush whatsoever." The young man praised, "Indeed, you, noble benefactor, are clearly an extraordinary individual. Soon, we shall ensure that the unscrupulous merchant receives the punishment he rightfully deserves." ZK nodded and said, "Indeed, we must ensure that those treacherous scoundrels receive their just punishment." As they conversed, they turned a corner, when the young man suddenly clutched his stomach and exclaimed, "I cannot hold it any longer. My benefactor, I am suddenly beset by a stomach ache and must make a quick visit to the restroom. Would you kindly wait for me a moment?" Go ahead, go ahead," ZK replied with a smile. The young man hurriedly dashed into a nearby restroom. Moments later, when the young man had not yet emerged, ZK extended his spiritual perception to investigate. Indeed, the young man had vanished without a trace. Zeke shook his head with a wry smile and continued to wander the streets in search of a stable to rent a horse. Before long, he stumbled upon a horse rental shop near the west gate, where he procured a rather mediocre steed. Mounted upon the horse, he took a leisurely ride around the city, subsequently circling the walls of Xueqing for a considerable distance before making a turn toward the eastern Wohum Mountain, galloping forth with vigor. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed the pursuers trailing him. Although they had changed several times, their exhaustion was palpable, prompting a quiet chuckle from Zeke. Did they truly believe they could follow him on foot? How amusing. However, Zeke only paid attention to the soldiers, constables, and prison officials tailing him. Oblivious to a youth lurking at a distant street corner, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Damn it, they have money to rent horses, but not to lend me one. I hope to encounter a demon tiger. After all, this place is called Wohum Mountain." Riding swiftly along the spacious official road, Zeke reached the foot of Wohum Mountain after approximately half an hour. A dilapidated tavern came into view. which should have served as a resting place for weary travelers, but now stood desolate and abandoned for quite some time. Originally, Zeke intended to board his horse here before ascending the mountain alone. However, due to the desolation of the tavern and the limited amount of currency he possessed, he was compelled to return to a small village he had just passed. The thought of losing his horse was unbearable, as he could not afford such a loss. The village presented a rather bleak scene, with nearly every household abandoned and in a state of disrepair. As he ventured deeper, he encountered a sprightly old man with silver hair and a beard like needles, diligently sweeping his yard. "Why is this place so desolate? It seems many villagers have left," Zeke respectfully inquired. The elder did not respond directly but instead offered him a ladle of fresh water, saying slowly, "You are headed to the Yuyi kingdom, are you not? The journey will not be smooth. First, drink some water and rest." "Why will the journey be perilous?" Zeke asked politely as he accepted the water and took a sip. The Yuyi clan, originally known as Yuyi, was led by Bo-E, who succeeded King Yu. In gratitude for Yu's kindness, Bo-E renamed the clan and observed a 3-year mourning period for him. However, Yu's son Chi, seizing the opportunity, united with over 10 clans to launch a surprise attack on Yuyi, killing Bo-E and seizing the clan's sacred artifact. Since then, the fortunes of the Yuyi kingdom have waned. Now it is 100 miles of desolation, plagued by vile beasts. Hearing this, Zeke fell silent. It was his first encounter with this chapter of Yuyi history. Although his maternal family hailed from Yuyi, his mother rarely spoke of such past events, nor had she mentioned Bo-E. To his surprise, the water offered by the elder was exceptionally sweet and imbued with a rich spiritual essence, even more potent than that found in spirit wine. As the essence coursed through his body, it cleansed his impurities, invigorating his spirit and enhancing his vitality. Yet, before he could inquire further about the water, he pressed on with questions about the village. Why have the villagers all migrated? 10 years ago, a great demon descended upon the Yuyi kingdom, occupying the sleeping tiger mountain, frequently descending to plunder and even abduct children. Though the authorities have attempted to eradicate it several times, the demon always evaded capture, only to return once the soldiers departed, the old man explained with a sigh. "And why do you not leave?" Zeke asked with concern. "This is the place where my ancestors have lived for generations. I am also of advanced age and do not wish to roam anymore. Moreover, the demon does not prey on the elderly, and the lesser demons cannot harm me. For I have practiced some spells myself," the elder replied with a calm demeanor. "To what extent has this demon cultivated its powers? What kind of sorcery does it wield?" Zeke inquired with curiosity. "It is a bear-dog demon, approximately at the 6th level of the 2nd tier. It possesses no extraordinary sorcery, relying solely on its formidable physical strength. Its forepaws resemble those of a bear, its teeth like those of a crocodile, its sense of smell akin to a dog's, and it can run, leap, and climb like a leopard," the elder described. "I am determined to eliminate this malevolent creature. May I request your assistance in watching over my horse?" Zeke declared resolutely. "What is your level of cultivation? Can you truly defeat this demon?" the elder asked with concern. "I have just broken through to the mortal-immortal realm," Zeke answered truthfully. "That is far too dangerous. Your cultivation is vastly inferior to that of the demon. Going there would be akin to courting death," the elder urgently advised. "Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits," Zeke insisted. Seeing Zeke's unwavering determination, the elder sighed and said, "In that case, I shall impart my secret methods to you. Perhaps they will enhance your chances of survival." "How can I accept such a gift? We are strangers, and time is of the essence," Zeke hesitated. "Look at that pine tree," the elder chuckled, gesturing to a pine tree just a yard away. "Observe closely, I will demonstrate in slow motion." As he spoke, the elder extended his hand, which astonishingly elongated over a yard, grasping a pine branch and snapping it before retracting his hand. The eyes of the young man widened in astonishment. What extraordinary technique is this? It is as if one could extract treasures from the void. Observe closely. I shall demonstrate a move at my usual pace. With that, the elder unleashed a punch, devoid of any internal energy, relying solely on the sheer strength of his fist to shatter the pine tree. Zeke was utterly astonished. The secret technique was truly marvelous. "This is the primate's cloud-seeking hand, and today I shall impart it to you." The elder extended his palm, resting it upon Zeke's forehead, bestowing the secret art upon him. "Thank you, venerable elder." Zeke expressed with heartfelt gratitude. "With this technique, I shall possess greater assurance in vanquishing that formidable demon." Thus, under the guidance of the silver-haired elder, Zeke commenced his practice of the primate's cloud-seeking hand. However, Zeke soon discovered that he could only extend his hand a mere 3 feet. A stark contrast to the astonishing demonstration of the elder. "Why am I limited to such a distance?" he inquired, his brow creased in confusion. The elder smiled gently and replied, "The path of cultivation requires patience and gradual progress. You have already taken a significant step. Simply persevere, and with each attempt, you shall reach further than before. Given time, you will surely grasp the essence of the primate's cloud-seeking hand, and may even extend it over 10 feet. Approximately half an hour later, Zeke had honed the technique considerably, prompting the elder to exclaim, "Ah, this child is indeed teachable. It is your wondrous secret art that has enabled me." Zeke humbly responded. The elder, thoroughly pleased with Zeke's progress, retrieved a small, unadorned curved dagger and presented it to him, saying, "By the way, that demon's hide is thick and resilient. Your current blade lacks the sharpness to breach its defenses. This is the Overlord's divine dagger, crafted from the teeth of the ancient beast, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is exceedingly sharp, and I bestow it upon you. How can I accept such a weapon after having learned your esteemed technique?" Zeke protested. "Ha! I possess over 20 of these daggers. Take it for your use. And may you aid us in ridding our realm of that demon, restoring peace to us all." Thus, Zeke no longer held back, accepting the Overlord's divine dagger, bidding farewell to the elder, and turning towards Mount Wahoo. As he journeyed halfway, an impulse seized him to test the sharpness of this divine blade. He unsheathed the dagger and, employing the technique of the divine ape's cloud-searching hand, struck downward at a branch above his head, nearly a foot in thickness. There was scarcely any resistance, nor sound. The robust branch was severed with ease, tumbling down like a great tree, prompting Zeke to leap aside just in time to evade the crashing limb. Such astonishing sharpness. This elder possesses over 20 of these. Upon my return, might I request 2 more Overlord's divine daggers? One for Mo Shi, and one for young Master E. A voice echoed in Zeke's mind. Another voice in Zeke's mind unexpectedly delivered a sharp slap to him. The voice scolded, "Is there anyone as greedy as you?" His face flushed crimson, reaching the very roots of his ears. With determination, Zeke quickened his pace, racing towards Mount Wahoo. He was eager to confront the canine bear demon. Obtaining its life essence would undoubtedly yield tremendous benefits. Chapter 17. Peril at Mount Wahoo. Deep within the dense forest of Mount Wahoo, Zeke gripped the thunderclap battle blade in his right hand, his gaze sharp and vigilant. Whenever a beast attempted to ambush him, he skillfully employed the divine ape's cloud-searching hand, striking from a distance to cleave the creature in two, subsequently devouring its life force and spirit. In a remarkably short span, Zeke had successfully consumed the essence of 70 to 80 first-tier minor beasts, feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him, as if a potent force was awakening within. He recognized that it was time to pause and engage in refinement and cultivation. Finding a flat stone, he settled cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to channel the mountain-splitting cloud-cleaving technique. As his practice unfolded, his cultivation steadily ascended to the mid-stage of the mortal-immortal realm. It appeared that after advancing to the mortal-immortal realm, the path to further enhancement had become significantly more arduous. While contemplating his cultivation, a massive net suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping Zeke in an eerie silence, akin to a specter. Startled, Zeke immediately opened his eyes. He realized he was tightly ensnared by a vast net, rendering him utterly immobile. This net appeared ordinary, yet possessed an extraordinary resilience. Zeke attempted to strike with the thunderblade, but it proved futile. He could not muster any force. "Who goes there?" Zeke demanded with a voice laced with fury and vigilance. A figure emerged from the woods, gliding forth with a subtle grace. It was a robust man clad in tight-fitting black attire, his visage obscured by a menacing mask. He approached Zeke, hands clasped behind his back, casting a cold, scrutinizing glance at him. Zeke, however, could not discern the cultivator's prowess, which he estimated far surpassed his own. "Are you Zeke?" the man inquired, his voice low and hoarse, as if emanating from the abyss. "Indeed," Zeke affirmed with a nod, his gaze shimmering with unwavering resolve. "Where have you concealed the Holy Son and Holy Maiden?" "Concealed? I have not seen either the Holy Son or the Holy Maiden for over half a month. How could I hide them? Besides, they possess their own faculties and are not within my power to conceal." "Humph. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." The masked figure snorted angrily before issuing a command, "Bring them." No sooner had the words left his lips than a flurry of movement erupted from the forest, followed by 5 shadowy figures that leaped forth like phantoms. Dressed similarly in black attire with their faces veiled, 4 of them wielded fire and water rods, each boasting a cultivation level of the 9th stage of chi refinement. while the fifth, bearing a large sword, exuded an imposing presence. Clearly at the fourth stage of the mortal-immortal realm. Ha! Success is at hand. The sword-bearing man emerged, reveling in triumph with boisterous laughter. Attack! The masked figure commanded with a voice that boomed like thunder, displaying a calmness and ruthlessness that surpassed that of the sword-bearer. At the command, the four masked individuals sprang into action, their rods raised high, descending upon Zeke from various directions with ferocity. What? Why are they attacking before I've even uttered two words? Zeke, ensnared in a net and hampered in movement, found it nearly impossible to evade, especially when facing four adversaries with his own two hands. With no alternative, Zeke hastily activated his prisoner-esque art of the black tortoise, bending forward just in time to evade the rod aimed at his head. Extending his right hand through the net's opening, he employed the divine ape's cloud-seeking hand, precisely striking the forehead of the masked assailant before him at the intake point. A sharp crack resounded as a faint purple spark flickered. The masked attacker collapsed to the ground in an instant, convulsing in agony, froth escaping from his mouth. Filled with elation, ZK realized that with the divine monkey's probing hand, he could launch close-range attacks without the need to unleash thunder from a distance, thus conserving his thunderous energy. However, just as ZK successfully felled one of the masked assailants, he was met with fierce blows from the remaining three. Yet, in a twist of fate, as the masked men believed they had the upper hand, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. At the moment their staff struck ZK, they were unexpectedly repelled by an unseen force, striking their own foreheads with great force. Another assailant, failing to maintain his grip on the water and fire staff, was sent flying by this same force, landing several meters away. This sudden turn of events left the remaining four in a state of terror. They hurriedly retreated to either side of the knife-wielding figure, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at ZK, as if witnessing some unfathomable specter. He. With the son-in-law of the Sher family, there truly is some merit. The masked man chuckled, waving his right hand, causing the net to abruptly tighten. Zeke had long anticipated this maneuver. The reason he had been unable to sever the net earlier was primarily due to its loose structure, which rendered it ineffective to exert force upon. Consequently, he hastily gripped the thunderblade, employing its edge to combat the constricting net, sawing back and forth. However, the resilience of the net, coupled with the meticulous control exerted by the masked man, surpassed Zeke's expectations. Not only was there no sign of it being cut, but it tightened even further, leaving Zeke increasingly immobilized. Damn it, he exclaimed, suddenly recalling that the white-haired elder had gifted him a divine dagger. He pondered whether it could sever the net's cords. With great difficulty, Zeke utilized the divine ape's cloud-seeking hand to draw the small curved blade from his waist. Swiftly, he infused the dagger with his sharp, metallic essence and sliced at the net's ropes. After sawing back and forth 3 or 4 times, one of the cords snapped with a satisfying sound. A scream escaped the masked giant, who clutched the upper part of his thigh, a milky substance oozing from between his withered fingers. Young Master Geddon. The man with the blade rushed towards him, quickly supporting the masked giant, who was on the verge of collapsing. In an instant, Zeke comprehended the connection between the vast net and the masked man, Lord Gedding. A sinister smile crossed his face as he directed his blade toward a knot in the upper right corner and struck fiercely. A scream echoed, and the net that had enveloped Zeke abruptly unraveled, returning to the grasp of Lord Gedding. Altogether, tear him to shreds. Lord Gedding roared. His form resembled a mass of vines, writhing incessantly, with a white sap splattering everywhere, merely an unrefined vine spirit yet to take human shape. After all, Zeke is still the prince of our Sher tribe. The masked man hesitated. What prince? He is no longer a prince. Yet he remained the son of Elder Zishio. I cannot truly kill him. Lord Gedding's anger flared. He swiftly ensnared the man with the blade, binding his limbs, torso, and neck. You were the ones who claimed you would slay him. Now you say you dare not. I am the direct disciple of Master Chang'e. I have been wounded twice for your filthy affairs. How do you explain this? Isn't your growth ability quite strong? What does a couple of wounds matter? The man with the blade struggled to reply. Do you not realize where he struck me? Lord Gedding tightened the vines around the man's neck and whispered fiercely. He severed my lifeline. The man with the blade widened his eyes in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Zeke had already swung his blade, reducing the 4 masked figures to mere chunks of flesh, while simultaneously urging the flying sickle to absorb the dissipating essence and soul energy. Forcefully swinging his knife toward the man with the blade and Lord Gedding. No, I am the overseer of the city lord's mansion in Xingqing. The man with the blade could not finish his sentence before his neck was severed. Am I to wait for you to free yourself from Lord Getting's grasp before I strike you down? Zeke laughed coldly. Oh, the essence and soul energy of a fourth-level cultivator. He commanded the flying sickle to whirl madly, striving to consume every last drop of true essence. Zeke, is it? I am merely a hired hand. We hold no grudges from the past, nor enmity from recent days. There is no need for us to fight to the death. I am already at the 6th level of the 2nd tier. In a life-and-death struggle, you are no match for me. Strangely, Lord Getting did not retaliate immediately, but instead adopted a posture of negotiation. Zeke, however, would not be foolish enough to let this opportunity slip. Having just severed this man's lifeline, a deep-seated enmity had arisen. How could he allow a tiger to return to the mountain? Grasping a vine with protective thunderous power, Zeke swung the divine dagger of Overlord toward Lord Getting. Realizing that negotiation would not succeed, Getting had no choice but to fight for his life. Yet how could he contend? Although his cultivation was significantly higher than Zeke's, he found himself restrained in every aspect. Whenever the vines ensnared Zeke, they would be met with a retaliatory strike of thunderous force. One foot was seized by Zeke, and the divine dagger cleaved through, causing his essence to splatter. His demonic power rapidly diminishing. Getting steeled himself and resolutely severed the foot that was caught, fleeing at great speed. Oh, is this a case of survival by shedding a tail? Zeke kicked off the ground and seized one of Getting's feet, only for it to be severed once more. He grasped another leg, and astonishingly, it too was severed. In this forest, Getting darted amidst the trees, moving with remarkable speed. Although Zeke had severed 7 or 8 of his legs, he regrettably allowed Lord Getting to escape. Alas, not only had he forged a profound enmity with Master Chang'e, but he likely had also sown the seeds of discord with the Getting clan. Chapter 18, One-on-One. Who fears whom? Perhaps if my cultivation were higher, my power sharper. Or if I practiced a fire attribute technique, I might have been able to capture this vine spirit, thus sparing myself from much future trouble. Alas, the true pain lies not in the sharp lilies but in himself. It is his own inadequacy that torments him. Zeke continued to sit cross-legged on the large stone, diligently refining the vast energy within, contemplating the path ahead. How should one proceed with cultivation? According to the instructions of the mountain-splitting cloud-cleaving technique, 2 distinct paths of cultivation lay before him. Should he opt for the expedient method, he would ultimately lose his corporeal form, becoming subservient to the celestial order. Conversely, if he wished to retain his physical body and remain unbound by the heavenly mandate, the process would be significantly slower. Previously, during the Qi refinement stage, he chose to refine Qi rather than condense essence, thus taking a step toward preserving his physical form, though he could still retreat. However, once a choice was made, there would be no turning back unless he dispersed his cultivation and began anew. Yet, given his current predicament, he urgently required a rapid enhancement of strength, or else he would face dire consequences. After much contemplation, Zeke resolved with determination. Defensive capabilities were paramount, and the optimal choice at present was to cultivate the prisoner's Yuxian technique. The moment he had repelled the black-clad figure's waterfire staff had left him utterly astonished. Choosing the prisoner's Yuxian technique meant he needed to retain his corporeal form. Offensive power was equally vital, and the best option for this was to cultivate the heavenly punishment divine art, which also required the preservation of his physical body for its practice. The bloodline power of the Pishio, along with his innate divine ability, the transformation of essence into the mysterious return to source technique, formed the foundation for his swift advancement in cultivation, necessitating the retention of his physical form. The bloodline power of the flying scythe served both offensive and auxiliary functions for rapid cultivation, also requiring the preservation of his corporeal existence. With these 2 high-tier body-refining techniques and 2 innate divine abilities reliant on bloodline strength, the mountain-splitting cloud-cleaving technique could indeed be cultivated gradually, while moving toward the preservation of his physical form. However, having absorbed a considerable amount of true essence today, it was imperative not to let it go to waste, as reverting it to true Qi would incur excessive loss. Thus, Zeke first refined the 2 types of absorbed true essence. The true essence from the knife-wielding man resonated harmoniously with him, being of the metal attribute, hence the consumption was minimal. In contrast, the true essence from Getting was of the wood attribute, and refining it into metal essence required substantial expenditure. Even so, Zeke's cultivation level effortlessly surged to the late stage of the mortal-immortal realm, significantly enhancing his strength. Next, Zeke began to cultivate the prisoner's Yuxian technique, swiftly reaching the mid-stage of minor achievement. Upon refining the various energies within him, he approached the late stage of minor achievement. As he activated the technique, his entire body felt as though it were covered in scales. Yet, the recovery of his thunderous power was painfully slow. Subsequently, Zeke searched around and finally located the storage bags of the 5 individuals from earlier. Upon inspection, he found several strings of shell coins, 28 spirit stones, 3 bottles of medicinal pills, several vials of healing potions, a few jars of spirit wine, a dozen jars of ordinary distilled liquor, some mundane weapons, low-tier techniques, martial skills, and miscellaneous clothing, just enough to barely cover the expenses for returning to Luching. However, the jars of spirit wine alleviated his immediate needs. After storing the various items in his storage ring, Zeke once again settled down to practice the prisoner Xian technique. With insufficient thunderous power, he aimed to elevate his defensive capabilities further. Another half-hour passed, during which he exhausted all the spirit stones and medicinal pills. And Zeke's prisoner Xian technique rapidly advanced to the late stage of minor achievement, subtly trending toward a breakthrough to major achievement. Aside from his facial features and orifices, his skin was now covered in shimmering silver scales, and he could sense a notable enhancement in the resilience of his dermal layers. This is sufficient. Straightening his back, he rose and brushed off his hands. Zeke felt invigorated and brimming with confidence as he continued his search deeper into the forest. After a series of battles, having slain and absorbed the essence of 50 to 60 beastly creatures, Zeke ultimately arrived at an open valley permeated with demonic aura. In this dim valley, a colossal beast lay sprawled on a flat boulder, gazing at Zeke with a piercing, cold stare. This beast towered at 8 feet high, and excluding its tail, measured nearly 20 feet in length. Zeke cautiously halted his steps, fully engrossed in scrutinizing the extraordinary beast before him. Around him, the forest stirred with subtle sounds, and from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse that made him gasp in shock. Thousands of creatures, varying in size, had silently surrounded him, a dense mass resembling a dark tide. This was dire. Although the majority of these beings were merely first-tier beasts, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. It was akin to facing several hundred-man battalions. Even a true immortal would find it easy to subdue them. What to do? Zeke's mind raced as he contemplated his next move. Just then, the creature spoke in human tongue. "Human, was it you who injured that vine spirit?" Zeke stood tall and replied calmly, "It is I, and what of it?" At this moment, one must not show weakness. "Human, you possess extraordinary talents." The beast continued in a tranquil yet deep voice. Zeke let out a grunt, remaining silent as he stood upright amidst the grassland, allowing the gusts of supernatural wind to flutter his garments. Remarkably, he had managed to wound a level 2, 6th rank vine spirit with mere cultivation at the first stage of mortal-immortal realm. This achievement was unprecedented, unparalleled in history. "What? Do you seek vengeance for him?" Zeke inquired. "Vengeance? We do not know him. We have already vanquished him, and it conveniently provides us with materials to forge a suit of vine armor." "Huh. Then why have you encircled me?" "Because we intend to eliminate you as well," the beast replied candidly. "Why must you eliminate me?" Zeke asked, his expression laced with confusion. "Human, do not feign ignorance. What brings you to Tiger Esler Mountain? Do you think we are oblivious? I have come for training, seeking a stroke of luck." "Oh, humans are so fond of deceit. You have already slain over 100 of my brethren today. Human, the law of life for life is an undeniable truth. You cannot claim ignorance. But are they truly human? Human, you have provoked my wrath. Initially, I believed you to be exceptionally gifted and intended to offer you a chance for a duel, yet you do not cherish it." The beast's tone was laden with menace. "Oh, is this your benevolence? I find that hard to believe. Waka, have I truly missed the opportunity for a duel?" A twinge of regret stirred within Zeke. "Disbelieve? Then let us proceed with the duel. I am eager to see if you can surpass 5 levels and defeat me, King Xianfeng." "A duel? Who fears whom? At last, the opportunity for a duel has arrived. I cannot let it slip away." Zeke took a step back with his right foot, gripping a brick in his hand, striking a poised stance, ready to engage in a duel. The monstrous creature lazily rose to its feet, shaking off its luminescent black fur, and let out a thunderous howl towards the heavens. A woo. "Here it comes." Zeke was thoroughly prepared. He activated the prison ruin Xuanwu technique, and silvery scales instantaneously enveloped his entire body. The true essence within his dantian roared to life, a surge of metal attribute energy flowing into the brick he held. Chapter 19. The Great Battle Against King Xianfeng. King Xianfeng was a formidable creature, a hybrid of dog, wolf, leopard, bear, and crocodile, embodying the best traits of each. With a powerful howl, King Xianfeng propelled itself from the massive stone, leaping over a distance of more than 10 zhang with an overwhelming force, charging aggressively towards Quebec. Wow, is it really this fierce? The subordinate swiftly hurled a brick, yet it proved utterly futile. The brick struck the formidable King Xianfeng as if merely tickling him. Zeke dared not confront directly. He swiftly drew the thunderstorm battle blade, lowering his form to dive beneath the abdomen of the king of Xianfeng. In a singular motion, he aimed to strike upward, seeking to cleave through what he presumed to be a relatively vulnerable area. However, the king of Xianfeng exhibited remarkable swiftness in his reaction. Noticing that Zeke pressed forward rather than retreating, and sensing the concealed threat, he unleashed a clawed strike before Zeke could fully reach his target. With a resounding impact, it landed squarely upon Zeke's left shoulder. Zeke was sent flying, crashing directly into a pine tree, which he snapped in two. Fortunately, his prison-guarding Xuanwu skill had reached the later stage of minor mastery, endowing him with a defensive capability equivalent to the 7th to 9th levels of the mortal-immortal realm. Though the force of the strike was formidable, landing squarely on his shoulder, it inflicted no harm upon Quebec. When a pig demon wielding an axe struck his back, it became evident that this creature, possessing merely the cultivation of a secondary level, 3rd rank, could not possibly breach Zeke's defenses, leaving no mark whatsoever. In a twist of fate, the axe rebounded, inadvertently slaying 2 first-level beasts nearby. With a swift stroke, Zeke cleaved the wild boar in two, causing a surge of vitality, demonic energy, and spirit to disperse into the air. Ah, such exhilarating delight. Zeke subtly summoned the flying sickle, quietly devouring the invisible essence of spirit and demonic power, lamenting only the blood essence, which was inconvenient to consume in public. Simultaneously, feigning difficulty, Zeke leaned against a tree stump and adopted a posture of righteous indignation. Addressing the king of Xianfeng, "You promised a fair duel, yet your minions resorted to treachery against me. This is my misfortune." The king of Xianfeng commanded his minions, "Simply ensure he does not escape. Refrain from attacking him. You must honor your word." With that, Zeke clutched his chest and gradually approached the king of Xianfeng. Ha! The king of Xianfeng, witnessing Zeke's injury from a single blow, could not help but laugh uproariously, exclaiming, "Human race, I have underestimated you." Zeke remained silent, consumed in his task, while gradually advancing. The king of mysterious winds, instead of launching an attack, observed Zeke with keen interest. Once Zeke had devoured enough, he let out a thunderous roar, propelled himself forward with a powerful push, and grasped the thunderblade tightly, charging towards the king of mysterious winds. With a resounding thud, the blade struck the king's right palm, yet his hand remained utterly unscathed. In the moment of Zeke's astonishment, a sudden clap echoed as the king's left palm descended upon Zeke's right shoulder. Whoosh! The child's banner was once again swept away, colliding with an unknown tree and tumbling into the underbrush. The surrounding minor demons howled, brandishing their respective weapons, cautiously retreating to create a bit of space while keeping a vigilant watch on the banner. It seems that the formidable King Xianfeng truly commands respect, for this time. No minor demon dared to launch a surprise attack. Zeke rose swiftly, propelling himself to the side in an attempt to flank the formidable King Xianfeng and launch another offensive. However, King Xianfeng promptly pivoted, charging towards Zeke, thwarting his maneuver and inadvertently sending him flying with a powerful blow. Subsequently, Zeke darted frantically in all directions, persistently launching assaults against King Xianfeng from various angles. Yet, each endeavor lasted only 2 or 3 exchanges before he was once again cast aside. Occasionally, he managed to land a strike, but it proved futile against King Xuanfeng's robust defenses. He could not inflict a single wound upon the beast. This was untenable. It seemed that King Xuanfeng's defenses were exceedingly formidable. At long last, Zeke heeded the admonitions of the silver-haired elder, sheathing the thunderblade and unsheathing the overlord's divine dagger, continuing to traverse the battlefield with relentless aggression. Finally, with a swift stroke, she severed the elbow joint of the Xianfeng king, eliciting a sharp gasp. Shortly thereafter, another decisive strike rent through the Xianfeng king's nose. With each thrust, the creature sustained numerous lacerations across its vulnerable anatomy, blood gushing forth and demonic energy dispersing in all directions. The Xianfeng king grew increasingly agitated, cursing under its breath. For this human possessed an extraordinary resilience akin to an unyielding cockroach. Meanwhile, its own defenses were being compromised, and the critical question loomed: why was its demonic energy depleting so rapidly? Surely, mere external wounds should not lead to such swift dissipation. It could not allow this adversary to be flung away. It needed to bite down, preferably pinning it to the ground for a ferocious chomp. The Xianfeng king pondered this strategy in its mind. In a sudden shift of tactics, as ZK soared towards it from the front, the Xianfeng king refrained from swatting her aside with its claws and instead opened its cavernous maw wide. Just as she was about to be engulfed by the gaping jaws, ZK deftly executed the divine ape's cloud-seeking fist, striking the base of the beast's incisors with a powerful blow. Instantly, the relatively weak fangs were shattered into fragments. Utilizing the principle of reaction, Zeke deftly evaded the jaws of the bear. King Xianfeng, feeling the sting of pain, found himself too close to launch an effective assault with his forepaws. Just as he attempted to retreat, Zeke delivered a precise slice across his upper lip. With a furious howl, King Xianfeng propelled himself away, landing over 10 paces distant. Meanwhile, Zeke was momentarily knocked to the ground by the force of his breath. The two adversaries, now several paces apart, resumed their tense standoff. "You are indeed formidable, King Xianfeng," Zeke could not help but exclaim. After engaging in a fierce duel for nearly half an hour, this was Zeke's first encounter of such intensity. And you, as a member of the human race, are equally impressive. The battle spirit of ZK surged with fervor. He was unwilling to rely on devouring primordial energy to gradually wear down the king of Xianfeng. After catching his breath, he charged once more towards the beast. This time, the king of Xianfeng remained composed, seizing the opportunity to leap gracefully, delivering a powerful strike from above that accurately brought ZK crashing to the ground. With a formidable claw, the beast pinned him down, rendering ZK utterly unable to escape. Alas, how careless! What to do? Yet before a solution could be conjured, two terrifyingly sharp fangs descended upon him, one from above and one from below. The king of Xianfeng, too, was eager, for it sensed its own demonic energy swiftly dissipating through the claw that held ZK in place. Zeke dared not wager his life on the efficacy of his defensive techniques against the ferocious bite of the Xianfeng king. With life hanging in the balance, he could no longer afford to hold back. Even the formidable power he had painstakingly cultivated must be unleashed. In an instant, he channeled all his remaining thunderous energy directly into the maw of the Xianfeng king. The beast, caught unawares, trembled violently before crashing to the ground. Just before its fall, the lower incisors, which had reflexively clenched shut due to the thunderous force, were shattered by a single punch from Zeke. Time was of the essence. Zeke swiftly released his three-bladed flying sickles, sending them hurtling into the beast's body. In that fleeting moment, torrents of vital energy and demonic power erupted from the creature's mouth, all consumed voraciously by Zeke. Thus, the Xianfeng king was vanquished. The defeat was so abrupt that the surrounding lesser demons were left in a state of bewilderment. Having brushed with death, Zeke seemed to plunge into a frenzy. Charging into the dazed throng of demons, wielding his thunderblade with abandon, ruthlessly reaping their lives while desperately consuming their essence. It took a full 3 breaths for the lesser demons to grasp the reality that their king had fallen. By then, over 200 of their kind lay slain at Zeke's hands, while the remaining thousands scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. Zeke pursued the greatest concentration of demons to the northeast, cutting down nearly 100 more along his path. Finally, he returned to the valley at the heart of the forest, seated upon a massive stone, focusing intently to refine the vast energies, demonic power, and souls he had just devoured. After half an hour, once all energies had been thoroughly assimilated, Zeke's Kyuxuan martial arts achieved an initial breakthrough into great mastery. With his defense now rivaling that of true celestial beings, his safety was finally assured. After concluding his cultivation, Zeke scoured the area, ultimately discovering 2 storage rings, dozens of storage bags, over 100 strings of shell currency, and more than 100 spirit stones, along with various elixirs. Deep within the valley, he stumbled upon a vast cave, which contained a secret chamber. Upon forcibly breaking in, he found over 20,000 strings of shell currency, more than 1,000 spirit stones of various sizes, 6 gold bricks, and an array of low-tier elixirs, techniques, martial skills, weapons, and armor, countless treasures. At last, he had struck a remarkable bounty, and there was no need to fret over shell currency or spirit stones for the foreseeable future. Chapter 20. The vanished village. ZK did not hasten to depart. Instead, he remained seated upon the flat stone where the great King Xianfeng once resided. He gradually assimilated the powers of soul and bloodline that had been devoured into his own essence. Thereafter, he invoked the Qiu Yuxuanwu technique to refine the demonic energy of the great King Xianfeng, utilizing it to fortify his defenses. He then meticulously tempered the primordial energy within his body. He understood well that although the rapid advancement in his cultivation was exhilarating, a solid foundation was paramount for long-term success. Otherwise, an unstable base would inevitably hinder his future cultivation endeavors. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant against those who covertly trailed him in Shui City. They had yet to reveal themselves, and a sense of curiosity stirred within ZK. Who were these individuals? Besides seeking the whereabouts of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, did they harbor ulterior motives? Perhaps, with a little more patience, their identities would be unveiled. As for the previous group from Zeng City, their inquiry was stifled by the presence of the formidable young Master Geding. Yet, a lingering question remained in his mind. Would Zeng City send others to confront him? What were their limits in dealing with him? Such mysteries piqued ZK's interest. Reflecting on young Master Geding, ZK allowed himself a sigh of relief. Grateful to the great King Xianfeng for potentially averting a bitter feud with the Kingdom of Go. After an hour of cultivation, ZK was astonished to discover that not a single beast had dared to intrude upon this valley. He had initially intended to devour a few more beasts to augment his strength, but now he had no choice but to abandon that thought. Just then, however, someone approached. ZK swiftly inspected the divine dagger of the Overlord, preparing himself for battle. He was acutely aware that his remaining thunderous power was scant, and the Thunderblade had lost its mighty enhancement, significantly diminishing its effectiveness. In contrast, the divine dagger of the Overlord had become his most reliable weapon at this moment. Suddenly, a lithe figure soared from a distance, landing gracefully on a branch of a pine tree at the edge of the valley. Shielding their eyes with a hand to gaze at Quebec young master. Come look, there's someone over there. Almost immediately, two more figures darted forth. Alighting on the branches near the first, though still distant and indistinct, ZK recognized one of them at a glance. It was none other than young Master Zhu Tao. Young Master ZK? Zhu Tao called out as he leapt from the pine tree, rushing toward him. However, his speed appeared insufficient, as another figure swiftly descended, grasping Zhu Tao's shoulder and lifting him into the air, flitting gracefully until they reached Quebec. The second figure followed closely behind. Are you unhurt? As they approached, Zhu Tao scrutinized ZK with concern. Haha, I'm fine, ZK replied with a smile. What brings you to the Tiger Lair Mountain? Do you know there's a formidable demon here? Zhu Tao admonished lightly. I came precisely because I heard that a great demon was terrorizing the populace, ZK explained. You cannot contend with it. I've heard that last year, that demon had already reached the second level, 6th stage, Zhu Tao expressed worryingly. I've already slain it. The beast's hide is over there. ZK pointed to the nearby withered corpse of a dog bear. The group followed his gesture and, indeed, a recently deceased, desiccated dog bear lay on the ground. I shall take a look, spoke a middle-aged man, appearing in his 50s, exuding an imposing presence, a high-level mortal immortal. Seeing that ZK was unscathed and had even vanquished a great demon, Zhu Tao felt relieved and introduced him. The middle-aged man was Zhu Gu, the overseer of the refining division, commonly referred to as Uncle Gu. He was a master-level weapon refiner of the 7th stage in the mortal immortal realm. Beside Zhu Tao stood a middle-aged woman, the housekeeper of the Zhu family, Uncle Gu's wife, named Yi Xian, affectionately called Aunt Gu, who possessed the 6th stage of the mortal immortal realm. Wow, this beast hide is remarkably intact. A few of its sharp fangs are also in excellent condition. It's a 2nd level, 6th stage demon beast. It can be used to forge many magical artifacts, cloaks, gauntlets, daggers. Uncle Gu exclaimed with excitement. How did you defeat this demon beast? Zhu Tao inquired with curiosity. Hee, I expended the last of my thunderous power, ZK replied. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tao frowned slightly. Alas, that is truly unfortunate. If you encounter a formidable foe again, you may find yourself in trouble. You see, all clans have received orders to inquire about the whereabouts of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, and they are even willing to resort to torture if necessary. If you were to find yourself in a place where you have enemies, someone might use a feather as a command and act against you. Is that so? ZK finally grasped the intricacies of his current situation. It wasn't too dire, at least he hadn't been issued a manhunt or wanted notice. Nevertheless, caution was still paramount. Does Tiger Lair Mountain fall under the jurisdiction of Shui City or Zeng City? ZK posed a question, seeking to discern the attitude of Zeng City more accurately. Tiger Lair Mountain is under the jurisdiction of Zeng City. Why do you ask? Zeke cast a glance at Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu, adopting a demeanor of hesitation. Zhou Tao immediately discerned Zeke's apprehension and reassured him, rest assured. Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu are entirely trustworthy. It is quite astonishing that the people from Zheng City dared to venture to Tiger's Den to capture me. Fortunately, they were vanquished by that monstrous beast. Otherwise, I might have been taken by them. Oh, could it be that Zheng City has dispatched spies to Shui City? That seems illogical. They have no reason to send anyone specifically to Shui City, let alone send spies to various tribes. Zhou Tao pondered, his brow furrowed, exuding an air of cold elegance. If a master infiltrated Shui City, would you be able to detect them? We should be able to, unless the individual is adept at concealing their cultivation level. Have any masters visited Shui City recently? No. I surmise there exists an invisible web of information spread throughout the tribes. Otherwise, Zheng City would not be aware of my arrival at Tiger's Denver. Perhaps we should hasten our return to Shui City. It is already the hour of Shun, and we must exercise caution at this juncture. Indeed, we should return swiftly. The horse I rented is still being cared for in a small village near the foot of the mountain. There is a kind elderly gentleman there whom I must express my gratitude to, Zeke remarked with a smile. A village? Is there truly a village near the foot of the mountain? Zhou Tao inquired, looking at Zeke with a puzzled expression. Zeke's face was etched with confusion as he replied. Indeed, I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Is that truly the case? How come I have never heard of it? Zhou Tao pressed on. Could it possibly be that you have simply forgotten, dear sister? Zeke expressed his bewilderment. Is it truly so? I genuinely cannot recall. Zhou Tao remained skeptical. A cavalry unit composed of Zhou Tao's personal guards and the city garrison of Xueqing, led by Generals Liani and Shikai, followed closely behind Zeke and Zhou Tao as they departed from Mount Wohu. They set forth towards the village that Zeke had described. However, as they journeyed, they encountered no signs of the village whatsoever. There was indeed nothing to be found. The group searched the surroundings and eventually discovered Zeke's rented horse tethered securely beneath a grand tree. Yet, scanning the area, aside from the horse, there was still no trace of the village. What on earth was happening? This was truly preposterous. Indeed, it was utterly unfathomable, as if they were witnessing a ghost. ZK and Zhou Tao exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting sheer bewilderment. ZK could not help but reach out to caress the formidable divine dagger, inwardly rejoicing that it remained, indeed, by his side. Subsequently, he quietly activated the divine ape cloud probe technique, deftly extending his hand to effortlessly touch the underside of the horse's belly. Fortunately, he still possessed mastery over this extraordinary skill, executing it with remarkable finesse, showing no signs of unfamiliarity. Thus, it seemed that his encounter with the white-haired elder had indeed transpired. Yet, why did this village, along with the enigmatic elder, appear to have vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the mortal realm? Chapter 21, Tokamak Battery? Behold, these are all the materials you require. Zhou Tao managed to gather all the necessary components for ZK's reforging of the thunder power storage within a mere day. Upon entering the guest chamber, she found ZK seated in serene meditation upon the couch, unchanged from the moment she had departed the previous evening, as if time had come to a standstill around him. Thank you, dear sister Zhou Tao. You have been exceedingly thoughtful, ZK expressed as he rose, bowing in gratitude, his face reflecting genuine appreciation. He then began to meticulously categorize and organize the materials, discovering that each item Zhou Tao had prepared far exceeded the quantities he had originally requested, being over 5 times more abundant. Zeke meticulously stored the surplus materials within his storage ring, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. He then turned to young Master Zhou Tao, smilingly inquired, "Are you occupied with other matters? Or would you prefer to stay and observe my refining process?" A flicker of curiosity sparkled in Zhou Tao's eyes as he promptly replied, "May I stay? I am genuinely intrigued by your refining techniques." "Very well, then, dear Zhou Tao, please observe my refining process." Zeke graciously consented, ready to commence the creation of a reservoir for thunderous energy. After envisioning the battlefield, recalling the entirety of the cultivation method, and reviewing the process of refining the finger shells, Zeke ultimately resolved to transform the 4 segments of the phalanges of both index fingers into finger shells, while the frontal ridge of his forehead would become the forehead shell. This would yield 9 distinct storage spaces for the power of thunder, allowing not only the index fingers to unleash a copious amount of thunderous energy, but also enabling the opening of the heavenly eye for celestial attacks. Such an attack not only liberated his hands, but also possessed an impressive aesthetic, exuding considerable intimidation. Thus, Zeke initially transferred the remaining trace of thunderous energy from his right index finger to his left. Cultivation was arduous, Even the slightest amount should never be squandered. Subsequently, he activated his inner true essence, shattering the finger shell of the right index finger and the periosteum of the second phalanx, refining this bone and blood into vital essence, merging it with his kidney essence. Next, he concentrated his true essence in the flesh and muscle membranes surrounding the index finger and second phalanx, creating a slightly larger space. He then ingested and refined an appropriate quantity of quartz, using his true essence to propel the vaporized quartz into the newly created space of the right index finger, enveloping the inner surface of the surrounding flesh and muscle to protect the phalanx. Following this, Zeke arranged the necessary materials and sequentially ingested them, activating his internal true essence to extract various elements, which he transported into the space of the right index finger in order. He then stimulated the synovial fluid, methodically mixing these substances, stirring them into a grayish-white slurry, which he meticulously layered over the previously refined, smooth brass surface of the phalanx and the still bony surface of the second phalanx. The subsequent step was pivotal. Zeke downed a large jug of water and ignited his inner true essence to calcine the grayish-white slurry, simultaneously mobilizing bodily fluids to circulate rapidly through the meridians of his right hand, lowering the temperature around the index finger. This process was excruciating, as the temperature required for the surface of the phalanx needed to be approximately 50% higher than that achieved with mere clay. Even with the intentionally thickened layer of quartz for protection, Zeke acutely felt the piercing pain radiating from the flesh of his right hand and the second phalanx. My goodness. In the future, I must master every detail and procedure before I can commence my cultivation. Only then did Zeke recall that he had forgotten to refine the marrow of the second metacarpal bone. No wonder the pain was so excruciating. Hold on. Otherwise, he would risk chi deviation. After roughly the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, the searing pain in the second metacarpal gradually lessened, likely a sign that the marrow had been fully tempered. Yet, Zeke remained drenched in sweat, his face contorted in agony. He had to endure. He had to continuously adjust the intensity of the flames, urging the circulation of bodily fluids within. This grueling process would take at least another 7 or 8 hours. Zhu Tao watched from the side, her heart pounding with anxiety. Yet, she dared not disturb Zeke's cultivation, nor did she know how to assist him. All she could do was stand by helplessly, consumed by frustration and worry. By midnight, Zeke finally completed the refinement of his right index finger shell. Weakly, he opened his eyes, his face ashen, as if every ounce of strength had been drained from his body. He was on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, Zhu Tao immediately inquired with concern, asking about the details of his cultivation and the reason for such torment. It turned out that refining the finger shell was akin to firing ceramics inside one's finger. Moreover, Zeke had overlooked the fact that the second metacarpal had never undergone such refinement before. No wonder the agony was unbearable. This was not something an ordinary person could endure. Yang Ge Yao finally understood. These lightning-storing finger shells could very well be called tokamak batteries, or, more accurately, magnetic confinement batteries. The technology of the Xia dynasty was truly astonishing. In the end, Zhu Tao confirmed that she could indeed assist Zeke. First, as a practitioner of fire attribute techniques, she could aid in the firing process. Relying solely on burning one's own vital essence was fraught with drawbacks. Second, her personal guard captain, Gong Liani, cultivated water attribute techniques and could assist in cooling. Thus, over the next 2 days, thanks to Zhu Tao and Liani's invaluable assistance, Zeke successfully completed the refinement of the remaining lightning storage chambers in his body. As the cultivation concluded, Zeke rose to his feet, his spirit radiant. He toyed with the remaining magnet rod, delighting in the sensation of his 9 newly upgraded lightning reservoirs, especially the one at his brow, which resembled a celestial eye, exuding an air of grandeur, though the lightning energy stored within was still faint. What was truly remarkable was that all 9 lightning cores were crafted from precious gold. Even the original copper cores in his index fingers had been replaced with superior and more potent golden ones. Congratulations, young Master Zeke, on attaining such formidable lightning reservoirs, Zhu Tao said, her eyes gleaming with excitement, though a trace of weariness lingered in her gaze. Ah, my dear sisters, you've worked hard. It was my oversight. My unique constitution allows me to go days without food or drink, but I forgot that you require regular sustenance, Zeke said apologetically. Zhu Tao shook her head with a gentle smile. We're fine. Helping you has brought us joy as well. Zeke immediately rose to his feet, calling out loudly, Waiter, bring me 10 jars of spirit wine, 3 baskets of fresh spirit fruits, 3 plates of chilled lilies, and 10 pounds of braised beef. Soon, the delicacies were served at the table, and the 3 of them gathered around, savoring the exquisite wine and dishes, engaged in cheerful banter and light-hearted conversation. At that moment, ZK suddenly sensed a slight disturbance in the thunderous energy within him. The young adept focused his divine awareness, diligently probing, and ultimately uncovered some subtle clues. It turned out that the fluctuations in the internal thunderous energy were delicately shifting, and this variation was unexpectedly linked to the magnet he was currently manipulating. Zeke extended his right arm, concentrating his consciousness within it. With his left hand gripping a magnet, he swiftly oscillated it near his right arm, incessantly adjusting its direction, angle, and speed. After a considerable duration, Zeke finally discerned a pattern. When the magnet was held perpendicular to his right arm, sweeping one end vertically across, it caused the electrical energy within to surge towards his index finger. Conversely, sweeping in the opposite direction slowed this flow. When the magnet was aligned parallel to his arm, there was no significant effect on the electrical energy's direction. However, a slight alteration occurred in the energy around his chest and abdomen, too faint for Zeke's perceptive abilities to accurately discern. Enlightenment flickered in Zeke's eyes. If he could continuously sweep one end of the magnet downward along his right arm without moving it upward, could this technique not expedite the condensation of electrical energy? But how could he achieve a solely downward motion? By sweeping downward and then retracting the magnet away from the arm to its original position. He could repeat the downward sweep. Without hesitation, Zeke commenced his experiments, and indeed, it proved effective, albeit with dismal efficiency, after a stick of incense burned. He had only managed to condense a mere wisp of electrical energy. Zhu Taogong and Liani stared in astonishment, bewildered by Zeke's sudden introspection and peculiar actions after a moment of lively conversation. Yang Ge Yao was equally dumbfounded. Had he inadvertently stumbled upon the principle of Faraday's electromagnetic induction? Yet, Zeke seemed to have forgotten the presence of Zhu Taogong and Liani, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Eureka! Zeke released the flying sickle, channeling his internal energy to temporarily affix the magnetic rod atop the sickle. He orchestrated the sickle's movements, causing the magnetic rod to gradually spin. By deftly maneuvering the sickle, he made it continually distance itself from and then approach his outstretched right arm, allowing one end of the magnetic rod to sweep downward across his arm just as it drew near, and then return to its original angle as it moved away. This process repeated in a seamless cycle. As he became increasingly adept at this technique, Zeke slowly infused his internal essence, maintaining a suitable rhythm while steadily accelerating the speed of the rotation. Indeed, within the span of less than a fragrant stick of incense, he successfully gathered a modicum of thunderous energy at the tip of his right index finger, achieving a speed more than 20 times that of his previous manual efforts. However, a new dilemma emerged. As he continued to amass this thunderous energy, the rate at which he could condense it began to wane. Scanning his body with his spiritual awareness, Zeke discerned the crux of the issue. The source of thunderous energy within him was gradually depleting. Below his knees, he found himself in a state of near void regarding this energy, akin to his copper chopsticks, an alarming situation. This would make him susceptible to attracting heavenly lightning, potentially leading to his own demise. Chapter 22. The Ritual of the Kiln. From years past, Zeke stood up anxiously and urgently addressed young Master Zhu Tao and Liani, saying, "Dear sisters, we must hasten downstairs to the garden pavilion and continue our revelry." "Why?" young Master Zhu Tao inquired, puzzled. "Let us descend first, and I shall explain in detail," Zeke replied, his words racing. He swiftly grabbed a mat, a flask of fine liquor, and a plate of marinated meat, then leaped through the window, landing in the pavilion of the courtyard. He placed the marinated meat on the stone table, set the mat by the pond beside the pavilion, and with the flask of liquor in hand, Zeke settled onto the mat, removed his shoes, and dipped his feet into the cool water of the pond. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy coursed through him from the soles of his feet, an exhilarating sensation that compelled Zeke to emit a strange cry. At that moment, young Master Zhu Tao and Liani entered the pavilion, carrying the fine liquor and delicacies. Young Master Zhu Tao finally seized the opportunity to voice his curiosity, asking, "What is the reason behind this?" As Zeke skillfully maneuvered the flying scythe, causing the magnetic rod to twirl gracefully in the air, he raised a flask and took a hearty swig of the spirit, subsequently excitedly elucidating the matter to them. "So, it appears you can swiftly restore your thunderous powers?" "Indeed. The recovery should be rapid. However, due to my lack of experience, I cannot ascertain the exact duration required. That is splendid news. Lord Zhu expressed his joy for Zeke before curiously inquiring, moreover, how do those miraculous chopsticks operate? Ah, those are treasures bestowed upon me by my master. One is a golden chopstick and the other, silver. Yet, ever since I forged a reservoir for thunder within my index finger, I seldom employ those chopsticks. He continued, their structure mirrors that of my finger. One contains a core of silver, while the other is imbued with purple copper. Furthermore, the formations of the golden and silver chopsticks are oriented oppositely, allowing the silver chopstick to unleash thunderous might, whereas the copper chopstick, which is the golden one, can summon heavenly lightning. This copper chopstick is exceedingly perilous. When not in use, it must be kept within its sheath. For my master claims that it can shield against the scrutiny of celestial forces. Oh, may I take a look at that silver chopstick? Lord Zhu inquired with intrigue. Certainly, Zeke replied, promptly retrieving the silver chopstick and presenting it to him. Lord Zhu examined the silver chopstick meticulously from various angles, pondering deeply and occasionally nodding while murmuring softly. After a considerable time, he returned the silver chopstick to Zeke and stated, it is now April. Come August, I shall present you with a gift. Upon hearing this, Zeke hastily waved his hand in refusal, saying, Young Master Zhu Tao, you have already aided me immensely. How could I possibly accept any further gifts from you? Young Master Zhu Tao offered a slight smile, seemingly having anticipated Zeke's reaction. She gently tapped the table, her tone taking on a more solemn gravity. Do you not recall your words, that you wish to act on behalf of heaven? Zeke was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed one of his cherished ideals, firmly engraved in his heart. However, he seldom articulated this aspiration. Have you forgotten? When you stood upon the altar alongside Sher Khan, you pointed an accusing finger at him and declared with righteous fervor, scoundrel. Today I shall act on behalf of justice. Young Master Zhu Tao suddenly rose, imitating the stance of Zeke from years past, boldly gesturing with his index finger towards the horizon. This, I certainly remember. It is one of my ideals. One that I have always held dear, to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness, to act in the name of justice. Zeke rose from the pond, his gaze fixed upon the distant night sky, his thoughts drifting back 5 years. It was a day that filled the young nobles of the Sher tribe with exhilaration, for they had the opportunity to escape the capital and journey to the far-off Shui city. This enchanting locale was renowned for its exquisite sacrificial vessels and an array of weapons and magical artifacts, all originating from Shui city. The Sher tribe was to hold a kiln sacrifice there. At the heart of Shui city lay the grand altar of the Sher family. On that day, a massive bronze square cauldron occupied the center of the altar, surrounded by 3 towering incense sticks, their fragrant smoke curling gracefully into the azure sky. In front of the cauldron stood a row of offering tables, laden with sacrificial offerings, fruits and vegetables arranged in ceramic plates, clay pots, bronze cauldrons, and bronze basins. In the center of the foremost table rested 3 resplendent celadon cauldrons, their intricately carved lids emanating a swirling mist. As narrated by Master Sher Khan, these 3 cauldrons were named the Golden Dragon Hollow-Legged Celadon Cauldron, the Fiery Phoenix Hollow-Legged Celadon Cauldron, and the Qilin Hollow-Legged Celadon Cauldron, all newly forged masterpieces. Their hues lustrous and translucent, adorned with vivid patterns that rivaled the finest jade artifacts. To the north of the altar stood the Bureau of Metallurgy, the Sher Kingdom's institution overseeing metallurgy, pottery, alchemy, and artifact crafting. To the east lay the Lord's Manor, and to the west, the Elder's residence. The plaza to the south of the altar was lined with seats for spectators, while the surrounding area was teeming with thousands of commoners and servants, all gathered to witness the spectacle. The sound of bells resonated powerfully, accompanied by the rhythmic beat of drums and the harmonious strumming of zither. 100 young men danced in unison upon the plaza, their limbs bare, bodies agile, skin gleaming with a rich hue, adorned with feathered headdresses, their faces painted with vibrant colors, and clad in vine armor vests. Periodically, they emitted synchronized shouts of hey, ha, hey, ha. A priest, using a language only comprehensible to the divine, chanted the sacrificial incantations, moving with an enigmatic gait among the dancing young men. A group of over 10 young noblemen, adorned in splendid attire, including Zk, Shi Yu, Emo Shi, Shi Qiong, Shi Wu, Shi Huang, Shi Feng, Shi Biao, Shi Yin, Shi Hai, Shi Liang, Shi Yu, and Shi Kan, among others, eagerly gathered at the viewing platform on the west side of the square. Among them, Shi Kan, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, robust and well-built, donned a golden-yellow robe embellished with flame patterns. His round face radiated joy as he leaned towards Shi Yu, animatedly recounting the details of the sacrificial ceremony. Clearly well acquainted with the rituals involved, Shi Yu nodded in agreement, his expression reflecting satisfaction with Shi Kan's explanations. As the officiating priest solemnly announced the conclusion of the sacrificial rites, the ceremony of the kiln's sacrifice reached a temporary halt. The next phase involved the observation of the burning of sacrificial items and the recording of the sacrificial verses on silk. Subsequently, the Shi King, various elders, and priests were set to proceed to the smelting department for the banquet. At this moment, only the sacrificial personnel remained to tally the items on site. Our banquet cannot commence until the elders are seated. Let us ascend the altar and indulge ourselves for a while. Shi Kan beckoned to the group of young nobles. Can we truly ascend the altar? One nobleman inquired with trepidation. What is there to prevent us? Do you not wish to behold the 3 exquisite celadon tripods? Shi Kan confidently replied, thumping his chest. Thus, the young nobleman followed Shi Kan in a spirited rush towards the altar. At that moment, a pure-looking young maiden hurried over to Shi Kan's side. Master Shi Kan, the altar is sacred and must not be profaned. You cannot ascend the altar at this time. Upon recognizing her as Zhu Tao, the daughter of the guest elder Zhu Ding, Shi Kan's lips curled into a smirk of disdain. Ah, it is you, little barbarian. If I say we may, then we shall. Zhu Tao, undeterred, replied with steadfast resolve. Today, the elders specifically instructed me to assist in guarding the altar. I kindly ask Master Shi Kan to cooperate and not make it difficult for me. At her words, Shi Kan's eyes flickered with annoyance, and he responded flippantly, difficult? If I were to pinch that delicate little face of yours, would that not alleviate your troubles? With a sinister grin, he reached out with his stout hand towards Zhu Tao. Young master, Zhu Tao exclaimed, swiftly retreating several steps to deftly avoid Shi Kan's unwelcome advance. Do you wish to provoke my displeasure? Or are you intent on ruining the esteemed son's enjoyment? Shi Kan glared fiercely, his voice laced with menace. ZK and Mo she exchanged a glance, their brows furrowing in disapproval at Shi Kan's character, which left much to be desired. One moment, he was fawning over Shi Yu, and the next, he was attempting to act inappropriately towards Zhu Tao, his language laced with vulgarity and coarseness. He shamelessly invoked the name of the revered Shi Yu, trying to bolster his own stature. His conduct was utterly contemptible, and his actions were nothing short of egregious. Noticing that Zhu Tao was avoiding him, Shi Kan ceased his pursuit and turned to Shi Yu with a feigned smile, saying, Holy son, do not heed the ramblings of this little barbarian. Now that the sacrificial rites are complete, we may all ascend the altar. With that, Shi Kan beckoned to the others and stepped onto the altar. Behold, these peaches of immortality are brimming with spiritual essence and are exceedingly precious. Come, everyone, take one each. He proclaimed generously, pointing at the offerings on the table. Can we eat these offerings? Someone inquired, puzzled. Of course, if we do not consume them now, they will soon be taken to the elders' banquet. Shi Kan chuckled, picking up a peach and gently brushing off its fuzz before taking a bite. See, I have eaten one already. He savored the fruit while gesturing to the crowd. Master Shi Kan, you cannot eat the offerings here. Zhu Tao's resolute voice suddenly broke through. Unbeknownst to them, she had reappeared at Shi Kan's side. This is a disrespect to the great Kuan Wu deity. You insufferable little barbarian. Shi Kan's pudgy hand lunged once more towards Zhu Tao's delicate face. However, she was already on guard and deftly evaded him again. You have ruined the holy son's mood. Shi Kan followed up with a heavy kick aimed at Zhu Tao. You uncouth wretch. The force of the kick was tremendous, catching Zhu Tao off guard as she was already weakened and unable to evade it. The impact sent her flying backward, crashing heavily onto the offering table. A cacophony of clattering echoed as the table collapsed, scattering the offerings across the ground, and the 3 hollow porcelain tripods shattered upon impact. Zhu Tao curled up in agony, blood gushing from her face as she clutched her abdomen, struggling to distance herself to avoid further aggression from Shi Kan. This kick had not only injured her internally, but the shards of porcelain had also grazed her forehead, coming perilously close to her eye. Even if it hadn't struck her eye, the damage to her appearance was severe, a grievous blow for any woman. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their expressions one of disbelief. Even the weather shifted dramatically, as the previously clear sky darkened ominously, gusts of wind howling. Shirkan reacted swiftly, raising his voice in anger. "You lawless little barbarian! How dare you ruin the sacrificial vessels?" The crowd, who had been moving away, halted to observe the unfolding drama. "Clearly, it was your kick that caused the destruction." The young woman attempted to reason, but was rudely interrupted by Shirkan. "You little barbarian! Just watch how I deal with you today." Shirkan raised a fist, flames igniting around it as he prepared to strike. "Stop!" Shiryu interjected, urging, "Master Shirkan, please refrain from anger. This matter is of great significance and must be reported to my father at once for a decision." Yet, Shirkan showed no signs of halting, gathering his strength to throw a punch at Zhu Tao. However, a sharp short sword appeared, blocking his strike. It was Mo Shi's sword. Confident in his strength, Shirkan believed he could easily send it flying. Yet recognizing it was the Holy Maiden's weapon, he dared not proceed further and had to forcefully retract his blow. "Do you dare defy a royal decree?" Mo Shi glared coldly at Shirkan. "Did the Holy Sun not just command you to cease?" "Forgive me, Holy Maiden. I did not hear. I was unable to restrain myself in time," Shirkan stammered, hastily kneeling before Mo Shi, bowing repeatedly. "Please forgive me, Holy Maiden." Mo Shi cast a frosty glance at the hefty figure before her. "Get away." Shirkan scrambled back to Shiryu's side, pleading, "Thank you for your mercy, Holy Maiden." Inwardly, however, he was filled with resentment. "Rise," Shiryu sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. "Shirkan, you display none of the dignity expected of a young master. Your cowardly demeanor is quite distasteful. What has caused this sudden change in the weather?" Tribe leader Shi Luo furrowed his brows, his expression a mix of anger and confusion as he looked towards Elder Shi Yan. "Please wait, Your Majesty. I will investigate immediately," Elder Shi Yan responded, equally shocked but quickly regaining his composure. He intended to leave the Grand Hall temporarily until the truth could be ascertained. At that moment, Shiryu arrived at the entrance of the banquet hall, accompanied by a group of young gentlemen. ZK closely followed Shirkan, vigilant against any sudden movements towards Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao trailed beside Mo Shi, her forehead wound having been hastily treated by Mo Shi. Although the bleeding had ceased, her face, marred with blood and tear stains, appeared even more disheveled after being wiped. Her clothing was splattered with red and white, rendering her a pitiable sight. "Your Majesty." Shirkan suddenly rushed to the forefront, kneeling at the entrance of the hall with a thud, eager to report before Shiryu could speak. "What is it?" inquired Shi Luo with calm authority. "Your Majesty, just now, the elder Zhu Ding's daughter, Zhu Tao, shattered the ceremonial vessels, including 3 precious hollowed porcelain tripods, and overturned the offerings, causing the skies to darken and the heavens to rage. It is feared that this will bring severe calamity upon our kingdom." Upon hearing this, Zhu Tao hastily knelt before Shi Luo, attempting to defend herself. "Your Majesty, please see." It was Shirkan whose silence. Elder Shi Yan's sharp rebuke cut through Zhu Tao's plea, his anger palpable. "Did I ask you to speak? Unruly wretch. Do you comprehend the gravity of destroying ceremonial vessels?" With that, Elder Shi Yan turned to Shi Luo, bowing deeply, his tone resolute and grave as he proclaimed, "Your Majesty, the crime of destroying ceremonial vessels warrants execution." After taking a breath and pausing for effect, a cruel and fierce expression briefly flickered across Elder Shi Yan's face, as if envisioning the brutal punishment awaiting Zhu Tao. However, he quickly resumed his facade of righteousness, continuing in an impartial manner, "Your Majesty, I believe that in this time of divine wrath and public outrage, we must perform the most solemn ritual of sacrifice, offering Zhu Tao to the heavens. This is to avert divine retribution and protect our tribe. It is for the peace and welfare of the entire tribe." Chapter 24. Acting on behalf of heaven, Zeke was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Elder Shi Yan would request such a brutal method as to flay Zhu Tao alive. This was nothing short of extreme savagery. Moreover, Elder Shi Yan, with a straight face, spoke of the tranquility and welfare of the tribe. This was utterly repugnant to Zeke. He couldn't help but silently lament. Such a father inevitably begets such a son. "Your Majesty." Zeke immediately knelt at the entrance of the Grand Hall. "Zeke, what words do you have to share?" The voice of King Shiro was filled with affection, yet steady and authoritative. "Your Majesty, we have all witnessed with our own eyes that it was Master Shizen who kicked Miss Zhu Tao, sending her crashing onto the sacrificial table, which resulted in the destruction of the ceremonial vessel. Currently, Miss Zhu Tao's garments bear the imprint of Shizen's foot. Your Majesty need only send someone to investigate, and the truth will be laid bare. The young Zeke spoke with a calm demeanor, his stance just and unwavering, resonating with authority. Observing this, Shurian hastily interjected. Your Majesty, the wrath of the heavens arises from the destruction of ceremonial vessels, which in turn stems from the clash involving the ritual pottery. The children are merely acting in accordance with their innocent nature. Thus, I humbly propose that to quell the divine anger, one must simply sacrifice the damaged pottery. He deftly invoked the term innocence, not only exonerating Shere Khan for his actions, but also insinuating that Zeke was merely a child, rendering his words untrustworthy. How could a robust young man of merely 17 possess true innocence? The force of his kick, imbued with the energy of the 6th level of chi refinement, could hardly be trivialized as mere playfulness. Shere Khan's brazen actions on the altar, seizing offerings and behaving inappropriately towards maidens, accompanied by vile language and ultimately leading to the destruction of a sacred artifact through violence, surely drew the ire of both heaven and man. If divine retribution were to occur, it should rightly fall upon Shere Khan. If a sacrifice is necessary, it should be Shere Khan who is offered. Although Zeke was only 12 years old, he exuded an innate righteousness, his words resonant and compelling, evoking respect. It is said that one hand cannot clap alone. Elder Shere Yin attempted to counter, Zeke, do not let your position lead you to utter falsehoods. If it was merely play, then both parties share responsibility. As for the destruction of the ceremonial vessel, that is solely the fault of Zhu Tao. He continued, Your Majesty, throughout the ordeal, Miss Zhu only sought to counsel Shere Khan against overstepping his bounds, never uttering a disrespectful word. In the face of impropriety and physical assault, she chose patience and forbearance, never retaliating. Zeke elaborated, as for the notion of a single hand clapping, if it strikes nothingness, it will indeed make no sound. However, how could one fail to create sound when attempting to strike a girl so near? Shere Luo turned to Shere Yu. What do you think of Zeke's words? Shere Yu respectfully responded, Your Majesty, Zeke speaks nothing but the truth, devoid of any falsehood. I comprehend. Shere Luo nodded, then turned to Elder Shere Yin, stating, Brother Shere Yin, it is indeed your son who transgressed first, bullying others and ultimately causing the destruction of the vessel. However, considering our brotherly bond, let us share the burden together. We shall observe a period of fasting for 81 days, seeking forgiveness from the heavens, to avert calamity upon our clan and safeguard Khan's life. What say you? Elder Shere Yin, upon hearing this, promptly knelt and bowed, expressing gratitude. Yes. I am deeply beholden to your Majesty. I hope you will diligently guide Khan henceforth, nurturing him into a pillar of the Shere clan, worthy of his innate strength. Shere Luo continued, Indeed. Elder Shere Yin bowed once more, affirming his compliance. At this moment, Elder Zhu Ding hastily knelt in thanks. I am grateful to your Majesty for your discernment, granting my daughter a chance at life. I shall exert every effort to recreate the ceremonial vessels, ensuring completion within 2 months, so that the next ancestral rites are not delayed. Please rest assured, your Majesty. Shere Luo nodded in satisfaction, smiling. Then I shall rely on Elder Zhu Ding. I decree that all elders and above shall commence a period of fasting for 81 days, as a show of piety. As for the meat offerings, let them be distributed among the common folk. You young gentlemen, accustomed to lives of luxury, should also partake in this fasting for 81 days, to experience hardship and refine your character. The young nobleman exchanged glances, taking a moment to process before responding in unison, Yes, your Majesty. We shall comply. Very well. You may go. With a wave of his hand, Shere Luo dismissed the young nobles to embark on their journey of fasting. As Zeke stepped outside the gates of the refinery department, Shere Khan turned fiercely towards him, growling, You outsider, what audacity do you display here? Do not think that your father's wealth grants you the right to swagger about. To me, your father is a mere parasite, and you are nothing but a repulsive toad. I will crush you sooner or later. With a cold smirk, ZK retorted, Mind your language. It is not too late for you to repent and turn back. Shere Khan's fury intensified, his eyes glinting with menace. Mind your own business. You are ruining my mood. Sooner or later, I shall crush you. Though the king may spare you today, if you remain unrepentant and obstinate, even if the king forgives you, heaven shall not. ZK said with solemnity. Shere Khan scoffed disdainfully. In this world, strength speaks volumes. Heaven, merely a bully of the weak. The strong are the true heavens. I will personally crush you. and that shall be the true way of heaven." No sooner had Shirkan finished his proclamation than a thunderous roar echoed, seemingly resonating with his fury. "You truly wish to crush me?" ZK was taken aback by Shirkan's reasoning. "I shall devour your flesh, drink your blood, grind your bones, and scatter your ashes. You will find no avenue for life nor death." Shirkan growled through gritted teeth. "Very well, I shall grant your wish today, and see if you possess the capability." ZK responded fearlessly. "No, stop." Mo Shi, Shi Yu, Shi Huang, and Zhu Tao shouted in unison, with Mo Shi urgently grasping ZK's arm. "He has already reached the 6th level of Qi training, while you are merely at the 3rd. You are no match for him. Fear not." ZK smiled and waved his hand at Mo Shi, signaling her to remain calm. Upon witnessing this, Shirkan erupted in laughter. "It seems you are but a pampered fool relying on women for protection. In Shui City, boasting requires no capital. If you plead for mercy, kneel and clean my boots, calling me grandfather thrice, I may consider sparing you." "Ha ha ha. Then let us battle at the altar," ZK declared, his expression resolute. Shirkan laughed heartily, doubling over with mirth. "Excellent, splendid. Since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall gladly assist you on your journey." "Ha ha ha." As their words faded, ZK and Shirkan ascended the altar, one following the other. "Unleash your full power." ZK raised his right hand gracefully, making an inviting gesture. Shirkan sneered, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Little frog, today marks your demise." Zeke stood with an imposing presence, eyes wide with fury, and declared in a thunderous voice, "Scum! Today I shall act in the name of justice." Shirtsong firmly rooted himself in a stance, a surge of searing flame energy instantly coursing through his fists. Poised for action, he assumed the initial position of the blazing fist, his most esteemed martial art. Meanwhile, Zeke maintained an ethereal stance, the western wind fiercely billowing his garments. His piercing gaze fixed intently on Shirtsong, as if to capture every nuance of his movements. With a roar that echoed like thunder, Shirtsong unleashed a punch, flames erupting fiercely from his fist. As Zeke swiftly pivoted, he deftly evaded the formidable blow aimed at him. In an instant, he channeled the power of thunder through his left hand, firmly grasping the wrist of Shirkan, who had yet to retract his right hand. With a forceful twist, Zeke propelled a purplish-red copper chopstick towards Shirtsong's throat. Shirkan felt an overwhelming tremor coursing through his entire body. A wave of tingling energy surging from his right wrist to his heart, causing it to flutter violently, while his limbs spasmed uncontrollably. Yet, endowed with innate divine strength, he instinctively seized the moment, his left hand clenching with fierce determination, breaking through the convulsions just as the deadly chopstick was about to pierce his throat. At that crucial moment, he managed to catch the lethal copper implement. Meanwhile, Zeke had already retreated with remarkable speed. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Shirkan with a blinding flash of silver fire, transforming his form into that of a smoking hedgehog amidst the brilliance. A resounding thunderclap echoed above the central square of Shui City, reverberating deafeningly. The altar trembled, the 3 surrounding mansions quaked, and it seemed as though the entirety of Shui City was shuddering. Shirkan had been rendered to a pile of charred remains, blackened and emitting wisps of smoke. Yet he still retained the semblance of a stance, poised to strike. A gust of wind blew through, causing the needle-like, charred remnants of his hair and attire to cascade down in small fragments. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, frozen in disbelief. Shirkan had been struck by lightning, a manifestation of divine retribution. Ziku coldly observed the unfolding scene, his voice resolute and impassive, echoing across the square. "He who does not act shall not perish. Those who defy the divine shall surely be punished." Chapter 25. The mountain has wood, and the wood has branches. The central square of Shueching was enveloped in an eerie silence. The populace had never witnessed the heavens deliver punishment, transforming a scoundrel into mere ash. The trajectory of events remained uncertain. Even those yearning to cheer, to howl at the sky, or to weep, found themselves stifled, forced to harbor their sentiments within. Justice is never absent, it merely arrives a tad late. Such a demise is indeed soul-chilling, perhaps leaving no chance for reincarnation. The cycle of heaven is just. Who can escape its grasp? At last, a young man, as if awakening from a dream, turned in horror and sprinted towards the direction of the smelting department. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "This is terrible! This is terrible! Young Master Shirkan has been struck by lightning." The sudden news detonated like a bomb among the elders, igniting a flurry of astonishment and confusion. They exchanged glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the usually arrogant young Master Shirkan could meet such a dire fate. Divine retribution had always been a mere legend, none had ever witnessed it firsthand. Elder Shi Yan's anguished cries pierced the air, as if seeking to bring the entire hall down. He dashed out of the hall in a flash, leaving behind a cacophony of lamentations that reverberated through the atmosphere. Elder Shi Luo and Elder Zixio exchanged a glance, shaking their heads in resignation, their eyes heavy with a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. Elder Zixio immediately comprehended Shi Luo's intentions and cast a grateful glance in his direction. They were well aware that this was not merely a case of shuriken facing divine retribution by lightning. It was undoubtedly the work of Zeke. He had employed his divine chopsticks, the bronze pair from the thunderous gold and silver bamboo. These chopsticks, a bestowed treasure of middling grade from his master, the venerable Yang Ge Yao, were powerful tools. The silver chopsticks were frequently utilized, possessing immense strength capable of unleashing thunderous might. However, the golden chopsticks, which were actually crafted from copper, were seldom used. Their potential was far more astounding, capable of summoning heavenly lightning. And they were typically kept within a lightning-proof silk pouch to shield them from the scrutiny of celestial forces and to avert being struck by thunder. Nevertheless, every nation has its laws, and every family its rules. Although Zeke aspired to act in accordance with heavenly principles, in a land as legally sound as the Shurgwa, his actions were undoubtedly overstepping boundaries. Moreover, although Shuriken had erred, his transgressions did not warrant a death sentence. Shi Luo mused inwardly that he must later reprimand this impetuous Zeke. With a heavy sigh, Shi Luo turned to the gathered elders and said, "Esteemed elders, let us proceed to witness the events ourselves." His voice was laden with gravity and resignation. At that moment, Elder Shi Yan's lamentations resonated throughout Shui City, reverberating with the ferocity of wind and rain, evoking the sympathy of spirits. "Heaven, how can you be so blind? My child is but a mere boy. If punishment is due, let it fall upon this old body instead. How can you inflict such a fate upon a child?" Yet, the ominous clouds above had begun to disperse, and sunlight flooded the earth once more, restoring a clear blue sky, as if mocking Shi Yan's sorrow. Alas, Shi Yan's desire to embrace his son's charred remains and weep was thwarted. As he lunged toward Shuriken's ashen body, it disintegrated into a flurry of dust, swirling through the air. To the onlookers, Shi Yan appeared as a sinister sorcerer casting malevolent spells, increasingly bizarre and terrifying. His face contorted, eyes glinting with madness and cruelty. Amidst the black mist upon the altar, he danced wildly, inscribing intricate runes in the air. At times he roared, at times he chanted, as if reciting strange incantations. The will of heaven cannot be defied. Shi Luo gently placed a hand on Shi Yan's shoulder, speaking in a tone of compassion. "Shi Yan, my brother, may you find solace in your grief." After a long while, Zeke emerged from his reverie. "In truth, I remain unaware of the precise extent of Shurtsan's misdeeds." Zeke murmured in a low voice. From his words and actions that day, I sensed an insidious evil emanating from his very core. The indifference and cruelty he displayed seemed to be the indelible marks left by his habitual malevolence. "You are absolutely right. Shuriken is indeed a villain of the highest order." Young Master Zhu Tao, filled with righteous indignation, interjected, "His crimes are too numerous to enumerate. He bullies the weak, exploits the vulnerable, and engages in rampant plunder. He is truly a scourge of society. His very existence is the greatest malignancy upon this land. Man acts, and heaven observes. Ultimately, justice will prevail." ZK spoke solemnly, as if pondering something profound. "Young master, I believe you are the celestial envoy sent to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. Heaven, witnessing Shuriken's rampant wickedness, has dispatched you to deliver his punishment." In young Master Zhu Tao's eyes sparkled admiration and anticipation. ZK shook his head and humbly remarked, "How could I possibly be an angel? I am merely an ordinary person, harboring a sense of justice, resolved to eradicate violence and uphold righteousness, restoring clarity to the world." With a smile, Master Zhu Tao responded, "Thus, you shall have more time to assist the weak and eliminate harm for the people." "How could I accept such a precious gift?" ZK hurriedly declined. "Dear brother ZK, there is no need for such modesty, nor further words. This is a token of my heartfelt sincerity," Master Zhu Tao insisted. "Then I shall respectfully comply and strive not to disappoint your expectations," ZK declared earnestly, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. Master Zhu Tao smiled gently and recited, "The mountain has trees, and the trees have branches. Let us not squander our youth nor forsake each other." "Oh, what does this mean?" ZK inquired, puzzled. "It signifies the hope that you will act in accordance with your words, keeping your promises and following through on your commitments," Master Zhu Tao replied with a smile. A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. I, ZK, shall indeed uphold this, he declared with fervor, then raised the wine jug, drinking deeply alongside Master Zhu Tao to signify his determination. After yet another round of spirited conversation, as night deepened, Master Zhu Tao remarked, "It is getting late. We should return and rest. Brother ZK, do remember not to overexert yourself in your training. Your health is paramount." Zeke nodded in agreement. Yet he soon became engrossed in his cultivation. The power of thunder surged incessantly into his body, and in the blink of an eye, it filled a segment of his finger. He envisioned a future of chivalry and righteousness, of acting on behalf of the heavens. Chapter 26, Brother Zeke. Until we meet again, time seemed irrelevant in his pursuit of cultivation, and before he realized it, 2 days had quietly slipped by, with the crimson sun slowly rising. During this brief span, the 9 reservoirs of thunderous energy within Zeke had brimmed, alongside the silver chopsticks, with overwhelming might. Meanwhile, the copper chopsticks had once again fallen into a state of energy depletion, the moment they were drawn from the thunder-repelling silk pouch. They summoned dark storm clouds above the small town, showcasing their formidable ability to attract celestial lightning. It was time to return to Luching. The ripples he had stirred in Shueching should be sufficient to divert the old dog, Zhao Liang's attention. Now, it was imperative to investigate the matter concerning the Grand Minister's divine cauldron. Furthermore, with the initial mastery of the Qiu Yuxuanwu technique, his safety within the Shi tribe was practically assured, enabling him to act with greater confidence. After a refreshing bath and change of clothes, Zeke stepped out of the inn with a lightness in his stride, ready to bid farewell to young Master Zhu Tao. However, young Master Zhu had been quietly awaiting him in the tavern across the street. Upon seeing Zeke emerge, he approached with eagerness. "Ah, young Master Zhu Tao, what brings you here? You didn't come to chat with me. I was just about to find you to say goodbye, and to let you know that I have restored my mastery of the heavenly punishment technique," Zeke said, his face aglow with joy. "Leaving today?" young Master Zhu inquired. "Indeed, I must return. There are many matters to attend to, including the upcoming preliminary selection for the Jinxian Lin competition, although I have no desire to join the Black Scale Army. Witnessing the talents of the world and various martial arts is undeniably valuable. When you depart, who knows when we shall meet again?" A hint of melancholy flickered across young Master Zhu's face. "Why not accompany me to Luching and participate in the Jinxian Lin selection?" Zeke proposed. Young Master Zhu shook his head, responding despondently, "I shall not go. My cultivation is still shallow. I have only recently broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement and have no chance of making it into the top 10. Zeke insisted. It would be beneficial to observe others engage in combat, providing an opportunity for exchange and a chance to broaden one's horizons, which is advantageous for cultivation. The outcome of the match is rather predictable. After all, it is clear that you young nobles possess far superior strength. Observing from a distance lacks significance. And even if one were to engage in direct sparring, how much enlightenment could truly be shared? Ultimately, strength is derived from the accumulation of training resources. Although Zhu Tao's remarks seemed to resonate with reality, Zeke felt a distinct separation from those young nobles, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. Zhu Tao further elaborated, "Moreover, I find myself more captivated by the art of crafting and pottery than by the prospect of martial contests." Zeke nodded thoughtfully, as if recalling something. With a grand gesture, he produced a storage pouch and handed it to young Master Zhu Tao, saying, "By the way, you lent me some spirit stones that day and helped me procure various materials. Over the past few days, you have assisted me in my cultivation. I have acquired quite a few spirit stones at Mount Hohu. Consider this a repayment." However, young Master Zhu Tao had no desire for Zeke to return anything. On that day, it was merely due to Zeke's reluctance that Zhu Tao had concocted an excuse. Thus, she declined, saying, "All of this was willingly done for you. Your insistence on this exchange feels rather distant and formal. Are we not brothers?" In an effort to persuade Zeke, she surprisingly referred to him as a brother. Young Master Zhu Tao felt a pang in her heart. This was not her true sentiment. Yet, having spoken thus, she forced a smile, adjusting her facial muscles with difficulty. "Just take it as a contribution towards the cost of hiring a carriage." After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Tao reconsidered. Indeed, Zeke was returning to Luching. She had no right to feel overly attached. It would be more practical to help Zeke pack and call for a carriage. "You are correct, as you prepare to depart. I should arrange for a comfortable carriage for you. I'll take care of it." With that, young Master Zhu Tao swiftly resumed her usual efficient demeanor, summoning Liani, who was standing nearby, to make the necessary arrangements. Once everything was settled, Zhu Tao turned to Zeke with a smile. Shall I assist you with your packing? How could I impose? Zeke replied, not at all. Such tasks are inherently suited for a woman. Saying this, Zhu Tao took Zeke by the hand and led her upstairs to the inn. However, it became rather awkward, for Zeke had little luggage to pack. Even her few changes of clothes were stored in her spatial ring. To break the tension, Zeke suggested, how about we share a pot of spirit wine in the pavilion? As a farewell toast? Young Master Zhu Tao readily agreed, and the two entered the pavilion, sitting quietly together. Soon, a pot of spirit wine and a plate of chilled lilies were brought to them. They raised their cups to one another, savoring the bittersweet moment of parting. As you journey to Luqing, the road is long and fraught with uncertainty. Do take care of yourself, Zhu Tao softly admonished. Zeke smiled reassuringly. Sister, rest assured. My defensive techniques are sufficiently formidable to withstand the assaults of first and second-tier true immortals. However, just as the moon waxes and wanes, and fortune may shift unexpectedly, it is prudent to remain vigilant regardless of one's cultivation level. Master Zhu reminded once more. Indeed, I shall bear that in mind, Zeke replied solemnly. The response from ZK finally brought a genuine smile of happiness to young Master Zhu Tao's face. She took a deep breath, gathering her courage, and said, if you have time in August, please visit Shui City. By then, the gift I have prepared for you should be ready. ZK's words were filled with gratitude and remorse. Young Master Zhu Tao felt a weight lift from his heart, as if a heavy stone had finally been released, allowing him to express the feelings he had long kept hidden. Before long, the carriage Zhu Tao had summoned arrived, laden with provisions such as dry rations, fresh water, spirit wine, marinated donkey meat, and lotus seeds. The most striking item was a cloak of white with black accents, exquisitely crafted and cool to the touch, imparting an ethereal, profound, and mysterious aura. To ZK's surprise, the coachman was none other than the familiar Gu Shu. Though internally astonished, he maintained a calm demeanor and respectfully bowed to young Master Zhu Tao, saying, thank you for your thoughtful arrangements, Zhu Tao. Until we meet again. Zhu Tao elegantly returned the gesture, Brother ZK, until we meet again, take care on your journey. Standing at the inn's entrance, young Master Zhu Tao watched as the carriage gradually receded into the distance. Her hand waved in the air, lingering, as if conveying endless longing and blessings to the departing Z Quebec. It was not until the carriage turned a corner and vanished from view that 2 tears finally escaped her bright visage, cascading down her cheeks and falling to the ground. She worried about the many who might wish harm upon ZK on this journey, and the hidden dangers that awaited him in Lu City. She also yearned for a future reunion with ZK, where they could share a drink and reminisce together. Chapter 27. The Heavenly Punishment and the Demon Cage. Gazing out the window at the verdant landscape, ZK found himself momentarily lost in thought. Even someone as oblivious as he could sense young Master Zhu Tao's affection. However, his heart had already forged an eternal bond with Mo Shi, a connection that felt fated and difficult to sever. What could he do? ZK was perplexed, uncertain. In the grand scheme of things, when matters remain unresolved, why not simply let them be? When faced with confusion, it is often best to set it aside for the time being. Strengthening himself was the most pressing concern. Thus, as ZK sat cross-legged in the carriage, quietly cultivating, he simultaneously remained attuned to his surroundings, occasionally exchanging casual banter with Gu Shu. As the sky darkened, Gu Shu could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha, after being vigilant for so long, nothing has happened. Beyond this grove lies Zhongwang City. Let us rest there tonight. Indeed, let us rest in Zhongwang City, ZK replied. At that moment, a harsh voice rang out. Halt! 2 middle-aged men, resembling military officers, emerged from the thicket, flanked by 8 soldiers, blocking their path. They were local officials, Shi Qian and Shi Chao, accompanied by patrol soldiers, on a mission to search for the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden. Gu Shu excitedly halted the carriage and politely inquired, may I ask what brings you here, officers? Searching. We must see if you are harboring or smuggling the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden, replied the lead officer languidly. My young master is currently in meditation. It would be inappropriate to disturb him. I kindly ask you to exercise discretion, Gu Shu responded respectfully. Harboring the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden is a grave crime. We cannot turn a blind eye to it, the officer replied arrogantly. Gu Shu then dismounted the carriage, turning to the carriage with a respectful bow, young master. Several armed men are blocking the road and searching. How should we proceed? It is not easy to be a soldier. Let us give each of them a coin to send them on their way, ZK suggested, deliberately adopting a dismissive tone. What do you mean by that? Who are you trying to dismiss? Shi Qian's anger flared instantly. You claim we are beggars. My young master never said such a thing, Gushu retorted sarcastically. Shiqian, uninterested in engaging in banter with Gushu, shouted, "Brothers, search the carriage." Several soldiers charged toward the carriage. However, Gushu stepped in front, exuding a formidable aura of the 6th level of the mortal-immortal realm, and bellowed, "Do not move. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." The soldiers were taken aback. How could they proceed with the search? They were all merely at the 7th or 8th levels of the Qi refining realm, while their 2 leaders were only at the 1st level of the mortal-immortal realm. They had encountered a formidable opponent. At this time, Shi Chao stepped forward, respectfully bowing. "We were reckless earlier. We kindly ask you to allow us a brief search. How can we be sure you are not acting out of personal interest?" ZK interjected. His interest piqued, wanting to tease them while creating a larger commotion to ensure Emoshi's safety. "Young master, you know the entire tribe is searching for the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden. Lord Zhao Liang has ordered that we dig 3 feet into the ground to find them. If we were to show favoritism, our heads could be on the line. You do not speak, we do not speak. Who knows if you have acted unjustly? You shall henceforth refer to Zhao Liang, that dog without the title Lord," ZK commanded. Yes, you are right, young master. He is indeed a mad dog. Furthermore, since I say we do not harbor the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden, we do not, yet you refuse to believe and insist on searching. Let us make a wager. Shall we? Shi Chao asked solemnly. What kind of wager? If you find the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden here, I shall offer each of you a spirit stone and a bowl of fresh blood. However, if you do not find them, you shall each give my steward and me a spirit stone and a bowl of fresh blood. Shi Chao pondered whether this gambling proposal was fair. The thought of losing 10 bowls of blood seemed absurd. Shiqian, however, was infuriated. "Chao, do not fall for this child's trick. The outcome is entirely in their hands. What do we have to wager? What if this young master is merely bluffing, hiding the Holy Sun?" Shi Chao expressed his concern, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a loud slap. Shiqian clutched his left cheek, exclaiming, "Who struck me?" "You spoke disrespectfully, and so I have taught you a lesson," ZK replied coolly, extending his hand outside the curtain to indicate it was he who had struck. "You dare." Shiqian had yet to finish when that hand inexplicably reached out again, delivering another slap. Enraged, he drew his weapon and aimed to strike at the carriage. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Shiqian's weapon was sent flying by a blade that emerged from within the carriage. He felt a wave of numbness and tremors throughout his body, as if struck by an iron hammer to the chest, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Overestimating oneself, ZK remarked with disdain. Shi Chao was utterly stunned. It seemed both master and servant were formidable adversaries. Very well. It appears that a search is to be conducted, and they wish to avoid scrutiny. To extend one's neck is to invite danger. And to retract it offers no solace either. There seems to be no alternative. With this thought in mind, Shi Chao subtly gestured to dismiss a soldier to summon reinforcements. He then bowed slightly towards the carriage and said, "Esteemed sir, let us proceed with your proposed wager." He contemplated that it would be prudent to conduct the search first. If they could not evade responsibility afterward, they could stall until a substantial number of reinforcements or skilled allies arrived. The proximity to Zhongwang City is but a few miles. An aide could arrive at any moment. ZK displayed a measure of mercy, as Shiqian had not entirely lost consciousness and had managed to regain some composure. At this moment, he pointed at ZK, anxiously mumbling something, yet he struggled to articulate his words clearly, unable to control his tongue effectively. ZK let out a cold snort, saying, "The one who attempted to ambush me earlier must pay double. If you lose, he shall forfeit 2 spirit stones and 2 bowls of blood." Shi Chao disregarded Shiqian's protests and declared, "We have no objections. But it is up to the young master to decide. Shall we commence the search?" Shiqian, infuriated, coughed in frustration. He was exasperated by Shi Chao's complete disregard for his own situation, as well as his consent to pay with 2 bowls of blood. Resolutely, he released a signal flare from his sleeve, calling for help. Upon seeing the flare shoot into the sky, Gushu frowned slightly. But remembering that Zhang Wangcheng had no capable opponents, and noting ZK's formidable combat abilities, he felt reassured. "Search away," he said. ZK secretly rejoiced. Spirit stones were mere numbers to him, utterly expendable. What he truly valued was Shiqian's blood, rich in metallic elemental essence, which, with minimal refinement, could be harnessed for his own use, saving him considerable time in cultivation. Thus, the 4 soldiers began a meticulous search, probing even the cushions where no one could possibly hide. One soldier even crawled beneath the carriage, tapping the underside to eliminate any possibility of hidden compartments. However, their efforts yielded nothing. Lord Shirchao, no suspicious individuals were found inside the carriage, reported one soldier with a respectful bow. Lord Shirchao, no suspicious individuals were found beneath the carriage, said the soldier who had just emerged from under the vehicle, also bowing respectfully. My apologies, young master. Shirchao bowed towards ZK in contrition, then waved his hand to signal the soldiers to assist Shirqian as they prepared to depart. We withdraw. Did I permit your departure? ZK's expression darkened, and he bellowed, a wager must be honored. Each of you shall leave behind one spirit stone and one bowl of blood. Otherwise, no one shall leave. Young master, please do not push your luck. Shirchao warned sternly, continuing to urge his men to leave. We depart. Suddenly, a resounding clang echoed as an exquisite bronze birdcage descended from the heavens, enveloping the officers and soldiers. With a hiss, a copper needle shot forth from the cage's top, emitting several arcs of lightning, causing the soldiers to huddle fearfully in the cage's center. This birdcage was a creation of ZK's childhood design, crafted by skilled artisans, known as the Divine Punishment Cage for capturing demons. Then, ZK's chilling voice resounded, a wager must be honored. Otherwise, the heavens shall strike. Chapter 28. Like an immortal descending citing Shirchao's duplicity and unwillingness to uphold the wager, ZK utilized the Divine Punishment Cage to ensnare all 9 of them within its confines. As they gazed at the copper needles atop the cage releasing arcs of lightning, they huddled together in fear. At that moment, Shirqian had mostly recovered and, unlike the others, he was not overly concerned. As a cultivator of the mortal-immortal realm, his only worry was that Gushu might suddenly intervene, disregarding the youth before him entirely. An ineffective trick, Shirqian muttered, gripping his battle blade tightly as he prepared to cleave through the seemingly fragile cage. With a mere flick of his silver chopsticks, Zeke summoned a dazzling array of blue and purple lightning that flickered around the birdcage. One particular bolt, with a sharp crackle, struck Shirqian, cleaving through his defenses. The battle blade slipped from his grasp as Shirqian convulsed once more, collapsing onto the ground, his hands pressed against his chest, moaning in agony. His right hand had been reduced to charred remnants, the acrid scent of burnt flesh wafting through the air. He had narrowly escaped death by that bolt of electricity. Aha! Do you think you can escape from my heavenly punishment demon cage? A mere fantasy. Zeke laughed heartily, exuding an air of unparalleled arrogance and hubris. For now, I shall spare your life, lest I find your blood insufficient and be forced to rummage through your remains for spirit stones. Ha ha ha. Another officer, Shichao, enraged, unleashed his own formidable attack. A torrent of water-infused energy surged forth from his palm, crashing against the confines of the cage. With a resounding crack, this officer, too, fell to the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth, rendered unconscious and severely wounded in spirit. His powerful water-based energy passed through the birdcage, dissipating into the distance. Lost to the ether, Zeke did not specifically act against Shichao, but rather unleashed the power of thunder. Shichao was courting death, as the innate force of thunder inherently counters water and metal attributes. Furthermore, it exhibits a distinct restraining effect on many wood-based techniques. He could have refrained from utilizing his water attribute essence, but once he did, he inadvertently directed the thunderous energy towards himself, incurring an even more formidable assault. One person, one spirit stone. One person, one bowl of blood. Those who surrender their spirit stones may go free. Those who do not shall face divine retribution. A bold foot soldier, trembling with trepidation, stammered, I will comply, but there are no bowls for the blood. Uncle Gu, could you kindly procure 2 bowls for them? Zeke smiled enigmatically, requesting Uncle Gu's assistance in finding vessels for the blood. He could not search himself, as he needed to remain vigilant against the possibility of these men fleeing or conspiring against him. Uncle Gu, understanding the unspoken cue, entered the carriage and, after a few moments, emerged with 2 small basins resembling bowls. Upon seeing these oversized so-called bowls, the soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. Each bowl could likely hold at least half of his own blood. However, he did not dare to question it. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes, made a swift incision on his wrist, and soon, blood gushed forth into the basin, filling it to the brim in no time. Subsequently, he produced a spirit stone and, with utmost care, offered it with both hands. With a flick of his right hand, ZK collected the spiritual stones and blood, while simultaneously a small door on the birdcage swung open. This door was indeed diminutive, necessitating a crawl to emerge. When this birdcage was crafted, ZK was still young. believing that such a modest door would suffice for a person to bow and exit comfortably. Today, however, it proved to be rather cramped, requiring one to crawl out. Should they encounter someone with a modicum of pride, they might prefer to perish than relinquish their dignity in such a manner. You may leave now, but take care not to brush against the cage. Upon witnessing the first soldier successfully crawl out of the confinement, another soldier offered up a spiritual stone and blood, thus gaining his freedom. Come, drink this while it's warm. It is truly invigorating. ZK presented the second spiritual stone to Uncle Gu and generously invited him to partake as well. Though Uncle Gu hesitated, he accepted the stone. His brow furrowed as he struggled with the thought of consuming human blood. Generally, it is practitioners of dark arts who resort to the blood of others for their cultivation. Yet, Uncle Gu found it difficult to refuse, considering that ZK was a favored individual of young Master Zhu Tao. Do you understand for whom they toil? They are, in fact, laboring for the Xiaohou clan. Drawing a little blood serves merely to impart a lesson, making them aware that seeking favor at the cost of their integrity bears consequences. However, since they had already bled, it should not go to waste. You know how to separate the true energy within, transforming it for your own use, do you not? Very well. I shall personally administer a punishment to these lackeys. Uncle Gu, well versed in the art of refining the true energy from blood, accepted the bowl and took a hearty gulp of the warm blood, channeling his techniques to extract the vital essence. The remaining soldiers, bowing in supplication, pleaded, "We possess no spiritual stones. We beseech you, kind sir, grant us mercy." "Then let a bowl of blood exchange for a spiritual stone," ZK replied. Spiritual stones, being treasures of cultivation, are not commonplace among ordinary soldiers. Yet, ZK had anticipated this, knowing that offering their lifeblood would suffice. Thus, the two soldiers standing at the forefront hurriedly took the large bowl, drew daggers, and made incisions on their wrists to begin their sacrifice. However, after only filling 1.5 basins with blood, ZK called for a halt. "That will suffice. You may also depart now." The 2-foot soldiers were utterly drained, feeling as though they might float away. Fortunately, ZK intervened in time, lest they succumb right there. Once all the soldiers had given their blood, the two officers ceased their convulsions, awakening as if from a dream. They exchanged glances, then turned to the throng of subordinates outside the cage, silently resolving their course of action. They were indeed aware of the events that had unfolded, and with a sense of reluctance, each retrieved a spiritual stone, presenting it to ZK with both hands. Zeke glared at Shiqian, exclaiming, "You." "2 pieces." Reluctantly, Shiqian produced another spirit stone, thus earning the opportunity to offer his blood. However, as Shiqian anticipated a privilege of shedding less blood, he was met with the incessant refrain of "not enough. Not enough," from Zeke, who was meticulously calculating. The substantial volume of blood drawn caused Shiqian to faint once more. "Both of you should leave as well." Zeke laughed heartily, gesturing for Shiqian and Shiqiao to crawl out of the birdcage. Shiqiao, ever the loyal friend, waited until Shiqian regained consciousness before supporting him. His face flushed as they emerged from the cage. Little did they expect to fall victim to a young boy today, suffering such humiliation. The adage holds true: a gentleman's vengeance is not to be sought hastily. One day, I shall ensure this boy faces a similar fate. Both Shiqian and Shiqiao silently vowed, their teeth clenched in unison. Just as the 9 individuals prepared to depart, a sudden call of a crane echoed through the sky. They looked up to behold an elderly man with white eyebrows, white hair, and a white beard, exuding the formidable aura of a 3rd-tier true immortal, gracefully descending upon a white crane, as if a celestial being had arrived. Chapter 29. The Yellow Dragon Taoist. As Zeke and Gu Shu were about to refine and absorb the spirit stones and blood from the 9 officials, the elder with white eyebrows, white hair, and white beard, riding the crane, made his entrance. The attendants and soldiers were entirely unfamiliar with this sudden appearance of the venerable old Taoist. They gazed wide-eyed, looking up at the figure of this ethereal sage, their expressions brimming with astonishment and curiosity. The old Taoist descended gracefully from the back of a celestial crane, his demeanor both solemn and amiable. His penetrating gaze swept slowly over each individual present before he spoke in a deep voice. "I am the Taoist of the Yellow Dragon, a practitioner from the 2nd Immortal Mountain, apprentice to the Supreme Wujie Qingwei Tian Yuking Yuanshi Tianzuan, and a direct disciple of the Celestial Master." Heavens! The crowd was taken aback. Yuanshi Tianzuan. He is the manifestation of the primordial spirit of the great Pangu, a legendary sage. It was no wonder that the Yellow Dragon Taoist exuded such extraordinary poise, invoking reverence. At this moment, The yellow dragon Taoist gently raised his left hand, his thumb gliding over his other fingers as if calculating something, before his keen gaze turned towards Ziku, and he inquired slowly, "You must be Ziku, am I correct?" The young man was momentarily taken aback, then cupped his hands in salute and replied, "Indeed, it is this junior." The Taoist of the yellow dragon furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face as he spoke in a low voice. "Why have you taken the blood of others?" At that moment, ZK felt an invisible pressure enveloping him. He took a deep breath and attempted to explain. This action taken by the younger generation is truly to uphold the principles of heaven. The Taoist Huang Long gazed intently, his eyes piercing, and questioned with undeniable authority, "Principles of heaven? Ha ha ha, where is the justification in consuming the blood of others as a matter of heavenly principle?" ZK understood that he could hardly defend himself, yet he was unwilling to yield. He lifted his head, a resolute light shimmering in his eyes. "I am willing to bear all consequences. But I implore you to comprehend that all my actions are genuinely aimed at upholding celestial justice. And you dare to claim that drinking blood can uphold such justice?" The Huanglong Taoist retorted. "The tyrant Jia is a sovereign of mankind. How dare you presume to judge him at your whim?" Confronted with the Huanglong Taoist's reasoning, ZK found himself momentarily speechless. The Huanglong Taoist continued, "The path of cultivation requires a heart filled with benevolence. Only then can one attain the great Tao. Your demonic actions bear no distinction from those of the tyrant." Truly, the Huanglong Taoist was formidable. With just 2 sentences, ZK felt somewhat at a loss for words. He mused inwardly. The Huanglong Taoist nodded slightly, seemingly reluctant to pursue the matter further, and abruptly shifted his tone. "Enough, enough. Right and wrong will be determined by the heavenly laws. Cause and effect follow their own order. You need only tell me where the Holy Son and Holy Maiden have gone." With a respectful bow, ZK slowly replied, "Esteemed Huanglong, I have departed from El City for over half a month and truly have no knowledge of the whereabouts of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden." Huanglong Taoist furrowed his brow tightly and said decisively, "Do not attempt to quibble. According to reliable information, you rode away from El City together with the Holy Son and Holy Maiden before the 19th. ZK, with a sense of helplessness, spread his hands and explained, "What you say, esteemed senior, is indeed true. We did leave the city together. However, after traveling 10 miles beyond the city gates, we parted ways. I chose to journey south for my cultivation." Huanglong Daoren pressed further, inquiring, "Did they mention their intended destination?" After a moment of contemplation, Zeke replied, "The saint once expressed that this journey is to be undertaken with the heart's desire, without a predetermined destination." However, the Taoist of the Yellow Dragon persisted in his inquiry. "Even so, they must surely possess a general direction, do they not?" After a moment's hesitation, ZK fabricated a response, stating that the Holy Son had indeed mentioned that should there arise an opportunity to journey to the Feng clan, he would seek to discover a suitable immortal sword for himself, given that the Feng clan is renowned for forging such legendary blades. Observing that no useful information could be gleaned, Taoist Huang Long then suggested, "In this time of national turmoil and chaos, it would be perilous for you to wander alone. Perhaps it would be wiser to accompany me back to Luqing." Zeke expressed his astonishment. "Senior, your words are mistaken. Firstly, I observe that the Sher tribe is orderly, devoid of any chaotic scenes. Secondly, I am traveling in the company of Uncle Gu, not wandering alone. Lastly, Lu City is not the second immortal mountain. You should refer to your journey to Lu City as going to Lu City, not returning to it. Have you perhaps already allied with the kingdom of Sher?" The Taoist of the Yellow Dragon stroked his beard and smiled faintly. "Ha ha ha, young one. You are indeed sharp-tongued. I have already become one of the Emperor's subordinates, an elder of the Great Xia Council. Under heaven, all lands belong to the king, no matter where one goes. It is all returning." Despite his seemingly righteous demeanor, the Taoist's skill and sophistry was truly remarkable, leaving Zeke in silent admiration. Noticing Zeke standing there, speechless, the Taoist approached and gently grasped Zeke's arm, saying, "Come, child, accompany me back to Lu City. Your mother is exceedingly worried about you and misses you dearly." Zeke was well aware of his mother's true feelings. Her care and concern were evident, yet they lay deeply buried within her heart. She had always refrained from interfering, allowing him to venture forth independently. The notion of being greatly worried or deeply missed was merely the Taoist's fabrication. Furthermore, as a senior elder of the Xiahou clan, he stood in opposition to Zeke, and with his formidable cultivation at the 3rd level of true immortal, he could easily overpower him. Thus, Zeke resolved firmly not to be deceived into following the Taoist. With this thought in mind, He respectfully clasped his hands and replied, I appreciate your concern, senior. But I wish to continue my travels and do not wish to accompany you back to Lu City. After a few more attempts to persuade him, seeing that Zeke was resolutely steadfast, the Taoist's expression darkened, and he sternly declared, You will come with me today, whether you desire it or not. The third level of true immortal, indeed, with his own early mastery of the Qiu Yuxin martial arts for defense and the full capacity of the divine punishment technique. Zeke pondered that he might indeed withstand the Taoist's assault. Truly, like begets like, a dragon begets a dragon, a phoenix begets a phoenix, and a mouse begets a child that can burrow. How is it that all of you from the Xiahou clan share the same disposition? The Taoist could no longer contain himself and bellowed, Will you accompany me today, or not? Zeke spoke softly yet resolutely, declaring, I shall not accompany you. Oomph. The Taoist of Huanglong was incensed. He unsheathed his aquamarine sword, pointing it towards the heavens, and in a measured tone proclaimed, I command, water, arise. Instantly, the sky manifested a vast ocean, its waves tumultuous, as if a tsunami were imminent. It became evident that the Taoist of Huanglong had comprehended the profound essence of water, yet was destined to be subdued by the attributes of lightning. I command, water, recede. Cleanse away the filth. He ordered. The ocean and the sky emanated a ferocious aura of the third level of true immortal realm, surging towards Zeke. It truly resembled a tsunami, a veritable deluge, brimming with untamed power, rushing forth. Wait. The Taoist of Huanglong's words prior to unleashing his power bore an uncanny resemblance to those of Jehovah, did they not? Could there be a connection between them? Yang Ge Yao pondered. Chapter 30. Who shall heaven spare? Seeing that his words had failed to persuade Zeke to return to luching with him, the Taoist of Huanglong, in a fit of rage, unleashed a torrent of water that surged like a tsunami, charging directly at Zeke. A water-based assault, you say? Yet Zeke stood undaunted, swiftly channeling the prisoner Xuanwu technique, clasping his silver chopsticks, poised for counterattack. However, at that critical juncture, Uncle Gu stepped forth, placing himself in front of Zeke. Zeke is a person of great significance to Zhu Taogongzi. How could Gu Shu allow him to come to any harm? Even when facing a powerful adversary at the third level of the true immortal realm, even if the opponent is a direct disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign, Gu Shu remains undeterred. He resolves to confront this imminent threat with the fervor of a moth to a flame, determined to shield ZK from the impending blow. With a swift movement, Gu Shu channels his energy, striking with a palm that instantly transforms his true essence into a multitude of fireballs, resembling a sea of blazing embers, as they surge toward the colossal wall of water. From a distance, this spectacle indeed resembles a moth drawn to flame. No, it is akin to a small handful of red-hot cinders cast into an immense ocean. With a thunderous crash, the moment the fireballs collide with the watery barrier, they erupt in a brilliant explosion. Yet, the countless sparks that burst forth are quickly consumed by the ensuing tsunami, dissipating into a fine mist, leaving no trace of their fiery brilliance. The backlash from the force of the explosion inflicts severe injury upon Gu Shu, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. The tsunami relentlessly advances. At this moment, ZK has reached Gu Shu's side, tightly embracing him, bravely bracing against the ferocious onslaught of the waves with his own back. The might of the tsunami is formidable, and the two are like mere droplets of water upon the ocean's surface, hurled by the immense power to a distance of 3 miles, ultimately landing amidst a chaotic grove. In the wake of the tsunami's fury, the trees in this grove now stand bare, many trunks splintered under the violent assault. Zeke hastily examined the injuries of old Gu and found them to be quite severe, yet not life-threatening. Old Gu, how fare you? Zeke inquired with deep concern. Old Gu, feebly struggling to rise and continue the battle, ultimately found himself too weakened to proceed. With a sigh, he lamented, Alas, I have grown old and am of little use. I have failed to safeguard my young master and have instead become a burden, truly disappointing the trust placed in me by the young lord. Zeke tightly grasped Uncle Gu's hand, offering solace. Uncle Gu, you have already done your utmost. The paramount task now is to confront this formidable foe and tend to your wounds. We have many more endeavors ahead. Ha ha. Huanglong Taoist laughed maniacally, his heart filled with disdain for Uncle Gu's actions, perceiving him as merely a tiny insect attempting to halt a chariot. Yet, the mockery within him remained concealed, as he adorned himself with a visage of benevolence and tolerance. Ah, Zeke, he gently inquired, who is this companion of yours? Why is he so reckless as to charge forth and assault my water barrier? My intention was to construct this very wall of water as a protective shield for you, to safeguard you amidst this tumultuous era, yet unexpectedly, he has plunged himself into peril. Heh. Huanglong Taoist words, indeed, were quite eloquent, bordering on the absurd and leaving one in awe. Just moments ago, he commanded the water to cleanse the filth, and now he claimed it as a protective barrier for you. Upon hearing these words, ZK's eyes glimmered with a hint of disdain. He rose to his feet, chest held high, and raised his silver chopsticks, pointing them defiantly towards the heavens. With a cold gaze fixed upon Huanglong Daoren, he intoned gravely, "You hypocritical wretch. A false gentleman. A charlatan of Taoism. Are you not aware? The heavenly principle of retribution is ever in motion, and good and evil will ultimately be repaid. If you doubt, simply look up. Does the celestial realm spare anyone? To aid the tyrannical is to invite calamity." As Huanglong Daoren absorbed these words, an inexplicable chill surged within him, as if the figure before him had suddenly grown monumental, compelling him to gaze upward. The youth's eyes shimmered with a light that sent shivers through his very being. Even more alarming was the radiant glow emanating from the silver chopsticks in ZK's grasp, sending tremors throughout his body. An illusion, perhaps. Huanglong Daoren quickly steeled himself, focusing his mind, and then raised his longsword high, his authoritative voice reverberating through the air. "I declare, let the waters whirl and rend this fallen demon to shreds." Zeke could not suppress a chuckle. Could this peculiar phrasing be the idiosyncrasy of the Huanglong Taoist? If so, then the Huanglong Taoist possesses quite a sense of humor. Even his pre-battle lines are strikingly unique, perhaps aiming to disrupt his opponent's concentration. Yet, once the techniques are mastered, how could such comedic antics possibly affect one's practice? Before him loomed a colossal vortex, spiraling skyward. Zeke, while channeling the chi of the prisoner of Yuxuanwu to fortify his defenses, brandished his silver chopsticks, unleashing all the thunderous power contained within them. A flash of silvery lightning surged forth, striking the immense vortex in an instant. With a cry of anguish from the Huanglong Taoist, the vortex dissipated, transforming into a torrential downpour that drenched the vast expanse of land. The Huanglong Taoist fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth, his body convulsing. His once white hair now charred black, standing upright and emitting wisps of smoke. His aquamarine longsword lay quietly amidst the battlefield's dust, stripped of its former brilliance. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants, suffocating in its intensity. In the distance, 9 soldiers appeared frozen in place, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Only a celestial crane seemed attuned to its master's suffering, letting out a mournful cry as it gently nudged the convulsing figure of the Huanglong Taoist, striving to alleviate his pain. Observing the Taoist's pitiful state, Zeke leapt over, leisurely approaching him, and mockingly declared, "I told you, retribution is upon you. Ha ha ha, indeed you have met your fate." At that moment, Zeke's gaze inadvertently fell upon the aquamarine longsword nearby, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. "This sword is remarkable." The blade shimmered like rippling water, seemingly imbued with boundless aquatic power. Alas, its master has now lost the ability to wield it. With that, Zeke executed the divine monkey's cloud-seizing hand, grasping the aquamarine longsword. "By Lon Divine Sword," he exclaimed, gazing at the resplendent inscription on the hilt, a genuine admiration escaping his lips. "Indeed, this is an extraordinary sword." He then gently sliced the wrist of the Huanglong Taoist with the By Lon Divine Sword, collecting several jars of fresh blood with a wine vessel, savoring the taste as he wiped the sword clean on the Taoist's robe before stowing it away in a spare storage pouch. The Huanglong Taoist struggled, managing to utter a single word before falling silent, his vacant gaze fixed on Zeke, brimming with fury, resentment, and helplessness. Moments later, Zeke had refined a significant portion of the Huanglong Taoist's vitality and essence. One must concede, the power of a true immortal is indeed formidable. Zeke had no intention of breaking through so swiftly. However, in a moment of distraction, he unexpectedly reached the pinnacle of the first level of the mortal-immortal realm. Another moment's inattention, and the bottleneck of his cultivation naturally loosened, allowing him to effortlessly ascend to the second level of the mortal-immortal realm. It was as easy as eating or drinking. Upon completing his cultivation, Zeke paid no further heed to Taoist Hualong. Instead, he joyfully turned and departed. After all, Taoist Hualong might indeed be a direct disciple of the primordial celestial venerable, and Zeke resolved to spare his life, potentially avoiding future complications. The carriage had been reduced to ruins in the recent battle, so Zeke led the horse that had pulled the cart to Uncle Gu's side. Uncle Gu was seated with his eyes closed, deeply in meditation, exerting all his energy to recover from his injuries. Zeke retrieved 2 bottles of healing elixirs and a flask of spiritual wine from his storage ring, placing them gently beside Uncle Gu. He then moved nearby to hunt a deer and a dozen wild chickens, cleaning them by the brook. Gathering some dry firewood, he kindled a campfire next to Uncle Gu, burying the wild chickens beneath the flames and roasting the deer above. Afterward, Zeke sat quietly beside Uncle Gu, channeling the power of thunder into the silver chopsticks using the flying sickle and magnetic rod. As night fell, the fire flickered, casting a warm glow upon Zeke's resolute face. Strong practitioners of the mortal-immortal realm and true immortal realm had arrived. Come forth. Let the storm rage even fiercer. Chapter 31. The Void and Silent Fairy. Since discovering the method of utilizing the magnetic rod to aid in cultivating the power of thunder, the practice of the heavenly punishment divine skill had accelerated remarkably. By the hour of high, the thunderous energy within the silver chopsticks had been replenished at a truly astonishing pace. Zeke continued to refine the blood he had consumed today, the essence provided by the blacksmith proving exceptionally potent. After further devouring and refining 2 spirit stones, his mountain-splitting and cloud-cleaving technique ascended triumphantly to the pinnacle of the first layer of the mortal-immortal realm. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered in Zeke's heart. He had anticipated that the blood of the Huanglong Taoist, at the 3rd layer of the true immortal realm, would harbor a more profound vitality, only to discover that its essence was not more formidable than that of the king of Xianfeng. Nevertheless, the blood of the Huanglong Taoist unexpectedly aided his prisoner Yuxian martial arts, though he still teetered on the brink of a breakthrough. He could distinctly feel the scales emerging upon him, becoming increasingly tangible, more lustrous, and imbued with vitality. Just as Zeke was wholly engrossed in his cultivation, a deep and resonant voice echoed from afar, imbued with wildness and strength, as if the very trees and earth trembled in its wake. Uncle Gu, alert, opened his eyes and gravely remarked, "A formidable beast approaches. Its cultivation is at least at the 2nd level, 8th or 9th tier, and it may even reach the 1st or 2nd tier of the 3rd level." ZK bestowed upon Gu Shu a reassuring glance and said, "Gu Shu, please rest assured and recuperate. The thunderous might within my celestial punishment technique is more than sufficient to subdue these monstrous beasts." However, after the passage of half an incense stick's time, the rustling sounds emerged from the forest, heralding the arrival of not merely a solitary beast. This creature was but a steed, upon whose back sat a maiden clad in white. Her countenance was dignified, and she radiated a sanctified luminescence, starkly contrasting with the surrounding savage atmosphere. As ZK and Gushu exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding dawned upon them. Neither had realized the true prowess of the woman clad in white. "You were ZK?" The woman's voice sliced through the air like a chilling wind, cold and devoid of warmth. Zeke rose politely, slightly bowing as he respectfully clasped his hands in greeting, replying, "It is indeed I." The woman in white scoffed, "Indeed, indeed. You are quite remarkable. With your cultivation at the 2nd level of the mortal-immortal realm, you have injured my senior brother, who is at the 3rd level of the true immortal realm. I did not take his life. I merely wished to avoid being captured by him. You have consumed his blood and taken his azure wave divine sword. I can return the sword to him. However, you must accompany me. Lord Zhao Liang wishes to see you." "I am afraid I cannot comply," he replied. "You are quite adept in thunder-based techniques, are you not? Yet I possess the mysterious turtle divine shield." As she spoke, a shield resembling a turtle shell materialized in her hand, seemingly at odds with her demeanor. "May I inquire how to address you, esteemed one?" Zeke asked with reverence. "I am the humble Shuji," the woman in white replied, her expression devoid of emotion. The young disciple continued to inquire, "May I ask, esteemed fairy of emptiness, what is the extent of your cultivation?" "I am at the 3rd level of the true immortal realm," she replied. With a soft exhale, Zeke brushed his hair from his forehead with his lower lip, pondering the predicament he faced. It seemed quite dire, devoid of any chance of victory. Observing his plight, the ethereal fairy of emptiness spoke calmly, "What shall it be? Will you accompany me directly, or do you wish to engage in a duel with me before departing?" What a conundrum! The precious treasures he had just acquired at Mount Wohu, spiritual stones, elixirs, gold bricks, shell coins, techniques, martial skills, armor, and weapons, would likely slip through his fingers, destined to be relinquished. Suddenly, an idea struck Zeke, and he sighed, "Alas, it appears I have no choice. However, I have prepared a lotus leaf chicken, buried beneath this fire. It would be a pity to waste it, truly a disgrace against nature. Would the fairy care to sample it with me? This recipe was imparted to me by my father, and I assure you, it is delectable enough to please your palate." The fairy of emptiness tilted her delicate face slightly, gazing up at the starry sky, remaining still. It seemed she had tacitly consented. Zeke swiftly unsheathed the Bailon divine sword, poised to commence his excavation. However, as the tip of the sword barely grazed the earth, the ethereal fairy Shuji instantly glided to his side, seizing his right hand that clutched the sword and snatching it away. She admonished, "What do you think you're doing? Such a divine weapon is utterly unfit for the task of digging." Zeke had no choice but to retrieve an ordinary short sword from his storage ring. As he dug into the earth, he pouted and murmured, all right, your divine sword is indeed precious." In a matter of moments, Zeke unearthed the lotus leaf-wrapped chicken buried beneath the fire pit. He brushed away the surface dirt, unwrapped the fragrant lotus leaves, and an enticing aroma instantly enveloped the entire growth. Zeke tore off a piece of chicken leg and handed it to Uncle Gu. He then tore off another piece and offered it to the immortal of void silence, sincerely stating, "Immortal, please do have a taste." However, the immortal of void silence turned her head slightly away, remaining cold and indifferent to Zeke. Was she truly untouched by the mundane world? Zeke smiled and retrieved 2 jars of spirit wine from his storage ring. Together with Uncle Gu, they began to drink, nibbling on the lotus leaf chicken, engaging in idle chatter. "I truly ought to express my gratitude to young Master Zhutao. Come, Uncle Gu. Let us raise our cups in a toast to the distant Zhutao sister, sending her our heartfelt appreciation." This was Zeke's genuine gratitude. Without Zhutao, it would have been quite challenging for him to gather such an abundance of cultivation materials. The two exchanged smiles, raised their heads, and downed a cup. When men indulge in wine, the barriers of distance vanish, and the bond between them grows ever closer. Otherwise, how could so many friendships forged in the revelry of drink arise? How else could the notion of drunken abandon come into play? How could it be said that alcohol dissolves the defenses of humanity? Haha. Indeed, what a remarkable individual to command such regard from a lady. These past days, I have witnessed your victories over numerous skilled opponents, Uncle Gu praised with a smile. Yet today, you face an invincible adversary. It seems that your gift to me can only extend thus far, Zeke remarked, while retrieving a storage bag. These ceramic firing materials are exceedingly precious. It appears I may not have use for them. They will soon be discarded by others. Please, Uncle Gu, take them back to Zhutao's sister and convey my gratitude. Just then, the immortal of void silence suddenly interjected, "Wait, I must inspect the storage bag." "Why?" Zeke asked, puzzled. "For no reason at all." The immortal of void silence responded with unwavering firmness. Zeke inhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the celestial being of void serenity. "Senior," he declared, "based solely on your previous utterance, I yearn for a duel with you. Should I be defeated, I shall willingly accompany you. However, if fortune favors me and I emerge victorious, I kindly request your mercy to allow my departure. Then let us engage in battle." Having discreetly concealed his storage ring moments prior, ZK felt unencumbered and determined to test his mettle. After all, how could he ascertain his chances of victory without contesting? As if conjured by will, silver chopsticks materialized in his grasp. In response, the celestial being of void serenity summoned forth a turtle shell shield. The two adversaries stood poised against the gentle night breeze, resembling statues, utterly motionless, their eyes locked in fierce concentration. Only a few strands of hair danced upon the pale visage of the celestial being, swaying delicately in the wind. Time appeared to freeze. An incense stick's duration passed without either party making a move. Chapter 32, The Azure-Tide Divine Clam. After a prolonged standoff between Zeke and the Celestial Maiden of Void, the atmosphere was thick with tension and gravity. The Celestial Maiden was the first to shatter the silence, proclaiming, "You are the weaker one. You may strike first." However, Zeke refrained from hastily launching an attack, for he was entirely oblivious to the capabilities of the Celestial Maiden, while she had already discerned his strengths, particularly his prowess in thunderous assaults. Should she successfully counter his initial strike, a swift retaliation could ensue, and in such a scenario, the situation would become precarious. Thus, it seemed prudent to initiate a tentative strike to gauge her defenses. Hence, Zeke remarked, "Be cautious, Celestial Maiden." The Celestial Maiden responded with a light laugh, a glimmer of disdain flickering in her eyes. "Make your move." Zeke thus maintained his silver chopsticks in his right hand, poised in a state of readiness for an offensive maneuver. With his left hand, he summoned the celestial eye and simultaneously unleashed a faint arc of electric light. Utilizing merely a fraction of his strength, this delicate spark darted toward the Yintang acupoint of the ethereal void tranquility fairy and the Tai Chong acupoint at her left foot, the center of her balance. The Void Tranquility Fairy was utterly unprepared for Zeke's simultaneous discharge of multiple bolts of thunderous energy. Hastily raising her tortoise-shell shield to protect her head, yet her left foot, burdened with her weight, could not evade the oncoming strike. Upon contact with the tortoise-shell shield, the electric light produced no discernible reaction. Had it been daylight, Zeke might have perceived a nearly imperceptible black speck along with a faint scent of charred material. However, it was night, and Zeke's vision was obscured. The distance between them was considerable, and he failed to detect the acrid odor. Yet, it was evident that the thunderous energy aimed at the Tai Chong acupoint had penetrated the Void Tranquility Fairy's foot attire, causing her to emit a soft cry of pain as her body convulsed momentarily. Nevertheless, the Void Tranquility Fairy swiftly regained her composure, inhaling deeply to endure the discomfort. Maintaining an air of tranquility and elegance, exuding an ethereal grace as she stood undisturbed, as if the prior strike had been merely a gentle breeze brushing against her. The young master, with an air of indifference, declared, "I have merely exerted 10% of my strength. Humph. Do not bask in arrogance." The serene fairy's expression shifted to one of mild irritation as she retorted, "Allow me to demonstrate my skills." No sooner had she spoken than a verdant longsword materialized in her grasp. With a graceful motion, she swept the sword upward at an angle, the blade tracing a splendid parabolic arc, akin to the delicate sprinkling of water from a willow branch. The azure ripples danced. Zeke was overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness, his heart fluttering in turmoil, caught in a bewildering haze. What sorcery is this? It seems to possess the power to bewitch the mind. Maintaining an outward composure, Zeke hastily endeavored to regain his mental clarity. Suddenly, with a haunting howl, a torrent of violet flames enveloped him, igniting a searing pain throughout his body. The scales, manifestations of his imprisoned Xuanwu power, began to lose their luster, curling ominously. These scales felt as though they were genuinely affixed to Zeke's skin, and as they curled, it was akin to the agony of having one's nails forcibly extracted, each twist sending a shudder through his very soul. "This is dire," Zeke bellowed, turning on his heels to flee. The Baichao Divine Clam. A colossal sea clam descended from above, its gaping maw aimed squarely at Zeke, and in an instant, it swallowed him whole. The child seemed to have fallen into a murky vat of sludge, as if ensnared in an unfathomable mire. Although he could still move, the resistance was overwhelming. He attempted to raise a hand, only to find countless sticky, glimmering threads clinging to it, producing a most repugnant sensation. As he struggled to free himself from this entanglement, the more he fought, the deeper he felt himself sinking, unable to extricate himself. Undoubtedly, this was an exceedingly perilous predicament. All his weapons lay confined within his storage ring, recently concealed and not on his person. What could he do? He had to devise a plan. Otherwise, being captured by Zhao Liang would lead to unpredictable consequences. For instance, through brutal torture, he might be forced to divulge Mo Shi's whereabouts, or by threatening his own life. Compel Mo Shi to reveal herself. ZK took a deep breath, channeling the essence within his body, attempting to unleash a single punch to ascertain whether he could shatter the seemingly indomitable shell. However, he was astonished to discover that the energy within his meridians had stagnated, rendering his vital essence incapable of being summoned. He reminded himself not to panic, forcing himself to maintain composure as he meticulously surveyed his surroundings and recalled the details of his recent entrapment. It was the mount of the Void Tranquility Fairy, a creature resembling a bear with its snowy fur, that had suddenly unleashed a torrent of purple flames, ambushing him. This fire attribute attack effectively countered his prison-like Xuanwu martial arts, inflicting upon him a minor injury, just as he attempted to flee from the flames. The Void Tranquility Fairy summoned her treasured artifact, the Divine Clam, ensnaring him. The Divine Clam? It appeared to be an enormous, living pearl shell, adorned with formations designed to suppress cultivation. The viscous substances surrounding him were likely pearl essence, showing signs of gradual accumulation. To his left, he noticed a silvery mass, enveloped in the viscous liquid, moving at an exceedingly slow pace. It was nearly imperceptible upon a casual glance. Time to give it a try. With the operation of the Zeke's mystical powers, he ensured his defenses were in place before abruptly turning his head to glare at the mass of flesh. Simultaneously, he activated his celestial eye, unleashing a blinding flash of lightning that surged forth in an instant. Amidst the flickering brilliance, a resounding tremor accompanied the thick black smoke and the acrid scent of charred matter. With a thunderous bang, the colossal clam opened its gaping maw. "First, deal with that fire-breathing white-tailed bear," Zeke silently urged himself. As he leaped from the giant clam, He disregarded the swirling fragments of white silk around him and immediately fixed his gaze upon the crimson-eyed white-tailed bear at his side. He executed the divine ape-esque cloud-seeking hand, channeling the sharp essence of the mountain-splitting and cloud-cleaving technique into his fingertips, which struck with the precision of lightning, piercing directly into the bear's crimson eye. Before the beast could react, an overwhelming surge of thunderous energy flooded into its body. In an instant, the white-tailed bear was reduced to cinders, its form disintegrating with a deafening roar, scattering into the winds like dust. Move now. A chilling scream shattered the surrounding silence. The voice of the Void Serenity Fairy echoed. At that moment, Zeke suddenly felt his heart leap to his throat, realizing he was suspended in mid-air, plummeting downward. Just then, a delicate, pale hand grasped his arm, abruptly slowing his descent. As Zeke turned back, she beheld an arm, delicate and pale like a tender lotus root, extending from the tattered sleeve of a garment, amidst the swirling white silk that danced wildly in the wind. It was none other than the ethereal fairy of void, who had seized her. Just as a flicker of gratitude began to surface, she heard the fairy of void coldly exclaim, "Beast, where do you think you are running?" A flicker of resolve flashed in Zeke's eyes as he opened his celestial vision, channeling the remaining thunderous power directly onto the shoulders of the ethereal Shuja fairy. A piercing scream escaped her lips, her body convulsing violently as they both plummeted toward the ground. The howling wind screamed in his ears. But Zeke harnessed the power of the Kiwiyukshuan Wu technique, confident that he could land safely despite the rapid descent. Yet, the dilemma of how to assist the Shuja fairy weighed heavily upon him. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, her hair billowing in the wind. It seemed she had merely lost consciousness momentarily. If he were to pull her close, using her as a cushion to soften his own landing, his safety would be more assured, though it was possible that she might truly fall into a state of void. Conversely, if he risked injury to slow her descent, her life would likely be spared. Should he embody greater compassion and cherish her delicate existence, or should he eradicate his enemies without mercy? Should he seize the opportunity to strike while she was vulnerable? How should he ultimately decide? Zeke lowered his gaze towards the swiftly approaching, dimly lit expanse of land. Hesitating indecisively. Chapter 33 vanished in the wilderness. Bang, bang. With two resounding thuds, Zeke and the celestial maiden of void fell into a patch of wild grass in the desolate wilderness. It seemed that Zeke had been unable to make a choice until the moment of his descent to the earth. Due to the effects of the prisoner's turtle martial art, Zeke rebounded to a height of over 2 zhang before he finally landed again, regaining his footing. Although a wave of pain coursed through his body, he was fortunate to find himself relatively unscathed, with only the sleeve of his left arm torn, perhaps a result of the celestial maiden's inadvertent tug in her panic. Zeke turned to assess the condition of the Void Serenity Fairy, and the sight before him filled him with anguish. He beheld the fairy sprawled on the ground, her body utterly motionless, her legs contorted into grotesque positions, with a pool of crimson blood seeping onto the earth. It was evident that her calf was fractured. Zeke moved his limbs slightly, ensuring that he was indeed unscathed, and then swiftly approached the side of the ethereal fairy of void. It was imperative to gather the spoils. He rummaged through the fairy's belongings, only to discover that she was nearly devoid of possessions. Aside from a storage pouch, which contained merely 2 vials of healing elixirs, a flask of spirit wine, 2 jade cups, a jade flute, a silk handkerchief, a bronze mirror, and a modest quantity of rouge powder and shell coins. Zeke could not help but exclaim, "Oh, this impoverished fairy. It seems that aside from her emerald longsword and these jade vessels, which may possess some value, everything else is hardly worth mentioning. Alas, if I were to accept her sword, the jade artifacts, or any personal belongings of hers, it may lead to a profound enmity. Yet, one cannot engage in a transaction that incurs a loss. I shall have to draw upon a little more of this enchanting fairy's blood." Thus, Zeke first tested the spirit wine in the jug with silver chopsticks, confirming its harmlessness before taking a hearty sip from the jade vessel. Afterward, he held the jade jug, collecting merely half a jug of her fresh blood before pausing. Sigh, she had just been considering offering him assistance, and regardless of her motives. It is certainly preferable to that old Taoist of the Yellow Dragon. Zeke skillfully pressed the acupoints, sealing the meridians around her wound to staunch the flow of blood. Subsequently, he settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, savoring the essence of the celestial being's blood while engaging in his cultivation. Remarkably, the blood of this celestial being exceeded Zeke's expectations, although there was only half a jar. his cultivation effortlessly ascended to the mid-stage of the second layer of mortal and celestial realm. Furthermore, the vitality of the spiritual bloodline was abundantly rich, suffused with nourishing energies of water and wood attributes, which gradually restored the luster and moisture of his scales. To his delight, this celestial blood also contained a potent spiritual force. Upon absorption, he felt invigorated and refreshed. Indeed, a wave of joy surged within Zeke. He then retrieved a vial of healing elixirs from the storage pouch of the ethereal celestial being, gently pried open her lips, and administered the medicine. Why did he choose to save the ethereal celestial being? After all, there must be some reciprocity, right? There was no time to ponder such matters. He needed to vanish from this place swiftly, or else trouble would surely ensue. It was astonishing to find the grounds of the Shibu tribe teeming with true celestial realm cultivators. Moreover, it seemed unfeasible to return to Luqing in this manner. Given the line of questioning from the Huanglong Taoist today, it would not take long before his facade would crumble. He needed to create verifiable evidence of his whereabouts over the past fortnight in the south. During this time, he had been feigning arrogance and a thirst for vengeance, akin to performing in a play. Indeed, he felt exhausted, mentally drained, and longed for a moment of respite. Furthermore, after this journey, he truly yearned for a refreshing bath. Ha ha ha. Zeke discerned the direction and leaped onto a nearby grand tree, employing the technique of the divine ape to traverse the clouds. Like an agile monkey, he primarily relied on climbing and leaping, winding his way westward while striving to leave minimal traces of his passage. Uncertain of his location, he pressed onward. Convinced that the destination lay in the distant micro-sea, he resolved to head toward the micro-sea, believing that swimming a considerable distance therein would effectively conceal his whereabouts. As night swiftly passed, the sun ascended far on the horizon. After a night of weaving through the wilderness, hints of fatigue began to manifest in Zeke's eyes. Yet, the micro-sea remained tantalizingly out of reach. Before him lay a river, neither large nor small, flowing serenely. He settled upon a massive rock by the riverbank, seeking a momentary respite. At that instant, a spark of realization illuminated his gaze. Why must he reach the micro-sea? A thought surged within him. If he were to submerge in the river before him, he could essentially vanish from sight, evading all pursuit. Without a moment's hesitation, Zeke plunged into the water with a resounding splash, allowing the gentle current to carry him as he began to glide effortlessly downstream. However, just as he reveled in this long-awaited tranquility, several fish spirits stealthily emerged, encircling him from a distance, their intentions seemingly nefarious. With a sudden flicker of thought, Zeke unleashed his consciousness to investigate. It became apparent that these fish spirits possessed merely the cultivation of the first level, with the most formidable among them barely reaching the 9th tier of the first level. To him, they posed no threat whatsoever. Thus, he only heightened his vigilance slightly before continuing to glide serenely along the river. Time slipped by, and before long, a fierce crocodile spirit abruptly obstructed Zeke's path. It opened its gaping maw, uttering human words with a menacing tone. You wonder where you do not belong. This is my territory, and today you shall meet your demise. Ha 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 ha. Echoes of laughter and taunts surrounded him. Human, your end is nigh. This brood is tall and robust. My brethren shall feast well today. He carries the essence of a refined chi practitioner, and surely possesses a wealth of resources. As Zeke surveyed his surroundings, he was astonished to discover that he was encircled by over 100 aquatic beings that had attained a certain level of cultivation. Among them, there were numerous fish and crab spirits at various stages of the second rank, with a dozen or so present. Leading the assembly was a formidable crocodile spirit, whose cultivation had reached the 4th tier of the second rank. With a light-hearted smile, Zeke mused to himself. Having been concerned about a lack of resources for his own cultivation, he found that fortune had presented itself at his doorstep. What was this human doing, grinning foolishly? He must have been paralyzed by fear. One must tread carefully, for there could be hidden strengths at play. With a powerful leader in their midst, why fear a mere turtle? The adage holds true. To capture a thief, one must first seize the king. Thus, Zeke concentrated his efforts on the crocodile spirit directly before him, contemplating how to circumvent the constraints imposed by the aquatic realm's thunderous might and how to secure a greater share of spoils. Suddenly, the crocodile spirit lashed its tail, opening its vast maw, and with lightning speed, launched an attack towards Zeke. The young master did not unleash a powerful surge of thunder, but instead summoned a 3-bladed sickle, which bore only a faint trace of thunderous energy, primarily infused with a sharp metallic essence. The razor-sharp force seemed to cleave through the surrounding waters, creating a small vacuum in its wake. Undoubtedly. As the three-bladed sickle flew into the gaping maw of the crocodile spirit, a fleeting spark of thunderous energy momentarily halted both its form and consciousness, though it emerged unscathed. In that brief instant, the sickle had already shredded countless flesh and sent these remnants into the open mouth of the young master. Could it be that the human race possesses such formidable power? The surrounding fish spirits were instantly struck with terror, their souls fleeing as they scattered in all directions. Zeke promptly unleashed the divine ape's cloud-exploring hand, striking forcefully at the largest fish spirit. At the moment of contact, he released a surge of thunderous energy, causing the fish spirit to faint instantly. Following this, Zeke lightly tapped the fish spirit's forehead, planting a wisp of his divine consciousness within its sea of awareness. This was his inaugural attempt at beast mastery, and he felt a mix of apprehension and a flicker of anticipation. Chapter 34. Preparing to escape good news. Good news. At Meishan pasture, young Master Shi Huang eagerly entered his courtyard. Upon reaching the side hall's entrance, he lowered his voice and exclaimed with excitement, "The Grand Elder has decided to send my father with 20 cattle and 1,000 sheep to Depeng Kingdom in exchange for grain and sea salt." However, Shi Yu sat beside the fire pit, his head bowed, his expression indifferent, as if he were oblivious to this news. What significance does exchanging grain hold? Shi remained unmoved, merely lifting her gaze with a glimmer of disappointment, inquiring whether there was any news of Zeke. The crux of the matter is not the grain exchange but Depeng Kingdom. Do you understand? Depeng Kingdom is located by the shores of Luoma, the very tribe where Lady Luoshui resides, the very person His Majesty suggested you seek out. Shi Huang clarified. Is that true? Shi exclaimed with joy, only to be followed by a hint of worry. But there is still no news of Zeke, right? Alas, we indeed lack concrete information. But Zeke should be active in the south. It seems he has stirred quite a commotion. For Zhao Yang has summoned 3 formidable true immortal realm experts, all of whom have reportedly headed south. Shi Huang sighed, continuing, "We, as the Shi tribe, are merely assisting. Zhao Yang is personally overseeing the matter. Thus information is exceedingly scarce." Ah, 3 true immortal realm experts. This is unacceptable. Zeke is in grave danger. Shi said anxiously, "Is there any way to notify him? To warn him to hide?" "It is impossible to notify him." Shi Huang replied helplessly, but then looked earnestly at Shi, saying, "However, rest assured, Brother Zeke is resourceful and bold, and with your prayers, he will undoubtedly transform peril into safety." Shi sighed softly, saying, "Alas, we truly are powerless." Shi Huang pondered for a moment, then stated earnestly, "In truth, as long as you safely depart from the Shi tribe, Brother Zeke need not take risks to ensure true safety." Shi nodded gently. "Indeed." Shi Huang then proposed, "Let us discuss how you might blend in with the trade caravan for a safer escape." Without hesitation, Shi looked sincerely at Shi Huang. "Speak, and I shall follow your arrangement." Shi Huang had already considered this. Thus, he spoke without delay. "I believe it would be most fitting for you to disguise yourself as a slave herding cattle and sheep, low-key and unobtrusive." Shi hesitated slightly, "But I do not know how to herd cattle and sheep, I fear." Shi Huang reassured her, "Do not worry, it is not difficult. Initially, you can observe how others herd the cattle and sheep, and then join them. I am confident that within a few days, you will master this labor skill." Upon hearing this, Shi finally felt at ease. "Then I shall follow your advice." At this moment, Shi Yu suddenly interjected with a hint of eagerness, "Why not let me accompany you?" Shi Huang immediately shook his head, his tone firm as he clasped his hands. "It is not permissible, Holy Son. His Majesty has decreed that for safety's sake, the 2 of you must act separately." Upon hearing this, Shi Yu's face once again donned an indifferent expression, and he lowered his head, ceasing to speak. Observing Shi Yu's current demeanor, Shi Huang could not help but scratch his head, feeling at a loss. After explaining to Shi what she should do, he departed the side hall. At this moment, Shi Yu slowly raised his head, his gaze locking onto Shi, speaking softly yet tenderly. Hearing his voice, Shi gracefully approached Shi Yu, sitting quietly beside him. Her eyes, as clear as autumn waters, were fixed intently upon Shi Yu, awaiting his parting words. However, Shi Yu merely gazed at her in silence, as if time had frozen at that instant, and he remained speechless for a long while. Everything around them seemed to fall into silence, with only time quietly slipping by. Finally, Shi broke the silence, her voice gentle like a breeze caressing the lake's surface. "Brother, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Yet Shiryu remained silent. It was not until another incense stick's worth of time had passed that he sighed heavily, retrieving an exquisite small porcelain vial from his bosom, and slowly handed it to Mo Shi, his voice imbued with gravity. Sister, the road ahead is fraught with peril. This is a vial of arsenic. May you never need to use it. Upon finishing, Shiryu fell silent once more, his gaze lingering on Mo Shi, as if he wished to etch every detail of her into his heart. Mo Shi accepted the porcelain vial, her hands trembling slightly as if it bore an unbearable weight. Her eyes met Shiryu's, tears pooling in her beautiful eyes, cascading down her fair cheeks like a gentle autumn rain. The following morning, as the horizon began to blush with the faintest light, Mengshan pasture was already bustling with activity. 3 horse-drawn carriages slowly set out, a large herd of cattle and sheep trailing behind. The sounds of wheels rolling, people's shouts, and the lowing and bleating of the animals mingled together, shattering the morning's tranquility. Shiryu stood tall before the lattice window, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the thin veil of fog on the window, through the earthen walls, over the hills, and across the forests, endlessly watching the direction in which Mo Shi had departed. Only when the entire pasture returned to tranquility did Shiryu murmur to himself, "May the 5-colored mysterious birds bless Mo with a safe journey." However, Shiryu was not the only one observing Elder Shur's caravan from afar. 80 miles away, atop the 5 elder peaks of Nichu Mountain, 2 distinguished robed scholars were also gazing at the caravan. "Ha ha, I have lost this round. Lord Zhao, truly a master strategist." One of the gray-robed elders, named Ji, smiled as he returned to the stone table beneath the ancient pine. Clasping his hands in respect, "Your plan to draw the snake out of its hole is indeed a stroke of genius." The other figure, a white-robed man, was none other than the trusted minister of the Xiahou clan, Lord Zhao Liang. At this moment, he too returned to the stone table. Today, Lord Zhao appeared remarkably approachable, his tone quite amiable. "I thank the sun god for allowing me to encounter Mr. Ge. Your prowess is formidable. Otherwise, how could I have the leisure and opportunity to set my plans in motion?" "Ha ha." As Zhao Liang laughed, his tone suddenly shifted, playfully serious. "Otherwise, I would have had to resort to brute force." "Ha ha." Lord Zhao jested. Mr. Ji gently stroked his snowy beard, chuckling. "I believe Lord Zhao will surely consider the common people's sentiments, nurturing them in silence, and would never resort to coercion." "Ha ha, little Fei." Zhao Liang grasped his beard, laughing heartily. "Mr. Ji, you are truly going to lose. Indeed, your move has not only shattered my vantage point, but also severed my dragon's route of escape." Ji laughed heartily. "However, it is not that there is no glimmer of hope. Mr. Ji, you flatter me, you flatter me." Zhao Liang did not notice the latter part of Ji's words, and with a beaming smile, he feigned humility. Before Zhao Liang's voice had fully dissipated, Mr. Ji had already extended 2 fingers, gracefully placing a piece on the board while softly yet resolutely declaring. This utterance, though soft, resonated in Zhao Liang's ears like a thunderclap, startling him into an abrupt leap. After casting a glance over the entire chessboard, Zhao Liang's expression shifted subtly, and with a forced smile, he exclaimed loudly, "Oh, no, 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 that cannot count. Mr. Ji, that cannot count. I did not notice that critical point just now." "Ha ha." Ji burst into hearty laughter, extending one hand in a gesture of invitation while the other stroked his beard, observing Zhao Liang with an amused gaze. Zhao Liang hurriedly retrieved the 2 pieces from earlier, sinking into deep contemplation. Chapter 35. The Mastery of Yulan Due to a Lack of Experience. ZK had to endure considerable effort before taming the fish spirit, whom he named Yulan. It turned out that Yulan was the supreme sturgeon. Having reached the formidable 2nd tier, 3rd level of cultivation, with a length exceeding 10 feet. Unlike ordinary fish spirits, which are adorned with smooth scales, Yulan was naturally equipped with 5 sharp, jagged bone plates, rendering her a veritable war chariot of the waters, capable of both offense and defense. After a period of acclimatization, ZK not only mastered the art of riding upon Yulan, but also learned to deftly navigate her bony back, enabling swift travel and rapid charges. At this moment, ZK stood atop Yulan, racing along the city river towards the direction of the micro-sea. Occasionally, small fish and shrimp, unable to evade in time, were directly shattered upon collision with Yulan. With Yulan at his command, the journey was exhilaratingly swift, reaching speeds that were simply unparalleled. ZK intended to navigate from Weihai to Paicheng in less than an hour. They had exited the city river and veered into the heart of Weihai. At this pace, it seemed plausible they might reach the southern gate of the kingdom of Shur by nightfall. At this moment, Yulan inquired, "Master, shall we traverse the deep waters in the center of the sea or the shallows along the shore? What are the distinctions?" ZK pondered, "What are the differences?" Yulan respectfully replied, "The central deep waters allow for swifter passage, yet there lies the possibility of encountering members of the Long clan. Conversely, the shallower waters near the shore are less likely to attract the Long clan, though the speed will be somewhat diminished." "The Long clan? I have not heard of them," ZK remarked. "Ah, the Long clan is not a nation per se, but rather the offspring of the noble Guan Long, specifically Guan Long Xian. This young master has seized the largest island in Weihai, naming it Dragon King's Island, and has summoned numerous descendants of dragons and other aquatic beings to form a tribe. Then let us pursue a third option, one that does not stray too close to the shore, as I wish to remain unseen, nor too near the Long clan." Thus, Yulan carried ZK onward, navigating through the semi-deep waters approximately 2 miles from the shore. They became a striking silhouette, subtly gliding amidst the shimmering surface of the water, reveling in the freedom of their journey. However, shortly thereafter, Yulan suddenly decelerated and came to a halt, expressing helplessly, "Master, we could not evade them. The path ahead is obstructed." Zeke furrowed his brow slightly, and then released a wisp of divine thought to probe the situation ahead. It transpired that blocking their path was a formidable Jiaolong spirit, boasting a cultivation level of the second rank, 6th layer. It had transformed into its battle form, towering at least 2 zhang in height, surrounded by a throng of shrimp, crab, and fish spirits. Each of these aquatic creatures, without exception, possessed a cultivation level of the 2nd rank, and they formed a menacing blockade against Yulan and Zeke. "Alas, I harbored no intention of stirring up trouble. Yet trouble has sought me out," Zeke lamented helplessly. At that moment, a white tortoise spirit slowly glided over, its gaze sweeping across Yulan and Zeke before settling on Zeke. Its voice was deep and frigid. "Though we are of the aquatic tribe, we too uphold cultural etiquette. We bear no desire to indiscriminately slay the innocent. We merely seek material wealth to replenish our treasury. Surrender your possessions, and you may yet preserve your lives. Should you refuse, do not blame us for what follows. We shall slay you and consign your remains to the depths of the ocean." As the white tortoise spirit's words faded, the surrounding shrimp, crab, and fish spirits began to stir restlessly, their eyes gleaming with avarice, as if they could already envision the riches about to be seized. "I am merely passing through. This is all my worldly possessions. I implore you, esteemed elder, to show mercy," Zeke implored sincerely, producing 5 spirit stones and 5 strings of shell coins. "What a joke. A human. Do you think we are Na'vi?" The white tortoise spirit, incensed and humiliated, bellowed, "Brothers, seize this brat." "Wait," Zeke hastily shouted, "Esteemed elder, I also possess a flask of spirit wine, 1 liang of high-quality clay, 2 liang of quartz, 1 liang of magnetite, and 3 liang of phoenix tail grass." ZK truly wished to avoid trouble, yet he possessed little wealth. Had it not been for his intention to provide Uncle Gu with some travel expenses back to Shuecheng yesterday, he would have been completely destitute. However, the materials for pottery, stones, clay, and hay held negligible value in the eyes of the shrimp, crab, and fish spirits. "Dare to mock me? Brothers, let us slay this human." Upon witnessing this, Yulan's eyes flickered with determination. She inhaled deeply and shouted at ZK, "Master, you must flee. Allow me to fight them." She understood that if they did not engage in battle today, both master and servant might find it difficult to escape unscathed. "Fear not. With their meager strength, I hardly consider them a threat," ZK replied with a slight smile, filled with confidence as he was now at full power. Observing the swarms of aggressive shrimp, crabs, and fish spirits approaching from all directions, Yulan trembled with fear and even despair. Her newly recognized master was being overly audacious. What is there to fear? Sensing Yulan's trepidation, ZK devised a plan. Why not seize the opportunity to hone their synergy while the enemy was still weak? Thus, ZK commanded, "Fight alongside me," and, with his mental control, propelled Yulan swiftly towards a weaker catfish spirit. To prevent his thunderous power from dissipating in the sea, ZK channeled a strand of true essence, wrapping it around the tip of his index finger. Then, with a flick of his finger, he launched a small sphere of true essence imbued with thunderous energy, resembling a tiny comet, which exploded above the catfish spirit's head. Startled, Yulan swerved sharply, causing ZK to tumble down. Zeke had long been prepared. Seizing the momentum from the fall, he wielded the thunder blade with a swift motion, cleaving the fish spirit in two. Immediately following this, Zeke summoned the three-bladed sickle, drawing in the escaping life essence with a practiced ease, while charging towards another lobster spirit to the side. When Yulon turned once more to gaze at Zeke, she was utterly astonished, her heart brimming with shock. Her master had, in such a brief span of time, slain 5 aquatic spirits. Each of these water-dwelling entities possessed a cultivation level of the second tier, yet before Zeke, they appeared to be woefully inadequate. The swiftness of Zeke's movements and the formidable strength he possessed left Yulon in awe. Could it be that his master was such a fierce entity? Thus, summoned by Zeke, Yulon swiftly approached, securely bearing Zeke aloft, and soon they became one, surging through the aquatic creatures like a tempest. In an instant, the sea was stained a deep crimson, and the once menacing lead dragon was now frozen in place, clearly petrified by the spectacle before it. Zeke stood upon the back of Yulon, offering a respectful salute to the bewildered dragon, and spoke in a calm tone. "Brother Jiao, it is not my intention to be your adversary. It was merely that the old tortoise earlier was truly overbearing, making it quite unbearable. As the saying goes, no conflict, no acquaintance. I wish to forge a friendship with you." "Brother Jiao." After a brief moment of astonishment, the dragon flicked its tail and erupted into hearty laughter, its voice resonant and bold. "Ha ha ha. Throughout history, heroes emerge from youth. My brother, your skills are remarkable, and with such sincerity, I too am eager to befriend you. I am known as Long Ba, one of the 10 dragon kings of the Long clan. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Upon hearing these words, ZK burst into hearty laughter, his voice imbued with a sense of boldness and carefree spirit. "Ha ha, my name is Zequebec. It is indeed a fortunate occasion to make the acquaintance of Brother Long Ba today. Ha ha, Brother ZK, as the night has drawn near, why not indulge in a drink at Dragon King Island? Then, it would be my pleasure to comply." Zeke pondered, as the day waned, that forging an alliance with the local power of Weihai, nay, it should be termed the Dragon of the Sea, might yield more benefits than drawbacks for the future. After all, Weihai shares borders with the kingdom of Yushur. Surely, there could not be any traps laid in wait. "My lord," Yulon conveyed with a hint of concern, "I worry." "What is there to fear?" Zeke replied, casting a reassuring glance towards Yulon. "With me around, there is nothing to dread." Thus, led by Longba, Zeke and Yulon ventured forth, racing towards the distant horizon. Meanwhile, Zeke remained ever vigilant, continuously probing the surroundings with his divine sense. Chapter 36. The complex mind of the elder brother atop a small hill in the heart of the Long clan's territory, nestled within a dense jungle, stood a palace that could barely be deemed majestic or solemn. The entrance bore an ancient sign inscribed with 3 characters in Xia Seal script, Hall of Unity. Upon entering, one would find a spacious hall, ample enough to accommodate hundreds. The furnishings were simple and rustic, with wooden beams and pillars exuding a deep hue, as though whispering tales of antiquity. The floor was laid with unrefined stone slabs, yet they were remarkably even, radiating a sense of unpretentious beauty. The walls adorned with various ancient weapons, now cloaked in dust, still glimmered with a chilling brilliance at their sharpened edges. At the center, an armchair carved from a single massive log stood, devoid of ostentation, with a few simple lines outlining the form of a dragon, exuding an air of antiquity and dignity. Seated upon this chair was a remarkably charismatic young man, draped in a pristine white robe, emanating an indescribable aura of authority and strength that transcended his mere cultivation level of the 9th realm. He was none other than Guan Longxian, the leader of the Long clan, and the illegitimate son of Guan Longpeng, the current high official of the Xiahou clan. At this moment, Guan Longxian observed Longba with a mix of excitement and astonishment, inquiring, "Are you saying that the one named Zeke has surpassed 5 levels and defeated you?" He had long sought allies in the kingdom of Yushur, yet those willing to associate with him were beneath his notice, while those he esteemed showed no interest in forging ties with him. It was indeed a case of searching tirelessly only to find success effortlessly. How had he overlooked such a promising candidate as Zeke? However, Longba bowed his head, his voice heavy with words Guan Longxian was reluctant to hear. "We did not engage in direct confrontation, but he annihilated all the brothers I brought with me." Furrowing his brow, Guan Longxian reprimanded, "I must ask, can you not think critically? Those under your command are mere minions. Anyone could have dispatched them with ease." Longba hesitated, scratching his head, yet insisted, "I truly believe Zeke is formidable. He exhibits commendable character and a generous spirit. Guan Longxian, growing impatient, interjected, "Is he capable or not? Only through combat can one ascertain." Longba, appearing flustered, urged, "Then, brother, what should we do? He is still waiting outside." With a long sigh, Guan Longxian lamented, "When shall I find peace of mind? I am perpetually cleaning up your mess." Flushed with embarrassment, Longba fell silent, unsure of how to respond. After a moment's contemplation, Guan Longxian proposed, "Let us do this. Summon Long Dao and, while he is unprepared, attempt to strike him stealthily. This way, we can gauge his strength." Longba quickly shook his head. "Brother, that is unwise. Long Dao is at the 7th level of the 2nd realm. His strike is powerful and sharp, and one blow could cleave Zeke in two." Guan Longxian coldly interrupted, "If he dies, consider it vengeance for our fallen brothers." Longba gulped hard, attempting to reason. "But if Zeke withstands Long Dao's strike, would that not sour relations? We could no longer be allies." Guan Longxian frowned with irritation. "Are you ever going to stop? Enough with your incessant prattling. You are fixated on this brother Zeke nonsense." He continued, "If Long Dao fails to injure him, you shall quickly approach, feign anger towards Long Dao, and clarify that it was merely a misunderstanding. Would that not suffice?" Upon hearing this, Longba's face lit up with enlightenment, repeatedly bowing in admiration. "Truly, your mind is intricate, brother." Guan Longxian, dismissively waving his hand, replied, "Do you not know how to flatter? This is not complexity, it is cunning. Now go, make the arrangements." At that moment, Zeke stood tall at the lookout tower outside the Hall of Unity, his back turned to the brightly lit hall, gazing into the distance at the shimmering waves of Wei Hai, which sparkled like a myriad of gems set against the evening sky. Suddenly, a coarse bellow shattered the tranquility of the night. "Who is Zeke? Who dares to claim the life of our brothers? Who is named Zeke?" Zeke furrowed his brow and turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see a towering dragon man, around 2 zhang high, striding towards him with an imposing presence. Each step he took reverberated through the ground, akin to a moving mountain. A few smaller demons trembled beneath the dragon man's aura, pointing nervously at Zeke before hastily retreating to a corner, too frightened to utter a word. The newcomer did not seem friendly. Zeke took a deep breath, maintaining his composure as he secretly activated the prisoning turtle mystic art within him, bracing himself for the imminent clash. True to form, the dragon man wasted no words. His eyes bulged with fury as he swung a battle knife weighing several hundred pounds, delivering a fierce downward strike aimed directly at Zeke. Although Zeke was confident that his mystic art could withstand an attack from a first-level true immortal, he dared not underestimate this sudden onslaught. One could not risk their life merely to test the sharpness of a blade. Thus, Zeke remained vigilant, momentarily halting his movements to swiftly employ the divine ape cloud-seeking hand, snatching a nearby small demon's dagger to counter the dragon man's strike with an upward slice. A resounding clash echoed as the two weapons collided fiercely in midair. Zeke's dagger shattered into 2 pieces, while the dragon man's weapon, propelled by immense inertia, continued its downward trajectory, landing heavily upon Zeke's shoulder with a thunderous thud. To everyone's astonishment, however, the dragon man's knife slipped from his grasp at the moment of impact, embedding itself deeply into a nearby pine tree with a resonant thrum. "Zeke, brother!" Longbow exclaimed, witnessing the dragon knife strike Zeke's shoulder. His heart tightened, and he hurriedly stepped forward to assess Zeke's injury. The outcome left Longbow speechless and astounded. The razor-sharp blade had struck Zeke's shoulder, yet had not even torn his clothing, leaving behind merely a faint mark. "Long Dao?" Longbow roared in fury. "What are you doing? Brother Zeke is my esteemed guest." "Guest?" Long Dao sneered, disdain glimmering in his eyes. "I heard he has slain dozens of our brethren." Longbow replied gravely, "Have you never heard the saying, no fight, no acquaintance?" His tone reflected unwavering support for Zeke. The air around them seemed to freeze. The smaller demons, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events and Zeke's formidable strength, fell into a brief state of shock and silence. Long Dao's gaze remained fixated, glaring fiercely at Zeke. Zeke stood with his arms crossed, gazing coldly down at the formidable dragon blade that exceeded 2 zhang in length. Indeed, despite Zeke's height being less than 1 zhang, there emanated from his eyes an indescribable air of majesty, as if he were looking down upon a trivial adversary. This imposing presence left all those present in awe, to the extent that Long Ba, who had long memorized the lines, "This is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding," found himself unable to utter a word. Chapter 37. The 12 Brothers of the Sea. What transpired? Who dares to disrespect our esteemed guest? At that moment, Guan Longxian strode to the entrance of the assembly hall and spoke in a cold tone. His voice was not loud, yet it conveyed an undeniable authority. Long Ba hastily responded with a respectful gesture. Elder brother, it was Long Dao who acted against Brother Zeke. Long Dao quickly followed suit, bowing and explaining, Elder brother, I was merely responding to the news of him having slain dozens of our brethren. In a moment of impulse, I sought retribution for my fallen comrades. Guan Longxian, however, chose to disregard their remarks and instead turned his concerned gaze towards Zeke, asking, Brother Zeke, I trust you were not inadvertently harmed? With a hearty laugh, Zeke remarked, it was merely a single strike. It could not possibly wound me. Long Ba promptly added, I have already verified with Brother Zeke. Not even his garments were torn. Truly remarkable skills. Well, that is a relief. Guan Longxian nodded, a look of relief washing over his face as he smiled. This is akin to a great flood washing over the Dragon King's temple. Merely a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding indeed. After speaking, he glanced at Zeke and then at the dragon blade, proposing, how about this? Since we brothers share such a profound connection, why not indulge in a drink to dissolve all grievances? Let any enmities fade away in the embrace of fine wine. A splendid idea. Absolutely agreeable. Both Long Ba and the dragon blade exclaimed in excitement, clearly lovers of liquor. As the resounding beats of the assembly drums echoed, the dragofolk began to arrive in succession. Towering figures, each exceeding 2 zhang in height, their bodies adorned with shimmering dragon scales, exuding unparalleled strength and valor. Guan Longxian introduced Zeke to each of the 15 assembled dragofolk. Among them, for venerable elders held esteemed status within the Long clan, Long Ji, Lei Yin, Yiming, and Ji Yun. Among the younger generation, Long Xiang stood out, slightly older and the most formidable, having attained the pinnacle of the second level's 9th realm. Revered as the holy son of the Long clan, Long Xiao, a lively dragon maiden, possessed extraordinary cultivation talent. Already reaching the late stages of the second level's 9th realm, honored as the holy maiden of the Long clan. Additionally, there were 9 other formidable dragon folk, each with strengths ranging from the 3rd to the 8th stage of the second level, all bestowed the title of Dragon King. Their names were Long Ting, Long Yun, Long Dao, Long Tu, Long Sui, Long Hui, Long Ba, Long Jiuxiu, and Long Lin, each a source of pride for their tribe. Among the assembly was also a highly esteemed elder, a formidable figure at the first level of the true immortal realm, named Guan Long Su, who served as the chief steward of the Long clan, dedicating immense effort to the stability and growth of the tribe. As everyone gathered and settled down, Guan Longxian announced a modest feast to welcome Zeke, expressing the tribe's warm hospitality. After several rounds of toasting, Guan Longxian elaborated on his own circumstances, prompting Zeke to rise and address the assembly. I am Zeke, and it is indeed a great fortune to gather here today with esteemed seniors and brothers who share my aspirations and sincerity. May we, in the future, forge bonds like brothers, weather storms together, and savor the splendor and beauty of this world. Just as Guan Longxian prepared to respond, Long Ting interjected, I have heard that Brother Zeke excels in the power of thunder. Coincidentally, I have dabbled in this as well. Might you be inclined to engage in a friendly contest with me to add some merriment to today's feast? To maintain a harmonious atmosphere and prevent any discord. Guan Longxian swiftly took the floor, suggesting, a contest is fine, but let us ensure it remains a friendly exchange, with camaraderie prioritized. Furthermore, to heighten everyone's spirits, I shall add a touch of excitement, a drop of ancient 5-clawed golden dragon's blood as a prize for the victor. With that, Guan Longxian produced a crimson jade vial from his robe, placing it delicately on the table before him, eliciting gasps of astonishment. The blood of the 5-clawed golden dragon is a treasure of the dragon clan, with the power contained in just a single drop being astonishing. Its value is immeasurable, far beyond the worth of 1,000 spirit stones. Amidst the fervent cheers, the assembly moved outside the hall. Long Ting transformed into a colossal dragon, several zhang in length, soaring majestically in the air. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a fierce bolt of lightning from his maw, aimed directly at Zeke, unfazed by the sudden attack. Zeke stood tall, his left hand casually resting behind his back. For at that moment, as Long Ting's lightning was unleashed, a copper chopstick appeared in Zeke's right hand, which he promptly shot towards a nearby ancient pine tree. Then, a breathtaking miracle unfolded. The lightning, initially aimed at Zeke, made a sharp turn several zhang away, striking the ancient tree and shattering it into smoking fragments. As the onlookers marveled at this astonishing spectacle, Long Ting let out a cry of surprise. He had been struck by a small bolt of lightning that pierced his dorsal fin, breaching his defenses. "Wow, Brother ZK, you are truly remarkable," Long Ba exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Long Ting quickly resumed his dragon form, returning to a combat stance before ZK. Clasping his hands in gratitude, "Brother ZK, I thank you for your restraint." With a humble smile, Zeke graciously returned the gesture, saying, "Thank you, Brother Longying." At that moment, Guan Longshin approached with a steady stride, his face radiating genuine admiration. "Brother Zeke, your mastery of thunder control is truly remarkable. Having reached a state of perfection, this drop of the five-clawed golden dragon's essence belongs to you." As he spoke, Guan Longshin conjured a large hand of primordial energy, retrieving the blood jade vial from the Hall of Unity. Amidst the envious gazes and exclamations of admiration from the crowd, he solemnly presented it to Zeke. ZK promptly bowed with a gesture of respect, humbly declining, "Brother Guan, the blood essence of the five-clawed golden dragon is an exceedingly rare treasure in this world. How could I accept such a precious gift without merit?" "Ha ha ha." Guan Longshin laughed heartily, his voice resonating with generosity and sincerity. "Brother ZK, you are overly modest. You are our island's most esteemed guest, and I feel an instant camaraderie with you. I would like to seize this opportunity to propose that we, the 12 of us, formally swear brotherhood." He paused for a moment before continuing. "In the past, although the 11 of us shared a bond akin to brotherhood, we have never officially sworn an oath, primarily due to the absence of one individual. Now, with your arrival, Brother ZK, we have achieved the number 12. This is truly fate. We can unite as the 12 brothers of Wei Hai, embarking from Wei Hai to eradicate tyranny, uphold justice, punish evil, and assist the needy, all in pursuit of righteousness." His gaze was intense as he looked at ZK, brimming with anticipation, and inquired, "What say you, Brother ZK?" Upon hearing this, ZK was overwhelmed by a surge of fervent passion. This was indeed his aspiration. He understood the significance of this proposal and felt the profound camaraderie from Guan Longshin and the others. He immediately nodded solemnly and spoke with unwavering conviction, "Brother Guan, esteemed comrades, to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness, to punish the wicked and aid the needy, to act on behalf of justice, has always been my cherished desire. To be able to bond as brothers with like-minded individuals today is truly a moment of great fortune in my life. I, ZK, am most willing to join you as the 12 brothers of Wei Hai." As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of cheers erupted, accompanied by thunderous applause. Guan Longshin was especially overjoyed, gripping ZK's hand tightly and exclaiming excitedly, "Excellent. From this moment forth, we shall be the 12 brothers of Wei Hai, united in our quest to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness." At this moment, Long Ba muttered, "Why not call ourselves the 12 tyrants of Wei Hai, the 12 heroes of Wei Hai, the 12 guardians of Wei Hai, the 12 kings of Wei Hai, or the 12 immortals of Wei Hai?" Seeing Long Ba's antics dampening the mood, Long Dao, incensed, smacked Long Ba on the head and quietly scolded, "You, my friend, are the true nuisance of Wei Hai. I want to join too. Let us be the 13 siblings of Wei Hai." Long Xiao chimed in, adding to the commotion, "Ha ha. Since the times of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, there has never been a precedent for sisterly bonds. My dear sister, do not join the fray." Long Xiang laughed heartily, with a hint of mockery. Long Xiao pouted in response, appearing somewhat dejected as she sat down aside. Zeke pondered quietly beside him, wondering if there truly was a legend of a brotherhood between his ancestors and his elder sister. Alas, why did Guan Longshin choose to form a brotherhood now? Of all times? Was it mere coincidence that he thought of it upon arriving at Dragon King Island? Could it be that he intended to forge a bond with Zeke? Was it merely because Zeke had demonstrated a modicum of prowess? How could that be? Chapter 38. Brotherhood at Dragon King Island. On the expansive platform outside the Hall of Brotherhood on Dragon King Island, a roaring bonfire blazed fervently. A group of bare-chested men, their feet unshod, danced barefoot to the exhilarating rhythm of drums, performing a ritualistic dance imbued with mystery. Within the hall, beneath the ancient images of the wind and rain masters, a long row of tables was neatly arranged. Upon them lay 12 meticulously prepared sacrificial offerings, tender cuts of beef, lamb, and pork, accompanied by fragrant spiritual fruits, sweet spirits, and exquisite incense burners. Guan Longshin, Zeke, and 10 others stood in solemn order according to seniority, each holding a fragrant stick in hand. Their gazes were fierce, their expressions solemn and resolute. The Grand Elder, Guan Longsa, stood to one side, his voice resonant and each word ringing with authority. Heaven above, earth below, with the wind and rain masters as witnesses. Today, Guan Longshin, Longxiang, Longding, Longyan, Long Dao, Long Tu, Long Sui, Long Wei, Long Ba, Long Jiuxiu, Zeke, and Long In, though not of the same bloodline, share a common aspiration and wish to be sworn brothers. From this day forth, we shall share our hearts and minds, strive together, protect the weak, punish the wicked, restore peace, and uphold justice. We do not seek to live the same life, but we wish to die together. Should anyone betray this oath, may they face divine retribution. May heaven strike them down. After a brief pause, the Grand Elder solemnly called out, "Light the incense." 12 youths stepped forward, igniting the fragrant sticks for the 12 men. Bow to heaven, bow to earth, bow to the wind and rain masters. Offer incense, present the sacrifice, drop blood, swear the blood oath. Finally, the Grand Elder smashed the bowl, proclaiming, "The ceremony is complete." At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall reached a fervent pinnacle. Long Ba, Long Dao, Long King, and others, unable to contain their excitement, cheered and embraced each other, exchanging hearty punches and affectionate cries of third brother and 12th brother. Even the more composed figures, such as Long Xiang, Long Wei, Long Tu, and Zeke, were filled with mirth, reveling in the jubilant ambience. Having transcended the solemnity of the oath, the bonds among them deepened. Guan Longxian stepped forward to the central chair, his voice booming, "From this day forth, we are brothers, as close as blood. To be brothers means to share both burdens and joys. Even if it requires climbing a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of fire, we shall not falter. To be brothers means sharing fortunes. If I have a morsel to eat, so shall my brothers. If I have a cup of wine, so shall my brothers." His words resonated deeply, eliciting fervent responses from the crowd. Some shouted, "Fortunes must be shared," while others echoed, "Sorrows must be borne together. We would gladly take a blade for each other." Their passionate voices reverberated throughout the hall. Guan Longxian raised a bowl of spiritual wine, exclaiming, "Come, brothers, with this bowl of wine, let us go forth and slay the 600 black-scaled soldiers hiding in Yute City. This is our sacrifice for our brotherhood today. Let us slay them." Longo bellowed with fiery eyes, quickly joining the fervor. "Annihilate the black-scaled soldiers." Lomba followed suit with equal fervor. However, Zeke was momentarily taken aback. Are we already taking up arms?" Yet, it seemed reasonable to confront the black-scaled soldiers, aligning with his own stance. Yute City? Zeke recalled it was located to the east of the Rong State, across the sea from the Shur State. Was it possible that the black-scaled soldiers, numbering 600, were secretly stationed there to secure the current situation for the Rong State? As Zeke contemplated these matters, the newly sworn brothers and several elder leaders excitedly departed to rally their forces, leaving the hall in a tranquil silence, with only a few remaining. "Guan Longa, I have a matter I wish to discuss, if I may," Zeke remarked, hesitatingly, his tone laced with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Guan Longxian let out a hearty laugh, clapping Zeke on the shoulder, and replied, "My dear brother, feel free to speak your mind." Zeke took a deep breath and inquired, "Why must we launch an assault on the black-scale army of the Xiahou clan? After all, my uncle holds the esteemed position of Grand Historian of the Xiahou." Guan Longxian, with a piercing gaze, replied solemnly, "We are not waging war against the black-scale army loyal to General Xiaogang. Nor are we confronting those devoted to the king. Our target is the treacherous black-scale army that serves the despicable Zhao Liang." ZK gently nodded and said, "Oh, it seems that my elder brother and that dog, Zhao Liang, are not of the same ilk." Guan Longxian widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What do you mean by not of the same ilk? What kind of talk is this? This is a case of man and dog on divergent paths." ZK could not help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Indeed, what my elder brother says is absolutely true. It is a matter of divergent paths for man and dog. 11th brother, I sense there are burdens you carry in silence." As he spoke, Guan Longxian raised his wine bowl towards ZK and took a hearty sip, his gaze becoming profound. He continued, "In truth, I am aware of Zhao Liang's scheme to abduct your sister-in-law. Let me be candid. We are all in the same boat, harboring a profound enmity against Zhao Liang. Our grievances run deep." With that, Guan Longxian forcefully smashed the wine bowl upon the ground, a flicker of crimson fury igniting in his eyes. 11th brother, we are indeed kindred spirits in suffering. Your elder sister-in-law was also seized by that wretched pup, Zhao Qian. I, Guan Longxian, vow that this vendetta shall not go unavenged." Zeke was profoundly shocked. He clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. He raised a bowl of spirit wine high above his head, his voice steady and powerful as he proclaimed, "Elder brother, let us together vanquish that pack of dogs led by Zhao Liang." Chapter 39, The Battle of Yute City, Guan Longxuan's Oath of Allegiance. Under the coercion of Long Ba, ZK slowly ascended from the platform at the entrance of the gathering hall, affording a panoramic view of the entire Dragon King Island. This island, adorned with 16 rugged peaks, boasts its main peak situated in the north-central region, resembling a severed pillar of heaven, standing tall amidst 3 smaller hills. Atop this summit, numerous palaces and dwellings are artfully arranged, with the gathering hall, where ZK had just celebrated brotherhood over drinks, being the largest and tallest structure. The second peak is the only one densely covered with vegetation, standing to the north of the main peak. The third and fourth peaks also exhibit lush greenery, positioned to the east and west of the main peak respectively. To the south of the main peak lies a vast grassland, with a central meadow cradled by small streams converging into a pond named Long Wang Tan, spanning over 100 acres. The water flows out from a narrow river approximately 10 feet wide, traversing through a valley on the southern side of the island before emptying into the sea. The remaining 12 smaller peaks encircle the central 4 peaks, and the meadow, resembling 12 formidable generals, vigilantly guarding this irregularly shaped isle. As ZK descended alongside Long Ba onto a natural platform known as Hao Han Tai on the northern bank of the pond, nearly all the high-ranking officials of Dragon King Island, who had gathered for the welcoming banquet and brotherhood ceremony, were already present on the platform. Below, a sparse assembly of aquatic soldiers stood, while a larger number were crowded in the lake, creating a cacophony of voices, swirling fish, and flickering flames, rendering a scene of extraordinary liveliness. It appeared that many of the aquatic soldiers possessed low cultivation levels, unable to remain away from the water for extended periods. At this moment, Guanlong Xian stood at the center of the platform, exuding an imposing presence, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as if etching each face into his memory. After a brief pause, he spoke with a resonant voice, "Dear brothers and sisters." The entire meadow fell silent in an instant. Guanlong Xian continued with heartfelt sincerity. "We have endured countless hardships, traversing mountains and rivers, to arrive at this paradise 1,000 miles away. After enduring great trials, we have established the Long Clan tribe and finally enjoy carefree lives. Yet, just 16 days ago, we faced an unprecedented crisis. On the 6th of April, a small team under the command of Brother Jiu Shao was attacked while patrolling the waters near Yutai City, resulting in no survivors. A deathly silence enveloped the meadow, broken only by the distant chirping of insects and the gentle flow of nearby streams. Guanlong Xian pressed on. On the 8th of April, a squad under Brother Long Lin met a similar fate while patrolling the same waters, again with no survivors. The meadow fell into an even deeper stillness, as if the insects themselves had quieted down. On the 13th of April, 2 teams under Brother Long Dao were attacked while patrolling the waters near Yutai City, and once more, there were no survivors. At this moment, ZK felt as though even the sound of flowing water and wind had vanished, leaving only the furious rhythm of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. On the 17th of April, 4 teams under Brother Long Ba were attacked while patrolling the same waters, with only 1 survivor. The assailants were the Highland Army of the Xiahou clan, led by one named Tue Duo. "The Highland Army has taken our brothers, reportedly due to their lack of provisions." The silence lingered for several breaths. Suddenly, a roar of grief and anger shattered the oppressive stillness. "Kill the Highland Army! Kill the Highland Army! Kill Tue Duo! Kill the Highland Army! Kill Tue Duo!" Countless voices surged in a deafening chorus, resonating like crashing waves within every heart. As the fervor of the crowd began to subside, Guanlong Xian raised both hands, pressing them downward to quell the clamor. He then continued, "Yesterday, on the 19th of April, a squad under Brother Long Ting encountered the Highland Army again while patrolling the waters near Yutai City, resulting in the loss of 2 more before he could finish the words small team. The sudden roar of voices drowned him out. A formidable shark spirit named Kuang Rin suddenly knelt before the high platform with a thud, raising his voice in a fervent plea. "I beseech the island master to give the order." Kuang Rin is willing to lead the Shark Shadow Squad as vanguard, vowing to exterminate the Highland Army. Following suit, 24 shark spirits behind him also knelt in unison, calling out, "The Shark Shadow Squad, willing to be the vanguard. Please give the order, Island Master." The Shark Shadow Squad, willing to be the vanguard. Please give the order. Soon after, a multitude of officers and soldiers also knelt, their pleas resonating to the heavens. Satisfied, Guanlong Xian waved his hand, amplifying his voice with elemental force to suppress the surrounding clamor. Upon deliberation by the Council of Elders, I, the Island Master, hereby declare that the extermination of the Highland Army at Yutai will take place tonight. Exterminate the Highland Army. Slay to a duo. Defend Dragon King Island. Exterminate the Highland Army. As the rallying cries gradually subsided, Guanlong Xian solemnly declared, "Now, I announce tonight's operational plan." Consequently, the aquatic soldiers hushed, attentively awaiting the tasks they would be assigned. Long 2. You shall lead your 4 teams to create the illusion of a 1,000-strong siege on the Highland Army's camp from the south, north, and west, while maintaining a facade of tranquility before the citizens of Yutai City. Long 2 stepped forward, bowing to receive the order, proclaiming, "Long 2 accepts the command. I vow to accomplish this task." Guanlong Xian then turned to Long Hui, commanding, "Brother Long Hui, you are to lead your 4 teams to alter the spatial rules on the southern and northern flanks of the Highland Army, ensuring that any enemy attempting to flee south or north is diverted eastward into the sea, approximately 30 feet from the shore. Brother Long Sui, you are to lead your squad to conduct long-range attacks from the north of the enemy camp, ensuring not to harm our allies. Brother Jiu Xiao, you will lead your squad to launch long-range attacks from the south of the enemy camp, also being cautious not to harm our allies, simultaneously. Requisition a squad under Long Xiao to stand guard towards Yutai City, ensuring the safety of its citizens." After assigning these tasks, Guanlong Xian turned to Guanlong Su, instructing, "I request the chief steward to oversee the airspace above the western side of the Highland Army's camp. Should Tue Duo engage in battle, I ask you to confront him." Guanlong Su promptly stepped forward, bowing to accept the order, affirming, "Guanlong Su accepts the command. I vow to hold off Tue Duo. Brother Long Ting, you are to find a cloud near the chief steward to lie in ambush, should Tue Duo appear. Seize the opportunity to strike him with thunderous might. Brother Long Dao, you are to lead your squad to infiltrate from the western side of the Highland Army's encampment, launching the first wave of assault from west to east. Do not fear any stragglers. Your objective is to penetrate the enemy camp as swiftly as possible. Thereafter resting east of Long Xiang's forces, serving as a reserve ready to re-engage at a moment's notice. Brother Long Ba, you shall lead your squad to follow closely behind Long Dao, initiating the second wave of assault from west to east, aiming to eliminate as many stragglers as possible, driving the enemy into the sea and securing the coastline. Brother Long Lin, you are to lead all your men to follow Long Ba closely, launching the third wave of assault from west to east, seeking to collect as many spoils of war as possible. Brother Long Yun, you are to lead your 10 squads, with 5 each from brothers Long Ting and Jiu Xiao. Deploy your forces in a strategic formation to the east of the enemy camp, at distances of 100, 130, and 160 paces from the coastline, arranging a total of 10 circular formations in a 3-4-3 sequence. Position Long Ting and the brothers of Jiu Xiao within these formations, allowing them to unleash their thunderous might to eliminate any fleeing black-scale soldiers from afar. Brother Long Xiang, lead your 3 battalions to establish a defensive line around the perimeter of Long Yun's forces, with the objective of ensuring not a single black-scale soldier escapes. Elders, I appoint Elder Ji to serve as the supreme commander at the front lines, responsible for making critical decisions on the fly. Elder Long shall lie in ambush in the northern skies above the black-scale army, while Elder Lei will position himself in the southern skies, and Elder Yi will take to the eastern skies. Should the enemy attempt to flee, do your utmost to hinder their escape. Brother ZK, your task is to find a concealed spot along the eastern shore of the enemy camp. If the enemy leader appears, seize the opportunity to strike with your thunderous power. ZK acknowledged the command with a bow, pledging to fulfill his mission. Let us all remain vigilant and proceed stealthily. I wish you all great success in the imminent eradication of the Black Scale Army at Yutai City. Guanlong Xian concluded with a respectful gesture, addressing the remaining members. The rest of you will remain here at the main camp under my command. Long Xiao, ensure that heightened vigilance and patrols are arranged. In the tranquil night, reminiscent of ink and water, the aquatic army set forth like ghostly emissaries of the night, embarking silently on a mission to annihilate the Black Scale Army at Yutai City. Chapter 40. The Battle of Yutai City. A surprise attack on the Black Scale Army is customary. The scene of war is depicted from a divine perspective. Yutai City stands as the eastern border fortress of the state of Ling, approximately 5 or 6 miles beyond its northern gate. A military camp had been hastily erected just half a month prior, serving as a temporary stronghold for the Black Scale Army. This night, a half-moon traversed the clouds, casting a gentle silver glow, as if shrouding the makeshift encampment in a veil of mystery. The shadow of the guard tower at the camp gate stretched long under the moonlight. The sentinels did not stand atop the tower. Instead, they sat beside a campfire within the gate. Their figures flickered against the canvas of nearby tents, illuminated by the dancing flames. The sizzling shark meat, skewered on a long sword, exuded a tantalizing aroma. Occasionally, one would pluck a piece of the well-roasted meat and pop it into his mouth. "Ouch, that is hot," exclaimed the older soldier, pulling a piece of the cooked shark meat, lamenting its temperature. "Hot is precisely what makes it delicious," the younger soldier replied, a satisfied smile gracing his face, despite the heat causing him to hiss in discomfort. "I wish my boy were here. He would surely be dancing with delight over this meal." The older soldier chuckled, as if he could see the lively figure of his son in the shadows of the night. "If my wife were to roast it, it would be even more delightful. She is not only beautiful, but also an exquisite cook," the younger soldier boasted, clearly missing his wife back home. "Just don't let anyone snatch her away," the older soldier jested. Suddenly, the younger soldier's eyes widened, and he whispered fiercely, "Who dares? I'll break their legs. What is there to fear? Aren't we here to help the king snatch wives? Even the wife of the son of the state of Shur can be taken. Do you think you can compare to that so-called ZK?" The younger soldier fell silent for a moment and then produced a wine pouch, taking a swig. However, when he glanced back at the older soldier, he was struck dumb with shock. The older soldier was collapsing backward, clutching his throat, which had been pierced by an arrow. Is it over so soon? Did he just utter those disrespectful words and face retribution? This misfortune was merely due to his lack of awareness. He had not anticipated an enemy ambush. In an instant, he too fell victim to another arrow that pierced his throat. As he lay on the ground, fading consciousness revealed a horde of towering beasts, 2 to 3 zhang high, crashing through the camp gates and surging into the encampment like an unstoppable tide. Thunder roared and lightning flashed as flames erupted into the night sky, accompanied by the cacophony of battle cries that shook the heavens. The forces of the Long clan launched a thunderous, all-out assault. Waves of fire, akin to rampaging dragons, swept through, while bolts of lightning struck down like swords, shattering tents and plunging the entire camp into chaos and flames. Long Dao commanded his 9 dragon warriors, each leading their own units, to form 9 spearhead formations, cleverly arranging them in a sharp, pointed alignment. These soldiers were meticulously selected, brimming with martial prowess, leaving behind a path of severed limbs and bloodshed as they surged into the heart of the Black-Scale Army's encampment. Many Black-Scale soldiers, still entrapped in slumber, were either crushed or slain within their tents. Others, groggy and disoriented, stumbled from their tents only to have their heads severed in a swift strike. Pui Duo awoke with a start, bellowing, "What is happening?" A guard stumbled into the command tent, breathless with fear, exclaiming, "Deputy Commander, we are under attack." Yet, before he could finish, a bolt of lightning sent him crashing to the ground at Pui Duo's feet, convulsing. Without time to don his armor, Pui Duo grasped his mountain-splitting axe, thrusting through the tent and soaring into the fray. Before him lay a scene ablaze with fire from every direction, as an overwhelming enemy force, numbering no less than 100,000, had encircled his 4 divisions. It was not merely a partial encirclement, but a complete siege, with the eastern front bordered by the sea. The west. The west is the primary assault direction of the enemy, drawing upon years of battlefield experience. Pui Duo quickly comprehended the dire situation. Do they wish to drive us into the sea? How foolish of the enemy commander to underestimate our potential in such desperate circumstances, especially when we, the renowned Black-Scale Army, stand ready to counter. In the moment of Pui Duo's contemplation, 2 flashes of lightning and 3 fireballs hurtled toward him. He scoffed derisively, effortlessly deflecting the incoming projectiles with his axe. Calmly, he commanded, "Everyone, heed my call. Gather around me and form a circular formation. Engage in active defense." His voice, amplified with innate power, resonated throughout the camp. The Black-Scale Army, renowned as the mightiest in the realm, showcased their discipline even when caught off guard in slumber, swiftly rallying nearly 400 soldiers around Pui Duo. The 5 corps officers and 4 division leaders quickly assembled at his side. "You 5, each take 50 soldiers and form a fish-scale formation. Follow me as we advance westward." Pui Duo commanded with unwavering confidence. There was no other choice. After all, he was the deputy commander of the strongest army in the world. The audacity to march into danger, knowing full well the risks, required not just courage but also formidable strength. As the 5 officers began to adjust their formations, Pui Duo gathered the remaining 100 soldiers, preparing to form a spearhead to break through the encirclement. However, just as the Black Scale army was shifting, Long Dao led a battalion, brandishing his great sword, plunging headlong into the chaos of the Black Scale forces. It was akin to a boulder hurled into a small puddle, creating a thunderous impact that shattered the dense cluster of Black Scale soldiers. Pui Duo's beard quivered with rage, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was mere breaths away from completing the formation. "I curse your mother," he roared in anger. Raising the formidable mountain-cleaving axe, he swung it fiercely towards Long Dao. Suddenly, the sound of the axe slicing through the air was heard, and Long Dao, reacting swiftly, hastily summoned his primordial energy, fervently channeling it into his battle blade to meet the impending strike. With a resounding clang, the several hundred pounds of Long Dao's weapon was sent flying, its destination unknown. In the aftermath, Long Dao found himself half buried in the ground, revealing his colossal dragon form, which inadvertently crushed dozens of soldiers beneath him. Those who survived the onslaught were forced to the edges of the camp, regardless of whether they belonged to the Black Scale army or Long Dao's own ranks. Many soldiers on the periphery were even thrust out of the camp, promptly transported to the shallows of the micro-sea by the spatial formation set by Long. In agony, Long Dao was momentarily unable to revert to his combat form, his massive dragon body becoming an unavoidable target. The morale of the Black Scale army surged as they unleashed a barrage of weapons upon Long Dao. At this juncture, despite the lack of a cohesive formation, the 9 squads under Long Dao were thrown into disarray, plunging both sides into chaotic melee. Yet, misfortune compounded his plight. Pui Duo evidently sought to exploit his vulnerability. With a thunderous cry, Pui Duo leapt into the air, swinging the mountain-cleaving axe in a wide arc, targeting the immobile Long Dao. Chapter 41. The Battle of Yute City. The mighty Pui Duo as the Long clan's forces surged relentlessly, breaching the Black Scale army's encampment and threatening to penetrate its very heart. General Pui Duo struck down Long Dao, who led the charge, forcing him back into his dragon form. This blow not only severely injured Long Dao, but also disrupted the attacking formations of his 9 squads, bolstering the morale of the Black Scale army while delivering a profound psychological blow to the Long clan's troops. But Pui Duo was not finished. He prepared to unleash another strike upon the incapacitated Long Dao. In that critical moment, the elder Guan Longsa descended from the skies like a bolt of lightning, proclaiming, "Your opponent is me." With a battle cry, Guan Longsa unleashed his sword, the blade's energy swirling with countless wind blades, surging towards Pui Duo amid the enveloping mist, as if to shield against all incoming assaults. Undeterred by Guan Longsa's fierce offensive, Pui Duo merely cast a glance at him, maintaining his momentum as he bellowed. As solid as stone. In an instant, a colossal illusory rock appeared around him, ready to withstand Guan Longsa's wind and cloud slash with his formidable defense. Indeed, the overwhelming torrent of wind blades, fearsome as it seemed, shattered harmlessly against the indomitable rock illusion, leaving Pui Duo unscathed. "Long Dao, brother!" Guan Longsa cried in despair, completely blindsided by Pui Duo's immense strength. As he witnessed Long Dao on the brink of devastation, he conjured another tempest, whipping up sand and debris to assail Pui Duo. Yet, he recognized the futility. His wind-based techniques were ineffectual against Pui Duo's earth-based prowess. "Fourth brother." Long Ba's voice resonated with unrestrained fury, for among his brothers, none shared a bond more profound than that with Long Dao. Wielding a massive golden axe, Long Ba executed a sweeping strike towards Pui Duo's axe. A deafening crash reverberated across the battlefield as Long Ba's golden weapon collided with Pui Duo's axe, redirecting the latter's trajectory and ultimately striking 2 Black Scale soldiers, who were caught off guard, instantly reduced to a bloody pulp. Just moments prior, the soldiers had contemplated how to capitalize on Long Dao's exposed form to strike him down, having realized that ordinary weapons were ineffective against him. Yet, they could never have anticipated such a swift and fatal turn of fate. "How dare you!" Pui Duo's wrath shifted instantly towards Long Ba. Moments ago, his mountain-cleaving axe had nearly been dislodged by Long Ba's golden strike, igniting his ire. The night sky seemed to echo Pui Duo's fury, as the previously calm atmosphere darkened ominously, the waning moon obscured by thick clouds. Suddenly, A brilliant flash of lightning cleaved the night, akin to the wrath of a deity, striking Tue Duo directly. The bolt illuminated the entire encampment as if it were day. With a thunderous crash, Tue Duo's rocky defense crumbled under the onslaught of the lightning, the debris and erupting primordial energy intertwining into a chaotic torrent, sweeping all in its path. Within the Tinjong radius around him, soldiers were tossed like boats in a tempest, some grievously injured, others losing their lives. A cacophony of thunder followed, reverberating like the roar of the heavens. This tremendous sound, akin to the hammer of a war god, further incapacitated the already faltering soldiers, compounding the casualties on the battlefield. Concealed along the shoreline, ZK bore witness to the scene, his heart shaken. The might of Long Ling's thunder was not only comparable to his own, but surpassed it. Reflecting on their earlier spar, it appeared Long Ling had only exerted a fraction of his strength. Now, it was clear that his true power was far more formidable than anticipated. Truly, there were greater forces beyond the heavens and dragons beyond men. At that moment, Tue Duo's face was clouded, his hair standing on end, wisps of black smoke rising from his head, yet his eyes shone with indomitable resolve. He stood defiantly, mountain-cleaving axe in hand, a statue of resilience upon the charred earth, prepared to resume the fight at any moment. However, where was the enemy who had just dealt him a crushing blow? His blood-red eyes scanned the battlefield, seeking any signs of unusual activity. Meanwhile, Guanlongzi remained poised for an attack, yet there was no movement. The aura felt wrong. It was not him. A group of shark spirits was attempting to form a formation with a contingent of reserves. The aura was still off. It was not them. A small cadre of shark spirits had just organized a fish-scale formation. Still not them. The soldiers on both sides, caught in the melee, were spontaneously forming small circular formations. They were not the ones either. The dragon that had been forced back into its original form was now hastily fleeing eastward, leaving behind a trail of swirling mist. The direction was wrong. The strength was insufficient. It was not him. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a low-ranking Qi practitioner rapidly approaching from the distant shore, occasionally striking down a couple of lower-tier soldiers. The direction was wrong. The power was also lacking. It was not him. Just as Tue Duo found himself puzzled, a silhouette of a dragon emerged from the thick clouds. The overwhelming aura, the familiar thunderous energy, instantly locked Tue Duo's gaze upon his target. Huh, it's him. It's him. He was the one who ambushed me with that thunder. Tue Duo propelled himself forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. Gripping the mountain-cleaving axe tightly, he prepared to strike at the dragon that had just attacked him. With a crack, another bolt of lightning shot forth. This time, however, Tue Duo was ready. He swung his axe, accurately cleaving the bolt in two, with a resounding boom. As a bright flash illuminated the scene, Tue Duo stood firm in midair, the arc of his axe still crackling with energy, seemingly unscathed. As that bolt of lightning dissipated without a trace, Long Ting, realizing the precariousness of his situation after failing to land a blow, swiftly turned and soared westward, seeking to escape the perilous battlefield. At that moment, Long Ba's golden gourd whistled through the air, hurtling towards Tue Duo's back, responding with remarkable agility. Tue Duo swung his divine axe, carving a graceful arc through the air as he struck at Long Ba's golden gourd. The clash of metal reverberated deafeningly. Long Ba felt an overwhelming force of thunderous energy emanating from the divine axe, striking at his heart and causing his entire being to shudder. Simultaneously, his golden gourd was sent flying from the impact, vanishing beyond the confines of the military camp. Chapter 42. The Battle of Yute City. Confrontation with Tue Duo Ha. Pathetic little ants. Tragic little ants. Tue Duo let out a piercing, maniacal laugh, raising the mountain-splitting divine axe high as his gaze fixated on Long Ba. At that moment, ZK finally traversed half the military camp, arriving at Tue Duo's location. Gripping his thunderblade tightly, he coldly glared at Tue Duo while calling out to Long Ba. Elder brother, quickly retrieve your weapon. Allow me to engage him for a while. Ha 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 ha, another fearless little ant has arrived? Tue Duo, emboldened by the skirmish, felt invigorated. Lamenting only that there were no worthy opponents present, it seemed merely an opportunity to stretch his muscles. At that juncture, Tue Duo yearned for a sufficiently formidable adversary to unleash his immense power. Reluctantly, he turned to face ZK, fully aware that one must never underestimate any foe, regardless of how insignificant they may appear. He resolutely adjusted his mindset, reminding himself not to belittle a rival simply because of their size. Once more, he firmly grasped the divine axe, raising it high above his head, preparing to crush this newcomer with the might of thunder. He aimed to demonstrate to ZK the insurmountable chasm that lay between them, ensuring that these feeble challengers comprehended the vast gulf that separated them from genuine strength. Are you the legendary General 2A Duo? Spare me your empty words. Just as 2A Duo was reveling in the battle, a newcomer who preferred taunts over action appeared, eliciting both annoyance and amusement from him. Without hesitation, he brandished his divine axe, poised to strike at Z Quebec. Without your head, let us see how much more you can chatter. Ah, you power-oriented fighters are rather brutish. Can't you boast a little to foster camaraderie before the fight? Zeke shook his head in jest while earnestly preparing for battle. Fully aware that Tuijuo was a powerhouse, Zeke opted for a strategy that favored evasion rather than direct confrontation. Thus, instead of engaging with a blade, he deftly retreated with his left foot, sidestepping Tuijuo's formidable strike. In an instant, he counterattacked, skillfully aiming his blade at Tuijuo's wrist. Unsurprisingly, the force of the divine axe was immense, with tremendous inertia, leaving Tuijuo unable to defend himself. However, Tuijuo, regarding the assaults from Zeke and his ilk with disdain, opted not to defend himself, as though inviting a mere tickle. This lack of caution caused Zeke's Thunderbolt Warblade to veer slightly, striking the long handle of Tuijuo's divine axe instead. ZK hastily pressed the thunder button, secretly cursing, "May the lightning not strike this fool, who aids the wicked." However, to his astonishment, Duo was indeed not electrocuted, not even a single spasm. Zeke's eyes widened in astonishment. Have I truly lost the ability to curse? I should have uttered a curse just now. May you be struck down by lightning, you foolish accomplice to tyranny. It turns out that Duo was wearing a pair of special gloves, which indeed shielded him from the peril of the electric current. ZK suddenly realized that the lightning strike from Longting earlier had also been neutralized by this glove. It was a seamless turn of events. With a thunderous roar, Zeke declared, "Since you have not been electrocuted, let us first sever your hand." He deftly slid the Thunderbolt Warblade down the axe handle, aiming directly at the right hand of Duo, who was gripping the axe. A dull thud echoed, but it was not the sound of the blade severing a wrist. Rather, it was the sound of the weapon striking against the gauntlet, thwarted. To his dismay, not only did he fail to sever Duo's wrist, but even the gauntlet remained intact, leaving Zeke astonished yet again. He realized he must approach this adversary with utmost seriousness and caution. In the brief moment Zeke was caught off guard, Duo seized the opportunity and delivered a fierce kick to his solar plexus. The force of this kick was akin to a thunderclap, propelling Zeke through the air like a cannonball, crashing into several soldiers and mercilessly bringing them down. Fortunately, thanks to the protective powers of the Xuanwu technique, Zeke emerged with no significant injuries. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang to his feet, raising the Thunderbolt Warblade once more, charging at Duo. Impossible. This mere insect has not perished? Duo mused in disbelief, shocked that not only had Zeke survived, but he seemed unscathed. As Duo grappled with this enigma, Zeke's blade sliced through the air, approaching Duo with remarkable speed. Duo hastily swung his axe to counter, but once again, he struck nothing but air. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and Duo felt a golden arrow, like lightning, darting toward his left eye. With no time to evade, he instinctively tilted his head slightly upward and bit down, only to hear a sharp snap. His excessive force had inadvertently bitten through the incoming golden projectile, but it was no arrow. It was a pair of copper chopsticks fired by Zeke, a gift from his master, the venerable Yang Ge Yao. To his utter dismay, they had been bitten in half by this beast. Setting aside Zeke's heartbreak and fury over the loss of his master's precious gift, Duo's body suddenly convulsed violently. In that moment, a tempest of lightning surged from all directions, descending like a torrential storm. Among this chaotic lightning were some that had been stored in the clouds by Longting, some that Long Jiushao had intended to use for an attack, but lost control of, drawn out by the copper chopsticks, and also some weaker thunderous energies accumulated by the soldiers under Longting and Long Jiushao. Additionally, a few bolts of natural lightning already present in the world contributed to this storm. The fiercest of all, however, was the bolt that Zeke had unleashed from his silver chopsticks, having released all the thunderous power contained within. As anticipated, Duo, the battle-hardened general, collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. His mouth had transformed into a charred abyss, emitting wisps of black smoke from the force of the lightning. Did he still wish to speak? As his lips barely moved, charred fragments began to fall from his mouth. In that moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence, as if the very air had solidified, all due to this sudden and unforeseen turn of events. ZK then leapt onto a war chariot, his stature upright, the white robe billowing gently in the night breeze. He took a deep breath, gathering his inner strength, his voice resonant and righteous, echoing across the battlefield. Men act. Heaven observes. Those who assist tyranny shall surely face divine retribution. His gaze pierced through the battlefield, and the once fierce black-scaled soldiers now bowed their heads, their weapons weakly planted into the ground. Then, Zeke continued, saying, as the saying goes, a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. It is never too late to return to the righteous path. Brothers of the black-scaled army, reflect upon the absurd tasks you have been assigned. Helping others to abduct their wives? Consider your own wives and children. Lay down the butcher's blade you wield against others' families. These words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of many soldiers in the black-scaled army, prompting them to cast aside their weapons and, in accordance with protocol, raise their hands and surrender, kneeling upon the ground. Naturally, there were also some soldiers who, with contempt etched upon their faces, distanced themselves slightly from those yielding. After all, they were the mightiest army in the world, the black-scaled army. How could they possibly surrender? Suddenly, several officers of the black-scaled army erupted in fury, attempting to strike down those who had surrendered. However, their intentions were swiftly detected by a few powerful members of the Dragon clan, who, in an instant, eliminated the officers just as they were poised to attack, blood spilling on the battlefield. At that moment, a sharp call rang out, piercing the silence of the war-torn field. A young officer dashed towards Tue Duo, throwing himself upon him. The brothers of Zeke and the Dragon people were momentarily taken aback, perhaps out of admiration for the loyalty displayed by the young officer. For a brief moment, no one made the decision to immediately eliminate him. However, none could have anticipated that both the young officer and Tue Duo seemed to be consumed by a mysterious force, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only a small pile of sand, oddly standing in the space where they had disappeared. Chapter 43. The Battle of Ute City. The celebration feast. As the battle concluded, the perspective shifted back to the protagonist. On Dragon King Island, in the Central Prairie, a grand celebration feast was being held in high spirits. An array of exquisite spirit fruits and wines, alongside visually tempting delicacies, adorned the tables, emanating an alluring fragrance. Under the mingling of stars and moonlight, the bonfire blazed brightly, with cups clinking and laughter resonating throughout the air. Guan Longxian stood on the grand stage, his voice booming as he proclaimed, "Last night, we embarked on our first expedition from Dragon King Island. United in purpose and valiant in battle, we entirely eradicated the vile black-scale army of Ute City, achieving a glorious victory. Therefore, I declare that every being on the island who has reached the 2nd level of cultivation or the 7th level of chi refinement shall receive a spirit stone. Let us celebrate together." His words elicited a fervent cheer from the crowd. As the clamor subsided, Guan Longxian continued, with the righteous winds of valor soaring. "We shall not regret the lengths of our lives. Yet, some brothers have sacrificed themselves for the island, and their loss fills us with profound sorrow. Thus, I solemnly announce that each family of the fallen will receive 10 strings of shell coins and 10 spirit stones as consolation. Furthermore, the Elder Council has resolved to establish a spirit hall on the westernmost edge of the island, to forever commemorate the souls who gave their lives for Dragon King Island." Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. Indeed, the courage and spirit of the fallen should be cherished. Some gazed with resolute eyes, others wept, while some bowed in gratitude. Guan Longxian further declared, "In this battle, Elder Ji has calculated everyone's military contributions. For each black-scale soldier slain, an additional 2 spirit stones will be rewarded. For each black-scale commander eliminated, an extra 100 spirit stones will be granted. However, one of our brothers mistakenly injured a surrendering soldier, and thus shall forfeit 2 spirit stones." This announcement sparked another wave of cheers, as such a system of military merit was legendary in itself. In this battle, Brother Quangren maintained his composure in the face of danger, voluntarily assuming the responsibilities of Brother Longba, leading the second wave of assault with the Shark Shadow Squad. Achieving significant results, and receiving an additional 100 spirit stones, officially being promoted to the rank of Pioneer of the Water Forces, equivalent to a commander, with his unit expanded to 216 beings. Facing this honor, Kwangren stepped forward with pride, offering his respectful thanks. In this battle, the brothers Longdao and Longba exhibited bravery against formidable foes, being officially appointed as commanders of the Land Combat Division, with the division comprising 4 battalions totaling 864 beings, including a vanguard battalion of 216 beings. The two brothers Longba approached, filled with gratitude. In this battle, the brothers Longting led the charge, breaking through 2A Duo's defenses, and received an additional reward of 50 spirit stones, officially appointed as the captain of Thunder Team 1, equivalent to a commander, with a unit of 72 dragonlings. Longting also stepped forward to express his gratitude. The brothers Jiao Shao displayed valor as well, receiving 50 additional spirit stones and being appointed as the captain of Thunder Team 2, with a unit of 72 dragonlings. The brothers Long Sui also demonstrated courage, receiving 50 spirit stones and being appointed as the captain of Zhu Rong Battalion, with a unit of 216 beings. In this battle, brothers Long Tu and Long Wei successfully completed their missions, each receiving 50 additional spirit stones and being appointed as captains of Special Team 1 and Special Team 2, respectively, with units of 24 beings each. The brothers Long Xiang also accomplished their mission, being appointed as the chief commander of the water forces, concurrently serving as the commander of the 1st Water Division, overseeing 3 divisions, each comprising 648 beings, with a vanguard battalion. Long Ting, Long Jiuxiu, Long Tu, Long Wei, Long Xiang, Long Yun, and Long Lin all stepped forward to express their thanks. In this battle, Elder Ji played a crucial role, however, during the planning. He underestimated 2A Duo's strength and overlooked the pivotal role of Sherlin's son, who excelled in earth manipulation, resulting in the escape of 2A Duo and Sherlin Sunday. Therefore, in light of his contributions and shortcomings, he would receive neither reward nor punishment. It is hoped that Elder Ji will learn from this experience and plan more thoroughly for future battles. In this battle, the one who achieved the greatest merit was undoubtedly Brother Zeke, who overcame 2A Duo, who was at least 8 levels above him. He is officially appointed as the Vice Island Master of Dragon King Island. As for his reward, Brother Zeke, please propose it yourself. What? Zeke was taken aback. He had not expected Guan Longxian to allow him to suggest his reward, but aside from wishing to protect Mashi and uncover the reasons behind the malfunction of the Sherluo Great Cauldron, he seemed to desire nothing else. We are already sworn brothers. Do not be modest. Speak, what do you wish for? As long as Dragon King Island can provide it, feel free to ask. Zeke did not genuinely wish to decline. Rather, he pondered what he truly needed. Suddenly, the thought of Yulan crossed his mind. He sincerely desired to have her accompany him. Yet she was merely at the 3rd level of the 2nd rank, unable to transform into a human form or leave the water. How splendid it would be to possess a water creature pouch. Thus, Zeke bowed and respectfully proposed, "Might I request a water creature pouch? This way, my little companion Yulan, whom I acquired recently, could remain by my side. Unlike now, when she is likely still waiting for me near the dock." Astonishment swept through the crowd. Zeke, having achieved such remarkable feats, requested nothing more than a humble water creature pouch in return, which left everyone incredulous. His humility and selflessness evoked a profound respect from many. Guan Longxian was momentarily taken aback and promptly commanded, Quickly, fetch Sister Yulan to the Dragon King Pool for the celebration banquet. It is my fault. I completely forgot that Brother Zeke has Sister Yulan waiting at the dock." Brother, it's no trouble. There's no need for Yulan to come," Zeke replied. Guan Longxian feigned a stern expression and insisted, "No, Sister Yulan must be invited. A brother cannot let down his elder." Then, rising with a hearty laugh, Guan Longxian declared, "Brother Zeke, I know precisely how to reward you." As he spoke, he removed the jade pendant from his waist and solemnly presented it to Zeke. "This pendant serves the function of a water creature pouch. Consider it your reward." "Thank you, elder brother." Zeke expressed his deep gratitude. This pendant, known as the celestial realm of Xuanji, can be controlled with spiritual power. I have removed my spiritual mark from it. You need only inscribe your own to utilize it. Following the guidance of Guan Longxian, Zeke successfully imprinted his spiritual mark upon the Xuanji fairyland, delving into its depths and finding himself utterly astonished. Before him lay an expansive sea, at the center of which floated an ethereal island. The island was adorned with verdant mountains, deep valleys, and meandering streams, where celestial cranes danced gracefully, and trees bore abundant spiritual fruits. The ground was carpeted with divine herbs, and the air was thick with spiritual essence. A time-honored palace stood serenely beside a waterfall, harmoniously blending with the surrounding landscape. This was, indeed, a spatial treasure. Zeke marveled in awe, fully aware that such a wondrous artifact was exceedingly rare. Even formidable beings from the true immortal realm or the Tai golden immortal realm would find it beyond their grasp, as it was typically the domain of the Deluo golden immortal. Zeke hastily bowed deeply to Guan Longxian once more, conveying his gratitude and humility. Such a precious treasure. How could I dare to accept it so easily? You are deserving of it, Guan Longxian proclaimed grandly with a wave of his hand. Chapter 44. The Battle of Yute City. Division of Peaks. After several rounds of drinking, Guan Longxian addressed the assembly. Today, my brothers, you shall officially assume the responsibility of forming your own armies. It is rather inconvenient for us all to be crowded on the main peak. After discussions among the elders, we have decided to reorganize our Dragon King Island. The main peak shall henceforth be named Gathering Justice Peak, serving as the core of our tribe, where the Island Lord's Palace and the Tribal Management Institution will be unified at the summit. Various cultivation facilities will be constructed on the slopes to aid our kin in their training. The second peak will be designated Elder Peak, intended for the daily lives and cultivation of the core elders, a vital guarantee for the stability and prosperity of our tribe. The third and fourth peaks shall be named Son of the Saint Peak and Daughter of the Saint Peak, respectively, overseen by the son and daughter of the saint to ensure their authority and dignity. Among the remaining 12 peaks, the western peak has already been established as the Spirit Memorial, thus it shall be called Spirit Peak. Given its proximity to the son of the Saint Peak, it will be managed by the son, with Brother Quangren in charge of specific administration. A military dock will be erected here, named Spirit Dock, with the naval command located at Spirit Dock to ensure robust maritime defenses. As for the other 11 peaks, each of you 10 brothers shall select half a peak. And mind you, it must be the half that overlooks the sea. Your daily living quarters and official spaces should be situated at the summit of your chosen peak, while other pavilions, buildings, and defensive structures must be constructed on the seaside. You may name them as you wish, build them independently, and manage them autonomously. Upon hearing this, Longba exclaimed excitedly, "Then my peak shall be named Longba Peak." "How pedestrian!" Longdao scoffed disdainfully. Longtu, curious, inquired, "Why do we only manage half a mountain peak?" "The other half has its own plans," Guan Longxian explained. "To facilitate management of the peaks, each brother may establish his own personal guard, but the size should not exceed a battalion." Longlin sighed in relief, joyfully stating, "That's splendid. I was just fretting over how to arrange all my subordinates." Guan Longxian continued, "As for the last remaining peak, it shall be named True Dragon Harbor, managed by Elder Long. Here, we will build a passenger and cargo dock, a pearl cultivation facility, and establish True Dragon Town, along with a marketplace for leisure, trade, and accommodating visiting merchants." Longba, hearing this, chuckled with delight. "That's a splendid idea. From now on, we can enjoy dining without leaving the island." Guan Longxian added, "Brothers, for the past 2 years, life has been relatively austere. Apart from meat, we have scarcely savored the delicacies of iron tree leaves and sago palm leaves. Hence, we have resolved to plant iron trees and sago palms extensively around the central grassland and on the seaside of the smaller peaks. Elder Lei, as the Grand Commissioner, will frequently patrol the island, and thus the task of planting and managing these flora will fall to him." Longsway reflected, "Indeed, it has been ages since I last tasted sago palm leaves. I do miss them." Longdao, however, had a differing preference and retorted, "Iron tree leaves have a better texture. Though, very well, the stream flowing from Longwang Pond shall henceforth be called Dragon Water, and the fertile land where dragon water meets the sea will be utilized to cultivate rice, millet, and vegetables for our human brethren. This endeavor will also fall under Elder Lei's management. This time, we have seized nearly 200 war chariots. The elders have decided to convert 150 of them into freight wagons, assigning them to the Yun Shi Yong Trading Company, which will also relocate its administrative office to Yute City, with Elder E continuing to oversee its affairs." Longting expressed some concern. "Will the Yun Shi Yong Guard Squadron be able to manage?" Guan Longxian smiled in response. "In the future, the Yun Shi Yong Guard Squadron will be expanded. If there are goods requiring special protection, Yun Xiong will compensate and request assistance from all brothers. That is fantastic. We must wish for Yun Xiong's business to flourish and prosper. Longba exclaimed eagerly. Brothers, all beings outside your command must be sent to engage in production and construction. We cannot rely solely on killing and plundering. In the past 2 years, the aquatic tribes in the Weihai have diminished significantly, and merchants passing through have notably decreased. Even the water level in Weihai has dropped nearly 3 feet. We must strive for self-sufficiency in production, engage in civilized commerce, and defend ourselves with strength, as this is our path to lasting survival. Hearing Guan Longshuan's words, Long Xiong, Long Yun, Long Tu, and Long Jiuxiu nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence, Long Ting, Long Dao, and Longba could no longer suppress their curiosity and asked, will there still be battles in the future? Guan Longxian smiled enigmatically. If there are no battles, why would we retain such a formidable army? Civilization is not synonymous with weakness. Our steadfast belief is, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one offends me, even from afar, they shall be punished. This is our bottom line. Ha ha ha, splendid. Even from afar, they shall be punished. I understand. It's not just about winning. It's about winning with reason. Long Dao could not help but laugh heartily, echoing his agreement. Boss, you truly have a remarkable vision. Seeing that there were no objections, Guan Longxian commanded loudly, all right, let us consult the map. Now, each of you may select your respective peaks. Following a fervent discussion, accompanied by some disputes and concessions, everyone chose the peaks they desired. The peak of Zeke is the easternmost one, theoretically allowing a distant view of the kingdom of Shur, a choice made by Longba. Given Longba's keen enthusiasm, Zeke entrusted him with the management of this mountain peak. Longba, in turn, selected the peak to the north of Zeke, which is relatively close to the future True Dragon Town, as he envisioned frequent visits for leisure and enjoyment. Long Dao chose the peak to the south of Zeke, also a selection made by Longba for him. Upon noticing that Zeke's peak was adjacent to his own, Long Xiao exclaimed with excitement, wow, we are neighbors from now on. Little sister, do come to seek guidance. Brother 11 must not keep any secrets. The young woman smiled in response, saying, sister, you jest. With your prowess, it is I who should seek your guidance. The dragon, filled with bravado, proclaimed, what significance does the height of one's cultivation hold? Brother Dao has taught me that in navigating the rivers and lakes, the most vital quality is wisdom. I merely aspire to transform into human form soon, to venture forth into the world and experience its wonders, so as not to squander this lifetime. As the night deepened, the joyous laughter of the celebration gradually faded away. ZK placed Yulan into the space jade pendant and returned to the guest room, yet sleep eluded him. There was no way to elevate his cultivation at the moment. The practice of the Qi Yu Xianwu skill had reached an impasse. Any attempt at cultivation would severely drain his internal energy, posing a significant risk of losing control. Additionally, he lacked the resources to break through the level of the Pai Shan Zhan Yun technique. For now, he could only gradually enhance the bloodline power of his Pai Xiu and Fei Lian. Reflecting on the past 2 days, he recalled Guan Longxian's ceremonious oath of brotherhood, generous rewards, and meticulous planning. Last night, the arrangement for the Battle of Yutai City was a masterstroke, orchestrated with the precision of a seasoned strategist. Tonight, he was laying the groundwork for the future development of Dragon King Island, showcasing extraordinary wisdom and governance. Particularly noteworthy was the establishment of the heroic Soul Shrine, with its generous compensation, which garnered considerable admiration, hinting at the emergence of a formidable sovereign. Perhaps there were aspects that felt somewhat insincere, but that jade pendant space was indeed a priceless treasure. Guan Longxian might very well be a true dragon temporarily confined to Dragon King Island. Once he takes flight, he would surely astonish the world. ZK could not help but silently marvel, a complex sense of admiration quietly blossoming in his heart. However, he knew he must bid farewell to his elder brother Guan Long at dawn. He needed to promptly arrange his itinerary to the south, and then hasten back to El City. What of Momo and Shiryu? They should be safe, as Zhao Liang was still searching for him. Yet, he wondered how they had been feeling these past few days. Had their moods improved? And he remained concerned about Uncle Gu's injury. When they parted, Uncle Gu's condition was quite serious, and he hoped for his swift recovery. Furthermore, he hoped his storage ring had not been found by anyone. His mother must be worried about him, given that he had not returned home in such a long time. Additionally, he needed to investigate the matter of the Great Cauldron and register for the Zhan Xianlin selection. Chapter 45. Break in Zhongwang City, at the Lord's Manor. A young man in his 20s sat in the main seat. He was tall and imposing, with unruly golden curls shimmering with a rebellious light. His clear blue eyes were as deep as the ocean, and his high nose accentuated his aura of valor. Clad in a luxurious silk robe, with a golden belt cinched at his waist, he exuded an air of nobility. This was Zhao Liang's legitimate eldest son, Zhao Duo, whose name in the language of the Ghost Nation meant grateful dog, symbolizing loyalty and bravery. Are you two fools? Zhao Duo roared with barely contained fury, pointing at the respectfully standing Huang Long Daoist and the aloof Su Ji Xianzi. You pride yourselves on being strong. Yet today you cannot even capture a mere qi refinement stage child. Utterly useless. Huang Long Daoist cautiously lowered his head to respond. Young master, please calm your anger. That boy has already broken through to the late stage of the mortal-immortal realm. His strength is not to be underestimated. Huh. Zhao Duo sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Mortal-immortal realm? First stage? You think you're a true immortal? You're at least 12 stages apart, and you tell me you can't subdue him? You are a disgrace among true immortals. Trash among cultivators. Huang Long Daoist hurriedly defended. No, young master, permit me to explain. That boy cultivates the power of thunder, which naturally counters my water attribute technique, making it difficult for me to handle. Zhao Duo's fury intensified. Don't you understand that one strength can overpower 10 techniques? In the face of a counter, you should crush them with sheer power. You two have utterly disappointed me. Mere trash among trash. Su Ji Xianzi, who had been standing coldly to the side, could no longer endure Zhao Duo's incessant insults. She stepped forward, effortlessly grasped Zhao Duo by the neck and lifted him with ease, her eyes gleaming with a chilling light as her voice turned cold and resolute. Watch your tongue, you golden-haired fool. Otherwise, I shall show you no mercy. Seeing this, Zhao Duo's guards immediately drew their swords, forming a tight encirclement around Huang Long Daoist and Su Ji Xianzi, the atmosphere thick with tension as if facing a formidable enemy. Yet Su Ji Xianzi remained unfazed, sneering. Do you think you can stop me with just this? The leading guard took a deep breath, attempting to ease the tension, and politely spoke. Goddess, please calm down. Let's speak civilly. Could you kindly release the young master? Su Ji Xianzi, calm and composed, with unwavering resolve, showed no concern for the consequences of releasing Zhao Duo. Thus, she did not respond, merely snorting disdainfully and casually tossed Zhao Duo towards the guard leader. The guard leader and his companions, caught off guard, hastily discarded their swords, scrambling to catch Zhao Duo, creating a rather clumsy scene. Let us leave, Su Ji Xianzi declared, weary of this place of discord. Refusing to linger for even a moment longer, addressing Huang Long Daoist with a cold voice. Where to? Huang Long Daoist questioned, a flicker of surprise and confusion crossing his face. With a gentle wave of her whisk, Su Ji Xianzi gazed at the vast open sky beyond the door. The world is vast, anywhere is fine. Huang Long Daoist stepped forward, pleading with his eyes. Junior sister, let us stay and continue to serve Lord Zhao. Surely, we will soar to great heights and enjoy the world's splendor in the future. Brother, Su Ji Xianzi interrupted, her voice filled with disappointment and sorrow. When did you become so enamored with power and wealth? Seeing her reaction, Huang Long Daoist's tone grew more earnest. Junior sister, I hope you will share in it all with me. You are so disappointing. Su Ji Xianzi interjected, unwilling to listen further. With regret and anguish, she cast one last deep glance at Huang Long Daoist before resolutely turning away, leaving behind a solitary yet steadfast figure. Stop! Zhao Duo clutched his painfully throbbing neck. Roaring in anger, his face contorted with rage. Have that wretch ground to a pulp. Leave not a trace. Upon hearing Zhao Duo's command, the guards hesitated, trembling as they raised their swords again, encircling Su Ji Xianzi, yet their hands shook uncontrollably, clearly daunted by the prospect of confronting this unfathomably powerful immortal. Su Ji Xianzi turned calmly, her eyes sparkling like cold stars, glaring at Zhao Duo with an intent to kill, as if one thought could seal his fate. In the wake of Zhao Duo's roar, Huang Long Daoist paused momentarily, then turned to Su Ji Xianzi, his voice laced with both pleading and temptation. Junior sister, why are you so stubborn? Stay with us. Following Lord Zhao, you will have endless prospects, soaring to greatness, wealth, and honor within reach. However, Su Ji Xianzi seemed not to hear his words. She did not cast a glance in his direction, simply resolutely turning away, continuing her exit. As Su Ji Xianzi stepped through the door, the guards who had previously surrounded her were forced to follow her lead, their eyes filled with fear. Unwilling to strike at this formidable figure, Huang Long Daoist, Zhao Duo, noticing Huang Long Daoist's hesitance, once again bellowed angrily, his voice laced with impatience. Huang Long Daoist slightly turned his head towards Su Ji Xianzi, his tone carrying a sense of resolve and helplessness. Junior sister, if you refuse to heed my counsel, do not blame me for being heartless. Upon finishing his words, Huang Long Daoist took a deep breath, instantly transforming into a figure of solemnity and gravitas. As if all the forces of the universe converged upon him, he proclaimed with fervor, I command, let there be water. Upon hearing this signature incantation from Huang Long Daoist before he unleashed his powers, the steps of the Void Tranquility Fairy halted abruptly. Her body trembled slightly before she slowly turned around. Her eyes were a tumult of complex emotions, surprise, anger, confusion, and disappointment entwined together. Huang Long Daoist paid no heed to the reaction of the Void Tranquility Fairy and bellowed once more, I command, let the water swirl. A massive vortex gradually materialized in the air. Bah! The Void Tranquility Fairy could no longer contain her inner fury. She spat contemptuously towards Huang Long Daoist, her voice quivering yet resolute. I must have been blind to misjudge you. Huang Long Daoist seemed oblivious to her disdain. He closed his eyes tightly, fully concentrating on his spell, his voice growing even louder. I command, let the water spin with haste. Twist this obstinate woman into. However, just as the frenzied column of water was about to reach the Void Tranquility Fairy, she suddenly exclaimed, rippling azure waves. Instantly, a clear wave of water radiated from her, merging with Huang Long Daoist's spiraling column, intertwining with the vortex. Around them, Zhao Duo, the guards, and the servants felt their minds swirl, a wave of dizziness overwhelming them, causing them to stagger and collapse. Huang Long Daoist began to sway as well. The vortex he summoned shattered, crashing down in a torrential downpour, submerging the Lord's mansion and nearby dwellings beneath a deluge. After a brief moment, Zhao Duo gradually regained consciousness. The instant his gaze fell upon Huang Long Daoist, rage ignited within him. Though his voice was weak, it carried unmistakable ire. You! Get out! You worthless wretch! Huang Long Daoist hastily defended himself. No, young master. Please allow me to explain. My junior sister possesses formidable mental strength. Her previous attack was of a psychic nature, which naturally counters our elemental cultivation. Indeed, it was exceedingly challenging for me to contend with. Zhao Duo weakly scoffed. So the most useless among the useless, the dregs of dregs, is merely you, not including the Void Tranquility Fairy. Huang Long Daoist's expression turned serious as he retorted, young master, please refrain from such reckless words. In a fair duel, I am equally matched with your esteemed father. Zhao Duo struggled to lift his head, glancing at Huang Long Daoist, chuckling briefly before turning to the captain of the guards with cold authority. From today onward, confine this old Daoist to the woodshed, serving him cold meals and stale leftovers. The captain of the guards respectfully acknowledged, yes, and discreetly cast a glance at Huang Long Daoist. Then, Zhao Duo continued, quickly, send a message by carrier pigeon to my father. We must summon General Tue Duo to assist us against the encirclement of Zhang Wang. Otherwise, we shall not succeed. The captain of the guards promptly replied, understood. I shall attend to it at once. With that, the captain of the guards seized the reluctant Huang Long Daoist, who seemed on the verge of protest, and swiftly exited the hall. Chapter 46. A dire situation in Lu City. Within the study of the newly appointed ruler of the Shi Kingdom, Shirgu, 5 core elders of the Shi clan convened at his summons. Shirgu wore a broad smile as he turned his gaze to Elder Feihua, praising, your precious son is truly remarkable. He has even injured 2 formidable beings of the true immortal realm. It is said he showed mercy, merely drinking their blood without taking their lives. Were it not for my son Zeke receiving the true teachings from the ancestor Kuei Niu and the assistance from Elder Zhu Ding and Lord Yuan Hong, I fear I would be mourning a son lost to darkness. Elder Feihua's face revealed a hint of coldness as she replied with a dismissive snort. Noticing her demeanor, Shirgu quickly reassured, Elder Feihua, we certainly understand your concerns. However, circumstances compel us to sometimes make concessions. After all, our arms cannot twist against a mighty thigh. Although we could not send aid to Zeke and the Holy Sun, we successfully persuaded Zhao Yang that should he find Zeke or the Holy Sun, he would only inquire about Mo's whereabouts and guarantee their safety. Elder Fei Hua scoffed derisively. Do you truly believe the promises of that dog, Zhao Yang? Shigu furrowed his brow slightly, patiently explaining, at the very least. Zhao Yang has indeed refrained from openly capturing Zeke in broad daylight and subjecting him to torture for information, has he not? Elder Fei Hua remained troubled, her brow furrowing as she firmly stated, I remain unconvinced. I wish to personally lead 2,000 troops to search for Zeke and ensure his safety. Furthermore, I suggest we dispatch people to seek the Holy Son and Holy Daughter immediately. Shigu sighed, nodding in understanding. I comprehend your urgency for Zeke's safety. Yet, this is not the optimal moment. We must temporarily cooperate with Zhao Yang to avoid provoking him further, lest the situation worsen. Elder Fei Hua rose in anger, demanding, are we to merely submit to Zhao Yang's whims? Did you gather us here merely for idle chatter? Shigu inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he replied, Elder Fei Hua, please remain calm. We ought to be grateful for the commotion Zeke has stirred in Shui City and Zhongwang City, which has successfully drawn Zhao Yang's attention, granting us this rare respite, allowing us to deliberate freely. Shigu scanned the room, his eyes reflecting deep concern as he continued. Zhao Yang remains here because he has yet to locate Mo Shi. However, bound by our limited resources and intelligence, we are unable to assist him in finding her. In fact, many among us secretly hope he does not find her. Yet, if he were to linger in the Shi Kingdom for 2 or 3 years, what dire straits would we face? More gravely, in pursuit of Mo Shi, Zhao Yang has summoned 3,000 infantry, 300 charioteers, and an additional 1,000 able-bodied men from the Xiaohou clan. Along with his original forces, the Xiaohou army now exceeds 5,000 troops stationed in the Shi Kingdom. They consume our provisions daily. And with the previous losses we incurred and the destruction of many crops due to the war, I must not conceal from you all, our granaries are rapidly depleting. According to Elder Shi Tsang's calculations, even accounting for the grain Elder Shi Huang can procure, we shall face a 2-month famine before the autumn harvest. This presents a severe challenge, and we must urgently find a solution. Shigu's words reverberated heavily in the study, causing all present to turn their gazes towards Elder Shi Tsang, who solemnly nodded in affirmation of the dire situation regarding food shortages, confirming that they would face a 2-month famine crisis before the autumn harvest. This news deeply troubled every elder in attendance. Thus, after careful consideration, I believe if we can cleverly orchestrate events causing Zhao Yang to be compelled to depart due to unrest in other clans or states, we could not only conserve precious food, but also gain greater freedom of action. Shigu's eyes gleamed with wisdom. For instance, we might contemplate launching an expedition against a small nation, consuming their resources for 2 months, and then seizing grain for another 2 months, enabling us to weather this crisis safely. Upon concluding, Shigu's profound gaze swept across the assembly, as if penetrating the hearts of each individual, discerning their current thoughts and emotions. Elder Shi Xian, after hearing this, stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. This plan is feasible. It can resolve our immediate predicament and buy the Shi clan time to navigate through this crisis. Elder Shi Tsang remained silent, his expression heavy as he gazed at the assembly. Elders Fei Hua and Shi Lu also furrowed their brows in silence, acutely aware that this was a formidable decision. General Shi Qi rose, cupping his hands in salute to the assembly, articulating his perspective. For an ordinary small nation, I am confident in our ability to conquer effortlessly. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that this might unjustly transfer our calamities onto others, leaving me deeply unsettled. Upon hearing General Shi Qi express his inner turmoil, Elders Fei Hua and Shi Lu turned their attention towards Shigu, eager to discern his stance. Aware that all eyes were once again fixed upon him, Shigu spoke solemnly, I comprehend your concerns. If our intention is merely to seize the resources of another nation to alleviate our own plight, I must firmly oppose such actions. However, if we were to adopt an alternative approach, assisting the oppressed citizens of small nations in resisting tyranny and providing them with sustenance, what then? General Shi Qi, taken aback, gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide as he processed this revelation. After a moment, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, Is it truly possible? My lord, please indicate which nation's citizens are suffering, and I shall lead our forces to restore their justice. Elders Fei Hua, Shi Lu, and Shi Tsang nodded in agreement. Seeing the consensus among the assembly, Gu continued. Thus, I propose the following. First, concerning the whereabouts of the Holy Maiden, we are currently powerless and must remain vigilant, acting as circumstances dictate. Elder Xian will continue his daily liaison with Zhao Liang to ensure we are abreast of the latest developments. Second, should the Holy Sun and ZK be located by Zhao Liang, we must arrange for witnesses to observe their discussions, safeguarding our interests. This matter should also fall under Elder Xian's purview. Third, in this critical juncture for our survival, stability within our borders is paramount. Should any disturbances arise, I implore you to inform me promptly, akin to the recent misunderstanding that nearly incited rebellion in Shui City and Ling City. Had we been a moment slower in our awareness, the consequences would have been dire. Fourth, Elder Zixio has been providing support to Brother Zhu Gui for nearly 3 months, with no word thus far. I recommend dispatching an additional 200 war chariots. And after resolving the disputes with the Yi clan, persuading Brother Zhu Gui to provoke a conflict with the Jing clan, potentially inciting a great war. This is a matter of great importance, and Elder Feihua is the most suitable candidate for this task. Fifth, the ruler of Gufang Kingdom, Gubo, has been tyrannical, leading to widespread suffering among his people. We could emulate Zhao Liang's tactics, sending 1,000 war chariots in alliance with the Yin and Shang clans to launch a surprise assault on Gufang, thereby enticing the Xiahou clan to dispatch troops in their aid while simultaneously acquiring the provisions we require for this autumn. General Shi is undoubtedly the most fitting choice for this significant responsibility. What are your thoughts on these 5 strategies? If you agree, please raise your hands. If you have objections, I welcome your elaborations. The assembly raised their hands in unanimous approval, save for Elder Feihua, who expressed, I wish to wait for ZK to return before we set forth. Gu furrowed his brow and spoke candidly. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to wait. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Feihua insisted, at the very least, we must prepare thoroughly. I propose we depart in 10 days. Gu resolutely countered, we must depart within 7 days, lest the consequences be unfathomable. After careful consideration, Elder Feihua ultimately resolved, very well, if ZK returns safely, I shall depart in 7 days. Gu nodded slightly, concluding, in that case, let this matter be finalized, and I hope you all make the necessary arrangements. Within the study, a long-awaited spirit of unity and collaboration began to coalesce, forming a formidable force. This may herald the dawn of a new era of solidarity, as the nation of Shi faces its trials together. Chapter 47. The desire for shell coins in Pai City, a border town in the southern region of the Shi Kingdom. Within a private chamber of the Guanhai Inn, ZK, having altered his appearance with Yuan power, engaged in a battle of wits with the waiter delivering wine and dishes. Haggling fiercely, 2 strings of shell coins. ZK asserted resolutely. The waiter, however, stood his ground. 5 strings of shell coins. ZK remained resolute, asserting, no, this matter does not warrant 5 strings. 2 strings, and not a single one more. The waiter's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. Do you think I am unaware? Such negotiations can easily cost one their head. 5 strings, no less. Faced with the waiter's cunning, ZK had no choice but to concede once more. Then let it be 3 strings. Yet the waiter shook his head persistently. For strings, this is my bottom line. I have other matters to attend to. If you find this unacceptable, then I suggest you seek another. Regarding such negotiations, ZK believed it imperative to reach an agreement, lest secrets be leaked. Surely, it would not suffice to offer a silencing fee if the deal fell through. Reluctantly, ZK acquiesced once more. Very well, for strings it shall be. We have an accord. A promise is a promise. After ZK conveyed the necessary precautions, the waiter stood, bowing respectfully as he addressed him. You must be the esteemed ZK himself, am I right? I sincerely wish that you and the saintly maiden may successfully escape this place and soar to freedom. I extend my heartfelt wishes for your enduring union, and that all lovers find their happiness. Such a clever fellow. ZK silently chastised, as he opened the door to see the waiter out, replying coolly, you are overthinking this. Once the waiter departed, ZK gazed at the solitary string of shell coins remaining, his brow furrowing in dismay. He had just negotiated with the first witness and already expended 4 strings. This unexpected expenditure left him feeling powerless. Alas, had he known, he would not have hidden his storage ring. At this moment, for the first time in his life, ZK felt an intense yearning for shell coins. How could he possibly acquire more? In Pi City, where the terrain was flat and devoid of even a modest peak, it seemed unlikely that any bandit would stake a claim on the land. He could not possibly sell any of his possessions, could he? His Thunderbolt battle blade, the Celestial Punishment demon cage, and the silver chopsticks. Each was irreplaceable. He wondered if Yulan possessed sufficient shell coins. As a water creature, how many coins could she possibly have? They had little need for such currency. Perhaps Yulan had something of value to sell? But alas, she lacked even a weapon. What could she possibly offer? ZK chuckled at his own folly, pondering such trivialities. After all, he was Yulan's master, yet he felt incredibly inept in his role. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, presenting a somewhat plausible idea. Perhaps there were items of worth within the jade pendant space? Particularly within that palace which he had yet to explore, it might harbor valuable treasures. Thus, ZK placed the jade pendant beneath his pillow, focused his thoughts, and entered the pendant's realm. At that moment, Yulan languidly reclined on the shallow beach near the island's edge, an expression of mild exasperation in her eyes. Upon witnessing ZK's sudden appearance, she mustered her spirits, weakly lamenting, "Master, I am so hungry. This sea holds not even a single fish or shrimp." "Really?" ZK exclaimed in astonishment, plunging into the water to survey his surroundings. Indeed, apart from rocks and gravel, there was not a single trace of seaweed or aquatic plants. ZK gently touched his head and sighed helplessly. "Well, let us do this. You first pick some spiritual fruits to satiate your hunger and endure for a few hours. I shall take you back to Wei Hai, where you can feast to your heart's content. We will also catch many small fish and shrimp to keep here, so you will never have to worry about food again." "Really? I am immensely grateful, Master." Yulan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of joy, but soon turned to worry as she added, "It would be even better if I could bring my sister here. Then I would not feel so lonely." "Your sister? How can we possibly find her? What is her name? What is her cultivation level?" ZK inquired with curiosity. A fleeting sadness crossed Yulan's eyes as she sighed. "We are without a fixed abode and may never see her again." Before she could finish her sentence, tears, as crystalline as the royal sturgeon, rolled down her cheeks. "Alas! Do not cry, do not cry." Upon witnessing the scene, ZK could not help but feel a pang of anxiety, rendered somewhat at a loss. It was astonishing that such a fierce creature as a fish spirit could shed tears. Nevertheless, he resolved to offer some comfort. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath, striving to soften his tone, and said, "Once you have attained human form, I shall assist you in locating your sister. I firmly believe you will be able to find her." Upon hearing this, Yulan finally ceased her weeping, expressing her gratitude to ZK through her lingering sobs. With a powerful push of his foot, ZK leapt gracefully towards the imposing palace nestled halfway up the mountain. However, he felt a twinge of regret for not being able to leap farther. Just then, a miracle occurred. His jump carried him nearly twice the distance of before, as though he had transcended the boundaries of space itself. This revelation ignited within him a profound yearning. He envisioned the exhilarating freedom of soaring through the skies like the formidable beings of the celestial realms. Astonishingly, his desire materialized once more, and he found himself truly flying. "Ha ha!" ZK laughed with uncontainable joy. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, his exhilaration quickly turned to despair as he plummeted from a height of over 4 zhang, crashing into the underbrush below with a resounding thud. Zeke struggled to rise from the thicket, pondering intently the intricate cause and effect of the recent events. Was this a manifestation of mental control? Thus, he focused his thoughts, and indeed, in an instant, Zeke found himself at the palace gates. With another flicker of his mind, he soared into the air, gliding gracefully above. Once more, he concentrated, and a spiritual fruit materialized in his hand. With yet another thought, the fruit floated effortlessly before Yulan's gaze. Zeke smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with newfound understanding. So it is. He attempted to extend his consciousness, and indeed, he could perceive the intricate details of every corner of this space, and the range of his exploration far exceeded that of the outside world. A profound sense of wonder filled his heart. The magic within this jade pendant's realm seemed to await his discovery and utilization. Thus, Zeke meticulously examined the palace with his consciousness. The hall exuded majesty, the study radiated elegance, the wine cellar was fragrant, the tea room was tranquil, the chess room was refined, and the bedroom was cozy. Each area emanated an extraordinary aura. However, to his disappointment, Although the palace was replete with rooms and furnishings, it lacked treasures such as gold, silver, or jewels that would facilitate trade. Apart from two meticulously crafted jade chess pieces and a set of jade wine utensils, which glistened with a soft luster, clearly not of mundane origin, there was little of value. Very well. I shall seek a marketplace or shop to see if I can sell this jade wine set in exchange for some shells. If I do not devise a way to earn these shells, survival will become impossible. With this thought, Zeke focused his intent and instantly appeared in the guest room. Swiftly adorned the jade pendant, inquired about the direction, and strode towards the eastern marketplace. Although the prosperity of Piqing does not rival that of Luqing or Xueqing, the streets were still abuzz with life. Merchants flowed in and out, and the crowds bustled with vigor and vitality. Yet, such individuals were ubiquitous. There was no escaping them. Just as a small group of mounted men thundered past him, one of them, caught off guard, lashed his whip, striking Zeke unexpectedly. Chapter 48. The first family of Piqing on his way to the eastern gate market of Pizhou. Zeke was unexpectedly struck on the body by a robust man wielding a leather whip. Initially intending to proceed discreetly, Zeke found himself unable to contain his fury at this sudden assault, and with a swift motion, he hurled a brick that sent the man crashing to the ground. The man writhed in agony, groaning painfully as he struggled to rise, yet he found himself unable to get back on his feet. Noticing the commotion, the other mounted individuals hastily reined in their steeds and turned towards Zeke, encircling him. The surrounding townsfolk quickly retreated, but could not suppress their curiosity as they gathered nearby. They whispered among themselves, their voices laced with concern and sympathy for Quebec. This young man is in for trouble. He must have landed himself in a serious predicament for daring to strike a member of the Tao family. Clearly, it was the mounted man who instigated the confrontation. This lad was left with no choice. You must be an outsider. The Tao family is the most powerful clan in Pizhou. Even the city lord must tread carefully around them. They have always acted with impunity, and no one dares to provoke them. Impulsiveness is a devil, and youth comes at a price, the onlookers murmured amongst themselves. At that moment, the leader of the horsemen raised his whip and pointed it menacingly at Zeke, exclaiming, "Have you eaten the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? How dare you lay hands on a member of the Tao family in Pizhou? If you do not receive a lesson today, you might truly believe that the Tao family is a mere paper tiger." He was a formidable warrior with a cultivation level of the third stage of the mortal-immortal realm, his words dripping with threat and rage. While his gaze pierced Zeke like a sharpened blade, the atmosphere around them seemed to thicken, a palpable aura of intimidation enveloping the crowd. Confronted by the encirclement of these horse-riding brutes, Zeke remained composed and declared, "That punch earlier has settled our score. You may leave. I harbor no desire to be your enemy." The leader of the mounted men, with a flicker of disdain in his eyes, coldly retorted, "Whoever strikes me shall not escape unscathed. You foolhardy child." With that, he swung his whip, intending to lash out at Quebec. However, as the whip arced through the air, it slipped from his grasp and landed in Zeke's hands. Utilizing the divine ape's cloud-seeking technique, Zeke had effortlessly seized the whip. "Once again, I do not wish to confront you, but should you continue your tyranny and aggression, do not blame me for being ungracious." Zeke's voice resonated, deep and powerful, each word striking like a hammer. "How dare you?" The leader, now visibly enraged, unsheathed his curved blade with a clang and bellowed, "Brothers, charge." Alas, how difficult it is to maintain a low profile, Zeke mused, as he summoned the prison toad's Xuanwu technique, grasping the thunderblade, ready for battle. Just then, another formidable group arrived, marching with great authority. "Who dares to cause a ruckus here, blocking my young master's path?" a fierce horseman demanded, galloping forward. A formidable being of the sixth realm of the mortal immortal. Zeke felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps he could redirect the conflict towards these two factions. The newcomers clearly possessed greater strength, boasting at least 40 members, and their leader was 3 realms more powerful. Moreover, the luxurious palanquin they carried suggested that its occupant was of remarkable stature. Indeed, the earlier aggressor hastily dismounted and knelt before the approaching figure, hands clasped in respect. However, his words astonished Zeke. "I report to Elder June. A mere second realm mortal immortal has injured one of my men, and I was about to teach him a lesson when you arrived. Oh, quickly deal with him. Do not keep the young master waiting, lest you ruin his enjoyment." What kind of Elder June is this, allowing such unruly behavior to go unchecked? In a state of urgency, ZK called out to Elder June. Alas, Elder June, I beseech you to discern the truth. It was they who first lashed me with a whip without cause. How can you allow them to continue their misdeeds without inquiry? However, Elder June paid no heed to ZK's plea and instead turned his horse back towards the newly arrived group. The earlier horseman waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to proceed with their actions. Thus, the remaining 5 mounted men brandished their curved blades, charging menacingly towards Quebec. Was this still the territory of the Sure Kingdom? Without time for contemplation, ZK knew he had to act. These 5 men, all at the 9th level of Qi refinement, were not to be underestimated. Yet to conceal his identity, ZK refrained from unleashing his thunderous might. Instead, he adeptly dodged their strikes, employing the mountain-splitting and cloud-cleaving technique. With just 3 swift moves, he cleaved through their horses' legs, causing them to scream in agony and tumble from their mounts. Despite their fall, the 5 robust men did not concede defeat and resolutely chose to engage in ground combat. Mere moments later, all 6 brawny figures, including their leader, lay defeated at ZK's swift blade, writhing in pain on the ground. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, he restrained himself from consuming their vitality. Among the newly arrived group, a youthful man, approximately 18 or 19 years of age, with an imposing presence, leaned towards Elder June and inquired, "Is he truly like me, at the pinnacle of the 2nd level of mortal-immortal realm?" No concealment. Elder June respectfully responded, "Indeed. Noble sir, he too is at the peak of the 2nd level of the mortal-immortal realm, and in my estimation, he has not concealed his prowess." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of battle intent flashed in the young man's eyes as he nodded slightly. "Very well. I shall trouble you, Elder June, to support me in this endeavor. I wish to confront him." "Noble sir, you must be cautious," Elder June warned with concern. He effortlessly injured Lin Meng by surpassing 2 levels in strength. His abilities should not be underestimated. The young man smiled faintly, exuding confidence. "Do I not possess the capacity to engage effortlessly across 3 levels as well?" Elder June, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, understood that the young man's so-called ability to surpass 3 levels was merely a result of his family's guards intentionally holding back. Nevertheless, he hesitated before cautioning, "Please, noble sir, exercise utmost caution. Should you find yourself unable to prevail, retreat promptly." This young noble, known as Tao Rue, was the eldest son of the Tao family. Unbeknownst to him, he possessed little actual combat experience, his strength merely reflecting that of an ordinary peak practitioner of the 2nd level of the mortal-immortal realm. Thus, Elder June, unwilling to take any chances, commanded 20 archers to take aim at ZK, prepared to shoot at a moment's notice to safeguard young Master Tao. Another squadron of cavalry stood ready for a sudden charge, ensuring a comprehensive strategy. Unaware of these preparations, young Master Tao dismounted, approached ZK, and with a courteous bow stated, "I am Tao Rue. May I inquire your esteemed name? Who dared to injure my guard by surpassing his level?" It dawned upon ZK that these individuals were all connected. Yet, since this young noble spoke with courtesy, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. Thus, ZK returned the gesture, "I am Yulan." ZK is currently reluctant to reveal his identity easily. Tao Rue chuckled heartily and said, "Brother Yulan, if you can withstand 3 of my moves without defeat, I shall appoint you as the captain of my guard." Zeke declined politely, expressing gratitude for the gentleman's goodwill, but noted that he was accustomed to the leisurely life of the Jianghu and might find it difficult to comply. Tao Rue laughed heartily, finding the situation amusing, and prepared to engage in combat with Zeke. Just as Tao Rue was poised for action, a heart-wrenching voice interrupted them. "My daughter, Ashio," an elderly man, his face etched with the marks of hardship, stumbled from afar, rushing towards the sedan chair. His gaze was fixated upon it, as if it held an irreplaceable piece of his existence. "Stop!" shouted Tao Rue's guards, swiftly moving to obstruct him. One guard, filled with indignation, scolded, "You ungrateful old fool! Get lost!" With that, he kicked the old man, sending him sprawling to the ground. Chapter 49. Young Master Zhonghuai, what are you doing? Why lay hands on an innocent elder? At that moment, a uniquely dressed young man stepped in front of the old man, pointing accusingly at the guard. His attire, while resembling the simple garb of common laborers, was adorned with bright red silk at the collar, cuffs, and waist, embroidered with golden patterns. The guard, evidently recognizing the youth, quickly clasped his hands in greeting. "I pay my respects to young Master Zhonghuai." My master has purchased this old man's daughter to take her today. But the old man has changed his mind. He pursued us, hence the obstruction. Young Master Zhonghua immediately seized upon a flaw in the guard's words, inquiring, "What did you say you purchased her for?" Seeing this, Tao Rui ceased his contest with Zeke, sauntering over with hands clasped behind his back. "Zhonghua, this is a matter of my Tao family. You need not meddle." Zhonghua smirked disdainfully, retorting, Tao Rui, think carefully before you speak. Is this a family matter of the Tao clan or a personal affair of yours?" Tao Rui hesitated, pondering the absurdity of the distinction between family and personal matters. Ultimately, he decided that invoking the prestige of the Tao family would lend him more authority. He straightened his face, coldly declaring, "Is this a matter you can involve yourself in? I am in a good mood today, so I am indulging you with my words. Do not overstep your bounds. Since it is a family matter." Young Master Zhonghua replied with an amused smile. He commanded a middle-aged man who resembled a scribe, Uncle Hong, "Go swiftly and bring the head of the Tao family to the city lord's mansion for questioning." Uncle Hong, a formidable figure at the peak of the sixth realm of the mortal-immortal stage, respectfully nodded, "Yes, young master." Confronted with this sudden turn of events, Tao Rui was utterly perplexed, exclaiming, "What are you playing at, Zhonghua?" With a calm smile, Zhonghua elaborated, "Oh, brother Tao Rui, do not be alarmed. I am aware that this old man is not of lowly status, but rather a respectable commoner." His demeanor shifted as he adopted a serious tone, stating emphatically, "According to the laws of the Great Xia, no one may buy or sell commoners. Violators will face severe punishment. The lightest penalty is 40 strokes and the confiscation of 5 strings of wealth. Causing injury results in 2 to 3 years of imprisonment, and death incurs the death penalty." Is this for real? A tumult of emotions surged within Tao Rui. Could it be that his own father would be summoned for questioning and punishment? Tao Rui, already unfamiliar with the intricacies of law and governance, found himself overwhelmed by the implications. Screw it, he thought, if it comes to that. I shall simply overthrow the city lord's mansion. The boldness, recklessness, and impetuousness of his character led him to a swift decision. Taking a deep breath, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he commanded his subordinates, "Quickly, seize Ren Hong and Zhonghua. How dare they threaten me? They clearly do not know their place." Elder Jun, with remarkable agility, pointed decisively towards Ren Hong, issuing the command, "Fire arrows." Dozens of arrows rained down like a tempest, enveloping Ren Hong. The surrounding commoners fled in terror, and chaos erupted. Ren Hong, caught off guard, felt an arrow pierce through his right shoulder, instantly staining his garments with blood. Witnessing this, Elder Jun moved like lightning, darting towards the injured Ren Hong. He wielded his sword, poised at Ren Hong's neck, while 2 guards swiftly bound him tightly. Other guards, brandishing curved blades, rushed towards Zhonghua, intent on capturing him as well. However, they were utterly unprepared for Zhonghua's sudden transformation into a streak of azure light, vanishing without a trace like a specter. What kind of sorcery is this? It is perfectly suited for escape. Yet, ZK had no time to envy Zhonghua's miraculous method of escape, for at this moment, his heart was ablaze with righteous indignation, burning fiercely like a raging inferno. He resolutely determined to rescue the woman that Tao Rui had forcibly taken. "How dare you abduct a common girl in broad daylight?" ZK exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Tao Rui, his eyes wide with fury, his demeanor exuding an aura of righteousness, filled with indignation. "What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner?" Tao Rui retorted, equally incensed by ZK's tone. Zeke resolutely declared, "Release that common girl, and I shall overlook the past, sparing your wretched life." "Impudence! You are the true cur, a loathsome swine, a foolish pig that dares to provoke me." Tao Rui, seemingly driven to madness, roared with fury, wielding his longsword with an artistry that unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp swordlight, aimed directly at Zeke. His swordsmanship was exceptionally adept, and each strike of his blade was imbued with formidable energy. For every insult he hurled, a corresponding technique was executed. Long before he reached Zeke, he had already unleashed 5 exquisitely executed maneuvers. The air crackled with sword energy, splintering the wooden structures lining the street into a cascade of debris. Zeke observed the scene before him, inwardly mocking. What a fool. Is the swordplay intended for slaying foes or merely for demolishing structures? Ha ha ha. However, he soon recalled his master's teachings. The practice of swordsmanship is meant to strengthen the body and pursue the path of immortality. With this thought, Zeke couldn't help but chuckle softly, redirecting his focus to the imminent confrontation. At last, Tao Rui raced to within merely 10 paces of Zeke. On one side, Zeke furiously admonished to forcibly seize a maiden, devoid of remorse. As he unleashed the divine ape's cloud-summoning hand, he struck with an overwhelming force, sending Tao Rui sprawling through the air. Tao Rui's body collided heavily against the doorpost of a shop, emitting a dull thud. Blood poured from his mouth. His complexion as pallid as parchment, resembling a frayed painting from which the thread had snapped. With a thud, he fell to the ground, sliding down the post. His longsword clattered to the cobblestones, landing 3 feet away. "Excellent. Well done," murmured the onlooking commoners from a distance, their voices hushed yet fervent. Some, emboldened by the spectacle, even began to cheer for Zeke. An elderly man, his face etched with the weight of sorrow and whose daughter had been taken, hastily stumbled forward and fell to his knees before Zeke, tears streaming down his face as he implored, "I am but a humble man, pleading for your mercy to rescue my daughter. I would gladly toil as a beast of burden in gratitude for your kindness." Zeke had no time to engage in idle chatter with the old man. He swiftly pulled him behind, assuring, "Rest assured. Quickly find a safe spot. I shall take care of this matter." At that moment, Tao Rui still exhibited a remarkable tenacity, propping himself against a pillar, struggling to rise once more. He weakly lifted his hand, trembling as he pointed at Zeke, his language transformed from crude to somewhat refined, threatening each word with deliberate enunciation. "You are Yulan, aren't you? Dare to thwart my endeavors, dare to act against me. Just wait and see, no matter the distance. Wait for your head, perhaps?" Zeke, uninterested in his menacing words, forcefully slammed Tao Rui back to the ground with a brick. This time, Tao Rui had no intention of rising again. Or perhaps he was simply incapable of doing so. One hand clasped over his battered head, the other shakily directed towards Zeke, his voice laced with terror and fury. "Uncle June, quickly, subdue this madman." Elder June had long been prepared. He calmly waved his right hand, unleashing a volley of arrows that whistled sharply through the air, resembling a sudden downpour directed at Zeke. Immediately following, he raised his longsword, his form strikingly swift, darting towards Zeke with the intent to subdue him with overwhelming force. Chapter 50. Sonic Wave Attack. Faced with dozens of swiftly approaching arrows and Elder June's formidable strike, Zeke did not falter. Instead, he advanced boldly, proclaiming, "Whirlwind Leopard Shadow." A thunderclap battle blade was wielded by Zeke with such ferocity that the blade's presence was concealed within a flurry of movements, effortlessly knocking the incoming arrows to the ground. Simultaneously, the tremendous force diverted Elder June's thrust. Elder June had not anticipated Zeke's extraordinary strength, caught off guard. He narrowly avoided colliding with Zeke's blade dance. Yet, that was merely the beginning. With a swift push of his foot, Elder June executed an agile leap, soaring over Zeke's head, while simultaneously plunging his sword downward, sending a streak of sword energy hurtling towards Zeke with breathtaking speed. It was too swift. Zeke could not evade in time, and the sword energy struck his right shoulder. With a resounding crack, the sword energy dissipated, and thanks to the power of his Xuanwu technique, Zeke emerged unscathed. Elder June performed a graceful finishing move, sheathing his sword while standing confidently with his back to Zeke. Allowing a gentle breeze to caress the edges of his garments, he sighed, "Beyond the mountains, there are mountains. Beyond the towers, there are towers." The youthful are often reckless and unaware of sorrow. Alas, who has not been young? Was this a form of mental attack? Or perhaps a sonic wave assault? Zeke gazed at Elder June, who was turned away from him, suddenly pausing in his poetic musings. For a moment, Elder June found himself at a loss. He hastily steadied his stance, focusing his mind and preparing for any potential attacks, lest he fall victim to some nefarious scheme. At that moment, Elder June slowly turned around, his eyes filled with concern as they fell upon Zeke. However, he was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment, and after a brief pause, he questioned with bewilderment, You were not struck by my sword just now?" Only then did Zeke comprehend the situation. "Heh, Senior, you cannot breach my defenses. Might you release that woman? Let us part ways without enmity." However, Elder June offered no reply, instead leaping back to his own ranks and issuing a loud command. "Form the formation." From afar, a chorus of laughter echoed, mocking Elder June's pretentiousness. Unfazed by the derision, he maintained his composure, methodically delivering orders. "You too. Swiftly assist the young master into the carriage. Ensure that woman is secured, bound to the young master's war steed. She must not escape. Furthermore, bring that old fellow Rinhong back to the estate with us. You lot, Protect the young master diligently and return to the estate at once. And you? Yes. You as well. Follow me to deal with this brat. Observing the flurry of activity, Zeke issued a stern warning. Release that woman, or else. Do not expect me to show mercy. Yet, his admonition bore no weight. Under Elder June's command, the group retreated with precise coordination, disregarding Zeke entirely. He watched helplessly as the woman, tightly bound by ropes, was dragged behind the war horse, forced to run alongside it. Suddenly, she stumbled over the uneven cobblestones and fell. Unable to rise, left to be mercilessly dragged along the street. This sight twisted Zeke's heart with anguish, igniting a fierce rage within him. Ashio! At that moment, the elderly man cried out, only to be ruthlessly kicked to the ground, emitting a pained wail. This sound acted as a spark, igniting Zeke's long-suppressed fury. Unable to contain his wrath any longer, he unleashed a barrage of bricks upon the war horse dragging Ashio, reducing it to a mass of flesh and bone. Without hesitation, Zeke gripped his blade tightly and charged towards Elder June with the force of a tempest, determined to seek justice for Ashio and the old man. As Zeke and Elder June clashed once more, the dynamics of their battle underwent a profound transformation. Having confirmed that Elder June could not decipher his prison Yuhua profound art, Zeke devoted himself entirely to offense, disregarding defense. He paid no heed to the sharpness of Elder June's sword, nor to the onslaught of other guards. And even the sudden rain of cold arrows around him seemed to elude his awareness, allowing various attacks to strike him unimpeded. After several rounds of fierce confrontation, Elder June found himself wounded by 2 strikes, the crimson of his blood staining his battle ropes. He immediately realized that he was entirely outmatched by the youth before him. With every exchange, a formless energy siphoned off a portion of his own vital force. Moreover, whenever he attempted to strike, the youth seized the moment to counterattack. Crucially, it seemed that he could inflict no harm upon this boy. Every blow he landed felt as though he were merely scratching an itch. Thus, Elder June was compelled to lead over 20 guards, retreating while engaging in combat. In contrast, Zeke grew increasingly formidable, although he too was smeared with the blood of others. This only heightened his momentum, rendering him even more terrifying. After a span equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, the battlefield, marked by relentless pursuit and retreat, led them to the entrance of a grand mansion. Who dares to act recklessly in peaching? A thunderous roar erupted, resonating like a bell, shaking the very core of those present as if struck by a bolt from the blue. This commanding voice belonged to Tao Zhang, the master of the Tao family. A man of formidable stature standing nearly 10 feet tall, whose profound cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the mortal-immortal realm. He stood proudly at the entrance of the mansion, exuding an overwhelming aura. Whether it was the thunderous voice that instilled fear or the realization of finally encountering salvation, Elder June's fighting spirit crumbled in an instant, revealing a critical vulnerability. ZK seized this fleeting opportunity, wielding his blade with precision to sever Elder June's left leg, causing him to collapse to the ground. How precious, this metallic essence of vitality. In the moment of crisis, Zeke, taking advantage of being unnoticed amidst his bloodied state, discreetly sampled a few mouthfuls. It was evident that the vitality he encountered was significantly more robust than that of the adversary from the Xianfeng mountain range. However, time is relentless, and now he must confront an even more formidable foe. Once this battle concludes, much of that vital essence will surely dissipate. Would it not be a grievous waste of such precious vitality? Is there a solution? The urgency of the moment demands swift action. A sudden chime resonated within the depths of Zeke's consciousness, and in an instant, inspiration struck him like a brilliant flash of light. With a mere thought, he realized the truth. He had succeeded. He had successfully confined Elder June within the confines of his jade pendant space. For the moment, he cast the elder aside on the shore, instructing Yulon with his mind to keep watch over this individual and ensure his survival. A spell of demonic arts. One of the guards exclaimed in astonishment. This scene was profoundly shocking, instilling a sense of terror among the guards. They had never anticipated that Zeke's strike would render Elder June utterly incapacitated. Could it be that this was the end of his spirit and soul? Such a notion was truly formidable. ZK pondered quietly. Subsequently, he gathered all the guards who had been injured and rendered incapable of resistance into the space of his jade pendant. As one by one the guards vanished, the dread among the remaining guards intensified. They no longer dared to approach ZK, opting instead to encircle him from a distance, shouting in fear. "Ha! Who are you to Yuan Hong?" Tao Zheng inquired with an air of arrogance. Yuan Hong? ZK furrowed his brow, as he was unfamiliar with anyone by that name. After a moment of contemplation, He responded ambiguously, "It has nothing to do with Senior Yuan Hong. I am here to request that you release the woman taken by Tao Rui. Ha! Once you enter the Tao family's domain, you belong to the Tao family. To snatch away from the jaws of the Tao family? Such a delusion." Tao Zheng unequivocally rejected. What a disgraceful display of conduct. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Zeke, disinclined to engage in further conversation, charged forward with his blade. Overestimating his own abilities, Tao Zheng sneered disdainfully, and a colossal bronze bell materialized above his shoulder in an instant. Grasping the bell hammer, he struck it forcefully. The resounding clang reverberated, a deafening roar that surged like tumultuous waves, battering against Zeke's eardrums. An excruciating pain pierced through his ears, a relentless buzzing ensued. As if his very soul were momentarily thrown into disarray, leaving him in a state of distraction, Zeke was taken aback. It was indeed a sonic assault. This was, after all, his first encounter with such an attack. Zeke swiftly sheathed his battle blade, pressing his hands firmly against his ears while simultaneously channeling the internal force within him to conjure a barrier, shielding himself from the incoming sound waves. In that moment, he charged towards the Tao Bell as if he had mastered the art of iron head strikes. The Tao Bell, having never encountered such an unorthodox approach, hastily intensified the tolling of the great bell, simultaneously unleashing a deafening roar from its gaping maw. The two sound waves clashed, intertwining like a tempest, surging forth with boundless energy from all directions towards Zequebec. Despite having covered his ears and erected a protective barrier, he still found himself disoriented and overwhelmed by the formidable sonic assault. Even the proud scales formed by his prison Yuxian martial arts quivered violently, as though they sought to detach from his body, sending waves of pain coursing through him. Chapter 51. The ancestor of the Tao family in the face of the Tao family patriarch's sonic onslaught, ZK pressed his hands against his ears, striving to steady his mind as he advanced towards him. Before him loomed a cavernous maw, at the very heart of which dangled a pulsating, blood-red flesh bell. Quaking with fervor, Zeke decisively opened his celestial eye, unleashing a torrent of thunderous power that accurately struck the crimson flesh bell. Unsurprisingly, the bell convulsed violently under the onslaught of the thunder, ultimately collapsing helplessly to the ground. Zeke swiftly collected it into the space within his jade pendant. The surrounding guards displayed a myriad of bewildered reactions. Some stood frozen in shock, paralyzed like statues. Others fled in panic, darting away into the distance, while a portion hurriedly sought refuge, retreating deeper into the estate. The Tao residence, you say? Zeke cast a glance at the plaque hanging above the entrance then. Employing his divine ape's cloud-reaching hand, he struck it with a decisive punch, shattering it into fragments that scattered like fireworks. Without hesitation, he strode into the Tao estate. Inside, chaos reigned as he searched fervently for the whereabouts of the woman. However, the pandemonium left him with no one to inquire. The survivors had either fled the scene, escaping this maelstrom of troubles, or, in a frenzy, rushed forward, attempting to confront him. Naturally, Zeke showed no mercy to those who lunged at him. The minions of the Tao family. He wielded his battle blade with precision, cutting them down one by one, subsequently imprisoning them within the confines of his jade pendant. At that moment, an aged voice, filled with fury, suddenly echoed through the halls of the estate, its roar resonating like thunder, profoundly unsettling. "My son." The voice bore an unfathomable sorrow and rage, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space asunder. A chill ran through Zeke's heart as he turned toward the source of the sound, only to behold an elderly man hastily emerging from the depths of the estate. Clad in a simple, ancient robe, his hair and beard were entirely white, yet his eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity. It was none other than Tao Liao, the venerable ancestor of the Tao family, a formidable being who had reached the threshold of the semi-immortal realm. The mere presence of Tao Liao seemed to render the surrounding air almost palpable, his furious gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Zeke, as if he sought to devour him whole. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble slightly, emanating an overwhelming pressure that left even the nearby guards in a state of trepidation. "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon my Tao residence? Where is my son? Have you slain him?" Tao Liao's voice boomed like a great bell, each inquiry resonating painfully against Zeke's eardrums. Yet, in the face of Tao Liao's interrogation and oppressive aura, Zeke did not falter. He inhaled deeply, calming his spirit, and responded solemnly, "I am Yulan, here to rescue a woman whom your grandson forcibly seized. Your son obstructed me, and thus I was compelled to take his life." Upon hearing this, Tao Liao's wrath erupted like a volcano, his voice trembling with fury. You are utterly ruthless. Insane. To kill my son over a woman as insignificant as an ant." As he spoke, a massive bronze gong materialized in his hand, and with a forceful strike, An invisible sound wave surged forth, sweeping toward Zeke like a tempest. Unlike ordinary sound wave attacks, the energy of the Tao ancestors' assault was far more potent. Its pitch sharp enough to seem capable of piercing through flesh. Its trajectory was precise, aimed directly at Zeke. Even more terrifying was the fact that the sonic assault from this gong inflicted damage upon the soul that surpassed the might of the Tao bell by more than double, causing Zeke's very essence to tremble violently, as though on the brink of shattering. In the midst of this torment to his soul, Zeke struggled to extend his right hand. Gathering a fierce force of thunder at his fingertips, which surged forth like a silver serpent, slicing through the air towards Tao Liao's eyes. Yet, to Zeke's surprise, Tao Liao exhibited no sign of panic. With seasoned composure, he deftly maneuvered the great gong, seemingly intent on absorbing Zeke's attack within its embrace. This was his prideful, unique technique. Any ordinary strike that touched the gong's surface would revolve halfway around before being skillfully reflected back, turning the opponent's strength against them. However, the outcome was destined to defy Tao Liao's expectations. The thunderous assault from Zeke did not rebound as he had hoped. Instead, it surged forth along the gong, striking Tao Luo with an overwhelming force. In an instant, Tao Luo felt a powerful energy, akin to a mighty hammer, crash against his chest. His body convulsed, his complexion turned ashen, and he crumpled to the ground, resembling a victim of an epileptic seizure. His eyes were filled with shock and fury, as he could scarcely believe that his once prized skill had proven so utterly ineffective before Zeke. The subordinate did not grant Tao Luo a moment's respite. Seizing the opportunity when his mental fortitude wavered, he swiftly directed his thoughts, drawing Tao Luo into the Jade Pendant's realm, where he was confined alongside others on the sandy shores of the Celestial Island. Within the Tao residence, an eerie silence prevailed. All present witnessed the ancestral figure being struck by Tao Luo's single gesture, accompanied by a flash of blinding lightning, resulting in an instantaneous obliteration of both body and spirit, vanishing into oblivion. The horrific scene rendered the onlookers speechless, as if frozen in terror, trembling uncontrollably. ZK continued to roam within the Tao residence in search of the woman who had been forcibly taken, yet she seemed to have vanished into thin air, eluding all attempts at discovery. At that moment, ZK suddenly caught sight of several guards lurking in the shadows. Their expressions were fraught with anxiety, as if they were attempting to shield someone while discreetly making their escape through the back door. Zeke urged his spiritual awareness to probe swiftly, quickly discerning that the one they were escorting was indeed the renowned Tao Gongzi, Tao Rui. It was evident that Tao Rui had sensed Zeke's approach, however. He did not halt his flight but instead quickened his pace. Zeke followed closely, as swift and agile as a leopard pursuing its prey. Yet, just as he was about to escape the Tao residence, Tao Rui suddenly realized that there was no path ahead. At that moment, Zhong Huai had already encircled the estate with the forces of the city lord's manor, creating an impenetrable barrier much like a sealed iron drum. Upon witnessing this, Tao Rui's complexion turned ashen. Finding no refuge outside, he turned back into the estate, only to encounter Zeke's relentless pursuit. This time, Zeke offered him no chance to resist. Wielding the Thunderblade with overwhelming might, he swiftly dispatched Tao Rui and several of his guards within mere breaths, leaving no survivors beneath his blade. Zeke did not suppress Tao Rui, nor did he consume his vital energy. Instead, after collecting their storage rings and bags, he chose to sit calmly in the pavilion at the center of the courtyard, refraining from further action. The vital energy of a first-layer immortal realm was no longer of great value to Zeke. More importantly, he held a certain admiration for Zhong Huai, the young city lord who had just attempted to stand up for justice, and he intended to reward him with some merits. Moreover, today was originally meant for a trip to the market to sell treasures. Now, there was no need to go, as Tao Rui's storage ring would surely provide sufficient satisfaction. With this thought, Zeke extended his consciousness into Tao Rui's storage ring to investigate. Upon inspection, he was taken aback, gasping in astonishment. Within the storage ring lay over 500 spirit stones, more than 5,000 pieces of shell currency, several longswords that were clearly not of ordinary quality, a small collection of various types of elixirs, dozens of martial arts manuals, and a substantial chunk of gold, weighing at least a pound. In terms of value, it was equivalent to half of the treasure trove of the Whirlwind King. Meanwhile, Zhong Huai led the forces of the city lord's office to begin the clearance of the Tao estate. After a flurry of activity and proper arrangements, Zhong Huai joined Zeke in the pavilion, sitting across from him. Zeke inquired with great concern, "Have you located Uncle Hong and that young lady?" Zhong Huai nodded and replied, "They have both been found. Uncle Hong is safe, and the young lady's father is on his way to express his gratitude to you." Zeke hastily waved his hand in refusal, exclaiming, "No, absolutely not. I merely seek tranquility and do not require anyone to repay a favor." Zhonghuai jested, "Brother Yulan, you are indeed quite unique. By the way, may I inquire about your esteemed origins? What brings you to Piqing? I am the young lord of the city. So if you need any assistance, please do not hesitate to let me know." Zeke let out a helpless sigh, fully aware that he must weave yet another benevolent falsehood. He then smiled and said, "Haha, I hail from Longwang Island, merely embarking on a journey of exploration, and I have no need to trouble you, Brother Zhonghuai. If you have no other matters at hand, I would like to return to the inn for a rest." "Ah, but this statement is indeed the truth," Zeke mused inwardly. However, Zhonghuai replied, "Brother Yulan, I shall host a banquet at the Lord's residence this evening to celebrate the successful resolution of today's affairs. You must honor us with your presence." Zeke hesitated and said, "Me? I don't think it's necessary." Zhonghui insisted with unwavering determination, "Nonsense. You are today's hero, the undeniable protagonist. How can you not come?" Chapter 52. Second level of the mortal-immortal realm. Finally, there were enough spirit stones and shell coins again. A wave of joy surged through ZK's heart. Though he yearned to immediately immerse himself in cultivation, break through his current realm, and enhance his strength, he decided to head to Weihai first. Yulan was still hungry. However, what ZK did not know was that Yulan was no longer starving. She had reluctantly consumed a severed leg that ZK had stored in his jade pendant space. Though the taste was far from pleasant, it had at least staved off her hunger. Zika hurriedly arrived at the marketplace, selecting a fine steed before galloping swiftly towards the tranquil shores of the Weihai. Upon reaching the coastline, Ziku cautiously placed the jade pendant into the gentle waves and concealed it among a cluster of reeds, subsequently entering the pendant space to commence his cultivation. Upon entering, Zika was nearly overcome by fury at the sight before him. The individuals he had confined to the pristine beach had utterly defiled it, transforming what once resembled a picturesque paradise into a grotesque tableau marred by splashes of crimson paint. Furthermore, these individuals crowded around the elder of the Tao family, and upon noticing Ziku's entrance, they erupted in a cacophony of vitriol. Fortunately, they were unable to scatter freely, for the consequences of such chaos remained a disquieting mystery. The clamor was unbearable. With a mere thought, ZK enveloped the individuals in an invisible aura, restoring tranquility within the jade pendant space. It seemed imperative to construct a dungeon for the purpose of subduing adversaries in the future. Thus, with another thought, a dungeon materialized in the distance. Nestled amidst a coastal cliff, at the entrance of the dungeon, ZK designed a terrace overlooking the sea, and beside the terrace, he relocated a pine tree. After thoroughly plundering the storage rings and bags of all present, ZK imprisoned the patriarch of the Tao family and the ancestral elder within the dungeon. Subsequently, he summoned the flying sickle, commencing the absorption with Elder June. This Elder June, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th tier of the mortal-immortal realm and practicing a metal-attributed technique, had abundant primal energy that resonated harmoniously with ZK's own essence. Consequently, ZK swiftly felt the loosening of his bottleneck in cultivation, and within half a stick of incense, he successfully ascended to the 2nd tier of the mortal-immortal realm. Encouraged by this momentum, he proceeded to absorb the remaining guards, elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of the 2nd tier of the mortal-immortal realm. Following this, ZK consumed a spirit stone, attempting to practice the prisoner Yuxian martial art, yet found it ineffective. As he endeavored to cultivate, his primal energy swiftly dissipated. Oh well, at least he had gained a modicum of strength, he reassured himself. Subsequently, ZK exited the jade pendant space and beckoned Yulan. The two conferred that Yulan would drive small fish and shrimp towards ZK, who would then gather these aquatic creatures into the jade pendant space. In no time, they had collected thousands of aquatic beings, both large and small, into the pendant's realm. Yulan then reminded him that these small fish and shrimp required water plants and algae for sustenance, prompting ZK to gather a substantial amount of these resources into the jade pendant space. Observing that everything was meticulously arranged, Yulan finally revealed a satisfied smile and joyfully returned to the jade pendant space. As the young master rode freely, he made his way toward the Lord's residence of Piqing, where he was to attend the banquet hosted by young Master Zhonghuai that very evening. Although it was merely the Lord's abode of a small town like Piqing, its construction exuded a sense of grandeur and authority, encompassing a substantial area. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of the residence, Zhonghuai warmly greeted him, having taken it upon himself to welcome the guests. Young Master Zhonghuai, taken aback, exclaimed in astonishment, "Well, In just half a day, young Master Yulan has actually made a breakthrough. Zeke, wishing to avoid excessive ostentation, humbly remarked, "Ah, I am merely at the second level of the mortal-immortal realm. This is merely a stratagem of feigned weakness to mislead the enemy." Upon hearing this, young Master Zhonghua expressed his admiration, exclaiming, "So that is the case. However, to possess the cultivation of the second level of the mortal-immortal realm and to slay a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the ninth level, such an extraordinary feat has never been witnessed before." Zeke continues to maintain a low profile. Luck, fortune. Young Master Zhonghua, leading Zeke further inside, remarked with a smile, "Brother Yulan is too modest. Even the greatest fortune could not allow one to surpass 7 levels and slay 2 formidable beings at the 9th tier of the mortal-immortal realm." Zeke pondered for a moment before responding. Surely, the malevolent actions of the Tao family have also played a role in their retribution by the heavens. Young Master Zhonghua remarked, "Still so humble. Yet, excessive humility can sometimes manifest as profound arrogance. Pray tell, Brother Zeke, what secret technique have you mastered that enabled you to so effortlessly vanquish the ancestor of the Tao family? Goodness gracious, why is it so difficult to simply adopt a modest demeanor?" With a sense of helplessness, Zeke whispered to Zhonghua, "Brother Zhonghua, we must feign weakness to deceive our enemy, allowing us to strike decisively when they are unprepared." As he spoke, Zeke subtly employed the divine ape's cloud-seeking technique, deftly snatching 2 peaches from a distant tray and presenting them to Zhonghua. "Here, Brother Zhonghua, take a peach to celebrate your triumph over the Tao family today." Ha. Indeed, Brother Yulan's remarkable skill is truly extraordinary. "Come, let us eat peaches." Zhonghua laughed, though inwardly he pondered how he might find a reason to have Yulan impart this impressive technique to him. Yet, upon deeper reflection, Zhonghua decided against it. With Yulan's potential, he was destined for greatness, and it would be more beneficial to cultivate a genuine friendship. With this thought, Zhonghua took Zeke by the hand and led him to a table situated at the top of the grand hall steps, facing south, inviting him to take a seat. But this is one of the 5 most esteemed seats. How can I sit here?" Zeke protested hastily. "I am but a junior. I should remain seated below." Zhonghua smiled and explained, "No, this seat is reserved for you. Today, as a valiant young hero, you deserve to sit here." As he spoke, he gently lifted one hand while pressing down on Zeke's shoulder, urging him to take his place. "Very well, I shall sit," Zeke conceded, realizing that one must adapt to circumstances and not be overly concerned with formality. Zeke reluctantly took a seat and uttered, "Respecting your wishes is preferable to offering mere courtesy." Zhonghua nodded with a smile and said, "Brother Yulan, please enjoy your wine here for a moment. I shall step out to attend to some other guests." With that, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and turned to leave the grand hall. Zeke was quietly savoring the exquisite wine in his hand when suddenly, a furious roar shattered the tranquility. "This position clearly belongs to me. How could it be occupied by a mere junior?" Zeke raised his gaze and was met by the furious visage of a middle-aged man, who was pointing an accusing finger at him. A maid was respectfully explaining something to the man, gesturing politely for him to take the seat at the head of the table, facing west. Alas, given his age, experience, and particularly his status as a member of the Yulan, it was indeed inappropriate for him to occupy this position. Desiring to avoid any trouble, Zeke was about to rise and relinquish his seat when, unexpectedly, the irate man stormed up the steps, seizing Zeke's arm with a fierce grip, and bellowed, "How dare you sit here, you ill-mannered wretch?" Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Zeke momentarily froze, failing to react as a sharp pain radiated through his arm, causing his internal defenses, the Xuanwu martial arts, to instinctively activate. To his dismay, he realized that the man's fingertips had stealthily morphed into sharp claws, piercing Zeke's skin. Hearing the man insult his parents while simultaneously employing underhanded tactics ignited a fiery rage within Zeke. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, he was suddenly overtaken by dizziness and nausea, his muscles involuntarily trembling and convulsing. The world around him began to blur and spin. This was dire. Zeke instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had been poisoned. Chapter 53, The Difficulty of Antidote. Zeke clutched his painfully aching abdomen with one hand while supporting himself on the table with the other, striving to steady his mind. He closed his eyes and turned his awareness inward to examine his condition. To his dismay, he discovered that the skin of his left arm had been pierced by the middle-aged man, resulting in 3 sesame-sized wounds, through which the toxin had stealthily seeped into his body. Fortunately, his chi had activated the prisoner's dark tortoise technique at a critical moment. Otherwise, a greater amount of toxin could have infiltrated, leading to unimaginable consequences. The toxin bore a resemblance to that of the notorious, the very herb said to have poisoned the legendary Shinong, rumored to lack an effective antidote. Thankfully, it had not been ingested. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. Zeke pondered deeply, hastily channeling his inner energy to encapsulate the toxins, gently guiding them towards the wounds. His liver, kidneys, and sea of consciousness had already suffered considerable damage from the toxins. To err on the side of caution, Zeke decisively activated his Pishio bloodline, determined to refine the contaminated tissues into impure energy and expel them from his body, ensuring no lingering repercussions. The loss was indeed significant, causing Zeke immense grief and indignation. Having never ventured alone into the world, he now reflected on the dangers of the martial realm, realizing the truth in the adage that one cannot roam the world without facing peril. As Zeke focused on healing, he felt himself seized by the middle-aged man and unceremoniously thrown into the center of the grand hall, landing heavily on the stone-paved floor, causing his body to bounce twice due to the residual effects of the dark tortoise technique. With no time to spare, he urgently concentrated on detoxifying himself. His life depended on it. The onlookers observed how Zeke had been subdued without uttering a word, tossed to the ground like a mere chick by an eagle, and they remained seated, whispering among themselves, too intimidated to stand up for such a seemingly weak individual. Where did this boy come from? How dare he sit in a position meant for the esteemed? One murmured, he is no saint. What gives him the right to occupy such a seat? Clearly, he is an uncultured wildling, raised without proper guidance. Another asserted, that position should rightfully belong to the head of the Yin family. The head of the Yin family, Yang Ge Yao, seemed overly agitated. After all, adults should not quarrel with children. His rough treatment of the boy appeared to lack decorum. Decorum? How can it compare to the honor of the Yin family? Yang Ge Yao, satisfied with the murmurs, stroked his short beard and declared, someone, throw this audacious wildling out. The servants stood at a loss. This young master had been personally escorted by the noble Zhong Huai. Who would dare lay a hand on him? 2 astute servants discreetly exited the hall, hurrying to inform Zhong Huai. At that moment, having fully controlled the toxins and refined the contaminated tissues, Zeke's awareness gradually became clearer, despite still feeling weak. He struggled to straighten his posture and sat cross-legged on the ground, surveying his surroundings. His gaze fell upon the woman who had derisively referred to him as a wildling. Though not particularly beautiful, she was adorned with makeup and dressed in an ostentatiously elegant manner. Zeke found such individuals repugnant, and he welcomed the opportunity to teach her a lesson. Then, Zeke raised his head, gazing down at the head of the Yin family. He endeavored to channel his energy and, in a firm voice, demanded, who are you? When have we crossed paths? Why do you seek my life upon our first meeting? Yang Ge was utterly taken aback. How could this boy still speak with such fortitude and clarity? Hadn't he injected poison into him? It was inconceivable. Though the boy's formidable defenses had exceeded his expectations, he had distinctly sensed the claws breach his defenses to deliver the toxin. Regardless, he could not show weakness. Yang Ge slightly lifted his chin and replied haughtily, impeaching, my Yin family requires no justification to decide who lives or dies. Furthermore, I merely moved you aside. ZK let out a cold laugh and retorted, humph. By your reasoning, if I wish for your demise, I could certainly take lethal action against you, couldn't I? The head of the Yin family furrowed his brow tightly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. You insolent brat. Do you not comprehend human speech? It is my Yin family that can decide who lives and who dies, but you cannot. ZZ raised an eyebrow in skepticism and questioned, oh? On what grounds do you believe you can take the life of whomever you choose, while others cannot? The head of the Yin family glared fiercely and replied resolutely, by virtue of strength. With a light-hearted chuckle, ZK suddenly unleashed the cloud-searching hand of the Divinate, delivering a slap to the head of the Yin family's patriarch. Neither too forceful nor too gentle. Are you suggesting, he inquired, that as long as my strength surpasses yours, I can kill you at will or strike you as I please? The patriarch of the Yin family was caught off guard by the unexpected blow, his left cheek instantly turning a deep shade of blue while his right remained a vivid red. He glared furiously at ZK, his eyes ablaze with an indescribable wrath, and roared, you, how dare you exhibit such insolence? Zicket, however, remained unperturbed. He smiled lightly and remarked, I am merely demonstrating the validity of your logic. You incessantly proclaim that it is all about strength. Thus, if my prowess surpasses yours, I too possess the right to slap you across the face. ZK deliberately articulated these 4 words with a measured tone, intending to address the greasy middle-aged man with decorum. He knew he must first provoke him into anger. The head of the Yin family trembled with rage at these words, taking a deep breath to quell his emotions. He understood that allowing his anger to dictate his actions would only lead to irrationality, making it all the more challenging to confront this seemingly youthful adversary. He swiftly recalled the events that had transpired, pondering how he had found himself in such an awkward and passive predicament. Oh, Yang Ge Yao suddenly realized. The root of the matter was indeed the issue of seating hierarchy. Yet it had now escalated to the absurd accusation of him attempting murder without cause. This cunning brat. Thus, the head of the Yin family composed himself, his gaze becoming profound and icy, stating, "Young man, let me reiterate, I have not issued any lethal intent towards you. I merely requested you to vacate my seat." Requested me to leave? Ha, ha ha. ZK could hardly contain his laughter at the head of the Yin family's brazen shamelessness. However, to be fair, the head of the Yin family displayed a level of cunning far superior to that of the so-called Huang Longdaoren. Sobering himself, ZK continued, "Requested to leave? Is there such a thing as poisoning while inviting one to depart? Fortunately, I am adept at detoxification. Otherwise, I would have met my end here today." The surrounding guests suddenly awakened from their stupor. Realizing that the reason this young man had been so abruptly seized and thrown into the hall was due to the old scoundrel Yang Ge Yao's treachery. Being rooted in Pi City, they were well aware that this covert yet lethal method of poisoning was a unique skill mastered by the Yin family's ancestors, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Hence, they regarded the Yin family with trepidation and maintained a facade of politeness. Faced with the questioning expressions of the crowd, the head of the Yin family turned dark, pointing an accusatory finger at ZK and exclaiming fiercely, You slanderer. On what basis do you claim I poisoned you? Why don't you cut open your abdomen and show everyone? Let them see where I supposedly poisoned you." His voice was filled with indignation and resentment. As if he were truly wronged. Performing an autopsy to verify poison? How imaginative. ZK felt utterly speechless. Yet, witnessing the head of the Yin family press him further in a relentless pursuit, he continued to rage. "It seems that unless I demonstrate some consequences, you will not behave properly, you wild brat. Today, my Yin family shall impart upon you a profound lesson." As his words fell, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him. A formidable force sweeping through the entire hall like a tempest, causing the attendees to feel a sense of suffocation. This was the oppressive presence of an 8th-level mortal realm cultivator. The sheer dominance of this aura made the guests silently break into a cold sweat for Z Quebec. Chapter 54. Confrontation with the head of the Yin family. As the head of the Yin family prepared to strike, ZK quickly activated his prison Yushin martial arts. Bracing himself for the impending confrontation, while continuing to taunt, the Yin family truly knows how to scheme. "Are you contemplating that if I do not perform an autopsy to prove my innocence, you shall personally take my life?" A glint of ruthlessness flickered in the eyes of the head of the Yin family as he coldly replied, "Indeed. Anyone bold enough to slander the Yin family must be ready to face the consequences." ZK provocatively remarked, "Are you still contemplating that if I were to disembowel myself to prove my innocence, you would need not lift a finger, yet I would still meet my demise?" Exposed by his own cunning ploy, the head of the Yin family erupted with fury, his arms outstretched like the wings of a great rock, and he bellowed in wrath, "You insolent wretch! Regardless of the circumstances, you must perish." Instantly, the skies above the city lord's residence roared with tempestuous winds, as 2 colossal pillars of air converged, surging forth like twin dragons, hurtling towards ZK with astonishing ferocity. Is it truly this formidable? ZK was propelled back over a yard by 2 fierce columns of wind before finally stabilizing his stance. Fortunately, thanks to his mastery of the Xuanwu technique, he emerged unscathed. Additionally, he was fortunate that he was seated in a meditative posture. Had he been standing, he might have been swept away entirely. Concerned about the potential revelation of his identity, ZK opted not to employ the heavenly punishment technique directly, instead summoning the flying sickle. The sickle whirled swiftly, deftly altering the trajectory of one wind column, causing it to collide with the other. The 2 columns of wind intertwined violently, resulting in a deafening roar that sent nearby tables and chairs toppling over, scattering spiritual fruits and elixirs across the ground. Zeke seized the moment, continuing to mock the head of the Yin family, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, apart from poisoning, what else can you do? You worthless waste, despicable and shameless trash." The head of the Yin family was consumed by rage. his eyes ablaze as if they could emit flames. He had never anticipated being so provocatively insulted by an inconspicuous youth. At that moment, the murderous intent within him reached its zenith. "You scoundrel!" The head of the Yin family bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the Lord's mansion. In an instant, he vanished like a wraith, and when he reappeared, he was already before Zeke, his hand striking with the ferocity of eagle's claws, aimed directly at Zeke's throat, with a sharp glint in his eyes. Zeke had long anticipated that the head of the Yin family would not relent easily. He deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a lethal strike from the Yin family patriarch. Simultaneously, he covertly channeled the power of divine retribution, seizing the patriarch's claw from behind, injecting a small surge of thunderous energy into his body, and forcefully colliding his shoulder against the patriarch's elbow. In an instant, the Yin patriarch trembled violently, and with a sickening crack, his elbow was shattered, sending him sprawling to the ground in a most undignified manner. "Look at you, a worthless fool. How can you still be so arrogant?" ZK exclaimed fiercely. With a swift motion, he struck the Yin patriarch's face once more. At the same time, he discreetly forced the recently expelled, poison-laden energy back into the patriarch's mouth. "With your pitiful strength, you dare to aspire to the position of a revered one?" ZK berated him, delivering another stinging slap. In a fluid motion, he stealthily relieved the Yin patriarch of his storage ring. Having accomplished these feats, ZK dusted off his hands and the fabric of his robe, casting a glance at the fallen patriarch before turning with confidence, striding towards the esteemed position appointed to him by young Master Zhonghua. What a remarkable young master! His skills are truly extraordinary. Extraordinary? He is nothing short of a genius. Defeating the Yin family's ancestor at the 6th level is simply unheard of. As the onlookers expressed their admiration for ZK's astonishing prowess, the Yin patriarch was consumed by despair, howling in rage. He was infuriated that ZK had forced the deadly heartbreak grass poison into his mouth. What made matters worse was that unlike other poisoners, he possessed no antidote. He had no choice but to hastily consume emetics and purgatives, desperately attempting to expel the toxin. Ugh, ugh. He had never imagined that he would one day fall victim to the poison of heartbreak grass. He could only blame his father, the Yin family's ancestor, for not imparting such a fundamental piece of knowledge. Those who play with fire will inevitably be burned. At that moment, young Master Zhonghua hurried into the grand hall. Frowning as he surveyed the chaotic scene, his gaze fell upon the Yin patriarch, who was struggling to vomit, before finally resting on ZK, who sat regally in the esteemed position to his right. He quickly approached ZK, concern etched on his face, and asked, "Brother Yulan, are you all right?" ZK pointed at the head of the Yin family, speaking with calmness, "It is nothing serious. I was merely poisoned by that gentleman. However, I have managed to expel the toxin, though, ironically, he ingested it again." Alas, the whims of fate are truly unpredictable. Upon hearing ZK's words, young Master Zhonghuai's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. He gazed deeply at the head of the Yin family, feeling a sense of admiration for ZK's skill. "Brother Yulan, your prowess has truly impressed me," he praised sincerely. The head of the Yin family, who prided himself on his strength and mastery of poison, had acted arrogantly, dominating and bullying others, and now faced this dire predicament due to his own misdeeds. If one walks by the river, one must be prepared for wet shoes. Yet, the head of the Yin family was unwilling to concede defeat. At that moment, he had regained some strength. After all, the poison had diminished significantly from the time it entered ZK's body to the moment it was forced back into his mouth. Moreover, he had successfully expelled a considerable amount of the toxin. Standing before Zhonghua, the head of the Yin family did not bow but stood with an air of arrogance, coldly stating, "Zhonghua, who is this boy? How dare he occupy my seat and poison me? Such a depraved character, how can you allow such a person to enter our midst? Young Master Yulan is our most esteemed guest today, a hero of Piqing. He has slain the head of the Tao family, vanquished the Tao family's elder, and captured their young master, thus ridding Piqing of a malignant tumor. Tell me, who deserves to sit here, you or young Master Yulan?" Yin Jiao could discern the underlying meaning behind these grandiloquent words. He realized that the Yin family might have to lower their heads from this point onward. Young Master Yulan was indeed a figure they could not afford to offend. Contemplating this, he felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Gasping, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, astonished at the youth's formidable strength, having slain 2 seasoned cultivators at the 9th level of the mortal-immortal realm. It was no wonder he had successfully dispelled the poison and effortlessly countered the head of the Yin family's attack. Young Master Zhonghua surveyed the crowd, clasped his hands in salute, and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, The Tao family has dominated Peaching for over a century, committing unspeakable atrocities, setting up their own courts, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent, bullying the weak, and engaging in extortion. Their misdeeds are so numerous they are beyond enumeration. Today, my father, in the name of the Peaching Lord's office, has pronounced the Tao family's 10 major crimes and ordered the apprehension of 127 suspects from the Tao family, confiscating their businesses and ill-gotten gains. However, the Tao family has stubbornly resisted, thanks to the assistance of young Master Yulan from Long Island. We have succeeded in capturing all suspects in one fell swoop and eliminating the treasonous Tao father and son. I declare that from this day forth, there shall be no more Tao family in Peaching, no more the heinous Tao family. Let us pray that Peaching shall never again witness the likes of the Tao family. Let us celebrate the resurgence of peace and prosperity in Peaching. As he spoke, Zhong Hui cast a meaningful glance at the now despondent head of the Yin family, who stood awkwardly to the side. He then raised his hands and continued. Good things often require patience. Please, everyone, bear with us for a moment as we tidy up, and then we shall invite my father to join us, reopening the banquet to celebrate this joyous occasion. With Zhong Hui's words, the atmosphere in the banquet hall gradually became lively. Guests began discussing young Master Yulan's extraordinary strength and heroic deeds. Yet, amidst the revelry, the head of the Yin family wore a sullen expression. Retreating to a corner of the palace, flanked by two elders and a well-dressed young gentleman with an evident double chin yet a tall stature, the young gentleman whispered to the head of the Yin family, "Father, shall we let such a disgrace go unpunished?" His brows furrowed with indignation. The head of the Yin family's eyes sparkled with a mix of anger and helplessness as he replied sternly, "Those who recognize the times are the wise. Everyone has moments when they must bow their heads. When one's strength is inferior, what can be done? Right, I am gravely poisoned and in such an awkward position. It is indeed unsuitable for me to remain here. Dai, you will represent me at this gathering. Remember, maintain a low profile and avoid drawing attention. Enduring a moment of anger will spare you 100 days of worry. That is the mark of a true superior." Yinny nodded respectfully, "Yes, I shall heed my father's counsel." However, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he silently vowed, "Yulan, is it? The humiliation you have brought upon the Yin family, I shall repay you tenfold." Chapter 55, The Ren family banquet. The lord of the city has arrived. With 10 attendants calling out in unison, Ren Zhongyu, the lord of Peaching, stepped into the grand hall of the city lord's mansion amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, signaling the commencement of the celebratory banquet. Ren Zhongyu stood at the center of the hall and, with a voice like thunder, announced the 10 crimes of the Tao family and the circumstances of their punishment. His words resonated with justice, authority, and warmth, evoking tears as he recounted several poignant examples that moved everyone present. After a deep sigh, he lamented the hard-won peace of the day, urging everyone to join in celebration for the resurgence of tranquility and Peaching by raising their glasses in toast. The crowd erupted in cheers, raising their cups and downing their drinks in unison. Thus, the banquet officially began, with exquisite dishes and fine wines being served one after another. Guests toasted and celebrated, laughter and joy ringing out as they reveled in the downfall of the Tao family. As expected, the lord of the city was about to bestow rewards upon himself, allowing him to choose as he pleased. Ziki was not one to hold back. He directly expressed his desire for a BMW. With pressing matters at hand and his trusty steed, the swift shadow, left back at the Mengshan pasture. The horse he had acquired during the day proved to be rather ordinary in terms of stamina. However, to Ziki's surprise, Zhongyu deemed a mere BMW insufficient to reward a hero of his caliber. Instead, he bestowed upon Ziki a spirit beast pouch containing a second-tier, dual-stage golden-clawed giant eagle. The city lord named it Lufeng. Lufeng? How splendid! This signified that Ziki could one day soar through the skies like the yellow dragon Taoist. While it may lack the celestial aura of the venerable yellow dragon, its capabilities were undeniably formidable. In his elation, Ziki frequently raised his cup, toasting with other guests and engaging in light-hearted banter. After a flurry of exchanges, Ziki finally grasped the seating arrangement. Among the 5 esteemed seats, the city lord Zhongyu occupied the central position, flanked by his 2 sons, his legitimate firstborn, Zhong Hui, and his illegitimate son, Ren Xiao. Ziki found himself seated at the far eastern end, while to the west sat none other than the lord of Luoma City, General Xian Feng of the Copper-Armored Army. From the conversations around him, Ziki caught wind of an unusual piece of information. Pai City and Luoma City seemed to be orchestrating a significant joint military operation. This revelation piqued Ziki's curiosity and confusion. as it was well known that the primary neighboring countries to the south of the Shi kingdom were the Lin kingdom and the Dupeng kingdom, both allies of Shi, particularly the Lin clan, who had recently participated in the Shi clan's resistance against Zhao Liang's aggressive incursions. Whom, then, were they planning to confront? Ultimately, Zeke managed to extract information from Ren Xiao, the elder brother of Zhong Huai. It turned out that this was not an external military endeavor but, under Zhao Liang's orders, a mission to besiege an internal army consisting of several thousand troops. According to Ren Xiao, the challenges of this operation were twofold. First, maintaining the morale of the troops, necessitating the pretense of a joint exercise. Second, guarding against potential ambushes from Zhao Liang, as he was utterly untrustworthy. As for further details, Ren Xiao remained tight-lipped. Zeke was deeply concerned, wondering if this was all in pursuit of Mo Shi. According to the plans laid out by his future father-in-law, Shi Luo, Mo Shi was to find an opportunity to escape alone from the southern direction of Luomahai. Subsequently, Zeke refrained from inquiring about the operation and instead engaged the guests in casual conversation about the current significant events, amusing anecdotes, and the overall situation within the Shirgua. Before long, Zeke caught wind of a crucial piece of news. Elder Shirmu was leading a transport convoy of over 1,000 people, accompanied by 1,000 bodyguards, herding a large number of cattle and sheep, preparing to trade for grain in the Great Pen Kingdom. Notably, had not Mo Shi previously been hiding in the Mengshan pasture under Elder Shirmu's jurisdiction? This led Zeke to deduce that there was a considerable likelihood Mo Shi was among Elder Shirmu's trading entourage. With this thought in mind, Zeke felt an overwhelming urge to leave immediately and inform both Elder Shirmu and Mo Shi, strategizing their next steps. However, it was somewhat inappropriate for him to excuse himself abruptly from the ongoing banquet. Therefore, Zeke decided to refrain from pouring drinks for others, hoping to subtly signal to the lord of the city that no feast lasts forever. Yet the enthusiasm of the crowd was unyielding. Everyone wanted to share a few drinks with the lord, expressing their admiration and loyalty. The lord, however, was not equipped to handle such an overwhelming show of reverence, and thus offered various excuses to justify why he need not partake in the toasts, while insisting that those offering the drinks must drink instead. The surrounding guests eagerly joined in the revelry, making the atmosphere increasingly vibrant, with no end to the banquet in sight, as Zeke found himself growing increasingly restless and anxious. Yin Ti, the young master of the Yin family, departed from his own table and approached Zeke's, bowing deeply with utmost respect. He raised his cup above his head and, in an apologetic tone, proclaimed loudly, "Young Master Yulan, my father was previously disrespectful to you, and I am here to toast in his stead, hoping you will cast aside past grievances. The Yin family shall henceforth look to you as our guiding star." Zeke scoffed inwardly at the assertion that the Yin family impeaching would play second fiddle to the Ren family. But then a thought struck him. If this were overheard by Lord Ren, might it breed animosity towards him? Nevertheless, it hardly mattered, for in the future, there would only be the imperial sturgeon, Yulan, and no longer the young Master Yulan. While Zeke was lost in contemplation, Yin Ti had already summoned servants to bring forth 20 jars of strong liquor, placing them in the center of the grand hall. Capturing the attention of the guests and pausing their toasts and flattery, Yin Ti then clasped his fist towards Zeke and declared loudly, "To express my family's fervor, I present you with this fiery liquor instead of the gentle spirit. To demonstrate our sincerity, I offer you 10 jars of strong liquor." 10? Strong liquor? Zeke rubbed his ears, doubting his hearing and questioning incredulously. Indeed, 10 jars symbolize the Yin family's utmost sincerity. Strong liquor represents our fiery enthusiasm. Yin Ti replied with unwavering confidence. Had he truly not misheard? The young master of the Yin family was indeed bold. Zeke mused, attempting to respond in a light-hearted manner. 10 cups would suffice to illustrate your family's sincerity. Upon hearing this, a smirk tugged at Yin Ti's lips as he arrogantly retorted, "What a jest. 10 cups hardly convey any sincerity. That amounts to less than half a jar. Could it be that young Master Yulan lacks the sincerity to accept my family's apology?" Faced with Yin Ti's provocation, Zeke furrowed his brow slightly and, in a tone of skepticism, reiterated, "You truly believe you can consume 10 jars? That much liquor? To express the Yin family's sincerity, should it come to it, I would drink another 10 jars if necessary. I would drink until my last breath." Yin Ti boasted boldly, thumping his chest with bravado. Zeke displayed a concerned expression and earnestly advised, "I am doing this for your own good. Excessive consumption of liquor can be detrimental to your vitality." Yin Ti smiled gently and replied, "If young Master Yulan truly has my best interests at heart, then I implore you to honor my fervent passion." Zeke furrowed his brows, casting a serious gaze upon the cluster of wine jars in the center of the grand hall. And with a hint of skepticism, inquired, "Is this wine from the Lord's manor, or have you procured it from elsewhere?" Yinti replied with composure, "This wine has just been transported from the Yanfang." Zeke let out a cold laugh and said, "Oh, how can I be certain that your wine is not poisoned? I have just fallen victim to the poison of the Yin family not long ago." Yin Tian replied with composure, "These 20 jars of wine are right here. You may choose 10 for yourself, while I shall claim the remaining 10. Furthermore, as the host, I shall partake first." Zeke furrowed his brow in skepticism and remarked, "How can I be certain that you have not already consumed the antidote? Even if you were to drink it first, you would remain unpoisoned." Yinti pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What is it that you desire in order for you to drink?" After a moment of contemplation, Zeke proposed, "How about this? We shall all indulge in the fine liquor from the Lord's manor, but you must bear the cost." Yin Tue, upon hearing this, readily agreed, saying, "Excellent. It is settled then. My deepest thanks to young Master Yulan for your generosity." Zeke spoke in a deep voice, declaring, "It is settled with a word." Yin Ti secretly chuckled to himself, a voice in his mind gnashing its teeth, murmuring, "Umph. Finally a word is settled. Let us see if I can't drink you under the table." With that, Zeke turned to Zhong Huai and inquired, "I wonder if your estate possesses such a quantity of liquor? A total of 40 spirit stones. Is that sufficient?" Zhong Huai hurriedly replied, "Brother Yulan, you must not think that fellow can't handle such an amount of wine. Just look at his chin, renowned for being a wine pouch. Once the liquor enters, who knows where it leaks out? No one has ever witnessed him inebriated. Thus, he is affectionately nicknamed the wine leaker." "What? Brother Zhong Huai, why didn't you mention this sooner?" Upon hearing this, Zeke was taken aback and quickly turned to Yin Ti, saying, "Young Master Yin Ti, perhaps it would be better to refrain from drinking. I have already received the sincerity from the Yin family and agree to forgive your family, letting bygones be bygones." "Ah, young Master Yulan, a gentleman's word is his bond. How can a young hero like you go back on your word? Who was it that just said, 'It is settled with a word'?" As Zeke found himself lost in thought, he noticed Yin Tiao producing a storage bag, which he gently placed on Prince Zhong Huai's table using his elemental force. With a smile, he said, "Prince Zhong Huai, within this bag lie 50 spirit stones. Please send someone to fetch 20 jars of wine." Chapter 56. The wine duel. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, 2 rows of jars filled with liquor were arranged in the center of the grand hall. Yin Tiao stood at the heart of the hall, clasped his fist toward Zeke, and declared, "Young Master Yulan, this is the first gesture of sincerity from my Yinchu family." With that, Yin Tiao lifted a jar with both hands and, with a hearty gulp, drained its contents in one go. Zeke meticulously observed every movement of Yin Ti. And to his surprise, he did not notice Yin Ti stealthily transferring the wine outside his body. "Young Master Yulan, please." As soon as Yin Ti finished his barrel of wine, he picked up another barrel and handed it to Zeke. Allow me. Zeke hurriedly accepted the wine barrel, simultaneously dipping a cloth in clean water to wipe the mouth of the barrel, while smilingly saying, "I beg your pardon, young Master Yin Ti. I am genuinely concerned that you might take this opportunity to poison the wine. Detoxification can be rather troublesome. Wouldn't you agree? I must exercise caution." Upon hearing this, everyone burst into hearty laughter. Were it them, they too would have been wary, yet most would not have been as forthright as young Master Yulan in expressing their concerns. Although Yin Ti forced a smile, he was inwardly seething with irritation. Zeke paid no heed to the reactions of those around him. After meticulously wiping the wine jar, he produced a pair of silver chopsticks to test for poison. Noticing no discoloration, he lifted the jar and began to drink deeply, savoring each mouthful. As he drank, he activated the bloodline power of the Pishio, swiftly refining the liquor into postnatal essence. Contrary to his recent habit of savoring each cup slowly, intending to torment Yan's provocateur, Zeke now wished to conclude the banquet expeditiously. Thus he refrained from prolonging the contest with Yin Ti. For the next incense's duration, the two engaged in a remarkable feat, downing 6 jars of liquor each, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. How could these two competitors withstand such quantities without succumbing? Was this fiery spirit merely a sweet nectar to them? Yet, Zeke discerned that Yin Ti's clothing was nearly drenched in sweat. He staggered to his feet, his tongue lolling as he slurred. No. I see the sincerity of the Yin family. No, it cannot be. His liquor, surely, must have been expelled from his body through his vital force. Look at his attire. It is completely soaked. Upon closer inspection, the crowd confirmed Zeke's assertion. Yin Ti's garments were indeed soaked through, and even his hair was close to saturation, wisps of vapor rising from his crown. No. How could I do such a thing? That is merely my perspiration. Though slightly dizzy and his voice trembling, Yin-Ti still managed to articulate his words with clarity. ZK let out a cold chuckle and continued. Surely the perspiration bears no trace of liquor? Dispatch a guard at once to ascertain whether his garments exude the scent of wine. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hui immediately commanded. You there, proceed swiftly and verify whether the garments of Lord Yin-Ti carry the fragrance of wine. Who dares approach me? Yet Yin-Ti erupted in sudden fury. With a menacing flourish, he brandished a bronze trident, its gleaming tip pointed threateningly toward the advancing guards. The guards, cowed by his formidable presence, halted in tense hesitation, crouching slightly with hands gripping their sword hilts, unwilling to advance recklessly. Each of them possessed merely the 9th level of Qi refinement cultivation, whereas Yin-Ti had already attained the first tier of the mortal-immortal realm, a disparity in strength far too vast to bridge. Ha 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 ha. Zika raised his head and let out a long, resonant laugh toward the heavens, then maintained a mysterious smile as he fixed his gaze upon Yin-Ti's eyes, saying, Have I struck a chord? Attempting to cheat? By utilizing your vital energy, you would inevitably expel the wine from within? Yin-Ti, trembling slightly, replied, No. The wine is an essence of grain. To waste wine is to squander food. Suddenly, Ziku snapped back to reality, his anger palpable, and without hesitation. He summoned the divine ape's cloud-seeking hand, delivering a crisp and resounding slap to Yin-Ti's face. Almost immediately, he reined in his emotions and, with a playful tone, remarked, The Flame Emperor teaches us to conserve food. Waste is indeed shameful. As Ziku's words resonated, the crowd around them began to murmur amongst themselves. Young Master Yulan is truly formidable. Today, he has repeatedly humiliated the Yin family. Such a turn of fate. The Yin family, too, has its day of reckoning. Indeed, what goes around comes around. He is oblivious to the greater powers beyond. Yin-Ti touched his stinging cheek, his eyes brimming with fury. As the distinguished heir of the Yin family, how had he ever endured such humiliation? Gripping a copper fork, he charged fiercely toward Ziku. Zeke let out a faint, mocking smile as he unleashed the divine monkey's cloud-searching hand, infusing it with a modicum of primordial energy. In a flash, his fist struck the knee of Yin-Ti, causing her to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. Realizing your error? There's no need for such grand gestures. Zeke jested. At that moment, Yin-Ti was utterly devoid of reason, consumed by a singular desire to charge at Zeke in a fit of fury. With a guttural roar, she prepared to rise and launch herself at him once more. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within ZK as he recalled the fierce battle with the aquatic beings in the micro-sea. He encased a fragment of thunderous power within his true essence and flicked his index finger. The small orb of lightning shimmered with a cerulean glow, resembling a crystal sphere, and struck the shoulder well of Yin-Ti's right arm, which was straining to support his body. Yin-Ti trembled violently, his right arm giving way, leading him to collapse once more onto the ground. Yet, the indomitable Yin-Ti, undeterred, propped himself up with his left hand, striving to rise again. However, the shoulder well on his left side was immediately struck by the lightning orb propelled by ZK, causing him to shudder and fall unceremoniously, landing face first onto his bronze fork. With both hands temporarily devoid of strength, he could not lift himself nor stabilize his steel fork, which slipped from his grip and fell alongside him. To ZK's astonishment, Yin-Ti was not yet disheartened. He attempted a clumsy maneuver, lowering his head to the ground in an oddly graceful fashion, managing to stand once again. Amused by the spectacle, ZK contemplated continuing to toy with this arrogant young noble, intent on utterly dismantling his unfounded pride. Thus, he bent the middle fingers of both hands, rhythmically launching a series of small orbs of elemental power, devoid of thunderous energy, while calling out, left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. After being struck several times, Yin-Ti swiftly discerned the pattern, alternating his feet with remarkable agility to evade the ensuing barrage of attacks. Just as Yin-Ti reveled in his newfound understanding and his hands regained much of their strength, he felt a surge of elation. Suddenly, ZK ceased his assault. Yet Yin-Ti, unable to restrain himself, continued to perform high leg raises, anticipating the unlaunched elemental orbs. This comical display erupted into laughter from all around, causing Yin-Ti's face to flush crimson as he stared blankly at Quebec. Suddenly, ZK bellowed, left foot. A small sphere of elemental energy was propelled forth. Yin-Ti hastily raised his left foot, but the acupoint on his right foot, Zhu Sanli, was struck by the energy sphere, causing his right leg to give way. And he collapsed to the ground. "You lie!" Yin furiously shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Quebec. ZK helplessly spread his hands and said, "I meant my left side, while you raised your left side." Without a moment's thought, Yin T blurted out, "You should have mentioned it earlier." ZK then exclaimed, Well, let us proceed." With a slight bend of his right index finger, he encapsulated a considerable amount of thunderous energy within his true essence and bellowed, "Left foot." Yin T reacted with remarkable swiftness, promptly raising his right foot. However, he did not foresee that the small orb of lightning would accurately strike the acupoint known as Zhu Sanli on his left foot, penetrating through his calf and impacting the stone slabs laid on the Grand Hall's floor. His trousers bore two dark, unsightly holes, one in front and one behind. As he lay convulsing on the ground, Yin T expelled the liquor he had stored in his chin pouch, the alcohol spilling forth in a radius of 10 feet. Its aroma swiftly permeating the entire hall. Indeed, this liquor had not been digested, it had merely resided temporarily within his pouch. Meanwhile, he muttered repeatedly, "Wasn't it supposed to be your left? Why is it that this time, it strikes my left?" Surrounding him, some individuals displayed scornful smiles, deriding Yin T's predicament. Others laughed unabashedly, as though they sought to unleash all their merriment. Still more laughed so heartily that they nearly doubled over, struggling to regain their composure. The Grand Hall was alive with a cacophony of laughter, a vibrant tapestry of mirth. Enough. At that moment, the city lord of Pi City, Ren Zhongyu, suddenly slammed his palm onto the table in fury and rose to his feet. The startled crowd fell silent, their laughter abruptly extinguished, and the hall was enveloped in a profound stillness. Chapter 57. Who should reflect? When the heir of the Yin family, Yin T, attempted to intoxicate ZK, he found himself the target of ZK's mockery. Just then, the city lord of Pi City, in a fit of rage, struck the table and stood up, leaving everyone in a state of confusion and silence. ZK silently observed Lord Rinchong, yet his heart was tumultuous. How could he possibly confront a man who had just bestowed upon him a spirit beast? As he noticed the surrounding crowd had quieted, their gazes converging upon him, Ran Zhongyu took a deep breath and began to speak with a steady and measured tone. One must bear the weight of their own strength. There is no shame in being weak. The true disgrace lies in those who, despite their meager capabilities, seek to trample upon others and seize every advantage for themselves. This is nothing but a manifestation of ignorance and arrogance, a misalignment of virtue and position. With that, Ran Zhongyu surveyed the assembly and continued. Humans must possess self-awareness and the ability to assess the situation to find their rightful place. He sighed, concluding, "Enough is enough. Let this banquet come to an end. Here, please arrange for someone to safely escort young Master Yin back to the Yin residence, and also convey to the elder of the Yin family that he ought to reflect earnestly and act accordingly." Upon hearing this, Zhang He's brow furrowed in confusion. He clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and inquired, "Father, whom do you suggest requires this reflection?" Ren Zhongyu merely uttered a single word, "Him." He then turned and departed. The guests within the grand hall, sensing the delicate atmosphere, discreetly took their leave. Zhang He stood quietly in place and turned to ZK, who was preparing to exit, and asked, "Brother Yulan, whom do you think he refers to?" Zeke was taken aback and exclaimed, "Huh? Did I hear they?" Upon hearing this, Zhonghuai's eyes glimmered with profound meaning, and he burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, it is they." After bidding farewell to Zhonghuai, Zeke, eager to continue his journey, did not return to the inn. Instead, he released Lufeng in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion and soared towards Luoma City. Riding a spirit beast for the first time, Zeke, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, began to familiarize himself with and experience the formidable capabilities of Lufeng, occasionally performing intricate stunts. He even allowed Lufeng to dive down to catch prey. The sensation of weightlessness during the plunge and the sharp whistling sound in his ears were exhilarating. Zeke was awestruck by Lufeng's predatory prowess. After 6 dives, he had successfully captured 6 small creatures without fail. One moment, he caught a fox, the next, a rabbit, and astonishingly, he even snared a 7-foot-long unidentified snake. The snake writhed furiously in Lufeng's talons, flicking its tongue menacingly, which was quite terrifying. Zeke instinctively moved back, fearing an accidental bite from the snake's venomous fangs. How wild! It seemed unwise to confine Lufeng to the space within the jade pendant, lest it devour all the adorable creatures residing there. Before long, Zeke arrived at Luoma City. Now adept at controlling Lufeng, he gently descended onto the roof of a large tiled house, stowed Lufeng in the spirit beast pouch, and concealed the jade pendant behind a decorative flower on the side of the roof, preparing to rest within the pendant space. From now on, he need not stop at any town during his travels. No matter where he found himself, he could enter the pendant space to rest at any time, saving money and enjoying far superior conditions than any inn could offer. At that moment, Zeke overheard voices from within the large tiled house, mentioning the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. He quickly leaned in to listen, carefully releasing his spiritual awareness to probe the situation inside. To his surprise, the house turned out to be an arsenal. Two sentinels were chatting while drinking. One soldier leaned in mysteriously to whisper to the other, "Let me tell you, our mission this time is not a mere drill. We are to capture the Holy Maiden." "Really?" the other soldier replied incredulously. "My cousin assured me that a formidable army of thousands is escorting the Holy Maiden, intending to flee from our country. Will that young Master Zeke not come to rescue the Holy Maiden? I heard he is powerful enough to defeat two true Immortal Realm experts. Merely a stroke of luck. Perhaps. I've heard he has just recently broken through to the mortal Immortal Realm. Furthermore, the Xiahou clan has dispatched their elite black-scale army, and with our forces combined, even if Zeke possesses true immortal strength, he would be like an ant shaking a tree, a moth to the flame. Alas, that young Master Zeke is truly pitiable. The whole world knows he has been cuckolded." Upon hearing this, Zeke could not help but feel a surge of anger, just as he contemplated expressing his frustrations. He listened intently to the subsequent words of the two individuals, which allowed him to quietly calm his restless heart. Who could argue otherwise? Anyone faced with such circumstances would be infuriated. Let me tell you, should the army tasked with protecting the saints pass through my domain, while I may not dare to commit acts of rebellion, I intend to feign a lack of aim, to pretend that my strikes have gone awry. May heaven grant its favor, ensuring the saints as safe escape from the clutches of that beast, Xiaojie. Ah, brother, your plan is splendid. I shall adopt the same approach when the time comes. Zeke finally withdrew his consciousness with a sense of satisfaction, realizing that these two individuals were indeed good-hearted. He had almost acted against them just moments ago. With a tinge of regret, Zeke took out 10 strings of shell coins and 10 pieces of spirit stones, delicately placing them on the table beside the two men using his yuan power, a gesture to express his gratitude. After completing this act, Zeke entered the space of the jade pendant, intending to rest. However, his mind was filled with myriad thoughts, and since it was daytime within the pendant's realm, sleep eluded him. Thus, he resolved to engage in cultivation instead. With ample resources at his disposal, it was time to enhance the mountain-splitting cloud-slicing technique. With a flourish of his hand, the head of the Tao family appeared before him. Without uttering a word, Zeke activated his flying sickle, directly reducing him to mere fragments, which he then devoured and refined. After a brief period of time, Zeke experienced a significant boost in his cultivation level. Yet the bottleneck in his realm remained firmly in place, making further breakthroughs challenging. He then began the arduous task of merging various divine souls and bloodline powers into his own essence. To Zeke's delight, the bloodline power of the Tao family head bore a striking resemblance to his own flying sickle bloodline, rendering the fusion process relatively simple. In merely 2 hours, he successfully integrated the vast majority of the bloodline power. He could feel a marked enhancement in both the resilience and sharpness of his flying sickle, though he was unable to gauge the level of this bloodline power. Bloodline talents are categorized into 3 major ranks: heaven, earth, and man, each further divided into 9 sublevels. Typically, a special testing formation is required to ascertain one's rank. For ordinary individuals, the level of bloodline talent remains unchanged throughout their lives. However, due to the uniqueness of Zeke's Pishio bloodline, there exists the potential for elevation, and he had recently sensed a notable improvement in his own bloodline talent. It was high time to undergo a test of his bloodline talent. With his cultivation session coming to a close and the hour of Chen approaching, Zeke knew he needed to vacate the rooftop. Remaining there as daylight broke could attract unwanted attention, leading to complications. Quietly, he exited the jade pendant space and spotted a messenger, burdened with several triangular flags, galloping into the armory courtyard. His voice boomed like thunder as he relayed the command. "General Tue Duo has issued an order. All personnel in the armory, prepare immediately. The troops will arrive in shifts to collect their equipment by the hour of C and gather at the training grounds at noon to pledge for battle." Upon hearing this command, an urgent sense of foreboding surged within Zeke. Was the time for action finally at hand? Indeed, time was of the essence, he mused. Initially planning to return to Luqing after departing from Xueqing, he had encountered Huanglong Daoist and Suji Xianzi, narrowly escaping their ambush. This had led him to the Weihai region, where he had spent several days on Long Island, even engaging in a skirmish at Ute City. Considering the need for evidence of his journey, he had subsequently traveled to Peaching and Lumeking. It was clear that he needed to hasten his pace. Thus, throughout the following morning, Zeke efficiently secured the testimonies of 2 witnesses in Lumeking and Shamey City, both of whom were in attendance. Shortly thereafter, he mounted his steed, Lufing, and headed north, hoping to encounter Elder Sher Mu's entourage promptly. Before long, he came across a fork in the road. One path leading to Xingqing and the other to Xuecheng. With Lufing at his disposal, this posed no issue. After a moment of contemplation, Zeke chose to proceed towards the closer Xingqing. In just a short time, he caught sight of the Wohu Mountain, a location where he had previously fought, and shortly thereafter, he spotted a city in the distance. Utilizing his spiritual sense to probe, he concluded that there was no sign of a large convoy. Without lingering, Zeke directed Lufing toward Xuecheng. Approximately 10 miles from the city, he finally saw a long convoy in the distance. Surely this was Elder Sher Mu's procession. The one he had been yearning to see, Emoshi, must be among them. However, calmness was essential, Zeke reminded himself sternly. With this thought, he slowed his pace, veered towards Shamey City, and released his spiritual sense to meticulously examine the surroundings. Indeed, he spotted 7 or 8 low-tier cultivators lurking in the trees flanking the main road, all at the cultivation level of the mortal-immortal realm, ranging from the 1st to 3rd tier. He resolved not to provoke unnecessary trouble. His sole intention was to rescue Emoshi. If these individuals could be avoided, so be it. With a spark of inspiration, Zeke quietly descended into a secluded grove and disguised himself as a down-and-out young man, carrying a modest bundle in the Thunderblade. Making his way toward Elder Sher Mu's convoy, what appeared to be a brief journey from the sky turned out to take over an hour on foot before he finally encountered the Elder's entourage. Zeke knelt before the procession with a thud, weeping profusely and pleading, "I implore the great Lord of the Heavens to take heed of the plight of the common folk. I beseech the great Lord of the Heavens to render justice for the people." A soldier approached and inquired, "What grievance do you bear that you dare obstruct the chariot of Elder Sher Mu?" Zeke pleaded, "My lord, this humble subject in Iago is but a commoner of Pai City, not a lowly slave. The young master of the wealthy Tao family took a fancy to my younger sister in Iaxio. He forcibly claimed to have purchased her with 5 shell coins. When my father objected, they beat him until he spat blood. Finding no justice in Pai City, I resolved to seek audience with our sovereign in El City. Never did I expect to encounter your excellency here. I beseech your honor to uphold justice for this lowly subject." Having spoken, ZK unleashed a torrent of anguished weeping. Strangely, his lamentations resonated with unusual clarity and poignancy, carrying an inexplicable power to stir the deepest chords of human compassion, an effect no amount of Yuan energy could replicate. Presently, a herald emerged. As anticipated, Elder Sher Mu granted ZK an audience. Upon meeting the elder, ZK prostrated himself in reverence, deliberately displaying the heavenly thunder saber. When their gazes met, ZK momentarily dropped his disguise, flashing Elder Sher Mu a knowing smile before resuming his altered appearance. A glimmer of recognition flickered in the elder's eyes. "Your Excellency," ZK continued, "this matter concerns the Tao family of Pai City. I humbly request a private audience to prevent information leakage." "Granted. Enter my carriage," Elder Sher Mu replied benevolently, dismissing his attendants with a wave. As servants and guards withdrew, ZK ascended the carriage. "Uncle, danger lies ahead," ZK urgently warned. "Are you truly ZK?" The elder scrutinized him with skepticism. How could this be false? ZK promptly presented the heavenly thunder saber and silver chopsticks for inspection, then revealed several of Sher Huang's private secrets. Only then did Elder Sher Mu become convinced of the youth's true identity. Zeke conveyed the information he had acquired to Elder Sher in detail. The two promptly discussed a strategy. With Zeke unexpectedly obtaining a spatial treasure, the dilemma became significantly simpler. Within a brief moment, Elder Sher reached a resolution. Emoshi, of course, would be concealed within the spatial treasure and taken away. The matter of exchanging grain was indeed a pressing national concern and could not be delayed. Yet it was not imperative for the caravan to head directly to the Great Peng Kingdom. Elder Sher had already arranged for the overseer of the pastoral department to negotiate with the Great Peng Kingdom in advance. Since Saintess Mo, she had departed from the caravan. There was no longer any fear of Zhao Liang's scrutiny. However, if they could divert Zhao Liang's attention for a few days using the caravan, it would be highly advantageous. Thus, moving the caravan to Mount Wahoo was an excellent choice, as it would also allow for grazing over a few days, conserving substantial fodder for the cattle, sheep, and horses. After their agreement, Elder Shur led Zeke towards the rear of the caravan. As they were about to pass by the herding group, Zeke caught sight of a graceful young slave with delicate skin from a distance. Alas, it was fortunate that she arrived. Emoshi's disguise was rather lackluster, easily revealing her true identity. In contrast, Zeke's disguise was executed flawlessly, leaving Emoshi entirely oblivious to his presence. As the two passed by Emoshi, Elder Shur kept his gaze forward and whispered, "Emoair, we have devised a new and more perfect plan. You now need to crouch down and temporarily hide among the flock of sheep. Relax your mind, and do not resist." In an instant, Emoshi vanished among the sheep. As she was drawn into the palace within Zeke's jade pendant space, Zeke swiftly extended his consciousness into the jade pendant space, providing a thorough explanation to Moshi to prevent her from becoming flustered. Subsequently, Elder Shur Mu positioned Zeke at the rear of the convoy, proclaiming loudly, "Niagu. This elder bears no responsibility for matters concerning the prison. Alas, I am unable to assist you. You should hasten to Luching and seek out Elder Shursie at the prison department. He will advocate for you." Zeke feigned a countenance of profound disappointment as he bid farewell to Elder Shur Mu, then turned and strode purposefully towards Shui City. Perfect. As Zeke walked, a thrill coursed through him as he contemplated the pivotal role played by the jade pendant gifted by Brother Guanlong. The next destination would be Zhongwang City, where he intended to arrange for another witness before returning to Luching. With this thought in mind, Zeke extended his spiritual awareness to survey the surrounding woods, eager to find an unmonitored path to summon Lufeng and soar towards Zhongwang City. However, his investigation revealed not only several vigilant cultivators, but also a formidable army advancing with great momentum, at least 300 battle chariots, all belonging to the Black Scale Army, comprised entirely of mortal celestial realm soldiers. Among them, aside from a young man of 18 or 19 years, who possessed a cultivation level of the third stage of the mortal celestial realm, the other four leading figures emanated an overwhelming aura, clearly indicating their high cultivation levels, likely reaching the true celestial realm. To Zeke's surprise, two of them were familiar faces, Zhao Yang, that scoundrel, and the ever-hilarious Taoist Huang Long. Chapter 59. The Art of Laser Thought Projection. The judgment of ZK was not erroneous. The other two individuals were Mr. Ge, a man of exceptional intellect, and Lord Shui Chu, a high-ranking official from the kingdom of Yufu. Both possessed formidable strength, having attained the third level of true immortal realm. Considering the balance of power and the urgency of the situation, ZK decided to temporarily retreat. He swiftly concealed himself within a dense forest, hiding the spatial jade pendant in a hollow of a tree. With a mere thought, he entered the space within the pendant. At this moment, she had removed her disguise and returned to her usual appearance, donning her familiar attire as she joyfully strolled through the palace, curiously observing her surroundings. Upon seeing ZK suddenly appear, a radiant smile blossomed on Emoshi's face as she hurried towards him, exclaiming with excitement, "The scenery here is truly enchanting, resembling a celestial paradise." ZK gazed deeply at Emoshi, his eyes shimmering with aspirations for the future. "Indeed. This place is named Sioux, New Jersey Fairyland, and I am quite fond of it. Why don't we designate this as our first sanctuary, a secret realm where we can embark on our journey together, serving as a pivotal point in our lives?" At that critical moment, however, ZK felt at a loss for words, his tongue faltering, unable to articulate what he wished to convey. He could only scratch his head awkwardly. Upon witnessing this, Emoshi offered a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with warmth and mischief. "What pivotal point are you talking about? Isn't this simply our first secret haven?" Upon hearing these words, ZK's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of delight as he eagerly concurred. "Indeed, this is our secret haven, a sanctuary where we can weather life's storms together. I hope this enchanting paradise witnesses our joys and sorrows and bears witness to our vibrant and intriguing lives, free from monotony." Emoshi gazed at ZK, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she softly remarked, "You possess quite a way with words, don't you?" Upon hearing these words, ZK felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. She awkwardly scratched her head, as if attempting to conceal her inner shyness, yet could not help but reveal a hint of a sincere smile. Alas, it is best to revert to a more serious demeanor. This state of awkwardness is nothing short of torment for ZK, a true trial of her patience. ZK repressed a smile and said solemnly, "In truth, we are indeed evading the storm at this very moment. That scoundrel Zhao Yang is lurking outside, likely accompanied by at least 4 formidable beings of the true immortal realm. Upon hearing this, Emoshi suddenly recalled a question that had been festering in her mind for several days. Ah, right. I heard that you defeated the 2 true immortal realm experts that Zhao Yang sent to capture you a few days ago. ZK sighed. What a stroke of luck. Truly, it was a narrow escape. I was almost ensnared by that elusive fairy of emptiness. No, it would be more accurate to say that I had already been subdued by her magical artifact. It was only by seizing an opportune moment to shatter the artifact that I managed to escape unscathed. Emoshi, with a look of concern, inquired, that sounds exceedingly perilous. Are you unharmed? Zeke laughed heartily, exclaiming, haha, not at all. With your blessings, my fortune has indeed flourished remarkably. Not only have I evaded capture, but I have also encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities recently. As he spoke, Zeke emanated the formidable aura of a pinnacle being at the dual realms of mortal and celestial. Behold my fortune. In just over half a month, my cultivation has advanced significantly. Emoshi's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, you've truly broken through 2 levels in such a short time. ZK said, all right, let me observe the situation outside. With that, he released a trace of his spiritual consciousness to investigate the circumstances beyond. Emoshi inquired, I too wish to take a look. Is there a way? With a furrowed brow, ZK pondered deeply. Suddenly, a secret technique known as the Thunder Laser Visualization Technique from the records of divine punishment flashed through his mind. Previously, due to insufficient conditions, he had been unable to execute it. However, within the confines of this jade pendant space, it appeared that all necessary conditions were now fulfilled. Thus, ZK declared, allow me to give it a try. Upon uttering these words, he closed his eyes in concentration, linking his thoughts with the space of the jade pendant. He then directed his intention to coalesce a hazy green water curtain within this realm. Subsequently, from the Baihui point atop his head, he projected a faint beam of thunderous energy, unenhanced by any formations, toward the water curtain. As anticipated, the surface of the water curtain shimmered with twinkling specks of light, which intertwined to form serpentine lines. Gradually, ZK infused his thoughts into this beam of thunderous power, and he beheld the emergence of a graceful beauty upon the water curtain. Her eyes sparkled with admiration and affection as she radiantly smiled at him, seemingly astonished and elated at his successful conjuration of this fantastical spell. Astonishingly, this was precisely the reaction he had envisioned in his mind regarding Emoshi's response after successfully executing the secret technique. However, the scene within the water curtain abruptly shifted. Emoshi's figure vanished without a trace, replaced by the outline of ZK himself. Suddenly, a rock plummeted from the heavens, striking him upon the head. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. Alarmed, ZK hastily ceased the Thunder Laser Visualization Technique. This was utterly terrifying. The thoughts he harbored were manifesting as images, visible to others. What a revelation! This was akin to a brain-machine interface, a cinematic water curtain, and a fusion of holographic laser projection technology. Yang Ge Yao could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Seeing ZK's flustered demeanor, Emoshi erupted in laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble with delight, and commanded, quickly, continue to cast that spell. ZK scratched his head, his brows furrowed in frustration as he lamented, well, the casting of that spell consumes an excessive amount of vital energy. Just look, I've barely managed to sustain it for a breath's duration. And already I find myself utterly exhausted, unable to continue. Emoshi let out a cold laugh, her voice sharp as she retorted, do you think I am unaware? You are lying once more. Hurry up. Proceed. Zeke pondered quietly, wondering if this girl possessed the ability to read minds. Yet, he did not dare to linger. Swiftly projecting an image once more. This time, a statuesque and fierce beauty materialized, her expression as ferocious as that of a mother tiger. Is this how I appear in your heart? She inquired. Upon witnessing this, Emoshi's eyes widened in indignation, but in the next moment, she could no longer contain herself. Bursting into laughter that flowed like a spring, her mirth causing her to double over. As her laughter subsided slightly, she endeavored to regain her seriousness, fixing her gaze on Zeke and questioning, tell me, do you truly love me? With her inquiry, the image of Zeke transformed, revealing a small boy with a flushed face. His head bowed as he timidly nodded. Now let me ask you again, why do you love me? What is it that you cherish about me? Emoshi pressed on relentlessly. In the projection, the little boy gazed at Emoshi in bewilderment, his expression one of utter confusion as he struggled to formulate a response. Observing this, Emoshi's lips curled into a playful smile, and she could no longer restrain her laughter, a melodious sound that resonated through the air. Zeke, with an awkward smile, directed his attention to the space beyond the jade pendant. In the image, he observed Zhao Liang surrounded by his army, encircling the grove. Alas, the multitude of fallen leaves obscured his view. As Zhao Liang spoke, he thrust his palms forward, and in an instant, a tempestuous wind howled forth, sweeping away the leaves that cluttered the grove. Ha ha ha, Zhao Liang is not as formidable as he seems. With your rate of cultivation, we shall soon exact our revenge, will we not? Emoshi inquired affirmatively, as she pulled Zeke to sit at the stone table in the palace's courtyard. Let us sit and watch this unfold. Ah, this is indeed promising, Zeke remarked as he retrieved a flask of spirit wine from his storage ring, pouring a generous amount for both himself and Emoshi. In harmonious understanding, they clinked their cups and took a sip, then resumed their observation of the external situation. Oh no, still some branches obstructing the view, Zeke noted. Zhao Liang shook his head and turned to Huang Long Daoist, saying, Huang Long, my friend, please cleanse this grove. Huang Long Daoist nodded, advancing on horseback, raising his hands high, and solemnly proclaimed, let there be water to wash this grove clean. Let those who conceal themselves be revealed. At Huang Long Daoist's summons, a tumultuous tide surged forth, akin to a ferocious dragon emerging from the sea, arriving with unmatched force. The torrent swept over the entire grove, stripping away leaves and snapping branches, ultimately leaving behind only bare, gnarled trunks. The grove appeared to have undergone a catastrophic purification, rendering it desolate and barren. Could this Huang Long Daoist be a high priest from some distant realm? Emoshi mused, observing his actions. His approach resembles that of a sacrificial rite. Yet, turning a brawl into a celestial offering seems rather absurd, does it not? ZK suddenly realized, oh, now that you mention it, I understand why I always find this Huang Long Daoist quite amusing. It makes perfect sense. Emoshi chuckled. Hee hee, at last, you comprehend the difference between us, don't you? As she spoke, she playfully tapped ZK's head with her finger. Zichu remarked, I have long been aware of this. However, look at me, just moments ago. I did not conceal the jade pendant beneath withered leaves nor within a bird's nest, yet I demonstrated considerable wit, did I not? Kimok Sixi, keeping silent, continued to observe the images outside. At that moment, Mr. G approached Zhao Liang and advised, there is nothing here, let us depart. It is truly baffling. How could a living person simply vanish into thin air? Zhao Liang gazed at the transformed forest in confusion, yet he remained unwilling to give up. Could it be that some form of invisibility had been employed to hide? He turned and shouted behind him, Shurian, my dear old comrade, come and set this forest ablaze, turning it to ash. Then we shall meticulously search for that scoundrel and ascertain where he is hidden. Chapter 60. The frenzied Shurian. Just as Shurian was preparing to ignite the woods where Ziqiao and Mok Sixi had sought refuge, a scout rushed in with news. Elder Shurmu's caravan had not headed towards Shamicheng, but had instead taken a turn towards Xingqing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang turned to Mr. G, raising his hands and exclaiming, why? What could be the reason for this? Mr. G, calculating with his fingers, replied, this change is indeed connected to Mok Sixi. Zhao Liang inquired, in what way? Mr. G admitted, I cannot say for certain. However, I believe we must pursue them immediately and dispatch the copper-armored army from Luoma City and the city guards from Piqing to converge towards Xingqing. Zhao Liang looked at Shurian and commanded loudly, quickly set the forest ablaze and finish searching it. We need to depart at once. Mr. G interjected. We cannot wait for him to complete his search. We must hasten our departure. Let Mr. Shurian be solely responsible for the fire and the search. He can catch up with us afterward. Zhao Liang nodded, affirming, indeed, your words are most sagacious. Thus, Zhao Liang instructed Zhao Duo to organize the troops for immediate departure, leaving behind a war chariot to escort Shurian. Upon witnessing this, ZK finally exhaled in relief. He had narrowly avoided a life-and-death confrontation, no, more accurately, a battle with certain demise, given that his opponents consisted of 4 true Immortal Realm cultivators accompanied by nearly 1,000 meticulously trained soldiers uniformly at the mortal-immortal stage. Emoshi blinked her eyes and smiled faintly, saying, is there any possibility you could capture Shurian alive? I wish to interrogate him. Ziki solemnly remarked. There is nothing we can do at present, otherwise we will inevitably draw Zhao Liang back. Emoshi gently raised her exquisite and stunning visage, her eyes shimmering with a curious light as she inquired, why? ZK let out a sigh and analyzed. If he and those members of the Black Scale Army fail to report back to Zhao Liang, you will undoubtedly return to investigate. Conversely, if he and the Black-Scale Army discover our presence and inform Zhao Liang, you will surely come back. Only if they report to Zhao Liang that they found nothing will he feel reassured enough to depart. Mo Shi, hearing this, reluctantly replied, "Indeed, that makes sense. However, there remains a glimmer of opportunity. Should a suitable chance arise, we could still devise a plan to show this scoundrel a taste of his own medicine." Zeke gazed up at the sky, taking a deep breath, and said, "Very well, if given the chance, I shall certainly teach him a lesson." Just as Zeke was conversing with Ma Shi, he noticed on the water screen that Shurian had already assumed a stance, poised for action. With a flourish of his hands, two blazing flames of elemental energy erupted forth, resembling twin fire dragons, roaring with a formidable might as they surged towards the small grove. Confronted with such a breathtaking display of overwhelming power, even within the confines of the jade pendant space, both Zeke and Ma Shi felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if the searing flames were already scorching their very beings. Even the image on the water screen seemed to be affected by the heat wave of this inferno. Flickering erratically as snowflake-like specks manifested, Zeke inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within his heart. He was acutely aware that the earlier fluctuations of his emotions had caused the quality of the water screen's imagery to diminish. Nevertheless, Zeke yearned to display an unshakable composure before Ma Shi, embodying the steadfastness of a mountain amidst chaos. After all, he aspired to be Ma Shi's pillar of support in the future. Finally, after a protracted breath, Zeke steadied his spirit, and the water screen regained its tranquility. Alongside the restoration of the water screen's image, the small grove outside the jade pendant space also returned to calm. The few tree trunks nearest to Shurian continued to emit wisps of black smoke, while those slightly farther away remained unscathed, as if nothing had transpired at all. The three black-scaled soldiers who had remained to accompany Shurian could not contain their laughter upon witnessing the scene. The leading soldier, a sergeant, laughed heartily, nearly losing grip on his halberd. He unabashedly mocked, "Is this the extent of your power at the pinnacle of the ninefold realm? Merely a display of flowery gestures, failing to ignite even a single tree. I wonder how you will fulfill Lord Zhao's task of turning this place to ashes. Ha ha ha, you are nothing but a joke. Ha 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 ha." Their laughter echoed through the grove, laden with disdain and ridicule directed at Shurian. Hearing this, Ma Shi could not help but giggle. Indeed, had Shurian not projected such a serious demeanor, this scene might not have appeared so ludicrous. Her laughter was melodious and clear, akin to a flowing spring, resonating within the jade pendant space, and her smile bloomed like a rose, captivating Zeke's attention to the point of distraction. However, in a rather embarrassing turn of events, just as Zeke was lost in Ma Shi's enchanting smile, the image on the water screen abruptly shifted to reveal a breathtaking beauty, Ma Shi herself. This sudden transformation jolted Zeke back to reality, prompting him to offer an awkward smile as he hastily redirected his thoughts to change the scene. "What were you thinking?" Ma Shi noticed the shift in imagery and playfully chided him, lightly striking his shoulder with her delicate fist. Her gesture, imbued with a hint of playfulness, somewhat alleviated the tension in the atmosphere. Shurian, too, felt the discomfort of the moment. His face flushed crimson as he hastened to explain. "It's not that my strength is lacking. The grove lacks any flammable materials, all swept away by the foolish wind conjured by Lord Zhao. Moreover, these tree trunks are damp. Look, there are still puddles over there, remnants of the flood summoned by that foolish old Taoist of the Yellow Dragon. Given these circumstances, how could I possibly ignite a fire?" The three black-scaled soldiers, however, remained unmoved by Shurian's explanation. After their mockery, they continued to belittle him. "If your strength is lacking, admit it, don't make excuses. Only the incompetent seek to blame others for their failures. Indeed, the less capable one is, the more they look for reasons outside themselves. Truly, capable individuals find solutions, while the inept consistently seek alibis." Shurian's anger flared instantly, his eyes widening as he bellowed, "You three, how dare you insult me so? Today, I shall turn you to ashes." With that, he raised his hands, flames erupting from his palms in a fiery display, intent on attacking the three black-scaled soldiers. "You dare," one soldier retorted, unflinching. Another added coldly, "Beware of Lord Zhao extracting your bones and flaying your flesh." The last merely chuckled derisively. "You'll find yourself unable to live or die." In truth, Shurian hesitated to strike, having already betrayed the nation of Shur. He had no choice but to cling to Zhao Yang, his only lifeline. To him, all of this was Zeke's doing. In that moment, his eyes ablaze with fury. He howled at the heavens, "Zeke, I will kill you." Then, he desperately waved his hands, unleashing fire dragons that soared in every direction. igniting numerous tree trunks in the grove, while the woods across the road caught ablaze, erupting into a roaring inferno. He continued to curse, "Zeke, you damn wretch. No matter where you flee, I shall hunt you down, feast upon your flesh, and drink your blood." His voice was steeped in an insatiable thirst for vengeance and rage, his demeanor bordering on madness. Mashi shook her head softly, exhaling a gentle sigh. "Indeed, it is because of you that he has betrayed the Shur." ZK lifted his wine cup and drained it in one gulp, exuding an air of righteousness as he proclaimed, "Their plight is of their own making. While I act in the name of justice, to eradicate violence and restore peace, punishing the wicked." Emoshi's delicate features instantly turned frosty. She gazed intently at ZK, her tone resolute as she replied, "Then allow me to impart 4 words, eradicate evil without exception." With that, Emoshi rose, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly as she fixed her gaze upon the frenzied figure of Shi Yin within the water curtain. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, and with an unwavering tone, she declared, "Opportunity must not be missed. Time does not wait. Do you possess the confidence to eliminate this traitor?" Chapter 61. Shi Yin's choice in response to Emoshi's sudden suggestion. ZK hastily paused the water curtain's imagery, stood up, and paced back and forth a few steps. After a moment of contemplation, he responded with caution, "To be frank, I do not possess much assurance in the direct execution of Shi Yin. If we are to proceed, it seems we can only rely on the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, which may inflict some harm upon him." Upon hearing this, a flicker of curiosity crossed Emoshi's eyes as she pressed on. "Then how were you able to successfully defeat those 2 formidable beings in the true immortal realm a few days ago?" ZK remarked, "This is primarily due to the principle of mutual generation and restraint. My lightning-based cultivation technique happens to counter the water-based techniques employed by the 2 of them, while their water techniques are incapable of breaching my defensive prisoning Jade Xuanwu technique. However, that old man Shi Yin practices fire element techniques, which precisely counter my prisoning Jade Xuanwu technique. This is the reason for my lack of absolute confidence. Once we attain the strength of a true immortal, the first to fall will be this traitor." Emoshi exclaimed in indignation, then turned abruptly, sweeping her sleeve as she heavily sat back down on the stone bench, as if to vent all her fury upon the stone. After a moment of contemplation, ZK let out a long sigh and reactivated the water screen image. He focused intently on Shi Yan's nearly frenzied actions, meticulously observing his movements while absent-mindedly caressing the wine cup in his hand. In the image, Shi Yin was steadily drawing closer, presumably attempting to approach each tree trunk more intimately to conserve his primal energy. Meanwhile, in the distance, 3 soldiers of the Black-Scale army lounged on their war chariot, leisurely savoring spirit wine, their laughter betraying disdain and mockery towards Shi Yin. They occasionally cast scornful glances at him, their voices dripping with derision and ridicule. Aha! ZK felt a surge of delight within, seizing the opportunity presented by the Black-Scale soldiers' negligence as Shi Yin sidestepped to unleash a series of consecutive palm strikes. ZK decisively released the flying sickle from the jade pendant space. With the sickle's rapid rotation, the trajectory of the fire dragon attack was instantly altered. In that moment, Shi Yin, consumed by frenzy, could not comprehend why the fire dragon he had unleashed inexplicably veered off course, heading straight for the 3 soldiers of the Black-Scale army. A splendid maneuver. Emoshi could not help but exclaim, "Your strategy is truly ingenious. Not only does it utilize force against force for offense, but it also serves as a means of defense, akin to the Emperor you controlling the floods. When one cannot halt the deluge head-on, one must redirect the waters. I believe you still hold hope in subduing that traitorous Shi Yin." Upon hearing this, Zeke could not help but nod in agreement. Yang Ge Yao also nodded involuntarily, reflecting that this bore a striking resemblance to the shifting fortunes of the Murong family and the grand maneuvers of the Mingjiao and Jin Yang's narratives. At this moment, Shi Yin felt a surge of urgency within him. He hastily unleashed several palm strikes, attempting to salvage the situation. However, it was akin to shooting an arrow that had already left the bow. His efforts did not alter the course of events, but instead conjured several fire dragons that surged towards the black-scaled soldiers. Be cautious. The leading black-scaled officer, possessing a cultivation level of the 5th realm of the mortal sky, reacted swiftly. He detected the sudden assault and immediately unleashed a fierce combination of punches. The force of his strikes effectively diminished the impact of the fire dragons. Nevertheless, under the residual force of nearly 10 fire dragons, the horses pulling the chariot caught fire in several spots, causing them to whinny and bolt away, clattering the chariot as it followed suit. The 3 black-scaled soldiers, however, remained rooted to the spot, tumbling to the ground. Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? How dare you launch a surprise attack on us? The leading officer scrambled to his feet, quickly extinguishing the flames on his garments and hair, and pointed an accusatory finger at Shi Yin, bellowing in wrath. Shi Yin promptly spread his hands in a gesture of innocence, exclaiming, "No, no, it was not intentional. It was an accident. You go explain that to Lord Zhao." The officer coldly retorted, then whistled to summon back the 4 horses. The trio disregarded Shi Yin's repeated explanations, swiftly untangled the reins, mounted their steeds, and, with a crack of the whip, galloped away towards the advancing Zhao Liang's army. Even the 4th horse was taken, leaving Shi Yin with no glimmer of hope. Watching the 3 black-scaled soldiers ride off into the distance, Shi Yin felt a sudden loss of strength. Collapsing despondently to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he found himself at a loss, uncertain of what to do. His first instinct was to pursue them, if only to have a chance to clarify the misunderstanding and prevent Lord Zhao from being swayed by their one-sided account. Yet, he was acutely aware that clarifying the situation would be exceedingly difficult, for his fire attribute's spiritual energy had indeed struck those 3 men. Should Lord Zhao personally verify their injuries, he would find himself in an indefensible position. Worse still, he had failed to execute Lord Zhao's orders to turn this place into a scorched earth. Given that old dog-esque temperament, he would likely face severe consequences. Moreover, having wounded 3 members of the black-scaled army, it was almost certain that his fate would be grim. He even contemplated pursuing them to eliminate the threat they posed. However, upon reflection, he realized that accomplishing such a feat within such a short time frame was nearly impossible. To dispatch all 3 without fail was an insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, they were mounted, and Zhao Liang's forces had only just departed, making it improbable for him to catch up before they vanished into the army's sight. Time was of the essence. Shi Yin forced himself to regain composure, struggling to stand and hastening towards Shui City. If he lingered, Zhao Liang might send someone to apprehend him. He had resolved to sever ties with Zhao Liang. In this vast world, his only destination was the Yu Chao clan, the most powerful vassal state in the south. There lay his sole hope, a dear friend who was a core elder of the Yu Chao clan. As for the Guifeng kingdom to the north, that was Zhao Liang's stronghold, and he could not venture there. The Qiangfang kingdom and the Yufu clan were devoid of connections, making them less desirable options. As for the regions of Baiwei, Sanmiao, Beiqiang, Xuanyu, and the Dogrongs, which were rumored to live in a primitive state of subsistence, they were entirely outside Shi Yan's consideration. Of course, he also had lingering attachments to Luqing. Before departing, he needed to make proper arrangements within the Jade Pendant space. Noticing that Shi Yin had not pursued Zhao Liang's army but instead headed in the opposite direction towards Shui City, she turned to Zeke with an unwavering conviction in her tone, since he has chosen not to meet Lord Zhao, then he must be prepared to pay the ultimate price for his treason. Are you confident now in administering justice on the spot? After a brief contemplation, ZK responded. Yet he merely absconded with some valuables. Surely such a transgression does not warrant a death sentence? Moreover, considering the direction of his escape, could it be that he has experienced a sudden awakening, repenting and resolving to return to the kingdom of Yushur? She coldly retorted. A dog travels 1,000 miles to consume excrement, while a wolf journeys far to feast on flesh. A person of his fickle nature, so easily swayed between allegiances, cannot be trusted. Even if he genuinely desires to return to the kingdom of Yushur, we cannot afford to grant him clemency. He is destined to betray us once more. Furthermore, the items he initially pilfered were painstakingly earned by the citizens of Shui City over the course of a year, and the wealth and provisions he absconded with could sustain the entire populace of Shui City for many months. Upon hearing this, ZK finally comprehended everything. He had previously been unaware that Shi Yin had absconded with such a considerable amount of wealth, inflicting such significant losses upon the Shi kingdom. Ironically, due to the death of Shi Kan, he harbored a flicker of compassion, reluctant to push Shi Yin to his demise. A glimmer of sternness flashed in ZK's eyes, and he spoke in a deep voice. It is reasonable. Let us pursue him without hesitation and strike him down with thunderous force. For the sake of eradicating treachery in the kingdom of Shi, we shall enact divine retribution. Under She's approving yet resolute gaze, ZK exited the Jade Pendant space and summoned Lu Feng, proceeding without delay in the direction of Shi Yan's escape, gliding low through the air. His keen eyes meticulously searched the mountains, villages, and forests, leaving no inch unexamined. However, unbeknownst to him, Shi Yin had concealed himself so well that after nearly 10 miles of searching, ZK had yet to catch a glimpse of him. Yet, in the distance, he spotted a troop of soldiers advancing towards him, presumably from the direction of Shui City. It was highly likely they were reinforcements for that scoundrel Zhao Liang. If that were the case, these soldiers remained oblivious to the rift that had developed between Shi Yin and the front lines. It would be prudent to evade this army. Time was of the essence, and he should not invite unnecessary troubles. What a pity, ZK thought. Shaking his head slightly as he awkwardly mused to himself, had I acted more decisively earlier, perhaps I would not have missed that golden opportunity. Thus, he steered Lu Feng towards the direction of Wei Hai, gliding low once more. Perhaps a powerful figure among the soldiers had caught sight of him, but fortunately, none pursued him. Shui City? Alas, if only he had refined his middle fingers into a reservoir of thunderous power a few days prior. That way, launching the orbs of elemental energy would have been much more effortless. Now, using his index finger felt rather awkward, and it significantly affected his accuracy. If only he could seek out Sister Zhu Tao for assistance in refining his middle finger. With this thought, ZK shifted his direction towards Shui City. As dusk approached, he decided it would be best to stay at an inn in Shui City for the night. In doing so, he would not have to worry too much about the jade pendant being discovered or the startling effect of his sudden appearance from the pendant space drawing unnecessary attention. Indeed, the merchants in Shui City were plentiful, and ZK found himself relegated to room 3 of the Tianzi series. Upon entering, he quickly concealed the jade pendant beneath his pillow and entered the pendant space. Mo Shi, who despised boredom and relished in lively company, might be feeling a bit restless after this half hour. How did it go? Were you successful in eliminating Shi Yin? She eagerly inquired upon his return. ZK scratched his head, a look of difficulty crossing his face as he sighed. Alas, we have yet to locate him, and now an army has arrived. I fear it may be reinforcements from Zhao Liang, thus we dare not continue our search. Mo Shi blinked her lively eyes, her curiosity piqued as she inquired. And what happened next? Where are we now? ZK scratched his head, responding with a hint of exasperation. I circumvented that army and ultimately found myself in Shui City. Seeing that night has fallen, you must have gone quite some time without a proper meal. Thus, we are currently situated in an inn within Shui City. Mo Shi clapped her hands in excitement, her face brimming with anticipation as she exclaimed, Ah, Shui City, though I have only spent 3 days here. I have been confined next to the livestock pen and have not had the chance to explore. How about we dine first and then take a stroll around Shui City? ZK furrowed her brow, shaking her head with concern as she remarked, Perhaps we should reconsider. It is quite perilous at present. Mo Shi, dismissing her apprehension with a curl of her lips, confidently asserted, Nonsense. The most dangerous places are often the safest, and I am certain I can disguise myself effectively. ZK let out a light laugh, teasingly remarking, Is that truly what you call disguise? I recognized you from afar at first glance today. Mo Shi placed her hands on her hips, feigning annoyance as she replied, Of course you must recognize me at once. Even amidst a crowd, you should be able to spot me instantly. ZK sighed and, with a tone of resignation, remarked, Alas, I simply cannot agree. Mo Shi rolled her eyes and retorted with irritation, How dull. Zeke pondered for a moment before cautiously suggesting, Unless you agree to adorn yourself according to my wishes. To appear less attractive. Mo Shi widened her eyes in disbelief. Appear less attractive? Why should I? Women are inherently driven to pursue beauty and showcase their allure. Zeke, feeling a bit of a headache, scratched his head and murmured to himself, What on earth should I do? If I speak too bluntly, I fear it may provoke Mo Shi's anger. Moreover, beyond the superficial concerns for her safety, he also contemplated avoiding any unnecessary trouble. Of course, this latter thought must remain concealed from Mo Shi, as she would likely disapprove of it. ZK seated herself on the stone bench, furrowing her brow in contemplation for a brief moment. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her, and she murmured, You know, I find the notion of playing the role of the ugly quite amusing. You have always been the most beautiful and captivating flower amidst the garden. Wouldn't it be intriguing to experience the life of a green leaf for a change? Mo Shi's eyes brightened. Ah, indeed. Why must I always be the red flower? It would be quite delightful to be a green leaf for once. In his heart, ZK felt a surge of joy and confidence, thinking to himself, It appears that I, too, am not lacking in charm, nor do I need to resort to flowery words to win a lady's favor. It is simply that I have never stooped to ponder such base matters. Mo Shi, and her thoughts, mused, progress indeed. This time, I shall indulge you. Considering it encouragement. Thus, ZK hurriedly procured some ordinary garments and transformed Mo Shi into the guise of a common woman. She donned a slightly loose linen dress, the belt tied loosely to conceal her alluring figure. A mixture of clay and water was boiled and applied evenly, delicately masking her fair skin. With a flicker of his inner strength, he altered her features to present a broader chin and flatter cheekbones, adding a few subtle blemishes for effect. He then tousled her hair, lightly kneading it to create a disheveled look, arranging it roughly with his hands. The transformation was complete. ZK gazed at his handiwork, satisfied. She appeared rather charming, exuding an understated beauty that felt entirely natural. Indeed, she could not be too unattractive, for that would draw unwanted attention. Consequently, the two descended to the grand hall on the first floor, ordered food and drinks, and sat across from each other, savoring tea while awaiting their meal. Despite the late hour, the hall was bustling with patrons, several tables occupied. A burly man could be heard saying, "I've heard they are capturing the Saintess this time." The city guard has nearly all mobilized, with only a few old men left to guard the gates. A leaner fellow replied, "Indeed. Even Lord Yuan Hong himself has taken the lead." The conversation at that table erupted into a lively discussion. Elder Zhu Ding and General Zhu Tao are also involved. One exclaimed, "Does that mean our Shui city has become a ghost town? If bandits or monsters were to appear, it would be troublesome. Our Saintess is truly unfortunate." Another added, "I feel quite sorry for that ZK as well. They may genuinely be unable to escape this time. I hear the Black Scales army of the Xiahou clan and the Chuizhua army have arrived. Not to mention, I've heard the Copper Armored Army, along with forces from Luoma City, Piqing, Xingqing, and Shamey City, all the nearby major cities guards have mobilized." Listening to their chatter, where one spoke and another replied, ZK felt a secret relief, fortunate to have received information in advance and to have brought Mo Shi out early. Yet, it was a pity that young Master Zhu Tao had also set out, leaving him without assistance in refining his storage for thunderous power. Mo Shi furrowed her brow and quietly remarked, "I surmise that Elder Shirmu and the others should be safe, shouldn't they?" Zeke concurred, observing that heroes often share similar perspectives. In unison, they both exhaled deeply and turned their gaze towards the inn's entrance, for a familiar figure had just entered, Shi Yin. Chapter 63, A Sense of Desolation. Just as Zeke was filled with anticipation, preparing to indulge in a sumptuous dinner with Mo Shi, Shi Yin unexpectedly appeared. Akin to a disruptive force, instantly shattering the atmosphere. What a pity indeed. Since you lack the discernment to recognize the situation this time, I shall ensure you find it impossible to escape. Zeke contemplated. However, should a conflict arise within the inn, given Shi Yin's pinnacle cultivation at the 9th level of the mortal-immortal realm and his callous disregard for human life, this establishment would likely face inevitable ruin. Reduced to mere rubble. Zeke's expression revealed a hint of hesitation as his gaze shifted towards Ma Shi, their eyes meeting in the air. After a silent exchange of understanding, they roughly grasped each other's intentions. However, for the sake of precision, Ma Shi, daring the risk of being noticed by Shi Yin, inscribed a few words on the table with tea. "Let us discuss it tonight." Just then, the waiter began to serve the dishes, deftly diverting Shi Yin's attention. Zeke silently praised this timely intervention. Yet, unbeknownst to Zeke, although Ma Shi promptly erased those 4 characters, the waiter had already caught a glimpse of them. Amused, the waiter thought to himself, "Is there really such urgency? The meal has yet to be consumed, yet they already speak of discussing matters tonight. Indeed, one must first satisfy their hunger." With a mischievous grin, the waiter addressed Zeke, "Dear guest, do not fret. Our dishes are served promptly." Taken aback, Zeke wondered if the waiter had discerned his intentions, subtly reminding him of the dangers lurking outside the inn. Thus, Zeke concentrated and released a thread of divine awareness to meticulously scan the surroundings of the inn. Finding no traces of advanced cultivators, his heart eased somewhat, as dishes such as hibiscus chicken slices, marinated fish fillets, scallion-flavored sea cucumber, candied yam, clear soup with willow leaf gelatin, and creamy lotus root arrived at the table. The two adeptly sidestepped sensitive topics, instead engaging in delightful conversations about the unique culinary features of various regions and the breathtaking beauty of nature. In this relaxed atmosphere, the negative emotions of anger, sorrow, anxiety, and longing that had plagued them recently seemed to dissipate into thin air. As Zeke observed Mo Shi's spirited demeanor, he gradually felt a wave of joy wash over him, seemingly liberated from the recent gloom that had clouded his mind. He could not help but reflect that this was the essence of life. Sometimes, simplicity rendered it even more beautiful. Yet, he pondered, had it not been for the tribulations of the past few days, would today as happiness have felt as profound? Just as Lordy remarked, without the brief, the long cannot exist. Without the small, the large cannot be. Without sorrow, joy cannot thrive. After their meal, Zeke and Mo Shi chose not to keep a watchful eye on Shi Yin, but instead sauntered leisurely down the streets. What was there to fear? As long as that old rogue did not recognize them, he would remain ensconced in his room number 5, with nowhere else to go. This was Emoshi's astute deduction. And Zeke wholeheartedly agreed. Thus, seizing the opportunity to uplift Emoshi's spirits, he accompanied her to explore the shops. Emoshi was saddened, and his heart ached for her. He hoped this excursion would allow her emotions to be thoroughly unburdened and eased. Perhaps the city guard had all been deployed. For many shops had closed their doors early today, rendering the streets somewhat quieter. This pleased Zeke. He relished the tranquility of fewer people. Emoshi, too, found contentment in this setting. While she enjoyed a lively atmosphere, she disliked the jostling crowds. The current ambience was ideal, with enough shops open to peruse delightful trinkets. For instance, they stumbled upon the jewelry store, Jinyuan Tianka. The understated elegance of its facade signaled that it was one of the finest establishments in Shui City. "Madam, you possess exquisite taste. This is the shop's prized treasure," a saleswoman remarked. Zeke was momentarily taken aback by such flattery. He silently hoped that the attendant would not underestimate either him or Emoshi. After all, he possessed ample funds, and a public humiliation would be rather unpleasant. Just as Emoshi picked up a jade bracelet to examine it closely, a maid appeared at the opportune moment. Zeke instinctively felt a twinge of aversion. If Emoshi took a liking to this jade bracelet, she was certain it would command a hefty price. However, Emoshi appeared unfazed and inquired, "From where does this bracelet originate? Who cut and polished it?" Observing the young lady, it was evident she hailed from a noble family, possessing discerning taste. This bracelet, named Dongchen Rue Shi, was crafted from raw stone sourced from the Tian tribe, weighing precisely 9 jin and 6 liang. Its texture was exquisitely fine and oily, smooth as ice. And most remarkably, it boasted ample water quality, radiating a brilliant sheen with a delicate golden hue entwined in cloud patterns. Lord Si Zhao, upon seeing it, deemed it a supreme specimen of Tian jade, symbolizing exceptional significance, representing an era of great governance and peace in all corners. Thus, Lord Si Zhao personally designed a total of 1 jade song, 1 jade seal, for jade bracelets, and several other jade artifacts. The 4 jade bracelets were named Dongchen Rue Shi, Shi Xia Yu Hua, Nanshi Jingying, and Bei Lan Long Run. With Dongchen Rue Shi leading the ensemble, Emoshi scrutinized the bracelet with admiration, exclaiming, "No wonder it appears both grand and profound, yet vibrant and luminous. Why not try it on? Ha, but how much is it? What if I cannot take it off once it's on? I certainly cannot afford it. Surely, if it fits, you can remove it. Besides, you seem to be a modestly wealthy young lady. How could you possibly be unable to purchase it? Just tell me the price." "The price is quite reasonable, merely 12 liang of gold." "That is exorbitant. Common jade artifacts are typically priced at 1 liang of gold for 1 liang of jade. Even if this bracelet is of exceptional quality, it should be doubled at most. Around 2 liang seems fair." After a round of haggling, Emoshi turned to Zk and said, "Let us depart. They are not genuinely intent on selling if they refuse 5 liang of gold." It seemed Emoshi held a fondness for the jade bracelet. And since she was quite affluent herself, Zk proposed, "How about 6 liang of gold? I shall take responsibility for the purchase. 8 liang. It truly cannot be less." Emoshi quickly signaled to Zk, leading him towards the exit. This foolish giant, clearly a descendant of the Pai Xiu lineage, was usually so meticulous about finances. What had come over him today? At that moment, the maid hurried out, saying, "Young master, our shopkeeper invites you to the inner hall." "Has the price gone up?" Emoshi shot Zk a triumphant glance, and the two returned to Zhen Yuan Tian Ge. When did it become fashionable for young masters to serve as shopkeepers? Typically, it ought to be venerable elders with white hair, or capable middle-aged gentlemen, or alluring young matrons. Right? Much like the Chan Xian Tavern, the shopkeeper of Zhen Yuan Tian Ge was yet another handsome young man. "Welcome to Zhen Yuan Tian Ge. I am Ji Yan. May I ask for the esteemed names of the young master and young lady?" As soon as Zk and Emoshi entered the inner hall, the young shopkeeper rose and greeted them politely with a bow. "I am Yulan, and she is Lian Yi," Zk replied courteously. "Pleasure to meet you. Yulan and Lian Yi. Please, have a seat." Ji Yan smiled warmly. "Thank you, Ji Yan." Zk and Emoshi sat down together. "It seems you two are not local residents?" Ji Yan remarked perceptively. "Indeed, we hail from Dragon King Island," Yulan replied with a smile. "I observe that although your brow may hint at recent misfortunes, your forehead is full, your jaw square, and your nose straight, suggesting a promising future. I hope you do not find my intentions to be too forward in seeking friendship." "Ha, of course not. That is good to hear. As you may know, Our trade can be quite sporadic. Often we do not open for 3 years, then we thrive for 3 more. Various jewels, after excluding the costs of procurement and craftsmanship, must be marked up by at least 50% to break even. I noticed you both took a liking to Dongchun Rue Shi. How about I make an exception and sell it to you at a fair price of 4 liang of gold? Additionally, this jade token symbolizes your status as esteemed guests at Zhen Yuan Tiangu, granting you an 8% discount at all our branches. I only wish to establish a sincere friendship with you. Oh, thank you, Ji Yan. After a brief hesitation, ZK retrieved 4 liang of gold from his storage ring and presented it respectfully, adding, should you require anything in the future, Yulan will certainly assist you. Your words are too kind. Treasures possess their own spirits and will naturally choose their destined owners. I believe Dongchun Rue Shi will aid you both in navigating this tumultuous journey. Emoshi could no longer contain her excitement. She was thoroughly pleased with the price of 4 liang of gold, yet even more intrigued by Ji Yan's apparent skill in fortune-telling. Just as the transaction was about to be completed, with money exchanged for goods, she quickly inquired, Ji Yan, what a pleasure it is to meet you. I had no idea you were adept in the art of fortune-telling. Merely a smattering of knowledge. Ji Yan replied humbly. Then what do you see in my fortune? Emoshi asked, curiosity piqued. Ji Yan responded, I observed earlier that you, young lady, no princess, possess a noble and extraordinary fate, yet you have encountered many tribulations. Recently, you must have faced some challenges alongside young Master Yulan. Upon hearing this, the sorrow she had painstakingly set aside crept back into her heart, and her expression dimmed as she softly replied, I understand. On their way back to the inn, ZK felt despondent. What a predicament. Spending 4 liang of gold only to procure a sense of melancholy for MOMO. As night descended, the pair returned to the inn in silence, re-entering the jade pendant space to deliberate on their plans to eliminate Shi Yan. Chapter 64. The duel outside Chili Pavilion. Upon entering the jade pendant space, they were astonished to find it still bathed in daylight. Emoshi frowned, remarking, this Xianji wonderland, while beautiful, appears to lack the cycle of day and night, perpetually remaining in daylight, with the sun's position unchanged. Prompted by Emoshi's observation, ZK also noticed this peculiarity and, with a thought, soared towards the sun at great speed. As he drew closer, he felt his entire being scorched by the sun's heat, as if his garments were about to ignite. Quickly, he summoned his vital energy, forming a protective barrier around himself. As he approached, he could finally discern the dazzling sun's details, albeit with great difficulty. At that moment, he sensed a minor fluctuation of thunderous energy within him. After several positional shifts, experiencing the changes in this thunderous energy, he realized the sun was imbued with thunderous power. From a distance, it resembled a miniature sun, akin to a mass of magma or a vibrant flame, dancing like a solar divine bird. Could it be the true fire of the sun, the most masculine and radiant force of nature? ZK mused. However, this miniature sun's true fire was far more potent than ordinary solar flames, for it lacked thunderous energy, not merely deficient but utterly void, akin to his golden chopsticks, which possessed a unique ability to attract surrounding thunderous energy. Yet it could not absorb the thunderous energy, as it was suspended within a colossal, transparent, spherical diamond shield. The surface of this shield was adorned with layers of lightning particles, generating immense thunderous power, yet unable to penetrate the shield. Thus, through the mutual attraction between the thunderous energy and the central miniature sun, the latter remained suspended at the center of the diamond shield. Truly remarkable. Zika could not help but sigh in wonder. Additionally, there were 8 immense metallic chains connecting the diamond canopy to the dome of this jade pendant space, seemingly serving the purpose of stabilizing this miniature sun. These chains were evidently not composed of gold, silver, or bronze, nor were they made of iron, for the temperature of the diamond canopy appeared exceedingly high, likely sufficient to effortlessly melt gold, even iron. The temperature of the central miniature sun was certainly even greater, high enough to liquefy diamonds. Otherwise, there would be no necessity for it to hover within the diamond enclosure. Yang Ge Yao gazed in astonishment, pondering whether this could possibly be a controllable nuclear fusion reactor. Moreover, this design seemed more fitting as a sun than the tokamak devices of the 21st century. It required no low-temperature superconducting coils, thus minimizing the number of components arranged around the reactor and eliminating the need for a vacuum environment, allowing the light and heat generated by the reactor to be released directly. Furthermore, the diamond canopy could shield against the vast majority of nuclear radiation. Although fusion reactors emit relatively less radiation, The persistent onslaught within this jade pendant space could not be overlooked. Had the technology of the Xia dynasty advanced to such heights? To casually bestow a jade pendant containing such cutting-edge technology was remarkable. After witnessing all of this, Ziku realized he lacked the capability to regulate the periodic rise and fall of this miniature sun. Would he need to create a vast canopy to achieve the alternation of day and night through obscuration? However, such a fabric would need to be enormous. In a world where many impoverished souls lacked adequate clothing, could he justify appropriating so many resources for the sake of the day-night cycle within the jade pendant space? Perhaps it was best to simply close the window, Ziku resolved. With a thought, he approached Mo Shi, spreading his hands and stating, I possess neither the ability to make it rise in the east and set in the west, nor to alter its brightness. Mo Shi suggested several solutions. Yet they were all unfeasible. The two ultimately decided to focus on the more pressing matter of eliminating the traitor Shi Yan. After discussing a general course of action and some key details, Ziku placed Mo Shi into the jade pendant space, wrote a note, dried and sealed it, then descended to find the innkeeper to assist in delivering it to Shi Yan. After returning to his room, he quietly leaped out of the window. Once outside the city, he summoned the wind and soared toward the 7-Li Pavilion in the northern part of the city. They could not act within the inn or the city, nor could they harm any innocents. Therefore, it was imperative to lure Shi Yan to the outskirts, which led to the note. 5 years ago, at the altar of Shui City, I acted on divine will, striking down the wretched one. 5 years later, at the third watch of the night, in the northern outskirts of Shui City, outside 7-Li Pavilion, the old scourge shall also face divine retribution. Those who transgress shall meet their demise. Those who defy the deities shall be punished by heaven. From a distance, the moonlight flowed like water, illuminating a series of thoughtfully arranged trees. Among the woods lay an expansive meadow, quietly unfurling, with a solitary pavilion standing atop a small hill at its center. However, it seemed as though a large bird had perched upon the roof of the pavilion. As Zeke approached, he was taken aback to discover a resplendent peacock, exuding an aura of fourth-tier cultivation, standing with a watchful gaze fixed upon him and loofing. After a brief moment, the peacock effortlessly articulated human speech. Ah, a mere second-tier celestial being? And alongside a secondary second-tier? You are hardly worthy of my attention. Depart now, for this grazing ground belongs to me tonight. Zeke furrowed his brow, sensing the complications that lay ahead. Esteemed feathered sage, we have a prior engagement with our adversaries for a duel this evening. For your own safety, I kindly request you to relocate. Really? The peacock chuckled. Then I must remain here. I cannot miss the spectacle of a good fight. There is indeed a confrontation. Yet it is fraught with peril and hardly entertaining. I implore you to reconsider, Zeke replied, maintaining his composure and politeness. I shall not leave. How could a skirmish between beings of your caliber pose any threat to me? You would be wise to withdraw, for my enemy is a formidable peak 9th-tier celestial being. The danger is genuine. What? You, a mere 2nd-tier celestial, intend to engage in battle with a 9th tier? The peacock exclaimed, alarmed. You should flee at once. As the saying goes, a gentleman avenges himself. It is never too late. Young brother, your life is of utmost importance. As long as the green hills remain, there is no need to fear the absence of firewood. Sighing, Zeke responded, when faced with an enemy on the narrow path of fate, regardless of their strength, even if they are the mightiest in the world, one must stand tall and confront them. Even in death, there is honor in the struggle. Oh, how touching. But I wonder what honor remains when one has lost their life. The peacock retorted mockingly. Paths diverging, we shall not interfere with one another. You may observe the contest from a distance, yet I urge you to exercise caution and avoid any collateral damage. Very well. I shall claim the top of this pavilion tonight. Silly boy, do as you wish. Zeke did not hold it against him. Instead, he descended onto the ground and assumed a meditative posture at the center of the pavilion. Loofing, obediently, perched on the railing, glaring fiercely with his menacing eyes. It would be wise to avoid any unnecessary trouble, for time was indeed of the essence. There they sat, one person and two birds, quietly awaiting the arrival of Shi Yan. Chapter 65, Reduced to Ashes. Before the stroke of the hour, Shi Yan had already arrived. However, he did not make his presence known. Instead, he stealthily concealed himself in a nearby thicket, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Caution was imperative. Should the vendetta against Zizi remain unavenged, and he were to fall before achieving his mission, it would spell disaster. Zeke quietly immersed himself in meditation, leaving behind a thread of divine consciousness to observe every move of Shi Yan. Should Shi Yan attempt a surprise attack, he would swiftly leap to the right, pushing off the column ahead to evade. Conversely, if Shi Yan chose to flee, Zeke would hastily mount Lufeng to pursue him. The small peacock and Lufeng remained still, both possessing ample patience. Zeke believed that refraining from action now would lead to a more thrilling encounter later, so he chose to wait. It was not until 1:15 noon that Shi Yan emerged from the thicket, stepping out with a sense of calm assurance. He exuded the formidable presence of a peak ninth realm mortal cultivator, his overwhelming aura silencing the insects of the forest. Under the moonlight, his figure appeared tall and dignified. His movements were steady and powerful. The robe he wore billowed gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound that harmonized with the tranquility of the grassy expanse. His countenance exuded both benevolence and solemnity, his eyes gleaming with profound light, imbued with an indescribable gravity and sanctity. This scoundrel, without the aid of any props, commanded such an imposing presence upon his entrance. How could he be so powerful and handsome? Zeke pondered. "Are you Zeke?" Shi Yan inquired, his tone nonchalant. "Indeed." Zeke replied with equal calm. "My son left without uttering a word. However, I am magnanimous. Do you have any final words?" "I shall certainly convey them to your old worm of a father in due time." A flicker of fire danced in Shi Yan's eyes, yet his tone remained unwaveringly serene. Zeke momentarily restrained the fiery anger that nearly surged forth and calmly remarked, "Heh, do you truly believe you possess the life to discuss my father? Traitor. Ha ha. You little pest, do you think that by merely finding two horned beasts cloaked in fur, you can contend with